Chapter 1. A group of muscular women with green skin gazed at me with lewd expressions as they spoke. Come on, say kill me. You're a male knight. Hurry up and say it. Logically speaking, that line belongs to the female knight. I wanted to retort, but regrettably, in this world, the words of the female half-beast are deemed correct, which is quite perplexing. After all, this is a world where the norms of chastity are inverted, a peculiar realm where women chase after men. By the way, in this world, there are only female half-beasts. Not just half-beasts, but also the common male supporting monsters like goblins share the same fate. I was sweating profusely as I glared at them. Aside from their skin color, they appear to be nothing more than female giants with particularly well-developed muscles. Their attire resembled tattered tribal garments, exposing skin in astonishing amounts. To someone like me, who still held onto the values of my previous life, they appeared quite lascivious. Should I say it was a feast for the eyes? Hurry up. Does it not matter how this guy ends up? The half-beast remained oblivious to my inner turmoil as they pressed a filthy dagger against the neck of a girl bound with ropes, clad in leather armor. The girl had cat-like ears atop her head, giving her a fantastical appearance. She was an adventurer hired by me to act as a guide. The cat-eared girl's charming face turned pale, and she let out a soundless wail. Her expression stirred my sadistic desires, but unfortunately, the half-beast's carnal instincts were directed solely at me. Don't kill me. What do you mean, don't kill me? I have no desire to die. Damn it. I've played many erotic games in my past life, yet I never imagined I would utter such lines. Yaha, she really said it. I never thought I would live to hear someone shout, kill me. The half-beasts were ecstatic. In this world, when one speaks of warriors, they invariably refer to women, with hardly any male knights. In the face of such a rare creature, the half-beasts were positively exhilarated. I understood their feelings. If I were to be reincarnated as a half-beast, I would also be confident that I would be thrilled by a female knight's kill me. Then, being gazed at with lustful eyes would indeed excite me greatly. I have remained a virgin in both my past and present lives. To be frank, even if the object of desire were a half-beast, I wouldn't feel much resistance. Hey, show us your little man. Finally, I was being asked to do something outrageous. I have no inclination towards exhibitionism, please spare me. If you dawdle, it'll break this little girl's fingers one by one. Oh, please do not engage in such painful-looking acts. With no other choice, I lifted the armor around my waist. After struggling to pull down my trousers, the half-beasts cheered at the sight of my revealed underwear. Hey, look at those plain undergarments. Are you saying you've already abandoned your identity as a man? Yaha. Don't worry, they'll educate you on what it means to be a man. If I were a woman and the half-beasts were men, such lines would fit perfectly into a scene from an erotic game. However, the reality is the opposite. Not only the half-beasts, but even the cat-eared girl, who was a hostage, stared intently at my underwear. For the women of this world, it seems that men's undergarments are exceedingly thrilling. It's quite unfair that they only get to see my underwear. They should reveal their own as well. No, the sight of the half-beast would be even more embarrassing than showing my underwear. Hey, why are you coming over here too? The half-beast grinned lewdly and poked the girl. She let out a faint cry of despair. Upon hearing her voice, my mind returned to normal. Stop it, do not lay a hand on that child. Hi, you're so kind. I excel at maintaining a poker face, so the half-beast seemed unaware of my turmoil. If discovered, I would appear utterly foolish and directly fall into a path of degradation. Thus, I secretly sighed in relief. The half-beast wore a lascivious grin as she slapped the girl's cheek with the back of her knife. Rather than a half-beast, this behavior resembled that of a petty thug. How long can you keep up that pretentious face? They'll have you screaming in no time. The half-beast lewdly twisted her waist while issuing threats. The tightness of a half-beast is quite remarkable, you know. It'll make your body unable to satisfy both humans and beasts alike. Even with the roles of men and women reversed, the half-beasts remained the dominant force in matters of sexuality. Will I be forced to strike in a hay pose like in erotic games in the end? I truly do not wish to imagine my hay face. Yet the process is undeniably intriguing. It's the nature of a virgin. However, I became a knight not to play pretend I must not yield so easily. That said, from the moment I was taken hostage, I was forced to disarm, leaving me with no means of resistance other than glaring. Yet, for the half-beasts, even my glare seemed to serve as a source of excitement, making it difficult for me to cope. How long can you keep up the bravado? Come on, show us your little man. Stop pretending. Since the hostage was taken, we had no right to object. As I uttered lines akin to those of a female knight in an erotic game, I reached for my underwear. Yoa! With a crisp gunshot, the head of the half-beast holding the hostage exploded. At the same time, a shout of charge rang out. More than 10 knights, fully armed and wielding swords or firearms, rushed towards me. They were my subordinates, who had split up to act. The inattentive half-beasts were swiftly overwhelmed by the knight brigade. It seemed I had been saved. Thank you for your hard work, Albert Blondin. The elderly woman seated on the throne spoke to me. Albert, of course, is my name. I greatly prefer this handsome name over my previous one, which was rather unfortunate. I am currently in the audience chamber of the Gallia Kingdom, surrounded by somewhat luxurious decor and furniture. A band played solemn music in the background. Yes, I'm deeply grateful. I knelt before the elderly woman, responding in a respectful tone. She is the queen of this nation. However, more than this prominent figure, I was concerned about the gazes around me. Hostile stares pierced me incessantly, even causing me discomfort. After all, the bureaucrats and nobles waiting around were all women, most of whom had horns on their heads, reptilian tails, and peculiar pupils, appearing vastly different from the norm. Just this alone was enough to make me feel intimidated, and coupled with the scornful and mocking expressions of most, it became unbearable. I felt utterly isolated, trapped in a dire predicament. I hear you have completely expelled the half-beasts near Rasha City. It's remarkable that you achieved this with so few people. Whether the queen understood the cold sweat pouring down my back, she spoke with an ambiguous smile. That said, I genuinely believe I performed admirably on this mission. Due to insufficient prior intelligence, I was forced to rely solely on 2 companies of cavalry, totaling around 100 troops, to confront the half-beast bandits. Even though I nearly fell into a crisis of being cut off by the enemy at the very end, I managed to complete the task safely. Not only for this mission, but your dedication and loyalty are exceptional. It is necessary to grant you a corresponding reward. Upon hearing this, the surrounding nobles exchanged glances, revealing expressions of has it finally come? I could faintly hear whispers like the king's sycophant. My lineage is indeed not prestigious, and I am still quite young. Although my command is not large, it is rather peculiar for someone like me to lead a troop. For the conservative nobles, this must be quite displeasing. I intend to grant you the title of Baroness and appoint you as the governor of the frontier region. What do you think? The title of Baroness is equivalent to that of a baron in my previous world. While it may be considered a lower nobility, I, as a mere knight, achieving hereditary nobility is quite a remarkable feat. I struck a victorious pose in my mind and respectfully responded. I have no objections. I'm deeply grateful. Your Majesty. However, of course, there were those who were dissatisfied. A middle-aged woman in a splendid gown shouted in an agitated tone, she is a stronghold of the conservative nobility. To grant a mere human, especially a man, a noble title is unprecedented. I cannot allow such a thing. Voices of agreement rose in chorus. However, it is a fact that Lord Blondin has made significant contributions. The one rebutting was a youthful beauty present, resembling me, a mere human, not too different from those of Earth. If no reward is given, it will impact our nation's prestige. The Gallia Kingdom would be a foolish nation that lets capable knights suffer in silence, only to be ridiculed by the Holy Empire, wouldn't it? She said, turning her gaze towards me. That look, compared to the half-beasts, was equally lustful, sending a chill down my spine. She is the chancellor of this nation. I am grateful for her extending a helping hand, but her intentions, as evident from her gaze and expression, were quite transparent. I was expecting something more profound from the lecherous raccoon. Elevating men to the status of deities is truly more disgraceful. Wouldn't you agree? The conservative stronghold exhibited a distinct expression of contempt as he spoke disdainfully. Although his words belittled men, over half the nobles nodded in agreement. Such sentiments are exceedingly prevalent in this world. Indeed, those who cherish antiquated values as though they were timeless classics would utter such nonsense. The mockery of fools is hardly worth heeding. You dare to mock me? Please, refrain from such behavior. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, the queen intervened with a heavy voice, urging the two to cease their quarrel. Regardless, Sir Blondin has indeed achieved remarkable feats. If we do not uphold a clear system of rewards and punishments, the order among the nobility will descend into chaos. No matter what Duke Allian may assert, I have no intention of overturning this judgment. Duke Allian, the noble who had just been complaining incessantly, twisted her wrinkled face into a sneer directed at me. Ah, a clear system of rewards and punishments. How very important indeed. She placed particular emphasis on the notion of punishments, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Duke Allian, a woman clad in bishop's robes, whispered to her. Though I did not know her name, her visage was familiar. She was one of the attendants of the high-ranking nobles. Ah, I see. What a splendid idea. The high-ranking noble displayed a cunning grin and cleared her throat. Your Majesty, are you familiar with the region of Lisbon, the remote area in the south? If I recall correctly, that is where you provided funding, is it not? Precisely. Might I suggest recommending Lisbon to Sir Blondin? What say you? This was glaringly suspicious. The queen glanced around, yet nearly everyone remained in tacit agreement. Duke Allian, as a prominent figure, wielded considerable influence. Even the queen could not simply dismiss her perspective unilaterally. With a brief sigh, the queen cast me an apologetic glance and nodded gently. To someone of my lowly status, both the queen and Duke Allian stood as lofty figures, and I felt utterly powerless to interject against their decisions. Resigned, I merely nodded in response. Very well. We shall address these formalities later. Let us proceed with the ennoblement ceremony first. Thus, it seemed my destination was destined to stir up a tempest. Several hours later, having completed the ennoblement and other ceremonies, I walked through the particularly spacious corridors of the palace. After enduring lengthy discourses from the high-ranking officials and facing the envy of conservative nobles, my spirit was utterly exhausted. I longed to escape this hostile environment and return to the comfort of my own bed for a well-deserved rest. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ugh, alas, my wishes were ruthlessly shattered. I collided with a woman possessing long black hair, who emitted a sound akin to a squashed frog. She was the Chancellor, her overly symmetrical visage adorned with a lascivious grin as she approached me with purposeful strides. Your treatment is rather poor, is it not? Wouldn't you agree, Al? The Chancellor wore a smile, affectionately draping an arm over my shoulder. Her ample bosom pressed against my back, delivering an unexpectedly sweet sensation. Without hesitation, she began to caress my backside, a blatant act of sexual harassment. The warmth of her breath brushed against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. Her hand continued to roam my posterior in a decidedly indecent manner. Given her status as a breathtaking beauty, it was a formidable challenge to suppress any excitement. After all, I had no experience interacting with women in my previous life. Resistance was nearly impossible. Please, Chancellor, have mercy. However, the notions of chastity in this world were entirely antithetical to those of my former existence, and were steeped in archaic ideals. Female harassment of males was often dismissed as mere jest, while man's compliance was deemed as lecherostrally a fearsome reality. Regardless, it was utterly unreasonable. Why should one not desire to reciprocate when approached? No, I certainly lack the fortitude for such matters. Ah, you call me Your Excellency again. Did I not request that you address me as Adelaide in a more relaxed manner? Chancellor Adelaide de Castanier flashed a sticky smile, her fingertips delicately tracing my cheek. I began to wonder if she might be a potential route for conquest, a means to an end, but given her high rank and my status as a lowly noble, it was evident she was merely toying with me. Even as a virgin perhaps, because I was a virgin, was hesitant to engage with someone I knew would discard me once the initial excitement faded. If I had been a notorious libertine in my previous life, perhaps I would have been more open to such pursuits. Ah, Adelaide, everyone is watching. Please forgive me. Desiring neither to be discarded nor labeled a fool, I attempted to resist, seeking to distance myself from the Chancellor's proximity. Naturally, given her stature, I could not employ brute force. Fortunately, she released me with a reluctant expression. Honestly, you remain as chaste as ever. Given our close friendship, I believe a little service wouldn't be amiss. To describe our relationship, it was akin to that of creditor and debtor. I owed her a substantial sum, primarily for the purpose of equipping my forces. Regrettably, my impoverished noble background did not afford me the means to procure high-quality war horses or modern weaponry. No, that is quite the predicament, I mused. Therefore, I cannot speak harshly to her. To be harassed by a beauty such as her, in all honesty, excites me considerably. However, as a nobleman of this realm, I must exhibit a facade of chastity. It truly is a dilemma. I long to be more honest with myself. That said, if rumors of debauchery were to spread about me, my role as a knight, a rather peculiar vocation, would render me incapable of finding a suitable spouse. In such a scenario, my life as a noble would come to an end. After all, ensuring the continuation of one's lineage is one of the most significant responsibilities of nobility. Humph, I shall let you off the hook for today. Come with me. I have matters to discuss, the Chancellor remarked with an air of indifference, shrugging her shoulders before turning on her heel and striding forward. I trailed behind her, grappling with both the relief of liberation from harassment and the melancholy brought on by the cessation of contact with such a captivating figure. With her summoning those in debt, I had no authority to decline. Goodness, what a vexing situation that I silently lamented as I observed the Chancellor's retreating form. My struggles stemmed from the fact that I, a man, had taken on the role of a knight. However, the reason I became a knight was of my own volition. Thus, I have no one to blame but myself. In my past life, I was an aficionado of military affairs. My obsession led me to leave Japan and serve as a soldier in foreign lands. Although I ascended to the rank of captain, my life was abruptly cut short when a terrorist organization launched a suicide attack during a peacekeeping mission. Had I continued on that path, achieving the rank of colonel or even general might not have been beyond my reach. To reclaim my honor, I set my sights on becoming a soldier once more after my reincarnation. This is the place. The Chancellor's voice jolted me from my reverie. She cast a sidelong glance at me before entering a room tucked away in the corner of the corridor. The sense of trepidation washed over me. Yet I had no right to refuse. That I entered the room cautiously. That it was a quaint tea room, adorned with an exquisitely crafted small table and chairs. The Chancellor gleefully seated herself and gestured towards the chair opposite her. "Thank you for your hospitality," I replied as I took my seat. A male servant, clad in a waiter's uniform, deftly placed cups of herbal tea before the Chancellor and me. In this world, it is the men who serve as maids. Those working in the royal palace are referred to as squires rather than maids. Such meticulous preparations, I remarked, glancing at the steaming cup before me. Without a doubt, this tea had been freshly brewed. She must have prepared it before I entered the room, because I did not want to keep Elle waiting, she responded, while her words could come off as the musings of a self-absorbed dandy. When spoken by the Chancellor, they carried an inexplicable ulterior motive, which was quite fascinating. Was it merely her natural demeanor that rendered her a beauty? Thank you. Then so, you called me here for that matter, didn't you? It was unlikely she had summoned me for idle chatter. Upon my inquiry, the Chancellor appeared momentarily taken aback, shrugging her shoulders in surprise. You are still as impatient as ever. Can't you take a moment to relish the joy of conversation? I sincerely apologize. It is simply my nature. Should I follow her lead, I would be at risk of enduring further harassment. If she persisted in clinging to me, my self-control would surely falter, leading me down a path of indulgence. The Chancellor, with a resigned shrug, commanded the servant to leave the room. Clearly, the topic she wished to discuss was one she preferred to keep from prying ears. Well, Al, you have likely surmised it by now. But what I intend to discuss is the Duke of Orleans. The Chancellor's expression turned bitter as she uttered the name of that troublesome bastion of conservatism. As expected, I acknowledged. The Duke of Orleans is the most prominent noble in this realm, the Gallia Kingdom, and a significant figure leading the conservative faction. Naturally, someone like myself, who had distanced himself from noble society, would be viewed as an eyesore by them. It was anticipated that they would oppose your elevation to nobility. But I never expected them to suddenly alter their stance and begin negotiating your appointment. I trust you understand that they must be devising some scheme. The Chancellor's demeanor shifted from playful to gravely serious as she addressed me. Regardless of the circumstances, she is my ally. In this situation, she would consider my interest. It is precisely because of this trait that I find it difficult to harbor ill feelings towards her. Such is the naivety unique to a virgin. Indeed, that is true. However, the issue lies in my ignorance of what traps they might set. I have never heard of a place called Lisbon until now. Lisbon was the region I was slated to travel to, yet apart from knowing it was a southern frontier, I knew nothing about it. This was not due to a lack of diligence on my part, but rather because the central nobility had scarcely heard of it. This implies that it is indeed a remote borderland. Lisbon is a settlement on our southern peninsula, although the peninsula itself is not small. The presence of the elves, led by their chieftain, has made immigration rather tumultuous. That said, the chancellor, responsible for the nation's foreign and domestic affairs, undoubtedly possesses reliable knowledge. Moreover, it is adjacent to the Holy Empire, which exacerbates the situation. The area is flanked by both our Gallia Kingdom and the Holy Yalugo Empire, with the local populace being primarily composed of barbarians, essentially a powder keg. That certainly is alarming, I remarked, furrowing my brow. The news regarding the elves, there was something I could not simply overlook. These beings lurk within the forests, utilizing their exceptional magic and archery skills to ambush the inhabitants of the plains, pillaging food and men. They are a far more troublesome breed than the half-beasts I had fought recently. This world is home to a plethora of diverse races, such as the elves. The Gallia Kingdom is populated by many dragonkin, who exhibit reptilian traits, while the neighboring Holy Empire is ruled by beastmen, characterized by wolf or lion features. So, I am to be exiled to a borderland fraught with peril? Indeed, that is correct, even at a swift pace. It would take over half a month to travel from the capital to Lisbon. Should any unusual occurrences arise, it would take considerable time to seek assistance. Thus, they would have ample opportunity for assassination or ambush. I sincerely hope they do not resort to such overt measures, the Chancellor remarked, sipping her herbal tea to moisten her lips as she gazed out the window. By the way, your deployment to such a distant location troubles me. Do you comprehend the implications for my daily solace? I found myself unconcerned. While I felt a tinge of regret over the cessation of harassment from a beautiful woman, her elevated status prevented me from taking it seriously. Given that I was being tempted by someone I could not regard seriously, it would be far wiser to sever ties altogether. Such is the thought process of a virgin. My patience has its limits. They are likely pushing troublesome cases onto me, deliberately setting me up for failure, and then proclaiming that a male knight is of no use, thus undermining my standing. That must be their objective. That is likely the case. However, the opposition is also a cunning politician, and it is highly probable that they harbor even more complex schemes than I would assume, so that if we speak of cunning, the woman before me is not lacking in that regard either. Though such words are certainly not ones I would utter aloud, I nodded gravely in acknowledgement that in truth, the Duke of Orleans is a shrewd and crafty noble. Should I let my guard down, I would likely find myself ensnared in his machinations before I knew it. I shall discreetly inform my subordinates. Fortunately, my current subordinates can accompany me to the site of my appointment. They consist of 24 fully armed knights, along with their supporting retainers. Much like when they previously vanquished an overwhelmingly large band of beastmen, they are highly trained and exceptionally reliable. That is good. I recall that ever since that detestable bishop was influenced by the Duke of Orleans, he has suddenly begun recommending you for Lisbon. The Holy See may also be involved. I have connections within the church and shall investigate further. Thank you. While she may be a harasser, the Chancellor proves to be quite dependable in this regard. I bowed deeply in gratitude, to which she graciously waved her hand in response, continuing, however, even if I can provide intelligence, lending you troops will be a challenge. Your current military strength consists only of 2 squadrons of cavalry and the local garrison. In an emergency, you likely lack the resources to conscript from the civilian populace. Do you not feel a bit uneasy? Upon her words, I could only fall silent, no matter how elite the troops may be. Methods to neutralize them are plentiful. Given the complete uncertainty surrounding the methods that the enemy might employ, no amount of vigilance can be deemed excessive. Thus, the Chancellor revealed a cunning smile, extracting a piece of paper from within her garment. Her countenance still adorned with a grin as she placed the paper upon the table. Consider the interest particularly favorable for you. After all, I share a rather amicable relationship with AL, and my expression inevitably stiffened. What she handed over was a check, the sum inscribed upon it staggering enough to induce a sense of vertigo. How immensely grateful I was, indeed, for such a fortune would enable me to prepare thoroughly. However, this was a loan, accompanied by interest. Furthermore, I had already borrowed a considerable amount from this woman that if this continued, I would find myself immobilized by debt. This was no trifling matter, and I have always been grateful to you. Yet, I found myself without the option to refuse. After all, I had already resolved to assume my post in Lisbon, and the path of retreat had been severed. Truly, this woman was exceptionally malicious, though dear. Do refrain from that expression that I would never force you to repay, rest assured. Hee. The Chancellor smirked, her hand caressing my neck in a rather lascivious manner. Well then, I sighed deeply after watching L's subordinate depart. That was splendid. Wasn't it rather dashing? Right? Is that so? Responded the petite knight who entered the tea room just as Al's subordinate exited. Nayu was my guard and a trusted confidant. Not only did you display unnecessary bravado, but it merely added to your debts. How is that dashing? To detect the schemes of nefarious nobility and extend assistance with panache. If that isn't dashing, then what is? Huh? Nayu scoffed, taking a seat across from me. How could this individual speak so sharply in front of her superior? If anything, the funds ought to be provided in a non-repayable manner rather than as a loan that owe the other party. Duke Orlon and Lord Adelaide should be indistinguishable. How could a heartless old hag like her be compared to me? What nonsense was this sharp-tongued knight uttering? If it weren't for her, I would have dismissed her long ago. Moreover, aside from borrowing money, are there any other means to win over Al? That man is exceedingly self-disciplined that in fact, being too easily deceived can be rather disappointing. Indeed, I, Adelaide, had feelings for Al that I had been relentlessly pursuing him. Yet thus far, there had been little progress. Once he is burdened with insurmountable debts, I'll ensnare him as collateral. I shall acquire a delightful son-in-law, and Al's debts will be forgiven. What a mutually beneficial plan that is. My lady, are you conflating a brothel with a regular romance? Enough of your prattling. I have pursued him in the most conventional manner, yet he completely ignores me. I have no choice but to resort to the power of wealth. My life had been solely dedicated to my work that I, of course, lacked experience in romantic relationships and hesitated to visit a brothel, as it seemed rather daunting. My romantic abilities were undeniably lacking, yet at this juncture, I had no desire to relinquish my affections for the man. My weapon was my financial prowess. I had ascended to the position of Chancellor of the Galeria Kingdom primarily through financial means. Thus this strategy should similarly apply to men. Alas, Nayu sighed, her shoulders drooping in resignation. Though I nearly lost my temper, she was a married individual. Even at over 25 years of age, I remained unable to part with my maidenhood. And any rebuttal would only serve to amplify my sense of defeat. Very well, perhaps this is for the best. However, what do you intend to do? The man you cherish has already ventured to distant lands. Precisely. That was my intention, to appoint him as the lord of a territory situated 3 to 4 days' journey from the capital. Yet that scoundrel Duke intervened. If this continued, I would only be able to meet Al once a year at most. Should this situation evolve, my pursuit of him would become utterly impossible, and more critically, my mental state would surely unravel that I detest long-distance relationships. Can we not devise a plan? While it is indeed long-distance, it hardly constitutes a relationship, does it? After all, it is merely a one-sided affair. Nayu half closed her eyes, letting out a sigh. If I were to respond to each of her sharp remarks, we would make no progress. I glared at her silently, and she sighed once more. Even disregarding those frivolous rumors, His Excellency Al is an exceptional knight. His subordinates are equally commendable, being among the strongest combat forces within our faction. Given that he has been separated from us, the situation is indeed precarious. I personally wish for him to avoid perilous undertakings. Well, weaponry holds significance merely by virtue of its possession. The same applies to talented individuals. I could comprehend what Nayu was attempting to convey. While targeting individuals for harassment, we simultaneously weaken the strength of our opposing faction. Duke Orlon is indeed a woman who cannot be underestimated. The harassment directed at His Excellency Al is merely a pretext. The true target may very well be you. That we must remain vigilant. Personal desires, alongside the theories of politicians and faction leaders, both swirled within my mind as I contemplated the measures I ought to undertake. Is there a way to procure a wyvern without being detected by Duke Orlon? The wyvern is a creature reminiscent of a flying lizard, capable of domestication. Our nation regards wyverns as valuable aerial combat assets, and we wholeheartedly encourage their breeding. However, the cost of raising them is exorbitant, and even among great nations, the quantities they can maintain are limited. If it's just a few, there should be a way. Excellent. Though Lisbon is quite far, the mountainous terrain, forests, and rivers create a natural barrier. As long as we ascend into the sky, it shouldn't take too long. That I understand. Leave it to me. To Nayu's expression turned serious as she bowed deeply, then broke into a sly grin. By the way, my lady, you do plan to use the wyvern to visit His Excellency Al occasionally, correct? Indeed, that is the plan. I can simply claim to be on a discreet excursion. I also intended to entrust the wyvern to Al, so having him come to the capital would not be out of the question. However, this course of action seemed likely to leave a poor impression. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best for me to go alone. The aerial journey can be quite arduous, so please prepare yourself mentally, Nayu remarked, her expression betraying a hint of mischief. It had been a week since I resolved to assume my post in Lisbon. I hurriedly organized my belongings and departed the capital alongside my subordinates, treading quietly along the road. What splendid weather! The cobblestone path was flanked by expansive grasslands, and the gentle breeze of late spring caressed the verdant, towering grass. The only sounds that could be heard were the rustling of the wind, the chirping of birds, and the rhythmic hoofbeats of our mounts. I glanced back, confirming the presence of my subordinates. Clad in full armor, they rode robust warhorses, all members of the dragonkin tribe, while I alone was male. Though I felt somewhat out of place, the sight of the fully armed knights forming a procession, sunlight reflecting blindingly off their plate armor, stirred an exhilarating thrill within me, a remnant of my past life as a military enthusiast. Lord Al, we must remain vigilant. We cannot discern where Duke Orlan's subordinates may be lurking. The warning came from a dragonkin woman with striking blue hair tied back in a ponytail. She was tall, mounted on a horse of similar stature, yet her gaze towered over mine. That is indeed wise. It was difficult to fathom that trouble could arise so soon after departing the capital, yet one must always be prepared for the unexpected. After all, in my previous life, I had met a calamitous fate due to a moment of carelessness, and I had no desire to endure a second such occurrence. Even aside from that, the current situation is quite tumultuous. The likelihood of being assaulted by monsters or other creatures is high. As Sonia has stated, we must not let our guard down. Sonia, the woman in question, served as my aide and the deputy leader of our squad. I cast a glance her way, and she nodded in silent agreement. Yura, my subordinates responded spiritedly to my command. The term Yura signifies understanding. Though they were knights, they were undoubtedly professional soldiers, and thus, I could apply the military protocols cultivated in my previous life. Now then, Lord Al, how much intelligence have you gathered regarding Lisbon? Sonia inquired, drawing nearer on horseback and lowering her voice to a volume inaudible to the surrounding subordinates, given that disturbances in that territory were virtually assured. It was only natural for her to be concerned. Certainly, I have not squandered the time before departure. Well, to some extent, that is true. The land is merely mountains and forests. I have heard that it has only been inhabited for a few generations. However, in the south, there exists a substantial peninsula teeming with barbarians such as elves and birdmen, hobbits, who seem to frequently raid from there. It is indeed a quintessential frontier settlement. Given that, there must certainly be creatures of monstrous nature. I have heard that there are no expulsions whatsoever. Due to the presence of beings like elves and half-orcs, this world is inhabited by many creatures deemed monsters. They are far more perilous than ordinary feral beasts such as wolves or tigers, thus evoking considerable fear. I see, and to add to that, it is the Duke of Orleans who is spearheading the development. It appears that vigilance must be exercised not only against the barbarians and monsters but also towards the local human populace. Is it nearly tantamount to being in enemy territory? Truly astonishing. My role is not merely that of an overseas military officer, but rather that of a local official, effectively a lord. Although I possess considerable authority, I also bear the obligation to govern my domain judiciously. This is my first experience in such a capacity, having been a soldier in both my past and present lives, even if Duke Orleans does not obstruct me. I cannot help but worry about whether I can assume my post smoothly. Furthermore, I cannot trust even the local officials who are supposed to assist me administratively, which adds to my trepidation. However, nonetheless, Chancellor Adelaide has indicated she will assist me to the best of her ability, so there are not solely elements of unease. No. That woman is entirely untrustworthy. Sonia's cold expression momentarily twisted in extreme displeasure. Her relationship with Chancellor Adelaide is so fraught that it could be described as irreconcilable, prompting a rueful smile from me. I understand that circumstances dictate, and at times one must collaborate with such a despicable and shameless individual. However, relying solely on her is indeed perilous. After all, that person wishes to ensnare me in a significant debt, which is undoubtedly dangerous. My mother has also expressed her willingness to assist. No, to be candid, she is as cunning as the Chancellor, a woman one cannot afford to take lightly. Sonia hails from a considerably prominent noble family. Given our childhood bond, I naturally share a significant rapport with her mother. Her mother is indeed a formidable character, difficult to contend with, even when compared to the Chancellor. I am uncertain why the daughter of such a grand noble family would occupy the position of my aide-de-camp. Yet she never complains and consistently fulfills her duties, making it challenging to voice my inquiries. Nevertheless, it is preferable to relying solely on the Chancellor. We ought to strike a balance and make good use of her. In her discourse regarding her mother, her tone remains notably frosty. It raises concerns about the nature of their relationship, and her remaining in my squad might be related to this aspect. However, it would be inappropriate to meddle in the personal affairs of colleagues. So I consciously chose to overlook the matter. It is indeed gratifying to have the support of the border count. After all, he is an expert in this realm. I apologize, but could you kindly draft a letter requesting his assistance? As you wish. Sonia gracefully bowed. Ordinarily, such a request would fall to me, yet given the familial ties, it is likely more appropriate for her to approach this matter directly. However, the Lisbon territory is indeed quite distant. Should any unforeseen events occur, we would only have ourselves to rely upon. It is clear that we cannot afford to be complacent. After all, that area is still considered to border an enemy nation. We cannot solely focus on the barbarians and monsters. It appears we are in for a challenging undertaking. I sighed softly, casting my gaze towards the road ahead. Rugged mountains and tumultuous rapids lay before me. To reach Lisbon, I must navigate various treacherous natural terrains. After nearly a month of travel, my armor is now caked in dust. At last, we have arrived. I gazed at the modest fortress-like town, its walls resembling earthen mounds, and murmured in reflection, this is the central city of Lisbon, Carrera. Though it is a fortified town, it remains a frontier settlement by modern standards. Its scale is ambiguous, straddling the line between town and village. Nevertheless, I had traversed the treacherous paths and forests, where monsters could strike at any moment, so I felt a considerable sense of relief. It is even more prosperous than I imagined. I had anticipated a settlement filled with makeshift huts. The streets are enveloped by towering earthen mounds, obscuring the view from the outside. However, the soaring spires of the church and watchtower are still visible, indicating that the urban fabric is maintained. Carrera is a city built upon the mountainside, with a reasonably sized river flowing nearby. Looking southward, one can see farmlands and forests interspersed in a patchwork of development. Given the wisps of smoke that appear to be rising, it seems there are several rural communities as well. I had prepared myself mentally for the worst-case scenario, perhaps spending the night in a stable or the like, but it appears that will not be necessary. After saying this, I also breathed a sigh of relief. While I am accustomed to camping, I still prefer the comfort of a proper bed when possible. As we discussed these matters, we arrived at the town's main gate. The simple yet robust gate, constructed from massive logs, appears to be quite sturdy, likely a precaution against monster attacks. That flag belongs to Lord Albert Blondin, does it not? Upon seeing one of the guards raise the emblematic banner, the sentry inside the gate bowed deeply. Indeed, I nodded and dismounted. My subordinates followed suit. Although they are merely lower-ranking guards, maintaining an air of superiority while mounted would only leave a negative impression. How astonishing! I did not expect a male knight to actually arrive. The guard scrutinized my face, speaking in a tone tinged with confusion. After all, male knights are a rarity wherever one goes, and I have grown accustomed to such reactions. It is often remarked, "Now, I have brought a letter from His Majesty. Could you assist in delivering it to the local official?" Upon my request, Sonia retrieved the envelope from her satchel and handed it to the guard. After confirming the royal seal on the wax, the guard saluted and stated, "It is indeed received. The local official will be here shortly. Please wait a moment." Certainly, we had already apprised them of our arrival, so they should be prepared to receive us. As long as they do not intend to cause trouble, we should not have to wait long. My prediction was not in vain. Within 10 minutes, a youthful lady knight appeared at the main gate. "Oh dear, I apologize for keeping you waiting." The lady knight approached me with an exuberant stride, smiling as she extended her hand for a handshake. I am the former official, Aristine Fick. Welcome to Lisbon. I am Albert Blondin. After shaking her hand, Miss Aristine waved her hand vigorously, her delight almost unsettling. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am honored to make your acquaintance. I shall refrain from inquiring about the rumors. Thank you for your kind words. After all, I am quite the anomaly within the royal court, and peculiar rumors seem to circulate. The prostitute who sold her virtue for promotion is a prime example, but I cannot fathom how one could sell their virtue while remaining a virgin. Is it a scam? To be honest, I have also heard unsavory rumors. But meeting you like this clarifies that they are mere baseless fabrications. That is reassuring. Miss Aristine patted my back, laughing heartily. Since I was still clad in armor, I did not feel any discomfort from her gesture. Nevertheless, I was genuinely taken aback. What could account for her exuberance? As I pondered this, my reliable aide-de-camp, Sonia, suddenly stepped forward. Although you refer to yourself as the former official, the transition has yet to be completed. Oh dear, that is indeed the case. That I am still the acting official, after all. Come now, let us hasten the handover ceremony. Come. The local official waved her hand and turned back towards the main gate. We bowed to the guards and hurriedly followed. The demeanor of the local official is certainly peculiar. I cast a glance at Sonia. Should we eliminate that woman? To suggest such a thing suddenly is far too perilous. Sonia whispered a dangerously audacious remark. Why would such a thought arise? I, too, find myself utterly perplexed by her mindset, because she appears to harbor ulterior motives. Even so, that is excessively rash, this aide-de-camp, who is generally quite composed. Why would she suddenly resort to such dangerous measures at this moment? To be honest, I find it utterly incomprehensible. In any case, for now, it is merely a feeling of suspicion. What action she may take are uncertain. But do not act until then. This is an order. Do you understand? As you command. I sighed and stepped into the city of Carrera. We passed through the wooden main gate and entered the town, where an unpaved avenue stretched before us, flanked by timber houses on either side. It was midday, and the avenue was bustling with the figures of many residents. I observed them closely. Most of those on the street were young people. Although it is a border town, it is only natural that those eager to partake in its development are predominantly youthful. However, from what I could see, nearly all the inhabitants were dragon men, with perhaps a few beastmen mixed in. These so-called subhuman races primarily bear female offspring, necessitating the presence of human males for reproduction. But to my surprise, there were not even any human males in sight, indicating that the town was experiencing a surplus of women. This situation seemed rather dire. Even if the current population consists solely of young individuals, without the birth of the next generation, the town's decline is inevitable. This is quite a charming town, isn't it? Perhaps sensing my sentiments, the modern official Miss Aristina turned to me with a smile. Honestly, what was she so pleased about? Indeed, to be honest, I am quite astonished. It is far more vibrant than I had imagined. Yet, he did not speak falsely. It present. The town does indeed exude vibrancy, entirely unlike a border settlement. The rugged wooden houses and the unpaved roads radiate a vigorous energy. That a group of fully armored individuals leading horses into the town captured the attention of the residents. Nevertheless, they merely observed from a distance, not approaching. Perhaps they harbored a mix of curiosity and caution. Frankly, I sensed no benevolence in their gazes. The relationship between the residents and local officials seemed rather strained. Right? It is precisely this that rendered the local officials' beaming praise of the town rather peculiar. Since we have this rare opportunity, could you share various details about this town with me? However, I could not act preemptively as Sonia suggested. For now, I resolved to gather intelligence while subtly probing. Of course, the local official nodded in agreement, though he soon scratched his cheek in distress. That being said, this is hardly a grand metropolis like the royal capital. I can only inform you that the church's construction has finally concluded, or that the bakery has upgraded its oven. Isn't that wonderful? It is precisely because it is a small town that the rulers can attend to such details. The role of a local official is to govern in place of the king or lord. Even if I were suddenly appointed as the official of a large city, I would likely struggle to cope. Moreover, the feudal system, where military officials directly govern, seems quite forced from my pre-modern perspective. However, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If I aspire to thrive in this world as a soldier, I cannot evade such responsibilities. How true. The local official wore an expression that was a mix of a wry smile and a forced grin, emitting a hollow laugh. That said, governing this town is no easy feat after all. The town's functions are still incomplete, and fights and thefts are commonplace, with the barbarians causing annoyingly persistent disturbances. Only this statement resonated with authenticity. From his previously cheerful tone, it was hard to imagine he harbored such dark sentiments. This seemed to be the local official's true feelings. That I will keep that in mind, and I nodded, yet I did not relax my vigilance towards my surroundings. It is indeed a reality that the local official's job is arduous, but the likelihood of being embroiled in some conspiracy is also quite high. The thought of having to manage both matters simultaneously left me feeling somewhat melancholy. From what I could observe, there were no suspicious individuals among the residents. That said, if they were seasoned intelligence operatives, they would likely not reveal themselves so easily. Even with a slight observation, that I began mentally simulating how I would respond if an attack were to occur. Well, I suppose I will address these matters once I am settled. This town is not large, and the local official's residence is just down this road. The local official gestured across the dirt road. His finger pointed towards a stone mansion surrounded by a small moat. It was a structure that seemed to blend a fortress and a home, exuding a rugged practicality. This facility served as both the residence and office of the local official, and in times of emergency, it would become the last bastion for protecting the town. This place appeared to be a border town beset by threats from monsters, barbarians, and hostile nations, emanating an aura of utilitarian ruggedness. Please, do share more details with me. As you can see, I am quite young. I feigned a friendly demeanor. Although I was unsure of the local official's intentions, I wished to avoid any conflict with him. After all, my duty was to effectively govern this region of Lisbon, and I must strive to avoid stirring up any trouble. However, Sonia and the others behind me had already entered a state of readiness. Stealing a glance at them, I noticed their eyes were filled with fierce determination. It seemed that matters might become quite complicated. I sighed inwardly. Subsequently, we were taken to the local official's residence, where we completed various formalities related to the handover. Thus, I officially became the local official of this area. Following this, we held a banquet that also served as a welcome party, allowing me to indulge in long-awaited delicacies. I had initially feared that the other party might set a trap. But the day passed without incident. The events unfolded the following morning. The former local official has vanished? Yes, the pale-faced servant nodded, appearing quite bewildered at a time when the sun had yet to fully rise above the horizon. Someone rudely knocked on my door. What followed was a report astonishing enough to dispel any lingering drowsiness. It appears he is neither in his room nor in the training grounds. Not only that, but all the horses in the stable have also disappeared. Not even the horses. If that is the case, does this mean our horses are also? Yes, not only the horse ridden by Lord Al, but even the horses used for cargo have vanished. I understand, and my head began to spin. Military horses require significant resources for both management and maintenance, and they are comrades who have shared many trials in battle and training. The sudden disappearance of such companions was a blow that was difficult to quantify. That said, as a commander, I could not afford to display weakness amidst the chaos. I took several deep breaths to steady my nerves and then nodded to the servant. Is it only Miss Ernestina and the horses that are missing? I do not know. As I hurried here to report that I see no. That is acceptable. To reassure the apologetic servant, I offered him a smile. Rather than delaying the report critically to confirm the situation, it is better to bring the first report quickly, even if the accuracy is somewhat lacking. In any case, please gather my subordinates in the hall as quickly as possible. Additionally, could you check for any other anomalies? Understood. I did not see the servant off as he hurried away. Instead, I returned to my room. I grabbed the sword hanging by the wall, secured it at my waist, donned my beloved military knife, and picked up the revolver resting beside my pillow. My revolver was a so-called revolver. However, its appearance differed significantly from the modern revolvers prevalent in my previous world. This old-fashioned revolver, known as a percussion revolver, directly loaded gunpowder and bullets into a lotus-shaped chamber. Even so, in a world where handguns are typically single-shot, the maximum 6 rounds of firepower should offer an overwhelming advantage. This was crafted based on designs drawn from my former life, created by a highly skilled blacksmith. This was the so-called modern knowledge cheat. After confirming that the revolver was indeed loaded, I secured it in the holster attached to my sword belt. But what exactly is Miss Ernestina plotting? Lisbon is a territory directly governed by Duke Orlan. So Miss Ernestina, as the local official, would undoubtedly enjoy the Duke's patronage. Therefore, it was within the realm of expectation for her to cause us trouble. However, I never anticipated that she would suddenly vanish. What could she possibly be scheming? Regardless, the theft of our horses has severely compromised our mobility. Various thoughts swirled in my mind, yet I struggled to formulate a solid plan. After all, the intelligence was simply too scant that in any case. I must gather intelligence first. That I let out a soft sigh, ruffled my disheveled hair, and then burst through the door, leaving my room. Lord Owl, thus, the reliable aide, Sonia, appeared before me. She likely rushed out upon hearing the news of the situation. Dressed in light sleepwear and equipped with minimal armament, her attire was quite similar to mine. Her expression remained as composed as ever, though her brow was slightly furrowed. This particular expression often emerged when she was in a foul mood. That woman has truly stirred up a great deal of trouble, she remarked, her tone seemingly suggesting it would have been wise to eliminate her first. The targeting of Emma, a matter deeply entwined with the knightly spirit, was something I could understand incited her ire. Her actions were not directed at us, but rather at my horse, which appears to have greatly displeased you all. This is what they call shooting the horse before the rider. The horse? Ah, indeed. You are correct. For a fleeting moment, Sonia displayed a peculiar expression, but she quickly resumed a serious demeanor and nodded. While we are still uncertain of their intentions, given their overt hostility towards us, it is highly probable they have devised other traps beyond just the horse. That is a possibility. One might even say it is a certainty that it was inconceivable that they would merely conceal the horse without further plans if we were to pursue Miss Aristine as a horse thief. She would not escape unscathed. It was likely they would strike before this matter was brought to the attention of the central authorities. That it seems prudent to act swiftly. Even if we are to devise countermeasures, we cannot do so without understanding the enemy's movements. Regardless, without clarity on the situation, formulating a strategy was futile. Discussing this here was of little use. We resolved to head to the hall of the magistrate's residence. Not just the magistrate, but even the officials responsible for administrative affairs have vanished. This method is excessively thorough. Approximately 30 minutes later, most of the subordinates I had brought from the capital gathered in the hall of the magistrate's residence. Sonia swiftly consolidated the findings of the investigation. Just listening to her report induced a headache. That it was unexpected that not only the former magistrate, Ernestina, had disappeared, but also the lower-level officials. The only ones remaining in the residence were us and the local hired help. This was undeniably an extraordinary situation. Furthermore, the archives have been ransacked, and a significant amount of documents have been discovered burned in the backyard. It is presumed that someone has systematically destroyed administrative records. This is quite dire. No, it is truly severe. To articulate where the severity lies. Nearly all necessary documents and materials have been incinerated. The practical personnel have vanished without a handover, and I find myself in the position of governing this town starting today. Frankly, this is exceedingly troubling. From the perspective of the citizens, this situation resembled the sudden nocturnal flight of municipal employees. This was no trivial matter that could be dismissed with a mere, "How unfortunate." I see. Given that they executed their plans overnight, it can be inferred that this incident had been premeditated for quite some time. As expected, we have been ensnared. The complete destruction of important documents and the clandestine escape of numerous individuals from the residence could not have occurred without prior preparation. Aside from the horse and the documents, are there any other losses? If weapons, ammunition, and our funds have also been taken, then we are truly beyond salvation. There are no issues on that front. We had stationed personnel for surveillance as per your instructions. Hearing Sonia's report, I let out a sigh of relief. That I had anticipated that if they were to act, they would likely target weapons or finances first, so I had prepared accordingly. However, it was possible that my focus on vigilance had allowed the collective escape to go unnoticed. Sonia, do you believe those individuals still remain in this town? No, I find it highly unlikely. They have probably fled beyond the town's borders. I share your sentiment. Those ruffians not only took humans, but also a significant number of horses. It would be quite challenging to procure enough fodder to sustain those horses without our awareness. Even if they intended to dispose of them, doing so discreetly would be exceedingly difficult. Captain, we must seize them before they escape. They should regret ever crossing paths with us. Aside from interrogation, they ought to be publicly executed. The irate subordinates voiced dangerously fervent sentiments. Setting aside the notion of public execution, I too wished to capture Ernestina. for I desired to interrogate her about the motives behind such actions. However, reality dictated otherwise, that we cannot proceed in that manner. If we leisurely search for Ernestina, the administrative functions will remain paralyzed. Such a scenario would greatly adversely affect the lives of the citizens. My ultimate task was to govern this land with stability, that I must not allow the events at hand to distract me from my original purpose. The individuals at my disposal were primarily skilled in swordsmanship and horsemanship, along with their supporting retainers. Compared to administrative officials, they were likely more adept at mimicking police work. Nevertheless, for the time being, I had to rely on them to undertake tasks they were unaccustomed to. I had anticipated such a situation, hence I prepared a manual. For now, let us divide and conquer to restore administrative functions that I had not foreseen their exaggerated nocturnal flight, but I had anticipated the local officials would be uncooperative. Therefore, I had requested Chancellor Adelaide to create a manual that would allow my subordinates to barely maintain the magistrate's duties, the cost being a rather inappropriate encounter. This should enable us to manage the most minimal of circumstances. However, is this truly sufficient? The enemy's actions seem primarily focused on restricting our movements. Could there be a genuine attack? It is highly likely. Upon hearing Sonia's accusation, I furrowed my brow, given the extent of their outrageous harassment. Should this matter come to the attention of the central authorities, Miss Aristine would undoubtedly not let it rest that, of course, Duke Orion might also be orchestrating events from the shadows, enabling their escape. Yet we had Chancellor Adelaide as our ally. They likely did not perceive us as easy prey to be cowed into submission. That Duke Orion is not the type to be satisfied with petty harassment. He is the sort who provokes retaliation. It is quite possible he has laid some trap to prevent our resurgence. Indeed, you are correct, Sonia replied vehemently. In any case, we cannot predict what means he may employ. If he intended to dispatch spies for an assault, last night would have been the optimal time. The fact that he did not do so suggests he may be planning a more extensive strategy. The incineration of documents and the abduction of civil servants are both tactics to buy time. What could he possibly intend to achieve, going to such lengths? I pondered while surveying my subordinates. If only someone could propose a brilliant idea, but all present merely wore troubled expressions, tilting their heads in silence. After all, the intelligence we possessed was woefully insufficient, and we lacked the capacity to allocate personnel for information gathering. To be candid, we were utterly at a loss. No. If we are short on personnel, we simply need to augment our numbers at that moment. I recalled the Chancellor's earlier suggestion before I left the capital, which involved a considerable sum on my check. With such funds, many of our issues should be resolvable. Very well, let us hire mercenaries. Mercenaries? Sonia regarded me with admiration. In a critical moment, they can serve as a bulwark. Naturally, it is fitting of Lord Al. There should be a more tactful way to phrase that. Although I was accustomed to her dramatic statements, I refrained from interjecting, regardless of using them as a bulwark. If this continues, we will be unable to conduct reconnaissance or gather intelligence. It is unwise to remain passive in the face of the enemy. We must reorganize our structure and take proactive measures as much as possible. Indeed, you are correct. We must promptly arrange for mercenaries. With a cheerful nod, Sonia agreed. However, a knight among my subordinates raised his hand to inquire. But, Captain, in this remote area— pardon my rudeness. The knight glanced at the hired help, correcting his wording. The servants remaining in the residence were locals hired for work, but to belittle their hometown in front of them was rather thoughtless. I would have preferred he had refrained from using the phrase remote area from the outset. To amend that, is there a feasible way to hire suitable mercenaries in this developing region? If we intend to employ them as subordinates, I would prefer to engage a sizable mercenary group. In this town, that may be quite challenging. The scale of the town of Carlira was still small, and its inconvenient transportation likely rendered it unprofitable territory for mercenary companies. Thus, we must hire mercenaries from elsewhere. After stating this, I retrieved a detailed map of the region. In this world, an accurate map remains a rare treasure, and even the knights cannot easily obtain one. This is precisely why I implored Chancellor Adelaide to prepare it for me. The price I paid was enduring yet another instance of sexual harassment. Not only did I acquire the map, but I also found myself at the mercy of a beautiful woman. This could almost be considered a reward. However, the prospect of developing a deeper relationship is utterly elusive, which is rather disheartening. Beyond the northern mountains lies a town named Rima, with a round trip that should take less than a week. I stated as I laid the map upon the table, prompting the knights to gather around with keen interest. Judging by their expressions, their morale seemed remarkably high. After all, we find ourselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. Yet they managed to maintain their spirits without falling into chaos, which is truly commendable. That I silently exhaled a sigh of relief. This appears to be a well-developed town, and its lord is affiliated with Chancellor Adelaide. If we dispatch a messenger to inform him of our circumstances, we should be able to enlist some formidable mercenaries, including horses. A journey to Rima would also allow us to replenish our dwindling supplies. Considering our future situation, sending a messenger to Rima is, without a doubt, imperative. The Chancellor's faction, Although we must seek their assistance, I urge you not to venture too close to that town, the lieutenant warned with a wary expression. Surely, she does not suspect that all of the Chancellor's associates are lecherous fiends. No, I know she is merely concerned for my well-being. However, I doubt I'll have the capacity to travel to other lords' territories for some time. Probably that's a relief, Sonia replied, her hand resting reassuringly on her ample bosom. But for me, who is about to be inundated with work starting today, this is quite unbearable. My expression inevitably stiffened. That said, I sincerely hope nothing goes awry in Rima before the mercenaries arrive. After all, there is but one road leading to Rima. Were I Duke Aurelian, I would position assassins along that path. If the central authorities were to discover Lady Aristine's actions, the situation would become exceedingly difficult. He must have devised a solid countermeasure. Truly, Duke Aurelian is impressive. It seems we truly need horses. If the messenger is ambushed by Duke Aurelian's subordinates, traversing on foot, even if we attempt a forced breakthrough, would prove exceedingly challenging. Perhaps if we had a large contingent of guards, there might be a chance, but given our current state, we can manage at most 1 or 2 individuals. Only our horses have been taken from us. We should seek out suitable mounts in the town and requisition them. This truly unavoidable. If we are to forcibly requisition, we must offer the owners more gratitude than what is customary in a typical transaction. Resorting to such brigand-like tactics would earn the ire of the townsfolk, which could be fatal for a local official. That said, hiring mercenaries is not without its costs. Our military funds are sustained through loans, and we currently have no other sources of income. I would prefer to conserve resources as much as possible. Now is not the time for frugality. Fine, you go find someone who looks idle and see if they have any horses available, I instructed, pulling a pouch of silver coins from my waist and tossing it to one of my subordinates. Labor that can be purchased with money should be actively utilized. For now, I set aside thoughts of saving. The worst-case scenario would be to offer my body as a plaything to Chancellor Adelaide once this is over, in hopes that he might provide 1 or 2 additional funds that I cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. A toy for a dark-haired beauty sounds rather appealing, but I'll leave that to you. I shall first inform the town's council of our circumstances. After all, we are all novices in this regard. Without their assistance, we cannot function properly. The council resembles a city council. However, in this fantastical world that still adheres to feudalism, its members are not elected, but rather consist of influential figures from trade guilds and other local powers. They likely possess their own ideas and pride, making negotiations inherently challenging. Though my heart feels heavy, this task cannot be entrusted to others. I must rely on my own efforts, for the others. Follow the manual and fill in the vacancies left by the officials. Although the unfamiliar work will be arduous, I must depend on you all that I entrust this to you. Upon hearing my words, the knights rallied with spirited shouts of "Understood." After delegating tasks to my subordinates, I hurriedly arranged my appearance. The city council, responsible for urban self-governance, can sometimes be unyielding in their opposition to the Lord, rendering them a challenging organization to deal with. Since I must seek their cooperation, I must also exude the determination of someone heading into battle. Otherwise, I may very well be outmatched by them. I donned my trusty plate armor and departed the local official's residence alongside Sonia. Why does merely replacing a local official lead to such troublesome matters? What on earth is the central authority thinking? Please do not involve us in the nobles' power struggles. Above all, why appoint a man as the local official? Is this a sign of disdain towards us? 30 minutes later, I found myself in a small conference room, subjected to a torrent of verbal abuse from the council members. They are the influential figures within the city, and when administrative functions falter, they are the first to suffer the consequences. Sigh, I understand their desire to vent their frustrations. It's maddening. I am a victim as well. Although I yearn to retort in such a manner, Uttering such irresponsible words would obliterate my remaining credibility in an instant. Patience, patience. The key lies in gaining their trust and convincing them to accept me as the local official. If I were to make a fool of myself and be cast aside by the council members, even if this incident were to resolve smoothly, it would undoubtedly have a significant negative impact on future city operations. As for why the predecessor acted in such a manner, I intend to investigate further. However, at present, I've heard that the guard unit is also in a state of disarray. If those ruffians catch wind of this, they will begin to steal and kill without restraint. Indeed, what does the local official intend to do about this? I aim to take control of the situation, yet the council members paid no heed to my words. This made it impossible to request their cooperation. Perhaps we should capture a few individuals to serve as examples. That should compel them to listen. Sonia whispered softly in my ear, her gaze fixed on the burly Dragonkin council member who had just remarked, "He's just a man. That is absolutely out of the question." However, it is not uncommon for men in knightly roles to be looked down upon. I had anticipated such a scenario, drawing my revolver from its holster. I aimed it at the ceiling and fired a shot. A sharp crack echoed throughout the conference room, causing nearly everyone to instinctively cover their ears and take a step back. "What on earth are you doing?" One of the council members shouted, his face flushed with anger, but I paid him no mind and pulled the hammer back, firing again. The council member's face paled, his legs trembling to eye in this world of swords and magic. Those who wield firearms are a minority, especially when facing ordinary individuals who have likely never heard a gunshot. The effect is remarkable to eye in reality. I was using blank rounds. Had I fired live ammunition, the ceiling would have been pierced with a substantial hole that I reduced the powder charge to ensure they would not be temporarily deafened by the loud noise, as I intended to utilize this method from the outset. "I beg your pardon," I in the suddenly silent conference room. I smiled at the council members. Had I done such a thing in my previous life, it would have surely resulted in disaster. But in this world, it is perfectly acceptable. Just thinking about it lightens my mood. Time is of the essence. As you all have rightly pointed out, the order of this town is under siege that we cannot afford to waste time on trivial inquiries. You scoundrel," one council member attempted to voice an accusation, yet his gaze remained fixed on the firearm in my right hand. Indeed, the current situation is dire, but there is no concrete evidence to suggest that the calamity befalling this town has come to an end. I holstered my gun and stepped forward. The council members seemed poised to speak, but at least they no longer bombarded me with complaints in rapid succession. That I waved away the thick white smoke emitted by the gun and continued. "Those ruffians may seize the opportunity to incite chaos, or the barbarian tribes may come to pillage. This borderland has always been in a state of instability, and the likelihood of my predictions coming to fruition is quite high." The expressions of the council members visibly stiffened. Moreover, the nation across the northern mountains is not solely the Galeria Kingdom, the Holy Empire. Indeed, that very realm of the beastmen, exposing a vulnerability before natural hunters. One can easily imagine the dire consequences. Although the territory of Lisbon may lack charm, there exists no reason for them to refrain from launching an attack if they can seize the farmland cultivated through the sweat of their enemies with mere labor. I asserted with a tone of admonition, the cities of Carillion and Lisbon are currently in a state of extreme peril. Thanks to the gunshot I fired, the council members were now inclined to heed my words. However, this was merely a tactic to unsettle them through the sound of gunfire. I needed to instill a sense of urgency before they regained their composure. "This city is a product of your tireless efforts. Yet it is now threatened by the nefarious hands of scoundrels." That I spoke to the council members with the fervor of an actor upon a stage, I in both past lives and the present. As soldiers, we have had numerous opportunities to listen to impassioned speeches that I recalled elements from those memories as I continued to articulate my thoughts. Shops, homes, and families. Each of you possesses many treasures that must be safeguarded. The invaders covet these possessions with malicious intent. They plan to destroy everything, seize your wealth, and slay your loved ones, violating your partners and spouses. Can you permit such atrocities to transpire? I shouted with a voice that seemed to brim with righteous fury. Anger is the most contagious of emotions. By exploiting the anxiety of others, one can easily incite their ire. Yet, this is merely a form of deception that AS anticipated. The council members, who had previously appeared bewildered, now exhibited a glimmer of understanding in their eyes. That a plump woman clenched her fists and shook her head vehemently. "I cannot condone this. Absolutely not." "Indeed. Excellent," I thought, relieved that I had ensnared them. Inciting anger is a simple endeavor. Yet the direction of that anger can easily turn upon oneself, leading to dire consequences. Before being hanged as a wolf in a game of deception, my only option is to retreat with my tail between my legs. We must unite. Should we descend into infighting, it would play directly into the hands of those villains. The moment we reveal even the slightest weakness, the enemy shall seize the opportunity. I raised my arm in a fervent proclamation. What else could this be but a ruse? My calmer self scorned such tactics. It is far quicker to appeal to emotions than to engage in rational persuasion. Despite the dubious nature of my methods, the necessity to prepare for the impending crisis remains undeniable. Suppressing my self-loathing, I continued, it is evident that the former ruler instigated this incident to sow discord among us, while I know not their intentions. They are assuredly malevolent. I shifted from a coarse tone to a calm demeanor as I addressed the council members. She is likely just a pawn of Duke Olean, but let her bear the brunt of the blame for now. She could not have gone to such lengths merely to stir trouble. Someone has set their sights on this town. In truth, the enemy's objectives remain unclear. Nevertheless, I deliberately framed it as if this town were under siege. If I do not stoke the flames of crisis, their cooperation will remain elusive. Speaking of which, that woman complains every time she is assigned to the border. Is it dissatisfaction with her demotion? Could she be instigated by spies from the Holy Empire? The council members began to murmur, suspicion spreading among them. It seems Ms. Aristini truly has a poor rapport with the townsfolk. Yet, I shall turn this to my advantage. I have entirely construed this matter as a plot by Duke Olean. Though this possibility cannot be dismissed, the Holy Empire is merely one of the threats I have cited. It seems prudent to remain vigilant in that regard. There are far too many troubles. I feel as though my stomach may churn in any case. We must remain vigilant against threats. We must prevent panic and uphold order. Of course, I need not remind you of this. You are surely aware, Yes, you are correct. The council members nodded gravely. They too have their own interests at stake. Whether merchants or craftsmen, a desolate town leaves them unable to work, and they must wish to avoid such an outcome at all costs. For now, let us reinforce the self-defense corps and have them patrol the town. Do esteemed acting governor, concur? Yes, I permit them to arm themselves officially. I shall provide assistance to the best of my ability. And I hope you will support me until the situation stabilizes. According to the laws of the Galliarian kingdom, only nobles or those with special permits are allowed to bear arms. The self-defense corps in the town could only wield feeble weapons such as short swords or clubs. However, illegal weapons circulate among the underworld, a reality that remains unchanged in both past and present. If we wish to suppress these arms, fortifying our defenses is imperative. To be honest, considering the future, I am quite reluctant to entrust weapons to these guards who are not professionals. Additionally, I hope you can send personnel to the local governor's residence. After all, aside from my subordinates, only servants remain there. IT cannot function administratively in this manner. Indeed, that poses a significant dilemma that I understand. The elderly woman nodded with reluctance. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding council members began to express their willingness to assist. Excellent. It appears we may find a resolution. Wait a moment. Just as I was contemplating this, a council member glared at me. It was the woman who had previously referred to me as that mere man. I see. I certainly understand the need for us to unite. However, how could a man possibly lead us? Men are too weak. If we allow such a person to take charge, even we shall be looked down upon. The woman proclaimed haughtily, her voice dripping with disdain for me, that a man cannot fulfill the role of a commander. Yet, I had anticipated such remarks. Men ought to remain at home. This is a widely held belief in this world that in such an environment, the sudden elevation of a man to a position of authority would undoubtedly elicit resentment. Indeed, men are weak. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that the only races present are females, specifically the demi-humans, who are evidently more capable than us mortals, humans, the ruling class of this nation. The dragonkin possess not only superior physiques but also remarkable strength, while the elves wield magical abilities, boasting exceptional magical potential that in this regard, mortals, humans, are indeed lacking, being both physically frail and, for many, entirely devoid of magical prowess. Nonetheless, a considerable number of mortals, humans, have achieved success as merchants or skilled artisans, yet due to the nature of demi-humans, society must revolve around women, rendering the position of men rather precarious. Indeed, speaking of which, How did men become knights? Did they sell their dignity to the commanders? The council member remarked with a lewd smile. Are you a bamboo house? I found it somewhat amusing internally. Yet Sonia, who stood behind me muttering indeed, was quite fearsome. Before this escalated into a violent incident, I needed to find a way to defuse the situation. Shall we put it to the test? I replied, deliberately displaying a provocative smile. If I were to respond in a cowardly manner, it would only earn me further derision that I end this feudal society. The greatest expectation placed upon nobles is martial prowess. As long as I exhibit this quality, it would be difficult for them to openly complain. However, such feelings are merely emotional. My heart may struggle to accept it. Yet, I must endure the whispers behind my back. In short, it is that male knights are too weak, thus unfit, that not the case. Indeed, even if someone like you were to enter the battlefield, you would likely be captured by the barbarians. Crying out, "Ah, kill me," while being violated. If I were to cry out, "Ah, kill me," I would have long since done so before the half-beasts. Regrettably, I must correct myself. Fortunately, I was rescued before any violation occurred. From this perspective, the woman does possess some merit in her statements. Although I have pondered the situation, what if I had not been taken hostage, or had not been separated? Ultimately, it was I who bore the responsibility for commanding that operation. All responsibility lies with me. Whether it truly unfolds in such a manner remains to be seen. I stated, glancing at Sonia. She nodded and handed me the 2 wooden sticks she had slung across her back. These were training swords designed for sparring, with the blade sections wrapped in thick felt to reduce impact. Regardless of what I may say, you shall not accept it, correct? Therefore, let us prove our strength by the proper means. I took one of the wooden swords from Sonia and handed it to the council member. She looked back and forth between the wooden sword and my face, bewildered. No, I cannot. I am merely a craftsman. And if the acting governor were to sustain an injury, it would lead to complications. How curious that they had sought me out to instigate trouble, yet now they appeared so timid. To be candid, I find myself quite incensed. However, to exhibit such emotions at this juncture would render one unworthy of the title of commander as an officer. It is imperative not to reveal one's feelings in front of subordinates. I managed a slight smile and responded, what a pity. Nevertheless, given the ambiguity surrounding my capabilities, it is likely that you too cannot dispel your unease. Considering future matters, I believe it would be prudent for you to ascertain the extent of my combat prowess. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome and any potential harm to our side, I do not intend to hold you accountable. Should I continue to be underestimated, it would not only hinder my own actions, but also impede my subordinates. From the very beginning, I felt that gaining the acknowledgement of the influential figures in the town regarding my strength as a knight was an essential process I must undergo. It is for this reason that I deliberately brought a wooden sword. You are correct. Speaking of which, did not Lord Landau just recently boast about hiring a highly skilled bodyguard? If we are to test capabilities, let him come forth. One of the council members said with a gleeful expression. It appears that Landau is indeed the council member seeking to trouble me. Indeed, it would be quite shameful for a knight to be bested by a mere bodyguard. Perhaps this could serve as a litmus test. Upon hearing that he would not have to fight, council member Landau immediately perked up. How utterly pragmatic of him. Being so underestimated, this has escalated to a duel. My lord do not speak of wooden swords. Let us use real blades. To have an incident involving blades so soon after taking office would be disastrous. Exercise restraint. I stiffened my expression to admonish Sonia, who was whispering dangerously close to my ear. I then endeavored to restore my smile and turned back to council member Landau. Regardless of whether he is a bodyguard, I shall accept the challenge. However, should I emerge victorious, you must duly acknowledge me as the local official. Agreed. Landau smirked slyly and nodded. Although it was I who proposed this, I never anticipated that showcasing my combat prowess would become a prerequisite for gaining recognition as a local official. This world is indeed perilous. No, considering the rampant presence of barbarian tribes and monsters, it is rather unavoidable. Thus, we ventured outdoors to assess our strengths. After all, this is not a dojo, and one cannot swing a wooden sword indoors. Ah, a male knight. They truly exist. The bodyguard revealed a crude smile, scrutinizing me with a predatory gaze. The individual Landau brought along is a towering bare beastman. Speak of height. My aide, Sonia, is similarly tall. Yet this bare beastman surpasses her, clad in chainmail and adorned with iron breastplate. He is dressed in an impeccable combat ensemble. However, the most striking feature remains the bare ears atop his head. This is the most prominent physical trait of beastmen in our land. Predominantly inhabited by dragonfolk, such a race is rather rare. I have never seen another male knight aside from myself. That is because men cannot become knights. Your role is merely to beg and fawn over women. Oh, how I too wish to fawn over women. I am not voluntarily remaining a virgin. I nearly exploded with indignation internally, but there was someone even more furious than I, Sonia. Standing directly behind me, she whispered with an inaudible yet fierce tone, "That woman will regret it when I turn her into paste," which instilled a deep sense of fear within me that in a moment. You shall discover whether or not I possess the prowess of a knight. Though I am clearly being looked down upon, I must defeat him. Otherwise, the council will never recognize me that in fact, being underestimated works to my advantage. Therefore, Sonia, do not display an expression that suggests you wish to pounce on the bodyguard. If you were to fight in my stead, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Hence, I took a step forward, returning a provocative smile. What an arrogant man! I eagerly anticipate witnessing you getting thoroughly trounced by the eldest sister, begging for mercy. The one who shouted this was a girl, seemingly a squirrel beast man, at the waist of the bear beast man. With her ears and curled tail, she exuded a charming appearance that made one want to reach out and pet her. Quite adorable. How delightful. Hey, male knight. What is it? The bear beast man wore a mischievous grin as he regarded me. His gaze was unmistakably lewd. I attempted to counter-question, but I could already surmise what he was about to say. Are you a virgin? Indeed, the gathering place is located on a bustling street, with many passers-by present. To have to publicly disclose my virginity in such a manner feels like an absurd punishment. That said, if I were to feign ignorance, it would only play into his hands. I maintained an air of nonchalance and nodded. However, as anticipated, the onlookers and council members regarded me with the same lecherous expressions one might expect from a creepy uncle. It sent chills down my spine, and I truly wish they would refrain from looking at me that way. Oh, not bad at all. If I win, let me hold you for a night. No. To me, that would also be a reward. After all, the aesthetic standards in this world are quite high, and this bear beast man, despite her lewd remarks, is an undeniably wild beauty. Although I prefer petite women, the prospect of sharing a bed with her is not unappealing. In an instant, the thought of perhaps I should just surrender at the onset of the match crossed my mind. But upon witnessing Sonia silently seething, her hand gripping her sword hilt, I could not allow that to transpire. I hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Calm down. But that is an order. Do you understand? Yes, though her temperament is rather impetuous. She remains a soldier at heart. Once framed as a command, she would comply despite her reluctance. She donned an expression of great discontent, but saluted me nonetheless. I exhaled in relief and redirected my attention to the bodyguard. For now, I must personally defeat this seemingly formidable warrior to demonstrate my strength. Should Sonia, who appears to be a first-rate knight, be the one to vanquish the bear beast man, it would hardly leave an impression. Furthermore, it would label me as one who relies on subordinates to fight on his behalf, clearly unfit for the role of local official, which I cannot allow. Very well, I accept this condition. The mere idea that there is a reward to be gained should I lose inexplicably filled me with a sense of exhilaration. It imbued me with a dangerous allure, akin to deliberately embarking on a disastrous route in an adult game to witness a specific CG. Nevertheless, I am a reincarnator, not a reincarnation wielder. That I cannot bring myself to purposefully lose just to ascertain the path. How regrettable. No. Could it be that my prolonged virginity has rendered my mind somewhat unhinged? Despite having reached a marriageable age, I remain entirely devoid of prospects, perhaps due to the mounting pressure. There are countless creatures eager to devour my flesh converging upon me. Conversely, should I win, you will temporarily assist my unit. After all, we are short-handed, and even lending a hand with moving supplies would be a tremendous help. Assisting with moving supplies? How dare you belittle me? However, for your insolence, I shall ensure you receive a thorough lesson in bed. Should I lose, I cannot fathom what fate awaits me. My curiosity is piqued. Haraboga, I have paid a substantial sum to employ you. Should you unilaterally run off to assist someone else, it would greatly inconvenience me. Council member Landau, who was watching from the sidelines, interjected with a feigned complaint, though his tone suggested he was merely jesting. He likely does not believe his bodyguard will lose in the slightest. Ha, dear council member, Just you watch closely, I shall make this arrogant man aware of his own limitations. She displayed a wicked smile and lightly swung the training wooden sword she held with one hand. Though the wooden sword was of standard longsword size, it appeared as a short sword in her grasp, showcasing her prowess. Nonetheless, it shall be my first time in bed with a man of the inner tribe, which is rather exciting. The so-called inner tribe refers to the commoner class raised by demi-human nobility. When an inner tribe gives birth to a boy, the nobility adopts him as their own. In essence, this system was established to ensure a stable supply of men suitable to be noble husbands. Nobles must keep men of clear lineage close for political marriages. That said, a distinct separation remains between the inner tribe and the nobility. In other words, the existence of the inner tribe is merely a covert one, unable to stand in the limelight. I am not of the inner tribe. I am of noble lineage. However, I am, by all accounts, of noble birth, not of the inner tribe. While commoner, human, nobles may be rare, to be mistaken for an inner tribe member is a grave insult. Even my modern sensibilities bristle at such a slight. If my mother were present, she would undoubtedly forget the match and promptly crush the opponent's head. Even so, I wished to avoid responding to such blatant provocation, and I deliberately adopted an air of nonchalance and replied, "Is that so? Regardless of whether you are a commoner or a noble, I remain indifferent as long as you can share a bed." Although I uttered these words in denial, the bodyguard continued to smile with malicious intent. He raised his wooden sword and pointed the tip at me. "For the record, my name is Walyabogia Firigen, a wandering bodyguard. I am Albert Blondin, a knight," I replied, lifting my wooden sword. I pointed the blade skyward, gripping the hilt, and striking a unique pose with the sword's tip positioned beside my face. "Are both parties ready?" The witness, acting as an arbiter, sought confirmation from both Mr. Walyabogia and me. I nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. Then, let the match commence." At the witness's command, I inhaled deeply, drawing air to its limit. Simultaneously, I infused the magical power, which I had not possessed in my previous life, into the two enchantments inscribed on my wrist. In less than a second, I was prepared for battle. I channeled the air from my lungs into my throat and shouted with all my might, "Kaya!" Like a monkey's shriek, the sudden outburst halted Walyabogia's movements. Ignoring her reaction, I propelled myself off the ground with all my strength. Accelerating like a bullet, I swung my sword fiercely at the bewildered Walyabogia. TSK. However, Walyabogia was no novice. She intercepted my descending wooden sword with her own. The collision of the felt-wrapped wooden sticks echoed through the street like the sound of cannon fire. Nevertheless, my sword would not cease simply because it was blocked. I pressed down on her wooden sword, forcefully striking her chest plate. The impact shattered her wooden sword, sending Walyabogia flying. She spun through the air 3.5 times, kicking up dust before crashing to the ground. It seems she has lost consciousness. "This officially determines the victor," the witness exclaimed, hurriedly approaching Walyabogia's side, slapping her cheeks to check for consciousness as he spoke. Indeed, Walyabogia's eyes rolled back, appearing to be out cold. "Thus, I am the victor." I raised my broken wooden sword, displaying a triumphant expression towards Counselor Landon. Despite achieving an impeccable victory, the street remained eerily silent. Both the counselors and the onlookers stared at me in astonishment. The sole exception was Sonia. She clapped her hands and took the wooden sword from me. Although we had known each other for a long time, she had not changed in this regard. I was long accustomed to it. "Well done. Your skills are as exceptional as ever." She certainly knew how to flatter me. "What a commendable subordinate, as your commander. Such trivial matters are hardly a challenge." I waved my hand dismissively and proceeded towards the still unconscious Valvides. Rolling several times on the unpaved road had rendered his once shining chainmail covered in dust. I couldn't help but think that cleaning it would be quite a chore. Is he all right? "He seems not to be dead. An orc's vitality is quite extraordinary. He should be fine." The witness gazed at me with a wary expression. Explaining his thoughts, his tone unmistakably conveyed disdain for orcs. After all, the kingdom of Galia was a land of dragonfolk, while the neighboring Holy Empire, traditionally at odds with our nation, was home to orcs. Many humans, particularly dragonfolk, harbor discriminatory views towards orcs. Honestly, from my perspective as a mere human, the dragonfolk's vitality also seemed rather resilient. Given my distrust of the witness, I checked on Walyabogia's condition myself. Her pulse and breathing appeared stable, and there seemed to be no significant trauma to her head. "She should be fine. I thought, let's take a photo as evidence of Lord Albert's victory. Sonia swiftly approached with a wooden box roughly the size of a tissue box. The box housed a large lens. This was a magical item known as an illusion machine, essentially a camera. Perhaps due to her interest in photography, she often carried this device with her. Isn't this interest a bit trivial? After all, it seems rather. This is far more peaceful than taking a head as a trophy. Now say cheese. Unfazed, Sonia aimed the camera at the fallen Valvides and me, pressing the button. Unlike a camera from a previous world, there was no shutter sound that I wondered what principle it operated on. Although I was intrigued, the camera's exorbitant price deterred me from dissecting it in any case. With the photography concluded, I turned Valvides onto his side, allowing him to regain a more comfortable position. That if he had died, that would have posed significant complications for me. Oh no, his iron chest plate is dented, Counselor Landon remarked as he cautiously approached. As she had indicated, Valvides' shoulder armor looked as though it had been struck directly by a war hammer, completely caved in. But did that knight truly use a wooden sword? Is there not a metal core hidden within? Counselor Landon appeared thoroughly startled, his earlier levity replaced by a tone of respect. Sonia. Yes. Here, take a look for yourself. Not wanting to be suspected of cheating, I decided to present the evidence to the counselor. He accepted the broken wooden sword from me, unwrapping the felt that had been wound around it, and began his inspection. This is truly just an ordinary stick, isn't it? Does Lord Albert need to resort to such despicable means? A mere brute is hardly a threat to Lord Albert. For reasons unknown, Sonia began to speak with an air of pride, but it seemed rather exaggerated. After all, the capabilities of humans were fundamentally just a lower tier of the demi-human species. Generally, they were unable to compete with demi-humans. Thus, it was only natural for the nobility to comprise demi-humans. So why was I able to achieve victory so easily? It was because my swordsmanship was tailored for encounters with new opponents. I had specifically honed the ability to deliver maximum strikes over the shortest distances. Furthermore, I possessed magical powers that I utilized magic to enhance my physical abilities and adjusted the effect's duration to maximize output. Only during the 30 seconds that my magic was in effect could I obtain strength and speed comparable to that of a demi-human warrior as long as I could match my opponent's physical capabilities. Victory would hinge on skill. No, you are mistaken that if I were to repeat my attack 2 or 3 times, the outcome would surely differ. After all, I had poured my entire being into that initial strike. If it were to be blocked, the ensuing battle would become exceedingly arduous. In that case, with time constraints, I would find myself in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. Especially in actual combat, one could either perish or be reduced to the status of a slave should they let their guard down. Thus, I could not afford to be careless. You're being modest again. Observing her look of utter disbelief, I couldn't help but chuckle. While my aid was indeed exceptional, I often felt a burden of trust weighing heavily on me. Let us set that aside for now. To change the subject, I deliberately approached Counselor Landon, making a noise with my footsteps, and roughly patted his shoulder with my gauntlet-covered hand. She was also a dragon folk, thus taller than me, which I found quite disheartening. Now, surely you can acknowledge that I am a worthy knight and a fitting representative of this land. Counselor Landon's face turned pale as he cast a pleading glance at the other counselors. Despite initially appearing ready to argue, he now seemed quite timid. It became clear that establishing one's combat prowess was essential for controlling such individuals. If the nobility's business were to be belittled, that would spell disaster. Well, of course, I knew from the very beginning that Lord Albert is an outstanding knight. It seems some have been blinded by their own biases. Oh, how utterly embarrassing. Counselor Landon, immediately betrayed by his fellow counselors, nodded despite the veins bulging on his forehead. At this point, he surely dared not refuse. If he did, it would be entirely reasonable for me to become enraged over his breach of contract. In truth, I was already beyond the point of being able to rage. The magical enhancement of my physical abilities had left me with excruciating muscle pain due to the backlash, although I feigned nonchalance. I was, in fact, merely putting on a brave front. Thus, if anyone were to rage, it would have to be Sonia. That is the situation. Our council is willing to assist Commander Albert. Excellent. Then let us discuss the details. Strengthening the self-policing core, altering the command structure, restoring and maintaining administrative functions, among other tasks, requires substantial assistance from the Parliament. With the adversary now thoroughly intimidated, It is an opportune moment to persuade them to agree to terms favorable to us. That being said, at this juncture, I redirected my gaze into the distance, where a bewildered squirrel beast girl, the attendant of Miss Valvades, stood staring at me. I understand that my brother is in the wrong, and that you are shocked by the demise of your sister. But shouldn't you tend to her now? After all, you are her attendant, aren't you? Given the discrimination faced by beast folk in this nation, the members of the parliament have no intention of offering Miss Valvades any healing. We are also exceedingly busy, leaving us with little capacity to care for her, that if possible, I wish to entrust the care of Miss Valvades to this squirrel beast girl, if there are no funds for treatment. Allow me to cover it. After all, she must be responsible for carrying supplies within our ranks. I stated this in a jesting tone, approaching the squirrel beast girl with a smile. Oh, she truly is adorable. With her origins as a squirrel, she possesses a charm akin to that of a mascot, prompting my expression to relax naturally. How can this be? However, the beast girl abruptly collapsed onto the ground, mumbling in a state of utter dismay. The male knight is so deceitful. Huh, what does that mean? I was left utterly perplexed and began surveying my surroundings. Counselor Landau, observing the situation, spoke in a tone that suggested he had anticipated this. When it comes to male knights in stories, everyone envisions figures of both beauty and grandeur. I have not encountered such tales, but perhaps that is indeed the case. So what? The treatment and perception of male knights in this realm largely stem from my past life's experiences with female knights. Having played numerous adult games featuring female knights in my previous existence, I could comprehend to some extent. However, in reality, male knights emit sounds akin to monkeys, and it is a true feat to fell a bare beast man, nay, a hero, without incurring damage. Sir Albert, you have shattered a child's dreams. I grasped the essence of what he was conveying, yet it seemed exceedingly unreasonable. Subsequently, I engaged in formal discussions with the council members. The tasks at hand, such as borrowing administrative personnel, reinforcing the self-policing corps to replace the guards, and mobilizing necessary supplies for future preparations, were piling up. The negotiations stemming from the contest with Miss Valvades proved effective, allowing the discussions to proceed with relative smoothness. However, the opposing parties were cunning merchants and artisans, ever eager to seize opportunities to expand their own interests. I deftly navigated the conversation, and by the time it concluded, it was already afternoon. Oh dear, I have committed a discourtesy towards my brother. I truly apologize. As I exited the assembly hall, I was met by Miss Valvades, who repeatedly bowed her head in apology. What does brother mean? Although I was bewildered by her drastically altered demeanor, I chose to set that aside for the moment. Seeing her so lively relieved my worries, especially since I had struck her quite hard earlier. It is quite common. As long as she is willing to amend her attitude, that suffices. I waved my hand and offered a slight smile. Truly, such troublesome matters seem to arise wherever one goes. Male knights are indeed looked down upon. If I were to express indignation every time, my stomach would surely be perforated. Thank you. Upon finishing her words, Miss Valvades bowed deeply once more in gratitude. Her straightforward apologies were rather surprising, yet given her obstinate demeanor, I found myself concerned about the potential for further conflict. I glanced at Sonia, who seemed to share my apprehension. Though beast folk are often regarded as a savage race, they possess a respect for strength. That girl likely acknowledges Sir Albert now. I see. She spoke in a volume inaudible to others, confirming her capability as an aide. After expressing my gratitude, I turned my gaze towards Mr. Valvades, who stood beside her. Ah. The sister head. There stood the squirrel beast girl, her eyes glistening with tears as she tugged at Mr. Valvades' chainmail. The betrayal of her respected sister head must have dealt her a significant blow. Hey, Rote, you spoke rudely to my brother. Perhaps you should offer a slight apology? Well, the girl, seemingly named Greedy, exchanged glances with me and Lady Wabagia, her expression one of evident reluctance. Nevertheless, as she was a girl as adorable as a small animal. My initial response was warmth rather than anger upon witnessing her demeanor. How unfairly charming is such cuteness as a weapon? Yes, I apologize. Greedy, with an expression of clear disbelief, bowed her head slightly in apology. I was about to suggest that she was merely chastised for her arrogance and should be forgiven, but Sonia stepped forward before I could. Such a haughty attitude you have. Do you truly intend to apologize? Although not as imposing as Lady Wabagia, Sonia was still quite tall, and, upon intimidating Greedy, the latter was thoroughly frightened, emitting a distressed squeak and hiding behind Lady Wabagia. "Do not be so harsh," I quickly intervened, keenly aware that nobility places great importance on face. Thus, when insulted, one must respond appropriately. However, excessive demands for an apology can also be detrimental. After all, some individuals may retaliate out of shame when pressed too hard. To prevent such occurrences, a degree of compromise is essential. In any case, let us consider this matter settled, shall we? As you command, I sighed, responding to Sonia's crisp salute. Speaking of which, I had numerous other pressing tasks to attend to and did not wish to waste time on such trivial matters. However, since you understand your position now, it is imperative to adhere to the agreement. Do you comprehend? Yes, of course. Upon hearing Sonia's serious inquiry, Wabagia nodded earnestly. As a woman, I, Wabagia, shall never violate the agreement, whether it be carrying luggage or any other task. Please feel free to command me. At present, we are in dire need of manpower. Your assistance is immensely appreciated. The opposing party was a bare beast man, possessing boundless stamina. Her demeanor, which belied her recent fainting spell, further attested to this. After all, in a world devoid of powered machinery, every task necessitates physical strength. In this regard, Wabagia proved to be exceedingly dependable. What a fortunate find. In any case, shall we first escort her back to the residence of the magistrate? Sonia proposed. Indeed, the subordinates remaining at the magistrate's residence were likely struggling with unfamiliar tasks that I genuinely wished to assist them. No, bringing individuals unfamiliar with the work would only serve as an impediment at the magistrate's residence. The parliament members still needed to send clerks over. Sending additional personnel would only create chaos. Moreover, Haraburku did not appear to be suited for handling administrative matters. That it would be better to assign him to other tasks. In any case, we have our own work to attend to in town. You may accompany us. Understood. Very well. Haraburku and Greedy both nodded solemnly. Subsequently, we proceeded to the guard duty room to explain the situation and entrusted the merchants with the mobilization of necessary supplies. As one of the rare male knights in this world, I encountered a few troublesome matters here, but surprisingly, through Miss Valvadi's mediation, everything was resolved with ease. That it seems her reputation holds considerable weight in this town. I see. Indeed, having finally completed the necessary tasks, I was then met with a troublesome report regarding the failure to procure new horses. After all, this is a rural area. There is hardly any need for a stable supply of horses. This was explained by a casually dressed village girl. Due to a complete lack of manpower, gathering intelligence necessitated hiring ordinary folk with money. The few horses that were on standby were all requisitioned by the former local magistrate a week ago. Truly thorough in their actions. Oh, I am saved, thank you. I tossed a small silver coin to the girl, who caught it with one hand and beamed, exclaiming, "Thank you for your patronage," before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, I let out a gentle sigh. This appears to be a calculated crime. They likely intended to ensnare us from the outset. It seems they are determined to confine us within this town at all costs. This renders communication utterly impossible, no matter how one considers it. The former official and his accomplices were acting with the intent of isolating both me and this town. Given this, they would undoubtedly employ strategies to prevent the central authorities from discovering the current situation. Delivering a message under such circumstances is akin to sending one's subordinates into a trap, fully aware that the enemy is well prepared and lying in wait. At the very least, it is inadvisable to make such a gamble with such low odds of success at this moment. Though, we have the option of releasing carrier pigeons. The enemy, of course, has countermeasures ready for the pigeons. That it's best to assume that none will reach their destination. That I suppose you're right, that I end this fantastical world. Carrier pigeons serve as the swiftest means of communication. Regrettably, there exists no convenient magic for communication akin to what one might find in other realms. Nevertheless, pigeons are still pigeons. If a number of raptors are released, they can easily obstruct the pigeons. Moreover, this world is fraught with flying magical beasts, making the skies far more perilous than those of my previous existence. Even in ordinary circumstances, the likelihood of a pigeon arriving safely at its destination is rather slim. The current situation is undeniably dire. The adversary has resorted to such chaotic actions, confining us within this town, and it is inevitable that their subsequent assault will be of a large-scale nature. There are only two tasks that I must attend to. The first is to report the current state of affairs and request reinforcements. Until they arrive, I must safeguard this town. The second, and most crucial, is to ensure that the innocent populace does not suffer. The trivial power struggles of the elite should not result in the harm of unoffending civilians. For now, let us return to the residence of the administrator and assist with the matters at hand. Until we complete the immediate tasks, we cannot take further actions. Even as I yearn to confront the looming threat, the overwhelming workload before me prevents such endeavors. Truly, the enemy has proven to be quite cunning. As I ponder these matters, I notice a woman approaching us with unwavering determination. Her hood obscures her eyes, rendering her appearance rather suspicious. Sonia's gaze turned steely, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Mr. Valvades, stationed nearby, also displayed signs of vigilance. Tiske, the hooded woman, clearly intimidated by the palpable sense of danger emanating from the two, halted approximately 10 meters in front of me. I have a question. Her voice was barely audible amidst the clamor of the street. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about her tone. What is your question? What color are your undergarments? Hey, it's a pervert. Capture her. Capture her. I couldn't help but shout. Like a fierce hound, Sonia charged forward, colliding with the hooded woman. Yua! The hooded woman screamed as she fell to the ground, but Sonia, undeterred by this minor setback, seized the woman by the arm and tightened her grip. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. Stop. Who do you think I am? This woman intends to utter lewd remarks. I must silence her. Ugh. Ugh. Sonia executed a joint lock with one hand while covering the woman's mouth with the other, demonstrating her considerable combat prowess. She's just a simple pervert, right? Couldn't you be a bit gentler? No, this is a dangerous pervert. I am well acquainted with the mindset of such individuals, so I can tell. Despite her words, Sonia showed no signs of relenting in her grip. Observing this, Mr. Valvades drew the stout club hanging from his waist, a formidable implement with a spiked iron ball at the end, exuding an aura of danger, and stated, let us just subdue her for now. Shall we? Absolutely not. First, we need to take this person to the administrator's residence. No, we need to remove her, quickly. Even a knight, often underestimated, would not openly inquire about someone else's undergarments in broad daylight. What on earth is this person doing in such a place? I returned to the acting governor's residence with the apprehended female pervert, leading her into the interrogation room. This chamber, illuminated solely by a skylight, was well suited for discussing unsavory matters that I requested Mr. Valvades to step out temporarily, leaving only myself, Sonia, and the woman in the room. So, why are you here? I inquired, addressing the woman as she removed her tattered hood. Unsurprisingly, the hooded figure revealed herself to be Chancellor Adelaide. She is the chancellor of this nation and also my benefactor. She should be residing in the royal capital. Why then has she appeared here? I find it utterly incomprehensible. After all, the Lisbon territory is not a place one can enter freely. As a prominent figure in the country, she ought to remain in the center of affairs. Haha, you look quite surprised. I made this special trip just to see that expression on your face. Chancellor Adelaide proclaimed, her laughter filled with delight. Perhaps feeling displeased, Sonia clicked her tongue in annoyance. After all, this place is so far from the royal capital, and it is almost equivalent to enemy territory. I was concerned that Al would have a tough time, so I thought I would bring you a gift. What do you mean? The Chancellor's tone was inexplicably tantalizing, prompting me to urge her to elaborate. Though I had other questions in mind, Sonia's expression was growing increasingly strained, and it felt like she might erupt at any moment. After all, this individual's compatibility with Sonia is abysmally low. If I do not wrap up this conversation swiftly, things could become quite troublesome. That it's a wyvern. With this creature, you can fly directly from the Lisbon territory to the royal capital. But is that true? Of course it is. You are my trusted confidant. If I were to be separated from you, I would be quite troubled. So I wanted to gift you one. It is certainly not because I seldom have the chance to see you and feel lonely. That's amazing. The Chancellor is the best. Woohoo. I couldn't help but cheer. With a wyvern at my disposal, many obstacles could be effortlessly resolved. This gift is simply splendid. Splendid. Praise me a little more. You might even embrace me out of gratitude. Very well, then I shall embrace you. Yua. The usually stoic Sonia wrapped her arms around the Chancellor. She too was clad in plate armor, and as expected of a dragonkin. Her physique was significantly more robust than that of a human chancellor. Being embraced by such a formidable opponent surely would not end with a mere sting. The Chancellor's face flushed as she let out a cry. Ugh, let go of me at once, Sonia. Behave. It was a rare occasion that she brought such a valuable aerial combat asset. So what on earth was this aide getting so worked up about? I hurriedly pulled Sonia away. While I have grown accustomed to bizarre situations, what exactly does this woman think of me? I am the Chancellor, you know. A very important person. I am the daughter of the border count. So it matters not. Even the power of a Chancellor cannot dictate the actions of a noble in a stronghold. This was made abundantly clear in the recent events. This aide spoke to the Chancellor without even using honorifics. Why does she harbor such animosity toward the Chancellor? You severed ties with your family, did you not? We still communicate, Sonia replied, her arms crossed. Though her expression was impassive, she somehow appeared quite pleased with herself. Forget that for now. I understand the matter of the wyvern. However, the fact remains that you openly spoke lewd words to a knight in public. Surrender yourself willingly. That was merely a tactic to ensure the smoothness of the arrest. If I had approached in a conventional manner, I would have aroused the enemy's suspicion. Indeed, I had anticipated as much. After all, there are enemy spies infiltrating the city of Karlria, making it a natural deduction. Meeting in an inconspicuous location, an arrest would be the best choice. Then, you do care about Lord Al's undergarment color, do you not? Of course I do. Ah, the mask slips. So, she is indeed concerned. Are you perhaps thinking that if given the chance, you would like to see for yourself? Naturally. Chancellor Adelaide wore a lewd smile as she gazed at me. If you require payment, I have plenty. How many silver coins would you need to stack before you would be willing to let me see your undergarments? Speak up. This woman is indeed dangerous. We should eliminate her here. Stop. Chancellor Adelaide is indeed Chancellor Adelaide, and Sonia remains as she is. Why am I surrounded by such peculiar women? Let us set aside the matter of the wyvern for now. I would be immensely grateful if I could obtain it. However, why has Chancellor Adelaide come to Lisbon in person? Certainly, if she were to use a wyvern, it should not take too long to arrive from the royal capital. Nonetheless, it is rather peculiar that Adelaide, the Chancellor and a prominent minister of the Kingdom of Gallia, has ventured alone to the border. Even if one were to suggest she is merely a decoy, I could accept that. Well, how should I put it? Chancellor Adelaide forced a stiff, artificial smile, turning her head aside and even letting out an unpleasant whistle. This woman is here to harass Lord Al. She must undoubtedly be an incurable sexual harassment addict. That seems a bit excessive, does it not? Even a mild-mannered individual like Chancellor Adelaide would surely be displeased upon hearing such words. That I cautiously looked towards her. And she bore an expression that seemed to say, since I've been discovered, there's nothing I can do, and nodded. Her brain directly connected to her lower half. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite devoted. That I do not seek the company of attendants for mere amusement. After all, the male servants and pages working in the royal palace are mostly the adopted sons of nobility. Akin to apprentices, if one were to act indiscriminately towards them, the situation would likely become quite troublesome. That I, in this regard, as the son of a mere court knight, I should have an easier time navigating such matters. I see. Thank you. However, is it not dangerous for you to come to the border alone without attendants? After all, I am someone who has made numerous enemies, and should I reveal any weaknesses, assassination could be a real threat. Bringing a large entourage would, from a counterintelligence perspective, be counterproductive, as it would divulge our movements. Moreover, I do not wish for the opposition to know that I have provided Lord Al with a wyvern. Her ability to adapt in such a manner is truly remarkable. Although it will inevitably be exposed, the capacity to take the initiative in a short time is undeniably charming. Furthermore, having only Near as my guard is more than sufficient. She should currently be on standby outside the magistrate's residence. That I understand. So you brought her along. That puts my mind at ease. Near, Chancellor Adelaide's trusted aide, is one of the kingdom's foremost swordswomen, compared to bringing along 5 or 6 half-baked knights. She would indeed provide a greater sense of security. Additionally, if possible, I would like to convey a matter of great importance to everyone in person. Even with a dragon's swiftness, sending a message through a messenger may be too late. Chancellor Adelaide's tone shifted from playful to exceedingly serious. What is this significant information? I straightened my posture and replied. The Chancellor personally delivering this news must indicate that it is a matter of considerable importance. It pertains to a mithril mine. A vein of mithril has been discovered in the Lisbon territory. Mithril is a unique metal in this world. While it resembles silver, it is lightweight and resilient. Ordinary metals cannot conduct magic, but mithril can, making it an essential material for crafting magical items. However, mithril is a highly valuable resource. A mithril mine is a rare treasure. The discovery of mithril in the border region could ignite a significant conflict. This information is unknown even to Her Majesty the Queen. Duke Aurelian has been secretly attempting to excavate it. He must be planning to monopolize the profits. Sonia, seemingly lost in thought, spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, although this Lisbon territory is funded by Duke Aurelian, it remains royal land. Even if a mithril mine is found, it ultimately belongs to Her Majesty the Queen. From Duke Aurelian's standpoint, he would likely go to great lengths to seize it. The situation sounds increasingly dubious. The discovery of underground resources leading to a rapid deterioration of regional circumstances is something that frequently occurs in my previous world. Does this mean I have become a sacrificial lamb? If one wishes to claim the Queen's land, they must accomplish great deeds as a form of recompense. However, the current state of the Kingdom of Gallia is relatively peaceful, and to achieve such deeds would necessitate instigating a war. Precisely, during the exploratory excavation, it seems they also discovered iron ore. Although it is merely speculation, Duke Aurelian has likely leaked this information to the Holy Empire. The scale of the iron mine is just suitable to serve as bait. If a mithril mine is discovered, it is plausible that the Holy Empire would dispatch a considerable force in such a case. Duke Aurelian would find himself in a precarious situation. Yet, Duke Aurelian is quite the formidable figure. This is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. I instinctively clenched my fist. He is supposed to be the protector of the safety and property of the citizens. What on earth is he doing? If what the Chancellor says is true, he should be apprehended immediately. However, if we have already gathered such substantial intelligence, why not directly confront Duke Aurelian, seize his estate, and impose the death penalty upon him? His transgressions are indeed severe. I too would desire such an outcome, but the opponent is quite cunning. Although we possess circumstantial evidence, we can hardly secure direct proof. While we could pursue charges related to his theft of the former official's horse and the destruction of documents, Duke Aurelian would likely find a subordinate to take the fall, thereby escaping unscathed. On my way back to the residence, I had already outlined the current situation that I initially intended to report this matter and have Chancellor Adelaide address Duke Aurelian. But it seems that would be quite difficult. Such cunning individuals. Although I long to curse them profusely, this is not the time for such outbursts. The threat from neighboring countries has already become a reality. And as the commander on site, I have an obligation to address this matter. Very well, let us focus on the task at hand. Adelaide, I would like to inquire about something. Calling her by name directly, Sonia muttered quietly. But if I were to add any honorifics, she would surely begin to complain, so it cannot be helped that it is not as though I enjoy addressing her in this manner. I ask for your forgiveness. Adelaide, you arrived in the Lisbon territory riding a wyvern, did you not? Yes, indeed. After all, there was no time to leisurely travel by carriage. To be honest, I no longer wish to ride. Chancellor Adelaide, looking pale, trembled slightly. Does she have a fear of heights? So, where is the wyvern you rode? It is concealed in a forest on the outskirts. How many are there currently? 3. Those creatures can accommodate a maximum of 2 passengers. 2 of them carried me and Near, while the third remains here. 3. Indeed, just the thought of possessing 3 devices equivalent to light aircraft fills me with gratitude. With so many, there must be a way to make this work. Then, I propose we use those wyverns to send a message to the city of Lema and proceed to scout near the borders of the Holy Empire. Would that be acceptable? Lema is the town on the other side of the mountains. Is it not? The Lord there is indeed trustworthy. I will ensure the message is delivered. The Lord of Lema is aligned with the Chancellor's faction. Given that the Chancellor is present, securing assistance should not be difficult. However, will scouting be permissible? The Holy Empire boasts the renowned Griffin cavalry. Although we have elite wyvern riders, launching a surprise attack with a small force might be perilous. The kingdom's aerial combat strength lies with wyverns, akin to flying lizards, while the Holy Empire also deploys griffins. Griffins are formidable creatures with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. That is not an issue, while griffins indeed surpass wyverns in close combat ability at low altitudes. They lack in speed, as long as we focus on evasion, we are unlikely to be captured. Speaking in a tone that implied, "Did you not know this?" was Sonia, this aide, who would correct me for directly addressing the Chancellor by name. Spoke to me in such a manner that I have reminded her several times, yet she shows no improvement. Very well, she is the daughter of a noble family. The Chancellor does not reprimand her excessively, suggesting there may be some underlying circumstances that if I probe too deeply, it may lead to unforeseen consequences, and I fear it could bring trouble upon myself. Indeed, I understand, even if there are risks involved. I still desire intelligence on the enemy. It is already quite late. Chancellor Adelaide glanced at the skylight, letting out a sigh. The light streaming in from there had already taken on a reddish hue. Wyverns are difficult to see at night, making nocturnal flights unfeasible. Let us depart tomorrow morning. Before that, please prepare the letters to be sent to Lema, listing the items we need them to prepare and placing them in barrels. Understood. I bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Although the situation is dire, thanks to the Chancellor, it seems we can avoid the worst possible outcome, and no amount of gratitude would suffice. Speaking of which, having come this far, I believe I deserve a little favor in return, do I not? However, this Chancellor, who had just impressed me, revealed a lascivious smile and uttered such words. The Chancellor of Sexual Harassment is indeed a Chancellor of Sexual Harassment. Upon returning to my room, I, Sonia Sulahati, let out a heavy sigh. Due to the prolonged meeting, I was compelled to endure the company of that insufferable and harassing Chancellor until the stroke of midnight. An unpleasant sensation, akin to mud, clung to my psyche. After all, that infatuated Chancellor seemed utterly oblivious, even during discussions, to his inappropriate desire to fondle Lord Al. Were he an ordinary individual, I would have long since beaten him to a pulp or perhaps even ended his life. However, taking such drastic measures against a Chancellor would undoubtedly lead to complications, so I could only let him off with a mere headbutt. Though it left me deeply unsatisfied, I vowed that one day I would repay him in kind. That old hag is truly incorrigible. No, it wasn't just the Chancellor. The Duke of Orion, who concocted ludicrous schemes, along with all the officials who abandoned their military duties to engage in conspiracies, filled me with rage that I sincerely wished for their demise at this very moment. If it were possible, I would relish the opportunity to bury them myself. When I heard we would be stationed at the border, I initially felt elated at the prospect of enjoying some uninterrupted time. Why had Lord L become this way? It was truly disheartening to know that as a military officer, I must maintain my composure at all times. This was Lord Al's teaching. Indulging in such thoughts would be futile. Anxiety would hinder my performance in critical moments. That I took a deep breath to calm my nerves. But Lord Al is truly remarkable. He refrained from executing anyone publicly and managed to rein in those foolish enough to seek a continuation of their petty schemes, forcing even the irritating bearfolk to recognize their place. His methods were so deft that it was hard to believe we were of the same age. It was simply captivating. Even if it meant forsaking my family and career, I would undoubtedly follow this esteemed individual. Lord Al, just the thought of him ignited a warmth within me that I inhaled deeply once more, attempting to steady myself. Yet, it proved futile. My feelings for Lord Al had accumulated over more than a decade. They were not so easily quelled. Moreover, after a prolonged march recently, sleeping cramped in tents or on the floors of cheap inns had become routine, leaving little room for self-soothing. With desires built up for over half a month, it was impossible to remain placid. Is it unavoidable? I sighed, removing my now tattered undergarments. Skirts truly are convenient in such moments that I felt a sense of liberation as my lower half was freed and made my way towards the wooden chest nestled in the corner of the room. Using the key that hung around my neck like a necklace, I carefully and cautiously lifted the lid. No problem. The hair that had adhered between the lid and the chest had not been severed. If it had been cut, it would signify that someone other than myself had opened the chest. The perpetrator must be dealt with decisively. The chest was filled with an abundance of albums. I extracted one, my smile naturally blossoming. Gently, I flipped through the pages of the album. Inside were countless photographs, all featuring Lord Al. There were no other subjects worthy of capturing. Images of Lord Al clad in armor atop a warhorse, bathing and engaging in various activities within his chamber, sent shivers of excitement coursing through me. I must prepare for photography in this residence as soon as possible. Lord Al's attic in the capital had nearly become my sanctuary, allowing for the unrestricted capture of precious images. However, such activities could not be conducted here. Yet, I found it impossible to suppress my overwhelming desire to photograph. I had an obligation to immortalize Lord Al's valiant form for posterity. No, these photographs were solely mine, and I would never allow anyone else to behold them. Oh dear, perhaps my desires have rendered my mind feverish, and my thoughts have become irrational that I shook my head and slapped my cheeks. Calm that I must regain my composure. However, perhaps I shall create a peephole in the next few days. Utilizing my position as an aide-de-camp, I arranged for my quarters to be adjacent to Lord A.L.'s. By cutting a hole in the wall, I could indulge in the pleasures of voyeurism into the room across. However, for photography, the hole would need to be large enough to accommodate the lens. Modifying it without Lord A.L.'s notice would require considerable effort, but this was my moment to shine. But for today, such matters could be addressed later. The most pressing concern was to calm my agitated spirit. I opened the album and began searching for tonight's accompaniment. Which one shall I choose? Which is the best? After enduring for over half a month, it would be a waste to casually select a photograph. I had anticipated that upon arriving at the Lisbon territory, I would be able to indulge freely, but due to my wariness of the corrupt former lord, I had accomplished nothing last night. My appetite had been whetted, leading me to approach this matter with even greater caution. This one, I selected a photograph of Lord Al entering a sauna at that moment. He was alone, and without even a towel around his waist. He was completely bared. My esteemed master possessed a well-muscled physique, bearing numerous scars, which were hardly discernible at first glance. Given that most in this country favored more delicate men, he likely did not enjoy much popularity. Yet, to me, he was a feast that would make my mouth water. That I longed to devour him, in every sense of the word. That no, that I must endure. Regrettably, Lord Al is a noble mortal, and his spouse must also be of human lineage. As a dragon man, any child I bore would likewise be a dragon man. The Blondin family, Lord Al's lineage, would never countenance such a union. Lord Al would likely choose a mortal woman for marriage, after which I could make my move. Though being usurped would drive me to the brink of fury, any premarital dalliance with another woman would tarnish his reputation as his aide. I could not abide such a scenario, but I felt a twinge of sadness. Yet there was little I could do. Until the day of Lord Al's wedding, I would have to endure through self-comfort, though I would never concede on the matter of our first night. Sigh. After sighing, I lay back on the bed with the album in hand. My left hand unconsciously searched beside me, but my beloved body pillow was absent. I had always used it during such endeavors. It was a habit of mine, yet without it, I found myself at a loss. I needed to procure a new body pillow soon. Could I perhaps affix the photographs to a new body pillow? I murmured, fully aware that such a notion was impossible. Only magic transfer paper could replicate photographs. How disheartening, though well that it was futile to insist on what was unattainable. For now, I should make the best of what I had at hand to find comfort. The following morning, we quietly departed the town before dawn, arriving at a lush forest on the outskirts. The wyverns carrying Chancellor Adelaide and her party lay in wait here. The wyverns truly are magnificent. As soon as I joined the wyverns and the dragon knights, I couldn't help but exclaim in delight. The wyverns, approximately 10 meters long, were enormous winged lizards, their slender bodies shimmering with gray scales under the dawn's light. Moreover, they had 3 heads. Even in the low visibility of the forest, the sight was nothing short of spectacular. With a straight runway, they could take off effortlessly and maneuver with agility, making them invaluable assets in aerial combat. As a commander, I could not have asked for more. Indeed, there is no creature in this world more splendid than the wyvern. This sentiment was echoed by a female dragon knight. She wore lightweight, yet durable armor made from monster hides. With large goggles perched on her forehead, her attire clearly distinct from that of the knights on the ground. After exchanging pleasantries and greetings, we swiftly moved to the matter at hand. The dragon knights were known for their decisive and rapid actions, which spared me the need for excessive explanations. We will escort Chancellor Adelaide and her party to Rima City, while also taking Lady Sonia to scout the border of the Holy Empire. I see that feasible? This was the conclusion reached after last night's discussions. After all, Chancellor Adelaide had visited the Lisbon territory under extreme secrecy, and any correspondence issued in her name might be viewed as fraudulent. Her personal presence would simplify matters considerably. The reason for entrusting Sonia with the reconnaissance was due to her proficiency in photography and map-making. Capturing aerial photographs would convey enemy positions more clearly than verbal descriptions. And in the event of conflict, a map of the main battlefield would be indispensable. I currently lacked a map of that region. This would be a case of killing two birds with one stone. The former is quite straightforward, but the latter is rather perilous. Nevertheless, as one of the proud dragon knights, I would not declare it impossible. I am immensely grateful. If the Duke of Orion's conspiracy were to proceed smoothly, the other side would likely take action soon as well. Without thorough investigation, I would be unable to formulate a counter-strategy. Must I truly be the one to go? I have grown quite disinclined to ride the pterodactyl. The Chancellor of Adelaide remarked with evident dissatisfaction. From the very beginning of the discussion, she had shown a strong aversion to traveling to Remar City. It seemed she had no desire to mount the pterodactyl. Having been reincarnated in this fantastical world, I found myself envious of her. I hoped to at least ride a dragon once, though these creatures would more accurately be described as resembling lizards. Would it be possible for her to switch places with me? Unlikely, as the field commander cannot abandon their post. Such a pity. Master, the Dragon Knight was clutching your back on the first day. Weeping inconsolably. It is no wonder she is reluctant to go, Miss Nehru remarked. A confidant of the Chancellor. I was, of course, familiar with her. However, her sharp tongue remained unchanged when addressing her superior. I did not cry. It was merely the wind stinging my eyes, causing tears. Yet you were wearing goggles. Seeing Chancellor Adelaide fall into silence, Mr. Nair displayed a mischievous grin, seemingly toying with his superior. How infuriating. I did not cry. Then, you shall not refuse such a simple task, correct? Understood. I get it. I shall do it. I will do it. The Chancellor cried out in resignation. Mr. Nair turned to me, winking that I could only manage a wry smile and nod in response. I was indeed grateful for his willingness to assist me. If we could unravel the Duke of Orion's scheme, it might lead us to the mithril mines that in turn, the Chancellor could reap substantial profits. Despite her incessant complaints, she was diligently aiding me. This must be the reason. My apologies. I shall trouble you with this. Yes, but you do realize this is a debt you owe me, correct? Oh, certainly. I found myself indebted to someone I did not wish to owe. Accumulating favor after favor. This world truly is filled with misfortunes. What would happen if I ultimately could not repay my debts? The thought was rather terrifying. By the way, Chancellor, what will you do after completing this task? Will you return directly to the capital? Suddenly, Sonia interjected with her usual lack of honorifics. No. As this is a long-term assignment, I will be able to remain here for some time. I believe I can be of assistance. So I intend to return temporarily. Tisk. You lot. Do you not realize I am the Chancellor? A person of great significance. Is your attitude not rather poor? My sincerest apologies. My subordinates. No, it is not their fault. They are simply of a twisted nature by birth. Al has done nothing wrong. Chancellor Adelaide frantically shook her head. Despite her haughty demeanor, this individual was unexpectedly magnanimous. This was her virtue. However, my heart is deeply wounded. You know what is required to heal such a wound, do you not? Yet, just as she had begun to regard me with newfound respect, Chancellor Adelaide stealthily approached and began to caress my backside. As I was not wearing armor today, she brazenly touched me through my trousers with lewd gestures. It seems your education has been insufficient. Please, do not. Before I could interject, Sonia had already seized the Chancellor by the collar. Standing as a mere mortal woman of average height, she towered over the Chancellor, making her appear like a child. Even the Chancellor seemed to fear her, tears welling in her eyes as she emitted a feeble whimper. Eep, Deputy Sonia, I understand your feelings, but it is my prerogative to bully this person. My apologies. Sonia released her grip after being admonished by Miss Nehru. The Chancellor, with tear-filled eyes, cowered behind Miss Nehru, who regarded her with a hint of disdain, gently stroking her long black hair while saying, Good girl, good girl. That said, Master, we have no time to waste. If we delay too long, there may be pedestrians on the streets. Miss Nehru reminded us. While pterodactyls do not require long runways like airplanes from my previous life, they cannot take off vertically. In the densely wooded territory of Lisbon, a running start on the streets is necessary for takeoff. Although this area is primarily used by farmers and traveling merchants, it is not entirely devoid of pedestrians. Given the uncertainty of where the Duke of Orion's and the Holy Empire's spies might lurk, I hope to avoid drawing attention during takeoff and landing. The Chancellor murmured, casting a longing gaze in my direction, but quickly diverted her eyes to Sonia, crossing her arms in a flustered manner. No, you are right. Well then, let us depart. With Sonia present, she could not actively harass me. It appeared the Chancellor had wisely opted for retreat. Emotionless, Sonia flashed a victorious gesture at the Chancellor. That girl that I appreciate your help. Sonia, it is time to draw a line. Instead, I shall entrust the reconnaissance task to you. Of course that I shall present you with flawless results. Do not overexert yourself. While intelligence is crucial, your life is even more so. Unlike the Chancellor's journey back to her own territory in Remar City, we were clearly infringing upon foreign airspace. The level of danger is undoubtedly different that I must ensure that Sonia does not perish, whether it be in my personal capacity or as a public figure. Leave it to me. With her hands clasped before her chest, Sonia bowed deeply. This was the demeanor of a knight that would not bring shame anywhere. However, due to the unique nature of the task, returning to the capital may take several days. I asked Lord Al to be particularly vigilant. As she spoke, Sonia fixed her gaze firmly upon the Chancellor. After seeing Chancellor Adelaide and Sonia off, I was met with a barrage of busy yet mundane tasks. Though the counselors came to assist, the shortage of manpower persisted, and no one was familiar with these responsibilities. Consequently, I found myself ensnared in tedious work. The duties of a local official resemble those of the underworld. Disputes within the territory are resolved through the backing of force, protecting residents from the atrocities of other nobles. Then, protection fees, taxes, are collected as compensation. Many collect protection fees without fulfilling their obligations, which parallels the underworld. Thus, as a local official, I received reports. Someone is cultivating vegetables in the alley without permission. Neighbors have unlawfully consumed our free-range pigs. Thieves have appeared on the road to Remar City, indiscriminately assaulting passers-by. Various complaints poured in, ranging from trivial matters to urgent issues needing prompt attention. Though it was merely a small town, the seeds of trouble seemed endless, tightening my stomach in anxiety. While the very real threat loomed, I was embroiled in daily business, unable to address these matters, which caused me considerable distress. The pressure I accumulated was alleviated by feeding Valvadiza's subordinate, the squirrel beast girl Latte, whose adorable visage while devouring cookies was utterly irresistible. Yet even this had its limits. You have returned. 3 days later, upon receiving reports from my subordinates, I was nearly elated enough to leap. Both Sonia and Nair had returned to Carlrera City nearly simultaneously. Setting aside Sonia's reconnaissance mission, it should be noted that the journey to Remar City is easily manageable in a single day via pterodactyl. So they likely accomplished a great deal there. In any case, eager to hear their report, I hurriedly completed my pending paperwork and made my way to the interrogation room. That I have returned, Lord Al. Upon entering the interrogation room, Sonia promptly stood and bowed at an illusionary device. Camera dangled from a rope at her chest. I am so relieved you have returned safely. Thank you, Adelaide. How are you? I first smiled at Sonia before turning my attention to Chancellor Adelaide. She lay slumped over the table, her complexion ashen, trembling uncontrollably. I am not well at all. I truly detest pterodactyls. She lamented that it seemed she had suffered from motion sickness. They must have arrived directly here from their landing site. The pterodactyl was likely still hiding in the nearby forest. Perhaps we should wait until you compose yourself. I would like to hear Sonia's report first. Presently, a dangerous aura radiated from Chancellor Adelaide, suggesting that a mere word from her might induce a violent upheaval of my stomach's contents. Though concerned, my desire to learn the results of the reconnaissance was greater. Let us allow her some peace for now. Your superior is in agony. At the very least, you should comfort her by stroking her back. All right. I shall respectfully caress her back. I forced a wry smile and complied. Her back was remarkably smooth, clearly devoid of any muscle. I then turned my gaze to Sonia. Regarding the results of the reconnaissance, she began, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the Chancellor. Her expression remained unchanged. Despite having just concluded a 3-day reconnaissance mission, she displayed no signs of fatigue. It was truly commendable. The opposing side is indeed preparing for war. Specifically, it involves the forces of Count Diesel, whose territory borders ours in Lisbon. The Emperor's army is certainly not going to intervene. The neighboring Holy Empire is a confederation where local lords wield more power than our Galeria kingdom. Unless a full-scale war were to erupt, the Emperor would remain uninvolved. Indeed, we apprehended several individuals for interrogation, and it seems Count Diesel has not informed the allied lords or the Emperor about this matter. He likely believes he can conquer the Lisbon territory on his own. After all, having fewer parties involved is preferable. Duke Orlean probably understands that if the main forces of the Holy Empire were to mobilize, his schemes would be utterly thwarted. Even if war were to be initiated, it would likely be adjusted to a minor conflict between local lords. Speaking of which, I was surprised she even bothered to interrogate them. That I do hope she doesn't take on too much risk. However, merely observing from above likely leaves many things undiscovered, so there's little we can do. Due to the sighting of numerous supply wagons transporting hay and food, it is clear that the opposing side has intentions of combat. They are likely to complete their preparations shortly and march towards us. While this was somewhat anticipated, the situation is rather dire. We must promptly devise a countermeasure. The opposing force is led by a count. Our formal military strength consists of only 2 cavalry squads, without horses, and their retinue. If we engage them head-on without a plan, we would be crushed in an instant. Particularly, the loss of our horses would be harsh. The former official, Aelnes de Echeverria, must have foreseen this, resulting in the incident that transpired. In any case, I have taken as many photographs as possible and created a simple map. Please make good use of them. You have been a tremendous help. I halted my hand that was stroking Chancellor Adelaide's back and took several sheets of paper from her. I was truly grateful to obtain the map. Without it, even a decent battle plan would be impossible to formulate. Even a simple map makes an immense difference. The photographs have also been developed. They should be ready by tomorrow morning. Well done, Sonia. Truly commendable. Upon hearing my praise, she rarely smiled and bowed deeply. Of course, for I am your aide. Her straightforward declaration of "because I am your aide" made me blush, causing my face to wrinkle in embarrassment. I patted my cheeks and simply replied, "Thank you." Then, I directly turned my attention back to Chancellor Adelaide. Although part of my intention was to mask my embarrassment, I was genuinely concerned about her condition. "Adelaide, how is your health?" She remained slumped over the table. Her complexion still appeared poor, but it seemed slightly improved from before. That I truly wished for her to rest. However, with Count Diesel already preparing for war, we had no time for hesitation. As much as it pains me, I must ask her to exert herself further. I apologize. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Certainly, I shall fetch it right away. I poured a glass of water from the pre-prepared jug and handed it to Chancellor Adelaide. She offered a weary smile and shook her head. "If possible, I would like you to feed me with your mouth." "Lord Al, this one seems quite spirited. Perhaps we should simply douse her with water." Stop. I genuinely feel unwell. I was merely jesting. Don't take it seriously. Even as a joke, it is rather distasteful. Ugh. Chancellor Adelaide slumped back onto the table. This behavior hindered my ability to continue speaking, and I hoped she would cease her antics. Although the suggestion of mouth-to-mouth feeding did hold a certain allure for me. So, how is the status of the mercenary company's hiring? I inquired about the most pressing matter. If the Count's army commenced an attack, given my current forces, it would be exceedingly difficult to face them head-on, since the Lisbon territory is on the border. Even if we request reinforcements from our homeland, it would take time for them to arrive. The lords of the Galeria Kingdom would likely refrain from assisting, fearing that reducing their own military presence could lead to invasions from imperial lords. Thus, my only means of bolstering our military strength lies in hiring mercenary companies. This front is progressing smoothly. I have signed a contract with a mercenary company comprising a company of soldiers. It is the one you requested, equipped with riflemen. That is splendid. That I could hardly contain my excitement, nearly leaping from my chair. That a company of infantry is the minimum required for this defensive operation. The inclusion of riflemen is particularly satisfying. That said, it seems they number only around 30. However, Al, you still have a fondness for guns. In this world of swords and sorcery, firearms do exist. Nonetheless, they are quite similar to the matchlocks used during Japan's Warring States period. The range and accuracy of matchlocks are notoriously poor, making them difficult to wield, often relegated to a low-tier substitute for offensive magic and bows. Hence their lack of popularity. I am equally proficient with firearms as I am with swords. If not more so. I have been well acquainted with guns since my previous life, and naturally, I wield them with great skill. The grip of the gun requires a habit even more than my own. This was a lesson imparted to me by my instructor during my military training. The issue lies in the unique challenges presented by matchlocks, which can be improved with a few clever tricks. Having developed an interest in antique firearms in my previous life, I have amassed quite a collection. I had no idea that this experience would come in handy. I myself was astonished. I had prepared a certain quantity of newly manufactured guns to respond to this situation. At this point, There is no time to place new orders or make modifications, so I shall have the mercenary company utilize those firearms. Moreover, achieving victory through a small force in close combat would be miraculous. I believe that in situations like this, constructing defensive positions and provoking a shooting battle is the most advantageous strategy. I see. Well, I don't quite understand, but if you say so, it must be the case. Chancellor Adelaide nodded with a genuinely perplexed expression. After all, she hailed from a family that was ennobled for its contributions to revitalizing commerce, and she was utterly clueless about warfare. In any case, I must entrust all military matters to you. For this reason, I hope you can take charge of the support. I have generally taken care of requests beyond the mercenary company, so you need not worry. After speaking, Chancellor Adelaide handed me a piece of paper. It was the list of necessary items I had provided her in advance, detailing items such as military horses and gunpowder that could not be procured in this town. I have also made arrangements with the civil officers. They are scheduled to arrive alongside the mercenary company. With this, the administrative side should be able to breathe a little. That is indeed a tremendous relief. Relying solely on amateurs to manage administrative affairs had nearly reached its limit. Once the civil officers arrive, I should be able to focus on military issues. Given the current circumstances, it is impossible to commence preparations for a counterattack. Indeed. Regardless, this is all for my dear you. Of course, I will eventually demand repayment for the investment. Chancellor Adelaide squinted, her gaze wandering over my form as if savoring it. A chill ran down my spine. So this is how overtly suggestive gazes from the opposite sex can feel. If we can turn Duke Orlan's strategy to our advantage, we stand a chance of acquiring the mithril mine. This would undoubtedly yield great profits for the Chancellor, wouldn't it? I assumed that's sufficient. However, Sonia was present at the scene. Under her fierce glare, Chancellor Adelaide broke into a cold sweat and averted her gaze. No, while you may have a point, I desire other benefits before money. Enough already. This is not a bad situation for you either. Stop spouting nonsense and focus on working hard. You have no time for infatuation. Ugh. Chancellor Adelaide grimaced, clearly reluctant, as she clenched her teeth. It seems she is determined to put an end to Chancellor Adelaide's advances towards me. I find myself in a state of emotional turmoil, feeling as though I have been saved, yet simultaneously burdened by a sense of regret. That said, Sonia's remarks hold a degree of validity. It is imperative that I now direct my focus towards the matters concerning Duke Orlan and Count Dassel. After all, I have been relentlessly pursued by work throughout the year, which has undoubtedly hindered my prospects of marriage, while the active engagement of the Wyvern Brigade has led to considerable progress. I remain powerless to act until the arrival of the mercenary corps and the civil officials. Consequently, I have been compelled to remain on standby in the city of Carliera for over a week. The journey from the city of Rima to Lisbon necessitates traversing mountains, consuming a significant amount of time. However, the mercenary corps has yet to make their appearance beyond the scheduled date, which fills me with anxiety. Yet, as the commander, I must not display any signs of unease. I maintain a facade of composure while continuing to manage the daily affairs of the local officials. During this period, my only recourse has been to dispatch personnel to monitor the borders near the Holy Empire. In the current situation, we are woefully understaffed, regardless of the actions we undertake. Welcome to the city of Carliera. Upon receiving the eagerly awaited report of the mercenary corps arrival, I eagerly positioned myself at the city gate to greet them. I refrained from inquiring about their tardiness, for a mere glance at the mercenaries would reveal the reason for their delay. Many of their uniforms bore fresh bloodstains, and the acrid scent of blood was palpable. They had clearly endured genuine combat. Are you the client? A true knight indeed. The speaker was the leader of the mercenary corps, a striking young Drago with pronounced features and long, dark golden hair carelessly tied back. She exuded an alluring blend of wildness and intellect, clad in impressive plate armor that marked her as a formidable woman. Even standing alongside Sonia, she would not pale in comparison. In this world, be it in any direction, one is met with stunning individuals, which is quite vexing. Indeed, I am Albert Blondin, the local official of this town. I am Valerie Torbrell. As you can see, I serve as the captain of this mercenary corps. The captain, introducing herself as Valerie, extended her hand, which I grasped firmly. She responded with a smile and a pat on my shoulder. To remain composed in the presence of soldiers just returned from the battlefield is quite remarkable. Most ordinary men would have succumbed to nausea by now. Their attire was stained with splattered blood, and they had not bathed properly, having marched on in such a state. The human odor was overwhelming. Rather than a foul stench, it had morphed into an alien scent that, of course, it was not only the captain who was in this condition. Her squad, comprising over 100 soldiers, shared the same plight. As a result, an unusual odor lingered at the main gate, and those unaccustomed to it might find themselves in tears and a runny nose that I have been in such a state multiple times. Adding up all the fingers and toes would still not suffice. I am accustomed to it. Did you hear that? It seems this gentleman is quite different from those who merely know how to wield swords and armor. Causing a ruckus that it appears I have won my bet. Damn it, the captain hit the jackpot. I thought for sure he would scream and flee. The mercenaries seemed to be debating something, evidently treating my reaction as a wager. Not that it bothered me that I smiled wryly while observing the mercenaries' appearance. Most of their armor consisted solely of hard laser helmets, and their weaponry was limited to simple spears or battle axes. Only a few soldiers donned proper armor, and even those were clad in leather or chainmail, the more affordable options. Including the captain, there were perhaps only a handful wearing plate armor, beyond their equipment. Their posture and demeanor suggested they were far from elite soldiers. They exuded a unique air of fatigue reminiscent of gangsters that I inwardly lamented. Did I draw the Joker? Though I did not allow this sentiment to manifest in my attitude or speech. Now, may I inquire what kind of battle you faced? They resembled thieves, yet their equipment was inexplicably complete. Had you not warned us in advance, we might have been in dire straits. Indeed, they have emerged. Reports of bandits appearing on the thoroughfare between the cities of Rima and Carliera had only recently come in. However, I had anticipated the emergence of bandits, hence I had warned Chancellor Adelaide in my correspondence to be vigilant for potential assaults by heavily armed forces when visiting this area. The true nature of the armed forces was certainly not that of mere bandits. They were likely under the command of Duke Orlon, who would undoubtedly seek to obstruct my communication with the central authority or other lords, thus sealing off the thoroughfare as predicted. And the outcome? Knowing we would be attacked, there was little to fear. Although their equipment and skill exceeded that of common bandits, we executed a counter-ambush and annihilated them, ensuring the safety of our accompanying guests. Your success is commendable. I thank you. The mercenaries indeed appeared to have suffered no serious injuries that I was grateful for their assistance, as I did not wish to expend our fighting strength in preliminary skirmishes. While I was uncertain of the enemy's scale, leading this ragtag group to effortlessly repel an attack suggested that this captain might be an exceptionally capable commander. The traveling merchants suffered considerable losses due to those ruffians. Your swift eradication of the threat has been invaluable. Allow me to compensate you. Please accept this. Immediately, Sonia handed a pouch filled with coins to Captain Valerie. After confirming the weight of the pouch, she whistled appreciatively. Thank you for your straightforwardness. That I appreciate a client who understands the value of a fair deal. Of course, it is essential to ensure timely payment. Otherwise, mercenaries may swiftly transform into bandits themselves. If they are not treated well, not only will reinforcements be compromised, but it may even bolster the enemy's ranks. That I also appreciate skilled soldiers, and while I would like to strengthen our camaraderie, you must be weary, am I right? Regrettably, the city of Carliera lacks accommodations to house everyone present, but I have arranged for you to stay in private residences. Above all, I hope you can rest well today. Truthfully, I wish to dispatch them promptly to the borders of the Holy Empire, yet I could not do so. Overworking the soldiers would render them ineffective when the time for battle truly arrived. They must be allowed to rest both physically and mentally, replenishing their strength. Upon their arrival in town, I immediately compensated them, keeping this purpose in mind that I hoped they could indulge themselves, thereby shifting their mood. In doing so, this money would circulate back into the local economy, achieving two objectives with one action. May I ask, are you truly a man? While you profess a preference for discerning clients, this level of generosity is rather unexpected. Captain Valerie tilted her head, appearing somewhat perplexed. Even among generous lords, such behavior was seldom encountered. That I deliberately donned a mischievous grin and retorted, of course, what I provide you must be repaid through your work. I eagerly anticipate your performance, esteemed captain of the mercenaries. After outlining various precautions and distributing the rewards, I promptly directed the mercenaries to the private residences designated as their encampment. The mercenary corps boasted over 100 soldiers, not including support personnel, resulting in a considerable number. Accommodating such a large group under a single roof necessitated the assistance of the townspeople. The expenses incurred for their hospitality and the deployment of guards to prevent any disturbances, though considerable, were justified when considering that forcing them to sleep in tents could dampen morale. The hot water is incredibly soothing. Thank you. After leading the mercenaries to the designated residential encampment, I took Captain Valerie and several key members of her corps to the residence of the local official. After all, it would be inappropriate to allow those of officer rank to sleep on makeshift straw beds. Seizing this rare opportunity, I organized a small, welcoming gathering. However, given that they had just returned from the battlefield, I requested they bathe first to cleanse themselves of the scent of blood and sweat. Fortunately, the residence was equipped with a reasonably spacious bathing area. I am delighted to hear that you enjoy it. I responded with a smile to the steaming Captain Valerie. The cadre of the mercenary corps numbered around 5. This number was manageable even in the confined dining area of the official residence. The meal is ready as well. While I couldn't prepare a full feast, I hope you find it satisfactory that I gestured towards the dining table, where ginger-braised pork was served. That said, the seasoning was unique to this kingdom. As Galia Kingdom does not possess soy sauce, this dish holds a status akin to that of a commoner's feast, yet when compared to the culinary offerings presented by local officials to their guests, it appears somewhat meager. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a situation of financial constraint. The extravagant expenditures for the war preparations have necessitated a frugality that even extends to the funds allocated for ostentation. Nobility thrives on appearances, and thus, the circumstances are rather dire. Compared to hardtack and moldy cheese, this is certainly a banquet, I mused. Perhaps sensing our plight, Captain Valerie wore an unexpectedly warm expression as she nodded in agreement. She took a seat beside me, and the server promptly appeared to pour wine into our goblets. Let us toast to the valiant mercenaries who have just taken their posts. Cheers. Following the toast, we resumed our meal, engaging in trivial conversation. At it seemed that none wished to broach topics that might darken the mood during our repast. I understood their sentiments, sipping my red wine, while listening to the mercenaries recount their heroic exploits on the battlefield. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached a crescendo, circumstances shifted. Captain Valerie approached, wine bottle in hand, and settled beside me. It seems the local magistrate can hold his liquor, that I have some fine wine here. Would you care for a glass? Why not? I shall join you for a drink. Whether in this life or the last, I have always held a fondness for libations. Moreover, given the recent turn of events, I had abstained from alcohol for quite some time. While I shan't indulge to the point of inebriation, a few drinks should pose no issue. My Lord Owl. Sonia cast a glance my way, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. She likely feared the possibility of poison. Though the mercenaries were assigned by Chancellor Adelaide, there remained a chance that agents of Duke Orleans could have infiltrated their ranks. Her unspoken warning was clear. Consuming what they offered might be perilous. I met her gaze, silently assuring her that all was well. If one sought to administer poison, there were far simpler methods. After all, the servants in this residence had been in service since my tenure as the previous official. To poison me, one would need only to slip a spy among them. Having grown up together, our understanding was instinctive. Sonia inclined her head slightly, instructing the servants to prepare 2 new goblets. Soon enough, pristine silver cups were placed before Captain Valerie and myself. This is a rare delicacy, sourced from Avalonia. I believe you will both appreciate it. With that, Captain Valerie poured an amber liquid into each cup and added water from the jug on the table. The ratio of wine to water was 1:1. Known as twice up, that we gently clinked our glasses before bringing them to our lips. The fragrant aroma, a blend of floral and pear notes, wafted into our nostrils. The taste was smooth, gliding effortlessly down my throat. Even with the dilution, the alcohol content seemed quite potent. Judging by its flavor, it appeared to be a well-aged whiskey. It should have been a rather palatable drink, but the addition of water softened the alcohol's bite, rendering it what one might call a lady killer. Though in this world, perhaps a boy killer would be more appropriate. This wine is exquisite. Your taste is commendable, Captain. Indeed, I have a fondness for this particular variety. Captain Valerie beamed as she raised her glass and downed its contents in one go. Such wasteful drinking. Yet, despite her swift consumption, her demeanor remained unchanged. Clearly, her tolerance was impressive. That I lifted my own glass. Feigning a sip, Captain Valerie grinned and promptly refilled my cup. Come, drink up. That it appeared she intended to intoxicate me, perhaps hoping to loosen my tongue in the process. Was she probing for my vulnerabilities? Very well, I accept your challenge. With my past life's experiences, I was no novice in dealing with those who sought to ply me with drink. This time, a woman that my strategy was to flatter her, disarming her defenses, while ensuring she consumed nothing but wine, thus disrupting her drinking rhythm. By doing so, even a person with a formidable tolerance could easily succumb. That was my approach. Let us kiss, shall we? Just one kiss. As I continued to ply Captain Valerie with drink, she transformed into a wholly inebriated state, exclaiming, "It's so hot," while shedding her clothing until only her undergarments remained, attempting to press her lips against mine. This individual, in her drunkenness, had morphed into a nudist and a kiss-seeker. The sensation of her weight upon my arm sent shivers down my spine, leaving me astonished. In my previous life, such experiences would have required considerable expenditure to engage the services of a professional. No, the youthful and vibrant individuals of this world likely would not resort to such measures. Regrettably, as a socially inept otaku, I had never encountered such opportunities. Thus, despite her inebriation, being clung to by a nearly naked beauty filled me with unexpected delight. Please, just one kiss. It won't cost you anything. No, wait a moment. Captain Valerie pouted, pressing closer to S.A. Dragonkin. I was utterly defenseless against her advances as a mere human. In essence, to be kissed here would be an irresistible force. I could maintain my knightly reputation while allowing a beautiful woman to kiss me. Of course not, you utter fool. However, much to my dismay, there was my ever-serious aide, with a stern expression and veins bulging on her forehead. She forcibly separated Captain Valerie from me, sending her sprawling to the floor. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to fight? Yet, despite her drunken state, Captain Valerie was no novice. As she hit the ground, she executed a roll, bouncing back to her feet with the agility of a spring-loaded toy, adopting a fighting stance to intimidate Sonia. It seems I must impart some lessons to Lord Al. I shall take care of this. Very well, leave it to you. Thus, Sonia and Captain Valerie engaged in a brawl. Such incidents were not uncommon among spirited soldiers, knights, and the mercenary leaders began raising their glasses in support. Yet, I could not help but feel a pang of regret. Alas, it seemed futile. Would I ever find an opportunity to share a drink with Captain Valerie in private? No, should such a moment arise. She might press for something even more intimate than a kiss, and I would be powerless to resist. Personally, I wish to cultivate a deeper relationship with her, but as a public figure, such a course of action would be ill-advised. In this world, a virgin holds a certain value. Depending on the circumstances, engaging in premarital relations with a lover or fiancé, it could invite censure. If I were to engage with a woman who did not even reach that threshold, I would be branded a libertine, though the truth may very well align with that label. I had never been particularly favored by decent women. If I were to exacerbate that situation, my chances of marriage would dwindle to nothing. You know what this means. Such behavior towards an unmarried nobleman, Chancellor Adelaide remarked, turning his back to the sounds of the scuffle with a look of profound displeasure. His gaze was utterly vacant. I sincerely apologize. The vice-captain of the mercenary group bowed his head in contrition. According to his self-introduction, he was named Mariel Ruginu, a young dragonkin female with glasses. And her demeanor suggested noble lineage. If you wish to apologize, it must be done with genuine sincerity. You understand, do you not? After all, you nearly rendered a man incapacitated, and thus, you must bear a commensurate responsibility. Do you have the right to say such things? You ought to bear responsibility as well. I silently screamed within, though I could not express it aloud. That I merely wore a pained expression as I downed my whiskey in one gulp. Now, it is only natural for some unsightly conduct to occur at a banquet. It is reasonable to turn a blind eye. What? So if I were to become inebriated and engage in such behavior with Al, you would forgive me as well? Huh? Chancellor Adelaide, with his long black hair flowing, advanced towards me. I would forgive you. I would welcome it. To be honest, I believe the Chancellor would act with impunity even without intoxication. By the way, who might this be? Vice-Captain Mariel inquired. Somewhat hesitantly, I could not disclose the Chancellor's presence here. I refrained from introducing her. However, it was only natural for her to feel perplexed, given that she appeared far more imposing than I. A mere local official. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, but you are the esteemed Chancellor Adelaide, are you not? Isn't this a blunder? In this world without television or the internet, I thought that even if a chancellor were to come here, only those involved in politics would recognize her. But wait, if she hails from nobility, it wouldn't be surprising if they did recognize her. I have been too careless. You are overthinking it. I am merely a simple advisor. But before that, let us discuss the compensation. By the way, since we have this rare opportunity, let us talk about work matters. Although considering this is a banquet, this topic might seem a bit dull. It would be troublesome if our relationship with the mercenary group deteriorated because of this. I interrupted Chancellor Adelaide's words. She poked my side with a displeased expression, while Deputy Commander Marielle naturally seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed. After all, we did not come here merely to drink. By the way, it is a pleasure to meet you. Is that so? You have quite a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Captain Valerie can also hold her liquor well, but you surpass her. That is because I pretended to drink half of it. It is truly unfortunate that I cannot enjoy the feast properly despite the occasion. While muttering to myself, I'll have to wait until the victory banquet for a proper drink. I replied with a nonchalant expression. It's not that impressive. If we were to ask what we most wish to know, it would be the reason for our employment. Deputy Commander Marielle inquired, playing with her wine glass filled with wine. After all, at this stage of the commission, I still lacked information. The details of the commission have yet to be decided. Bodyguards? Intimidating other territories? Training opponents? However, as long as we receive payment, we can handle most tasks. Do you know Count Dysel? Is he not the lord from the territory of Count Schudenberg, located on the other side of the mountains in the Holy Empire? The other party also makes a living through warfare. Merely mentioning the lord's name, they immediately understood that it was indeed a great help to delve into the subject so swiftly. It is likely just as you imagine. According to reconnaissance results, Count Dysel is preparing for war. The target is likely the territory of Lisbon. I see. Deputy Commander Marielle's lips curved into a frown as she let out a low sigh. The territory of Count Schudenberg has flourished through trade with the south. It is quite a formidable adversary. It seems so. I had already investigated matters in this regard before taking office as the governor. After all, assessing the surrounding situation is a fundamental skill. Count Dysel is a grand lord presiding over several prosperous cities, each far larger than the city of Reincarnated. It goes without saying that the size of his army is also considerable. The central reinforcements will take over a month to arrive. Moreover, the lords of the surrounding regions are unlikely to provide assistance. In other words, the forces of Count Dysel must be dealt with by us and you. Essentially, even if feudal lords are loyal to the king, they are not necessarily allies, even if other territories are invaded. Unless an alliance or vassal relationship is established, there is no obligation to send reinforcements. One must recognize the reality that surrounding lords will not provide aid. I still find it hard to adapt to such matters, as I retain the values of a modern individual. However, since it is a fact, there is nothing to be done. Speaking of which, the concept of a nation is already quite nebulous. Upon hearing this, Deputy Commander Marielle's expression turned troubled as she fell into deep thought. Their mercenary group's combat strength is equivalent to a company of infantry. On the other hand, Count Dysel's forces could muster twice that number in infantry alone. In a direct confrontation, they have no chance of victory. The temporary silence enveloped us. The only sounds were the barbaric noise of Sonia and Captain Valerie brawling, along with the shouts of the onlookers as their quarrel intensified. What on earth are those two doing? If possible, I would like to gather more mercenaries. We are not the only ones in need of them. After all, once the flames of war ignite in one place, they are likely to spread to others. Chancellor Adelaide, seemingly unable to tolerate the silence, crossed her arms and spoke. She likely does not wish to relinquish this land to Count Dysel or Duke Orleans. Hence her desire to prepare as much combat strength as possible. However, as tensions in the region escalate, it stands to reason that more lords will hire mercenaries to bolster their defenses. The surrounding lords must have sensed that the flames of war are about to reach Lisbon. The result is a fierce competition for mercenaries, and the only mercenary group we can prepare is Valerie's. Chancellor Adelaide explained this to me. Of course, we are professionals, even when faced with unfavorable battles. We will not shy away. However, they likely do not wish to engage in a battle they are certain to lose. After all, even if they can receive payment, death renders everything meaningless. I can understand what they are trying to convey. Rest assured. I also do not wish to fight a losing battle. I smiled broadly in response. Soldiers sometimes must fight even when they know they will lose. but they cannot simply accept defeat passively. There is only one road connecting the territory of Lisbon to the territory of Zudenberg. Moreover, that road becomes exceedingly narrow in the mountainous region, which means we can wait for the enemy in a terrain favorable to a smaller force. If the numbers are extremely few, it might still be feasible. But it is impossible for a large army to traverse mountains without using roads. Additionally, in such localized battles in mountainous areas, large forces cannot exert their advantages. However, Count Dysale should understand this as well and will likely devise countermeasures. No. Deputy Commander Mariel raised an objection that, of course, Count Dysale should not be a fool. Although I do not know how capable he actually is, one must assume the enemy is competent during operations. So it is best not to believe that we can unilaterally exploit the advantages of a confined space. Certainly, he likely will die in close-quarters combat. The individual equipment and training level of soldiers are crucial. Even seasoned mercenary groups would prefer to avoid direct confrontation with fully armored knights. Exactly, we are by no means a rabble, but the disparity in equipment is indeed hard to overcome if knights clad in full armor launch a cavalry charge. We have limited means to stop them. Deputy Commander Mariel nodded seriously. Because they wager their lives, they will clearly state what cannot be done. Most of their mercenary group members are equipped with rudimentary weapons and armor. While there should be some firearms, even with a dozen or 20 flintlocks, halting a cavalry charge would still be exceedingly difficult. After all, this world possesses magic. Enchanted armor inscribed with runes to enhance defense can even deflect bullets. Knights equipped with such armor are formidable beyond comparison to the knights of the previous world. Indeed, that is the case. Our combat strength is equivalent to a company of lightly equipped infantry and 2 platoons of knights. In a direct confrontation, we absolutely cannot win. I have known this from the beginning. However, I deepened the smile on my face and continued. However, I do not intend to engage the enemy directly in simple terms. As long as we can thwart their offensive, that is sufficient that I have my own methods. At this point, a loud crash echoed from behind and I turned around to see Captain Valerie lying on the ground with her eyes rolled back. Beside her, a battered Sonia, despite gasping for breath, flashed me a V sign. This is a well-deserved victory V. I see. Given the situation with the opposing leader unconscious, it is impossible to elaborate on the combat plan. It seems we will have to wait until tomorrow for a strategy meeting. That it is truly vexing that we cannot take our time now when time is of the essence. The following morning, we gathered on the grasslands located on the outskirts of Carlara City. Our mercenary group sent Captain Valerie and the gunner squad over. The other units were still on leave. Although I felt a bit guilty towards the gunners who were forced to work extra, we would provide a small bonus, hoping for their understanding. Although we call ourselves a gunner squad, in truth, it is merely experimental, and our numbers are not many. 2 teams with 20 men. This is all the gunners our mercenary group has, Captain Valerie, marked with scars, explained. Perhaps due to his drunken state last night, he seemed to only remember the events vaguely. He rushed over early this morning to apologize, saying he felt bad for showing me his disgraceful side. With 20 men in a squad, that is quite a considerable ratio. This is sufficient. Flintlocks hold value when used in groups, but in a world where firearms are not prevalent, having such a number of gunners in a mercenary group is quite rare. I shall make good use of it. As I pondered this, I cast my gaze around the riflemen. They held flintlock muskets in their hands, clad in light armor, lacking even the most basic leather protection. Although their attire could hardly be deemed aesthetically pleasing, their posture was remarkably upright, indicating they had undergone thorough training. That I heard from Mariel that your battle plan seems to involve ambushing the enemy in a confined space among the mountains. In such a battlefield, riflemen would indeed be quite advantageous. If we were to engage in conventional warfare, merely firing a single shot could result in our entire battalion's annihilation, even in a confined space. 20 individuals would struggle to create an effective barrage. We are all well aware of this. Upon hearing Captain Valerie's words, I nodded in agreement. In truth, the flintlock musket was a smoothbore weapon, lacking the spiral grooves that would enhance accuracy, rendering its precision astonishingly poor. A slight increase in distance would send the bullet flying in an unpredictable direction. Thus, the fundamental strategy for utilizing such antiquated firearms required one to approach within a range sufficient to discern the whites of the enemy's eyes before firing. Furthermore, as a muzzle-loading weapon, Its rate of fire was exceedingly slow. It is said that even a skilled marksman might manage only 3 to 4 shots per minute at best. Such sluggishness rendered it incomparable to a bow. Naturally, under the duress of combat, the rate of fire would diminish even further. However, I have a solution. A mischievous smile crept across my face as I approached the rifleman. Ladies and gentlemen, observe that target. In the direction I indicated stood a scarecrow fashioned haphazardly from bundles of straw, its head adorned with an old pot resembling a helmet. It stood approximately 300 meters away from this distance. Could you achieve a hit? I believe it to be exceedingly difficult. Even if the entire squad were to fire, I doubt a single round would find its mark, one of the riflemen replied. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, 300 meters was an excessive distance for a flintlock musket. Hitting the target would seem nearly impossible, barring sheer luck that I can hit it with ease. Just watch. Upon uttering those words, I gestured for the rifleman to observe the firearm slung over my shoulder. It was a simple rifle, constructed with an oak stock and a distinctive short barrel akin to cavalry carbines. Its appearance not markedly different from the flintlocks wielded by the mercenaries. The only distinguishing feature lay in its firing mechanism. The mercenaries' muskets operated via a pull lever that pressed the flint against the pan. Resembling a crossbow in design. In contrast, my firearm was equipped with a robust hammer and trigger. I assumed a shooting stance, drawing back the hammer halfway. Beneath the raised hammer, a slender metal tube became visible. From my waist pouch, I retrieved a hook-shaped container and inserted a brass bullet into it. No flint. One of the riflemen muttered, visibly astonished. I chuckled softly, stowing the hook-shaped container back into my pouch. I then pulled the hammer back to its full position, steadying the rifle. I rested the stock against my cheek, aligning my aim with the scarecrow's head. Holding my breath, I squeezed the trigger. The hammer fell. Striking the brass bullet, the gun fired, a billowing cloud of white smoke erupting from the muzzle. The pot atop the scarecrow was sent flying, producing a sharp cracked dough. This must be a trick, the riflemen exclaimed in unison. Witnessing their expected reaction filled me with delight, yet I endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as I handed the spent rifle to Sonia. She accepted it with utmost reverence, swiftly retreating to the rear. This is not a matter of my superior skill compared to yours, but rather a difference in weaponry. With this new rifle, you too can achieve the same results. The firearm I employed was known as the Mini-AI rifle in my previous life. Its barrel featured rifling, resulting in a significantly improved accuracy compared to earlier firearms. Like my beloved revolver, it was crafted based on a design I had sketched and commissioned a gunsmith to create. I have heard of this. It is what they call a rifled gun, correct? Indeed, you are correct, Captain Valerie replied, pressing her finger against her forehead as she muttered to herself. In this world, the theory behind rifled firearms had already been uncovered. However, as firearms were considered clandestine weapons, knowledge of this was exceedingly rare. It appeared that Captain Valerie was indeed a remarkable individual, having gathered intelligence on the weapons utilized by her troops. I nodded in admiration. However, I have also heard that these rifled guns are rather unwieldy. The bullets fit so snugly into the barrel that loading them requires considerable force. Valerie's assertion was accurate. Although the theory of rifles had been discovered, its widespread adoption had been hindered for this very reason. To force a bullet of the same caliber into the barrel was a laborious task. After firing a shot, reloading could take a minute or two, rendering the weapon far from practical. It was more suited for sniping than for general use. This issue has already been resolved. The loading speed of these bullets is akin to that of spherical projectiles. Yet upon firing, the rear expands due to explosive pressure, allowing it to grip the rifling securely. I produced a bullet designed for the Mini-AI rifle from my pocket and showed it to Captain Valerie. The acorn-shaped projectile was a crucial component of the Mini-AI rifle itself. This rifle and its ammunition are lent to you, Joist, for the duration of this operation. Distribute the firearms among the others. Understood. She commanded her knights to allocate the rifles, her expression grave as she nodded. Retrieving several guns from a wooden crate as I observed her distribute the rifles, I remarked to Captain Valerie, "This is the first of my secret strategies." I see. However, Count Diesel will not be easily dealt with. Relying solely on this will not secure victory, you understand. Regrettably, Captain Valerie's expression was far from optimistic. It was understandable. A commander who naively believed they could win solely by introducing a new weapon would undoubtedly be deemed incompetent. This realization eased my mind, for Captain Valerie could see the reality of the situation. "Joist," After the rifles are distributed, please go over there and instruct the mercenaries on how to use them. I need to discuss the battle plan with Captain Valerie. Of course, my strategy was not limited to this alone. Following my directive to my subordinates, I offered Captain Valerie a challenging smile that I am fully aware of this. I have prepared a battle plan, yet I would like to hear your thoughts first. As the riflemen received their rifles and began test firing, each shot produced a voluminous cloud of white smoke that modern firearms from my past could not hope to match. The thunderous crack of the shots echoed painfully in my ears. We had already informed the surrounding civilians to steer clear of this area due to the upcoming exercises, allowing us to conduct live-fire drills without the fear of causing unnecessary harm. In comparison to my previous life, the procedures for exercises here were remarkably straightforward, which I found quite refreshing. Given our current combat strength, a direct confrontation with Count Diesel's forces would undoubtedly lead to our defeat. I am acutely aware of this. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, I spoke to Captain Valerie, who was scratching a small scar on her cheek, presumably a remnant from her earlier spar with Sonia, as she contemplated the situation. I recall that their standing army alone is quite formidable. If they are adequately prepared, they will likely bolster their ranks with additional mercenary companies. In contrast, our combat strength consists solely of an infantry company. While they possess 2 cavalry platoons, it appears we have little hope. I had commissioned the mercenary group to bring horses from Lima City, allowing my knights and me to once again mount cavalry. Nevertheless, this did not illuminate our predicament. While cavalry charges are powerful, warfare is far too complex to rely solely on such tactics for victory. Indeed, ultimately, should we engage in a conventional field battle, we would surely lose. Therefore, we shall not fight in the open, we will conduct a siege. I recall that there isn't even a fortress along that route, so wouldn't we be forced to engage in a field battle? Captain Valerie's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, the road connecting the Lisbon territory and Count Diesel's Schudenberg territory featured only a checkpoint for monitoring. Although there were plans to construct an imposing fortress, it seemed indefinitely postponed due to budget constraints. The absence of any substantial defensive structures along the border with a foreign nation was an exceedingly reckless oversight, yet prior to the discovery of mineral deposits, the Lisbon territory held little incentive for invasion. Perhaps this was the reason for their complacency. Indeed, there are no fortresses. However, in the absence of one, we shall simply construct it. Construct? Is it feasible to undertake such a leisurely endeavor? Captain Valerie was sweating profusely on her forehead, appearing quite perplexed. Actually, the situation is rather grave. I understand what she is trying to convey. According to my investigation, time is of the essence. The Earl of Diesel's army is likely to set out shortly. That leaves us with no time at all. We can only endeavor to catch up. If we cannot halt the Earl's forces in the mountainous border regions, we will have no choice but to engage in battle within Lisbon's territory. However, Lisbon is a land of dense forests. For us, who are unfamiliar with the local terrain, fighting effectively will prove exceedingly difficult. Utilizing the forest for guerrilla warfare may seem effective at first glance. Yet we had only arrived in Lisbon a few days prior. Engaging in combat in an unfamiliar forest without radio communication or GPS is an almost impossible task, considering the reality of the situation. This is our only option. Although it may be a fortress, it is not as grand as it sounds. Trenches, earthworks, abatis, and barbed wire. We simply need to construct makeshift fortifications. Captain Valerie furrowed her brow. Pondering for a moment, she was likely assessing the feasibility of this plan. To be frank, I believe our chances of success are quite low. By the way, what is barbed wire? Barbed wire, simply put, is wire with sharp spikes. We intend to use it to create obstacles. While wire itself is quite common in this world, barbed wire seems to be an invention yet to be realized. Will the enemy be deterred by such a thing? Honestly, I cannot make any assertions due to the lack of practical combat data. However, as a basic defensive measure that can be easily constructed, it should prove relatively effective in an effort to prevent the soldiers from feeling uneasy. I spoke with a more optimistic tone, yet I knew I had to convey my concerns to Captain Valerie, who held an officer's rank. Barbed wire had been extensively utilized during the Russo-Japanese War and World War I, demonstrating remarkable defensive efficacy when combined with machine guns and trenches. However, that was ultimately a matter from a past world. In a realm where magic is an extraordinary element, its effectiveness remains uncertain. To be honest, I too felt a sense of unease. Well, there is nothing for it but to try. Are we prepared? Captain Valerie uttered a groan of frustration, yet by this point, she had no option but to comply. After all, a deposit had already been paid. If she were to back out now, her credibility as a mercenary would be irrevocably tarnished. The materials for constructing the positions have been arranged. Provisions, ammunition, and fodder have also been readied. Given the current scale of our forces, we can sustain ourselves for another month. Your preparations are truly thorough. The outcome of war is largely determined by prior preparations, is it not? I chuckled lightly as I posed this question to Captain Valerie. When it is time to win, one must win. This is my principle. For that purpose, I do not take preparation lightly. Before arriving in this town, I had already taken considerable precautions just in case. I am genuinely astonished. You are indeed correct. Captain Valerie seemed to have succumbed to despair, cheerfully patting my shoulder. Sonia, however, glared at her with an icy gaze. Now, what about manpower? A large-scale operation will require a significant number of hands. Won't it? Manpower, in this context, refers to day laborers. Indeed, a project of this magnitude necessitates a workforce that I have hired quite a few people. But even so, it is not enough. You all must work diligently and be mentally prepared. What do you mean, That is only natural. This is equipment meant for our own protection. Though I wish to express this sentiment, the military in this world does not dig trenches, generally speaking. Trenches are only utilized during sieges. Unlike the military of my past life, which was compelled to dig trenches, personal trenches, simply put, are large holes. The soldiers here are different. Forming units, marching, and fighting are their duties. This is the common knowledge of this world that it is I who should not be instructing them to do such tasks. Yet, it is a necessity. Lisbon is a frontier area with a sparse population, making it difficult to find idle day laborers. Of course, we do not intend to delegate all the work to you. We will assist the mercenaries as much as possible. You do not expect the knights to dig while you sit idly before the battle begins. Do you? Sonia spoke in a cold tone. While the military in this world does not dig, these individuals are an exception. Led by Sonia, the knights under her command are nearly all acquaintances I have known since childhood. I have even taught them things that typical knights would not learn, such as constructing field fortifications. I understand. Captain Valerie nodded with an expression that was difficult to articulate. Once the strategy was decided, all that remained was to put it into action. The Valerie Mercenary Corps, along with a supply-laden convoy and the necessary personnel to establish defensive lines, were dispatched to the border area. That we could not afford to be idle either. After entrusting administrative duties to the officials dispatched from the city of Rama, we immediately set out to catch up with the Valerie Mercenary Corps. That said, our nightly order, with substantial assistance from Chancellor Adelaide, acquired military horses once again. Naturally, we quickly caught up with the mercenary corps that was moving on foot. Due to the unusual circumstances, we did not meet with them, but rather passed directly by. Hey, you all are quite quick on your feet, I greeted Captain Valerie and her companions as I wiped the dirt from my cheek. The location was a rough street nestled between steep mountain valleys. A group of knights in civilian clothes were shoveling the unpaved, rugged surface with spades. If we leave the employer to work alone, it tarnishes the reputation of the mercenaries. Captain Valerie smiled broadly and surveyed the surroundings. I see. So we will be establishing a defensive line here. This location is indeed easier to defend. The surrounding Rocky Mountains were extremely steep, making it challenging for cavalry, let alone infantry, to breach. Traverse the street. One would have to sweep through from the front. That said, in such a narrow space, we cannot maneuver effectively. This can be considered the first line of defense that we plan to reduce the enemy's numbers through ranged combat, and then directly abandon this position, retreating to the rear. After all, this location is merely the width of the street. It is far too confined to serve as a battlefield. At the very least, close-quarters combat is not feasible. That is a sound strategy. Captain Valerie nodded and then turned her gaze to the rear. The mercenaries present were visibly fatigued, drenched in sweat. Although this is mountainous terrain, the elevation is not particularly high, resulting in very high temperatures. Some individuals had even stripped down to a semi-nude state, which was quite stimulating for me. Once the unloading is complete, take a break. Then assist the knights. We have to dig in this sweltering heat? We are mercenaries, not laborers. The mercenaries naturally express their discontent. There is little difference between mercenaries and petty thugs. Expecting them to work diligently is a futile endeavor. Enough of this noise. You lot love digging more than anything else. It is merely a matter of roles being reversed, so stop your complaints. That said, Captain Valerie was not appointed as captain without reason. She shouted with a commanding voice, and the mercenaries reluctantly dispersed. Captain, is this really appropriate? Ah, my apologies. That is not something I should say in front of a gentleman. Captain Valerie turned around, looking somewhat contrite. The digging she referred to must have meant that kind of digging. Regardless of the army, the fondness for crude topics remains consistent. To be honest, I am entirely indifferent. After all, in my past life, I was forced to sing lewd parodies while running. Captain, is this really appropriate? Do not mind it. I did not become a knight out of vanity at this point. I am not so immature as to be bothered by such trivial matters. How pitiful, Lord Al. From behind, I heard Sonia's murmured words. Indeed, perhaps it is because of this that I am not well-liked. A chaste gentleman. Blushing and feeling shy would be the proper response. My mood suddenly plummeted. Well, that is truly wonderful. Perhaps sensing the subtle shift in atmosphere. Captain Valerie displayed an awkward expression, patting her cheek with her hand before directing her gaze to her subordinates. Mariel, I need to hold a meeting with the magistrate, so I leave those fools in your care. It seems she does not intend to take a break. Her subordinates are to be disregarded for now. I am truly grateful for that. To be candid, I too find myself lacking in surplus. And I hope she can strive to a degree that does not become overly burdensome. I gently patted her shoulder and led her to the tent standing by the roadside. This serves as a makeshift command post. Inside the tent, there was a modest command table and chairs, along with rugged military tea sets and other items. I have dispatched scouts to the Zeidenberg territory, and it appears that the opposing forces have yet to finalize their troop organization. Therefore, we should have just enough time, I explained while settling into a chair. Since we are utilizing wyverns for aerial reconnaissance, the details we can ascertain are limited. However, once the enemy begins to assemble their ranks, we will undoubtedly take notice. That said, we have only one wyvern available for reconnaissance, while the other two are designated for transporting Chancellor Adelaide and others back to the capital, rendering them unavailable. Chancellor Adelaide expressed her desire to remain in Lisbon until the outcome of the battle is determined, yet should we face defeat, they too would be in peril. Thus, we coordinated with the Night Brigade's departure schedule to ensure their early exit. That is truly splendid, Captain Valerie sighed, resting her chin on her hand atop the command table. She gazed at the map before her and murmured, even with meticulous preparations for a counterattack, victory is not guaranteed. It is even more disconcerting to consider engaging in battle without any preparation at all. I share your sentiments. My apologies, Sonia. Would you be so kind as to brew a cup of herbal tea for Captain Valerie? Certainly. I shifted my attention from Sonia, who adeptly retrieved the teapot, back to Captain Valerie. She sat with her legs crossed, chin resting upon her hand, exuding an air of calm, yet what turmoil might be hidden within. The more accomplished the officer, the more adept their facade. How does she truly perceive our current predicament? Regardless of how dire the situation may be, we must endure here until the central reinforcements arrive. Let us muster our spirits and diligently formulate a battle plan. Several days passed thereafter. With the arrival of the mercenary group, the engineering works commenced, yet complications soon arose. The project faced delays, and the reason was quite straightforward. The mercenaries displayed a disheartening lack of motivation. Those rascals seize any opportunity to slack off. What a useless bunch they are, Miss Valverde exclaimed indignantly upon entering the command tent. I had requested her assistance with the troops' tasks, the physically formidable bear beast men. In this laborious civil engineering endeavor, performed as though they were mere small-scale machinery. It seems so. Never mind. Let us have some tea, I mused softly, pouring herbal tea into a cup and handing it to Miss Valverde. She thanked me, taking the cup with a disgruntled expression as she settled into a chair. The initial trench line and lookout tower were supposed to be completed today, but at this rate, it is highly likely we will be delayed until tomorrow, Sonia reported. She pondered while gazing outside the tent. There, the mercenaries continued their tasks with a distinct lack of vigor. Such delays will only accumulate. Concurred the deputy and the bear beast man. Given that we are uncertain of when the enemy may arrive, I had hoped to complete the works ahead of schedule. If we are compelled to confront the enemy with a half-finished defensive line, our forces would surely be annihilated if we do not find a way to motivate those rascals. Could it lead to irreparable consequences? You are quite right. The mercenaries likely perceive civil engineering as beneath a soldier's duties. In ancient Rome, soldiers would construct roads and buildings themselves, and in my previous life, digging was one of the basic tasks for soldiers. However, the common knowledge of this world does not necessarily apply here. Aside from sieges, the construction of trenches is seldom required, partly due to the presence of earth attribute magicians capable of manipulating soil. For minor projects, a single earth attribute magician suffices. Moreover, if this continues, our earth attribute magician, Rogina, will bear an excessive burden. That said, there are not many who have genuinely studied magic. Among my subordinates, only one possesses such abilities. Given the scale of the projected works, relying solely on one magician to establish a defensive line is exceedingly impractical. With manpower lacking, we must compensate through sheer effort. Can we not increase our workforce? Our supply system is already on the brink of collapse. The number of supply carts is insufficient. Merely transporting food here is quite a challenge. This area has only a small river, making it impossible to utilize boats for transport. Considering the need for a prolonged conflict, to be frank, the mercenaries' food supplies are running dangerously low, even if the defensive line is completed. The soldiers cannot fight effectively on empty stomachs. Ultimately, this is a frontier settlement, and the population of Lisbon is inherently low. Labor resources are not readily available for immediate recruitment if we must rely solely on the current personnel. What if we were to severely punish any mercenary caught slacking? The fear of retribution should compel them to follow our directives. That as per usual. Sonia's suggestion was rather perilous. I sighed softly, moistening my lips with the herbal tea. While it may not be to the extent of near death, should one be discovered shirking their duties, it appears they would also face the iron fist of punishment, given that such measures have proven ineffective. It is only natural to fortify the penalties. All around the engineering site, one could witness officers administering beatings to soldiers, setting aside the rank and file. It seemed even the mercenary management understood the significance of this project. However, whether this approach would lead to effective troop management remains debatable. Yet, the iron fist of punishment. I am not particularly fond of such methods. Rather than resorting to beatings, it would be more effective to have them perform push-ups or run as a form of exercise. That said, mercenaries are ultimately temporary hires. I cannot voice my objections to their policies simply because I disapprove of such methods. That in the end, the most pressing issue remains the lack of awareness among those involved. They believe that if they find themselves in a disadvantageous position, they can simply flee, which saps their motivation. Therefore, even if we were to alter the punishment from iron-fisted to near-fatal, it would merely increase the number of deserters. However, the mercenaries' wages are not substantial, making their lack of motivation somewhat understandable. If excessive pressure is applied, they would likely abandon their posts without hesitation, disappearing without a trace. That we lack the capacity to pursue deserters, making such actions unfeasible. You are correct, but if we allow the enemy to breach our defenses, Lisbon would face dire consequences, would it not? They must exert themselves earnestly. On the other hand, Miss Valverde cannot afford to be so leisurely. After all, Lisbon is her homeland, and she cannot easily abandon it. Thus, she is deeply committed to her work. Although she became my subordinate under duress, she now regards herself as fortunate to have such a capable ally. I feel the same. If captured by the enemy, the outcome would surely be grim. Even if I were to risk my life to escape back to the center, I could not evade the responsibility of defeat. The Lisbon territory and I are inextricably linked. Brother, Miss Valverde leaned forward, gratitude shining in her eyes as she drained her cup of herbal tea. I understand. Valverde, am willing to lend you my strength. I shall kick those cowards into action. Did not Lord Al just say that would not do? She stood up, her eyes ablaze with determination, only to be halted by a visibly exasperated Sonia. Do not take unnecessary actions. Simply entrust everything to Lord Al, and all matters will be resolved smoothly. Just follow the instructions given. The trust of this childhood companion weighs heavily upon me. Indeed, Lord Al. Ah, yes. How should I articulate this? She is not a bad child. If necessary, she would even nonchalantly take the blame upon herself. Yet her disposition is quite burdensome. If I were to overlook this aspect, she would be a diligent and capable individual, making her potential as my friend and deputy seem almost a waste. In any case, I do possess a strategy if we must resort to harsh measures. Let that be the last resort. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. In truth, whether in my previous life or this one, I have encountered such troublesome situations more times than I care to count. I had anticipated that this scenario would evolve into such a predicament, hence I had prepared in advance. Please bear with me by the day after tomorrow morning, those rascals should begin to work earnestly. I, mercenary Captain Valerie Torber, found the dismal morale of my troops to be utterly vexing. Hey, you over there, stop slacking off. All right, I called out to a subordinate squatting on the ground, smoking, but received only a response that reflected their complete lack of enthusiasm. The mercenary extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette with his shoe and lazily returned to work that I found myself longing to sigh. The aide named Sonia comes to complain almost every day. The platform that was supposed to be completed by the third day is only half finished today, the fourth day, and while I can understand her desire to express dissatisfaction, I mutter under my breath. Barely audible. That said, we are not civil engineers that IT would be far better to entrust such tasks to experts, although I am tempted to argue why we mercenaries are assigned to such duties. The fact that we are being compensated well above the standard makes it somewhat difficult to voice complaints. Furthermore, the sluggish progress is less about our inexperience and more about the lack of motivation among the soldiers. After all, we received the initial schedule with ample time to spare. The client must have calculated that we would take some time. What to do? Even though we present ourselves as a mercenary company, most of our members are rather inept. Had they not become mercenaries, they would likely have ended up as homeless vagabonds in the slums. To be frank, getting them to work diligently is quite challenging. Thanks to mercenary training, they can manage in short skirmishes, but when it comes to tasks resembling regular work, they revert to their current lackadaisical attitude. It's unfortunate that our client is a man, which has also had a detrimental effect. Some have even openly expressed their reluctance to take orders from a man. Of course, I always silence them, for if that crazed aide were to overhear, it might rain blood. I was once the third daughter of a noble lord, and in an effort to reform the useless individuals in the territory, I founded this mercenary group, only for it to end up like this. While I did bring them in myself, thus reaping what I sowed, I truly wish they would take their work more seriously. Captain, at that moment, the vice-captain, Marielle, approached with a rather cheerful expression. What is it? Did the soldiers suddenly muster their spirits and triple their efficiency? No, it's not that. Marielle's expression stiffened. It seems a caravan of covered wagons has arrived from Carlria, that I hear they brought wine with them. So let us graciously accept it. Wine? How thoughtful of them. If possible, I would like to ask that male knight to pour me a drink. No. Wait. Although I have no memory of it, that person seems to have made quite a fool of himself due to alcohol in the past. Perhaps it's best left unattempted. What a pity. Though I find his appearance quite appealing, it would not be wise to take advantage of the situation. Reflecting on it now, my earlier attempt in front of the aide and others can only be described as a failure. But due to the heat of battle and expeditions, I found it rather unavoidable. The scale of the caravan is quite substantial. Accompanying Marielle to where the covered wagons were parked, I discovered several wagons already unloading their cargo. Judging by the numbers, it seems almost all the covered wagons from Carlria have been mobilized. After all, it is a small town, and there shouldn't be many wagons. It appears that His Highness places considerable importance on logistics. Though His Highness possesses a splendid appearance reminiscent of a knight stepping out from a spring palace painting, his style of work is remarkably pragmatic. When I first heard his proposal to construct a field fortress, I briefly doubted his sanity, but after reviewing the plan, I found it to be quite practical. To be honest, I was rather astonished. While I cannot provide whiskey or brandy, I would be immensely grateful if I could receive a bottle of good wine. After all, diluted beer, simply one tea sufficed to lift one's spirits. Marielle and I chatted as we made our way to the loading area of the wagons. My subordinates and members of the knightly order had already gathered nearby, preparing to collect supplies. The scene resembled a lively festival. That moment, I suddenly noticed something. Men, several young and handsome men, were mingling among the cargo wagons, and I wondered what they were doing in a place that was soon to become a battlefield. Hey, did someone clever call for male courtesans? I asked one of my nearby subordinates. The fellow, holding an exaggeratedly large bread basket, shyly replied, No, I thought so at first too, but it seems they are men from Carlria. I heard they wish to support the soldiers guarding the town as much as possible. Quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. After his explanation, I noticed young men happily chatting with our mercenaries, yet there was still an air of suspicion. Mercenaries are merely a collection of misfits who couldn't make it elsewhere, though our group is hardly different. There should be few men willing to approach such individuals that ITS probably because not letting them put in some effort would be troublesome. A little hint, and they readily accept nighttime invitations that I'll let you in on a secret. Some have already started doing so. This is undoubtedly a scandal, no matter how one looks at it. Those fellows are not ordinary men. They are male courtesans. Captain, if you see any attractive men, it's best to act first in matters like this. The early bird catches the worm. I'll consider it. I replied. Having male courtesans masquerade as ordinary men and share a bed with the mercenaries. How clever. Even if our mercenaries are scoundrels, once they are in the company of warriors, they cannot help but speak lewdly. After all, everyone knows that unless the defense line is established, they cannot properly engage in battle, so they must work diligently, putting their words into action. What a vile strategy that I do not believe that thick-headed Sonia could conceive such an idea. The proposal must have come from His Highness Al. Many in our group underestimate them simply because they are men, but that is a grave error, while it is far better than being commanded by a dim-witted fool. We must remain vigilant, in the presence of that noble knight. It is best to maintain an attitude akin to facing a seasoned general in a way. Ha ha ha. But he is a man. Marielle laughed joyfully after saying this. There's no saving her now. Wow. Is this honey candy? Delicious. Just as I was thinking this, I heard a strange sound. Turning in the direction of the noise, I saw a petite squirrel beastman joyfully waving her hands. His Highness was beside her, feeding the squirrel beastman snacks with a loving expression. He perhaps a grandfather doting on his granddaughter. Just how old is that man? I felt as though I had been infected by her joy and couldn't help but laugh. However, since they wouldn't betray us, it's best if our companions are as capable as possible. She doesn't seem like a bad person. I suppose there's no need for excessive caution. My battle plan proceeded smoothly. Under the gentle urging of the male courtesans disguised as ordinary people, the mercenaries rallied together, and the progress of the construction accelerated dramatically, seeing the mercenaries hauling Mako and Impeli with ease. I couldn't help but chuckle. Perfect. Humans invariably find themselves invigorated under the gaze of the opposite sex that I instructed the male courtesans to remain on site temporarily, for if I did not, the mercenaries would quickly begin to slack off. Yet, my feelings were quite complex. While I remained ensnared in my duties, the mercenaries would soon indulge in their pleasures within the tents. Naturally, this was arranged by me. Though I wished to sigh, I held it back. The commander cannot display a casual demeanor in front of the soldiers that I maintained a serious expression and continued my work, though I am a commander. It does not mean I can merely sit in a chair, issue orders with my chin, and call it a day that I am tasked with coordinating supplies, assigning personnel, mediating disputes between mercenaries and knights, adjusting the allocation of work among various units, and confirming the progress of countless responsibilities, leaving me with hardly any time to sit down and enjoy a proper meal that it seems we have managed to get by. After a prolonged period of busy work, we finally achieved results. The defense line was now in an acceptable state of completion. The trenches were dug in a serrated pattern along the street. Mounds of earth were heaped up, and barbed wire was strung in intersecting lines. The sight grew increasingly impressive. Commander Bintu, thank you for your hard work. I confirmed the defensive positions. Captain Valerie said this to me. She too had likely been bustling about like me, her face visibly weary and her clothing dust-covered. You as well. No, you all have been a tremendous help. Thanks to your efforts, it seems we will manage. It was truly dire at the beginning. Captain Valerie smiled faintly, her voice soft. If you hadn't arranged for those men, I shudder to think what might have happened. So you caught on, huh? I shrugged. The decision to summon male courtesans was a spontaneous, makeshift measure, inevitably revealing its flaws. Those who are aware of the situation would likely discern the truth in an instant. The morale among the mercenaries appeared to remain unbroken, suggesting that Captain Valerie had yet to disclose this reality to her subordinates. With a slight smile, she gestured towards the shadows cast by the rocks. Let me elucidate, then, that I do not intend to hold you accountable. She remarked with a sardonic grin, yet she obediently followed my lead. The excavated soil and stones were carelessly discarded nearby, providing ample hiding spots. May I pose a question? Was this strategy your own conception? Captain Valerie inquired as she settled into the shadow of the rocks. I pondered how to respond. She did not exhibit any outrage over being deceived, though she might have harbored significant discontent internally. Given the nature of my actions, which resembled deceit, to be frank, That is indeed the case that I wish to keep this tactic under wraps, as it would not reflect well if it became public knowledge. I see. That makes sense. For someone like me, it may be bearable, but you are a male knight. Merely commissioning the services of male courtesans would surely incite gossip among those who love to chatter. Captain Valerie commented with an understanding demeanor. In this society, where women hold significant sway, the provision of nocturnal companionship for women is certainly commonplace. Even in small towns, one might find one or two establishments of such nature. The task I commissioned was also from a similar establishment in Carolina. Nonetheless, it is not uncommon for the sex industry to be regarded as a disreputable vocation in this world. Engaging in a respectable profession as a male knight, and then becoming entangled with that industry, would not be well received. Although it is not unusual for knights to frequent such establishments, it remains quite excessive. There exists a stark disparity in how men and women are treated in this regard. That said, I have no better alternatives that I hope you can forgive me. Yes, I stated. I have no intention of investigating your actions, Captain Valerie replied, a wry smile accompanying her gesture. Indeed, while the notion of local girls coming to offer support may be a fabrication. To put it simply, someone requested us to act as male courtesans, and without charge. Complaining about that is rather extravagant. The term street boy essentially refers to the male counterpart of street girl. I still find such terminology somewhat jarring. Your ability to articulate this is immensely helpful. Furthermore, as a man, you may not fully grasp this, but when women become overwhelmed by desire, they can engage in many regrettable behaviors, acting aggressively or causing disturbances. It is prudent to allow professionals to manage the situation before they target the general populace, thereby preventing future complications. No, I understand that. I completely comprehend. Eating, sleeping, and matters pertaining to men should ideally not be suppressed. Even if one attempts to conceal unpleasantness, believing it will resolve the issue, the internal pressure will eventually lead to an explosion. I believe that managing such matters is part of a commander's responsibilities. As long as one remains in the military, one cannot escape issues related to sexuality. In my previous life, I was frequently reminded in officer training courses not to disregard such matters. Even in this world, where notions of chastity are inverted, I would presume that these issues remain unchanged. How astonishing. Lord Al, could it be that you are adept at feigning youth? I would have thought someone of your age would not contemplate such matters. I have only just turned 20. This revelation startled me somewhat. Coupled with my experiences from my previous life, I possess a wealth of life experience. Regrettably, none in the realm of feminine encounters. Surely, my identity as a reincarnated individual has not been exposed. It feels almost as if I am cheating, making it hard to remain composed. If that is true, then you are indeed an exceptional individual. You should take pride in that. As your senior, I can vouch for you. Captain Valerie flashed a grin, patting my shoulder. Nothing is more appreciated than a thoughtful superior. As long as you harbor no intentions of betrayal, we shall reciprocate with sincerity in our efforts. I swear by the North Star. The so-called North Star, as the term suggests, is the polar star in this world that serves as the object of faith for the Star Guide religion, the largest religion on this continent, making her statement equivalent to swearing by the divine. That is splendid to hear. I shall strive not to disappoint you. Just as I responded, a voice echoed from afar, calling, Lord Al, are you there? Lord Al. It must be Sonia's voice. After nodding to Captain Valerie, I stepped out from the rock's shadow. Over here. Her rare exuberance suggested this was no trivial matter. Sure enough, upon approaching, she delivered critical news. The Wyvern has returned. It has confirmed the presence of a force believed to belong to Count Diesel heading towards the Lisbon territory. Have they arrived? I murmured, sensing that the time for conflict was finally at hand. Hey, Shorty, are you listening? Who are you calling short, mother? I replied with a tone of annoyance. Even I was surprised by the displeased sound that escaped my lips. Well, after a day of marching, fatigue is unavoidable. Yes, it is certainly not due to any insecurity regarding my height. Ha! My apologies, my apologies. Mother laughed heartily, unfazed. Our family, the Diesel clan, is renowned for its formidable physiques, rivaling even the lion beastmen and Drago. Mother is no exception, standing nearly 2 meters tall. In contrast, what of me? Aside from the horns and tail adorning my frame, my height would scarcely be acknowledged beyond that of a halfling. Yet, I am still in my growth phase. Surely, I will grow taller in time. So, what is it? As I grew increasingly despondent, I decided to swiftly change the subject. Nothing much, Just that we are preparing to attack the Lisbon territory. Mother wore a mischievous smile, pointing down the road. Indeed, we were leading our clan in a march to assault the Lisbon territory on the other side of the mountains. With over 500 combatants, we were marching in a formidable column. Our forces were far too ample for dealing with rural guards, leaving me with a sense of pity for the enemy. Unable to suppress a chuckle, I heard the governing official, "There is a male knight." Really? Is that true? The existence of male knights seemed limited to coincidental tales or risco literature. Absolutely true. How utterly foolish that a man choosing to be a knight. Exactly. Mother laughed again. Did I hear? It's because the noble family of mere mortals has failed to produce a female heir. Truly, it is a grave error for mere mortals to be nobles, that a frail mortal would be of little use on the battlefield, even if they ventured forth. Despite my petite stature, I do not feel that I would lose to mere mortals. Regardless of any disparity in size, that I am confident I could easily overpower them. After all, no matter how much a mortal trains, they cannot match the strength of a beast man. That is simply a given. Is it not? Indeed, the mortal race serves little purpose aside from passing their lineage to us. That is rather harsh. Mother, at the very least, they could serve as errand runners. Well said, Karina. You are indeed clever. Mother exclaimed, bursting into laughter as she patted my shoulder. Clad in plate armor, I felt neither pain nor discomfort from her blow. Frankly, I wish she would refrain from such actions. Mother can be quite boorish. Thus, it would be prudent for the kingdom's male knight to understand his own identity. Karina, you are approaching adulthood. Should you wish to take matters into your own hands, I can facilitate that for you. Oh, really? My heart raced at the prospect. Next month, I would turn 15 and be promoted from a squire to a full-fledged knight. Such an opportunity would be delightful, far more exhilarating than losing my virginity to a male courtesan or a male attendant. That said, you'll soon be an adult, that I shan't assist you in any way. That if you choose to pursue this, do so with your own strength and make him yield. There is no greater pleasure than tasting a man on the battlefield. In other words, she is suggesting that I personally defeat that male knight. However, how could I possibly be defeated by a man? The only ones I should be wary of are probably the guards surrounding us. Right? Speaking of which, my mother truly astonishes me. How could she utter such words? I have heard that when she was my age, she was already wielding her spear on the battlefield, undoubtedly causing many tears to flow among the men of the conquered lands. Is this what they call the power of commerce? No problem. I, too, am a woman of the Diesel family. 1 or 2 men are utterly inconsequential. Oh, you said it, did you? My mother beamed with delight, her lips curling into a smile. Since you've said as much, I shall leave it to you. Just don't mess it up. Of course, I responded with a grin, though a sudden wave of unease washed over me. My concern wasn't about whether I could win, but rather that my opponent might be too weak. After all, their commander is a man, right? It wouldn't be surprising if he fled in the face of battle. Upon reflection, the number of guards in Lisbon shouldn't be too great. Should it? Those fellows are likely to surrender before the conflict even begins, aren't they? If that happens, I would miss a rare opportunity. I wanted to avoid such a scenario at all costs. That I'm indifferent to that. But the source of our intelligence is rather dubious. That I at least hope that the initial skirmish concludes without any casualties. The latter part of her statement was barely audible, and I couldn't quite make it out. What was wrong with her? Her expression seemed quite serious. Mother? It's nothing. Nothing at all. My mother promptly regained her usual confident smile and shrugged. For you? This is indeed a dilemma, but attacking those who raise the white flag doesn't reflect well on us. Therefore, I intend to persuade the guards of Lisbon to surrender before the battle begins, appointing you as the envoy to me. What on earth was she thinking? I had never undertaken such a task before. Then, you will offer single combat as the condition for surrender. That if they win, the enemy nobles will be released unharmed, not treated as prisoners. If you win, you understand, right? I see. Truly, my mother is astute, although she appears as rough as a bandit chief. Her mind is remarkably sharp. I felt a swell of pride for her. If that's the case, I, Karina von Diesel, am willing to accept the role of envoy. Such a pragmatic individual. My mother laughed heartily. Giving my shoulder a hearty pat, we arrived at the border of the Lisbon territory a week later. As per my mother's arrangement, I visited the Lisbon camp accompanied by the knights of my guard. According to our reconnaissance, they seemed to be crafting something in the rear, but they appeared unwilling to let us see. We were led to a rather distant location from the enemy's main camp, where crude tents had been hastily erected. So, you are the fabled male knight? Oh, Humph. I chuckled inwardly as I regarded the knight who came out to greet us. Just as rumored, the Lisbon guards were led by a male knight. He possessed short black hair and light brown eyes. His serious expression gave him an almost doll-like perfection, perhaps due to his imposing appearance. Even though he was a man, he suited his armor exceptionally well, which was quite infuriating. But if a male knight from a story were to appear in reality, he would likely embody this very essence. I was immediately captivated by this man. His expression was magnificent. If I could provoke him into displaying a look of forsaking his identity as a man to live within the swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly be a pleasure beyond compare. Just imagining it sent shivers down my spine. I am Karina von Diesel, the illustrious head of the Diesel family, and the third daughter of Roswitha von Diesel. I am Albert Blondin, the governor of the Lisbon territory. We exchanged polite greetings, albeit somewhat perfunctorily. Albert's hand was encased in gauntlets during our handshake, rendering it impossible to discern any sensation. What a pity, had his hands hardened from too much swordplay. I found the idea of a man whose life revolved solely around a sword rather appealing. Please do indulge. A woman, presumably Albert's aide, presented a cup of herbal tea with a distinctly displeased expression. To be honest, I detest herbal tea, always finding it to carry an unpleasant odor. Moreover, it was originally a custom of the Dragonkin. Is there no bean tea? How rude. Though the aide's expression remained unchanged, a palpable hostility flickered in her eyes. Despite her feigned calmness, she was quite terrifying. While this aide might not match my mother in stature, she was still quite robust. If a confrontation were to arise, I'd need to devise a way to separate them before she overwhelmed Albert, or else it would be disastrous. Even facing a woman of such formidable build head-on, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. That said, this was only considering a one-on-one scenario. With the backing of the Diesel Count family, I could afford to be a bit brazen, and they wouldn't dare hold it against me. As expected, the aide begrudgingly prepared another cup of tea. After a while, a cup filled with a black liquid was presented before me. The aroma was delightful. Now, this was more like it, far superior to herbal tea. Now this is acceptable. By the way, what about milk? This is a battlefield. How could we possibly procure fresh milk? Are you out of your mind? The aide replied with an unflinching countenance. How dare she? Besides, aren't you cow beastkin? Why not just squeeze some from those absurdly large breasts of yours? I couldn't help but reach for the hilt of my sword, but Albert preemptively stopped me. Hold on. Indiscriminately insulting our enemies is hardly the behavior of a knight. My apologies. The one you ought to apologize to is not me. Do you understand? I am truly sorry. The aide pursed her lips in silence for a moment before reluctantly bowing her head in apology. Serves her right. Nevertheless, this male knight's character was as noble as his appearance. My excitement only grew. Is it true that the more beautiful something is, the more one wishes to defile it? Perhaps this is merely my penchant. I take great pleasure in transforming such men into fools who only know how to shake their rears. The mere thought of translating the scenarios from my favorite erotic literature into reality made my heart race. To conclude with just one violation would be a tremendous waste. I longed to take him back to my territory as a pet. After all, I currently have no fiancé. With my mother's approval, it wouldn't be so bad to shape him into my ideal type and make him my husband. Damn it. To cool my heated mind, I took a sip of bean tea, only to discover its overwhelming bitterness. It was unbearably strong. While the lack of milk was partly to blame, that wasn't the main issue. That aide must have done it on purpose. Reluctant to appear embarrassed before the man, I nevertheless found myself unable to suppress my discomfort. I hastily snatched the herbal tea from Albert's hands and gulped it down in one go. Although herbal tea is unpleasant, it was still far more palatable than this bitter, thick imitation bean tea. Huh. Are you all right? Albert inquired, concern etched on his face, which only made me blush furiously. That wretched woman dared to humiliate me. I vowed to dismember her. Humph. It's nothing. Let's not dwell on that. We should get to the crux of the matter. I forced myself to regulate my breathing and feigned calmness. All I wanted was to return to the main camp quickly. The longer I remained in this place, the more I dreaded how that foul aide would choose to torment me. Even if I wanted to execute her for her insolence, she appeared strong enough that even with the combined force of my guard knights, we might not prevail. Surely, even you can see that you stand little chance. Right? I'm kindly offering you an opportunity to bow your heads and plead for mercy. You should be grateful. In simpler terms, you're suggesting we surrender? Albert crossed his arms and frowned at this stage. Sending an envoy could only mean one thing: surrender. However, isn't it rather disgraceful to surrender without even fighting? How about you face me in single combat, Lord Albert? At least that way, you can preserve a modicum of honor. If I lose, I'll allow the nobles to return to the kingdom unharmed. And if I lose, well, then we shall consider everyone as prisoners. But fear not, I won't execute you. How very merciful. Albert shrugged. Although his gesture was exaggerated, it suited him inexplicably well. Truly remarkable. Indeed, we are quite gentle. You needn't feel anxious, of course. I won't unleash my full strength against at this moment. A question suddenly arose in my mind. Did this man have a fiancée, or a wife? Given his appearance, it wouldn't be surprising if he did. By the way, may I ask you something? Are you a virgin? If it is the first time, I would be delighted, even if it is not. There is a certain thrill in tormenting a man with a special someone, so either way is fine. However, one cannot help but feel a twinge of curiosity, right? Albert responded with such honesty that I found myself falling silent. He appeared somewhat bashful, which was rather endearing. If I could ensnare him, employing a strategy of shaming might prove to be quite enjoyable. I am a virgin, though. Do you have a lover or fiancé? None. Oh, at your age, how utterly useless. Being a man yet behaving like a knight. Is that why you have missed your chance at marriage? Are you a fool? I stole glances at the aide several times. Provoking her too much could lead to dire consequences, while simultaneously coaxing Albert to respond. Ultimately, he wore an expression that was difficult to articulate and fell silent. How delightful. You must be pleased. Your virginity shall be claimed by me if I win in a duel. I shall take my liberties with you right then and there. Such is the privilege of the victor. Take liberties? Of course, to a man, it is only natural to find yourself in such a predicament upon losing. I shall leave you battered and bruised, and then make a spectacle of you before my subordinates. Exciting, isn't it? Albert's expression turned to one of unutterable complexity as he fell silent. That was hardly surprising. No man would feel anything but revulsion at being addressed in such a manner by a woman he had just met. The sensation of bending a man who despises you to your will must be rather exhilarating. By the way, even if you do not surrender, the outcome will remain unchanged. You will either be defeated now or later. Those are the only two possibilities. You must regret standing in my way. I see. Albert maintained a subtly perplexed expression as he spoke in a hushed tone. The aide exuded an aura that suggested she might leap at any moment. The atmosphere among Albert's subordinates, who were listening to our exchange, was palpably charged with hostility. Oh dear, how frightening. Well, if you care for your subordinates, I would advise you to surrender. What do you think? Well, I have come to a conclusion regarding my response. Yes? Get lost, you despicable creature. That is all. Now, begone. Once Miss Karina departed, the tent was filled with unmentionable curses. Naturally, all the ire was directed at Miss Karina and the house of Count Diesel, that wretched cow. What does she take our leader for? I will offer her blood as a sacrifice. While my knights were particularly incensed, the other mercenaries also clearly burned with rage. After all, no matter how delicately phrased, Miss Karina's attitude was hardly one to be respected. Anyone would feel angered at being belittled in such a manner. On the other hand, I found myself somewhat troubled. After all, Miss Karina possessed a doll-like face and a petite frame. Yet her bosom rivaled even Sonia's, perhaps even surpassing it, making her appearance rather provocative. Upon hearing her declaration of intent to violate me, my immediate thought was, is this for real? Frankly, she was quite alluring. No, wait, that is not right. I am not attracted to lowly types. That I find that I was merely captivated by her overly ample chest, but that is inconsequential. I in my past life, when asked about my type, I jokingly replied, a fox lowly old woman with 1,000 years of embracing power, but that was strictly in the realm of fantasy. I am certainly not a lowly enthusiast, Lord Albert. I am truly sorry. My reverie was interrupted by Sonia's voice. She appeared quite dejected, her head bowed low. She was likely referring to Miss Karina's demeanor, which indeed left much to be desired. I apologize for the embarrassment. Do you understand where you went wrong? I asked in a low voice, barely audible to those around us. My principle is to admonish or reprimand whenever possible in private. However, in this situation, it was difficult to find a secluded spot. To be honest, I did not wish for Sonia to apologize in front of Miss Karina. It was merely a matter of courtesy. We had to show Miss Karina our sincerity, hence the necessity of this action. I made her unnecessarily suspicious. I thought it would be better to act like a fool. Allowing her to let her guard down that it would make it easier to plot against her. Indeed, that is true. She seemed to grasp my intent, though her phrasing was still a bit dramatic. However, she was not entirely wrong that it was a rare opportunity for Miss Karina to be so easily lulled into complacency. And I wished for her to maintain that mindset upon returning to our base. If she could also underestimate our forces in the process, that would be splendid. For this purpose, I had purposely set up the negotiation tent far from the defensive line, near the territory of Zidiambo. After all, we could not allow the enemy to perceive us as prepared for an ambush, but to prevent scouts from noticing. We had indeed established a network of vigilance. Thus, Sonia's point of reflection was entirely valid. While correct, I still hoped she could phrase it more delicately to know. I meant in terms of mood that as long as you understand, the battle is about to commence. So do not dwell on it too much. The grievances spoken so casually by her will be swept away on the battlefield. Understood, Sonia nodded gently, since I did not want her to carry a sour mood with her. I decided to quickly change the subject. Everyone, did you see how Count Diesel's daughter behaved? In contrast, I raised my voice to address the disgruntled knights and mercenaries, since they had rarely taken on such a stereotypical villainous role. I aimed to bolster their morale as much as possible. That woman treats men as mere toys. One can easily surmise the kind of behavior soldiers led by such a woman would exhibit in occupied territories. Right? Indeed, that was precisely the case. Soldiers on the battlefield can easily lose their reason, and if they were to storm into towns or villages with such impetuosity, a tragedy would undoubtedly ensue. Is it truly acceptable for that sort of person to have her way in our Lisbon? No, absolutely not. Exactly. Let us slay those cattle. The dangerous cries in response to my words came not just from the knights, but also from the mercenaries. After all, if Count Diesel's forces wreaked havoc in the towns, the lovers of the mercenaries would be no safer. This would only serve to heighten their fighting spirit. The purpose of having male prostitutes masquerade as local youths was precisely for this reason. Even if it were just a one-night affair, there would surely be many who developed feelings for each other. It'd be why creating something that needed protection, I aimed to shape Lisbon into a home for the mercenaries. The effect would likely be temporary, but as long as it maintained morale during wartime, that would suffice. Did you see their arrogant demeanor? They look down upon us. How can one tolerate this? Unbearable. Kill them. Very well. The conclusion has been reached. The Count's forces are indeed formidable, but I believe that with your brave efforts, victory is within our grasp. Please lend me your strength. Forever loyal, Siam Pfai. Upon hearing my words, my subordinates erupted in roars of Ura, or Uo, their morale soaring. While I felt a slight sense of relief, only a few of my subordinates had been brought to the negotiation tent. There were still over 100 combatants awaiting orders at the base. With Miss Karina's assistance, inciting our fighting spirit had proven to be quite effortless. But what of the situation at the base? Although I had prepared a speech, I was still concerned about its successful delivery. As I pondered this, I noticed my hands trembling slightly. Come to think of it, this was my first time engaging directly with an opponent whose equipment and training surpassed that of my own army. In my previous life, my enemies were anti-government guerrillas and terrorists. Since arriving in this world, my primary adversaries had mainly consisted of bandits and barbaric invaders. Certainly, those foes were by no means to be underestimated. But the forces of Count Diesel were on another level entirely. The armor and magical gear worn by Miss Karina and her guards were of the highest quality, making them opponents not easily vanquished. That said, we cannot afford to lose. Although Miss Karina's punishment was quite alluring, should it result in the death of my subordinates or the ravaging of Lisbon, that would be utterly unacceptable. That I clenched my fists tightly, concealing my unease from my subordinates. All personnel have taken their positions. That a soldier rushed over to report loudly. Since the messenger had already been sent back, it was no surprise that we were prepared for battle at any moment. I was positioned within the trench. Compared to the trenches dug previously with the assumption of using repeating rifles, this one was considerably wider. This design was intended to facilitate the smooth loading of front-loading guns, polearms, and slings by soldiers. Conversely, the trench was not dug particularly deep, but due to the earthen walls, one could easily shield themselves from view with a slight crouch. Understood that I braved the biting cold, peering out from the trench with a telescope in hand. The elevated position of this defensive line afforded us a vantage point to survey the approach of the Countess' forces. However, despite this advantage, the enemy's presence remained elusive that a restless, almost maddening impatience washed over me, compelling me to exclaim, "Hurry up!" Yet, I restrained myself. Thus, we endured a stretch of time where naught transpired, a period exceedingly dull. The sky was an expanse of azure, unmarred by clouds, and the weather was so fair that it belied the impending conflict, instilling an atmosphere of unwarranted tranquility that only heightened my irritation. The mercenaries and knights surrounding me appeared to share my sentiments. Many idly smoked or fidgeted anxiously that I too craved a cigarette, but refrained that I in the realm of the Gallia kingdom. It was deemed unseemly for a gentleman to smoke, as a member of the aristocracy. I had been forbidden from such indulgences since birth, compared to smoking. The perils of war were far more detrimental to one's health, a sentiment I hoped they would understand. My lord, my lord. Just as I was lost in thought, I was abruptly addressed by two mercenaries. One was a wolf beast man clad in leather armor, exuding an air of a seasoned soldier, while the other, a young dragon man, appeared to be in his teens, his face a mask of sheer terror. "What is it?" I inquired, hoping they would refrain from private conversations during our battle preparations, though my own mood was in need of a shift. Still, given that we had yet to lay eyes on the enemy, I figured it would be permissible that I heard from a comrade that you, my lord, are still a virgin. Is that true? I nearly spat out the water I had just taken a sip of. What on earth was he saying in such a critical moment? Fortunately, Sonia was not nearby. Had she overheard, it would have surely led to a bloody debacle. I was relieved to have assigned her elsewhere. I had intended to retort, what an absurd question to pose. But the veteran's solemn expression compelled me to listen to his query. Why would you ask something so outrageous? Depending on the circumstances, I might not let you off easily. No, I truly apologize. As you can see, this fellow is a new recruit. The veteran offered an expression of profound embarrassment as he bowed his head in apology, diverting his gaze toward the trembling recruit. She was pale, her body quaking, her eyes vacant, seemingly oblivious to our conversation. It seems that way. Witnessing her state, my anger dissipated. I did not consider her useless. Even among adults, few could maintain their composure in the face of battle, let alone a young girl. That a wave of self-reproach washed over me for bringing such a child into warfare. At this rate, we won't be able to fight if my lord is indeed a virgin. Might I beseech you to kiss me? The veteran blurted out, suddenly snapping back to reality, his wolf ears perking up. No, that's merely a superstition within the army. It is said that if a virgin kisses you before battle, you will not meet your demise in that conflict. Of course, it's nothing more than a means of seeking comfort. Indeed, I have heard of such a notion. Reflecting upon it, I recalled that prior to my first battle in this world, I had nearly been kissed by my childhood friend, who, of course, was a half-breed noble, thus my adopted brother. Naturally, I had firmly declined. I recognized this as an unreasonable request, but I still wished to implore you. I understood his intent. Soldiers placed great stock in superstitions. I had entertained similar thoughts myself. That said, I was of noble birth, and he was a commoner. Even if I were indifferent, those around me would not consent. For nobility, reputation held greater value than life itself. I, too, bore the burden of not tarnishing the Blondin family name. That I would very much like to assist, but there are numerous complications inherent to being a noble. Yet, I could not ignore the pitiable state of the recruit. I was acutely aware of the fear that accompanies one's first battle, a fear that still lingered within me, urging me to flee back to my homeland. Thus, I knelt before the trembling recruit and gently took her right hand. The once daunted recruit froze in surprise, but I paid it no mind. I softly kissed the back of her hand, and her previously ashen face instantly flushed crimson, uttering nonsensical phrases like wow, as she stepped back. Will you forgive me now? Had I been my former self, I would likely have faced legal consequences for such an act. As I pondered this, I inquired of the recruit. Thankfully, I had been blessed with a modicum of handsomeness, though I felt my strength waning. Is right, my lord? The veteran waved his hands in a flustered manner. Such things are meant to be done by women to men. It's utterly unnatural for the roles to be reversed. What if this fellow's character becomes distorted? My apologies. What on earth was happening? I thought to myself, releasing the recruit's hand. She covered her face with both hands, flustered, exclaiming, I don't dislike it. I'm sorry. The recruit, blushing fiercely, hastily retreated. This was a disaster. I had let my pride get the better of me. This was precisely why I was unpopular. Foolish me that I sincerely apologize. Please convey to her that once the situation stabilizes, I shall offer her a proper apology, though. It's nothing. She seemed quite pleased, so I don't think you need to apologize. Pleased? Is that so? Women truly are perplexing. Just as I contemplated this, a dull thud echoed along the trench line that I hastily looked skyward to see a red signal flare suspended from a parachute, shimmering brilliantly. That was the signal confirming the enemy's arrival. They're here. Quickly, return to your posts. Prepare for battle. I cautiously peered out from behind the earthen wall, telescope in hand that I in the distance. I observed a formation of heavily armored soldiers advancing towards us. Their banners bore the insignia of a bull's skull, resembling a pirate flag more than a noble crest. Relay the command to the riflemen. They are to refrain from firing until ordered to do so. Yes, sir. Currently, there were no cavalry units among the enemy ranks. Given that we occupied a narrow mountainous pass, a reckless cavalry charge would yield little effect, something the enemy was surely aware of. Instead, they deployed heavily armored infantry equipped with formidable armor. Though the distance was still considerable, I surmised that much of their armor was likely enchanted. Such magically imbued armor could withstand bullets from a rifle. Firing aimlessly from beyond effective range would only waste ammunition. I have received communication from Lady Sonia. The artillery is ready to fire at any moment. Very well. Attacking opponents clad in armor impervious to bullets would yield limited results, and engaging in close combat would be unwise, especially considering that the majority of our own forces lacked even standard armor, with firearms and swords proving ineffective, and our ranks devoid of those capable of high-level offensive magic. The only recourse left was to employ artillery. It appears to be in order that this command post was situated in a location with a clear view of the surroundings. I could also observe the artillery units in action that I raised my telescope to survey that area. Noticing several knights moving about the newly placed cannons nestled within the expansive, deep trench, the freshly cast bronze barrels glimmered under the sun's rays that in truth. This cannon was an impromptu creation I had commissioned from a bellmaker in Lima City. In this world of magic, cannons and firearms were not particularly favored as weaponry, and thus lacked specialized craftsmen. Conversely, bellmakers could be found in cities of a certain scale, as the construction of bells shares similarities with that of cannons. That said, this was still a hastily made piece, and the personnel operating it were not formally trained artillerymen, but rather my subordinates, knights at that. To be candid, I felt a deep sense of unease. However, given the circumstances, there was little choice in the matter. Prepare the blue signal flare and light howitzers. Yes, sir. I issued the command to a subordinate stationed beside a large, barrel-like structure resembling a firework launcher. This apparatus was virtually identical to a firework launcher and could be utilized to fire signal flares. The blue signal flare was intended to signal the artillery to commence firing. Next, I exhaled gently, once more raising my telescope to scrutinize the advancing enemy forces. The heavily armored infantry continued their slow, steady approach, and even from my position, I could hear the rhythmic beating of the war drums urging them onward. That was a timbre that evoked a sense of unease. Humph, I thought. Yet as the commander, I could not afford to lose my composure. That I exhaled softly, allowing myself to regain calmness, my gaze fixed unwaveringly on the approaching enemy. Although they had nearly entered the range of our cannons, I refrained from issuing the order to fire. The smoothbore cannon, lacking rifling, would struggle to hit its target even from a distance, especially when operated by a band of amateurs. There are archers standing by to the rear. A knight, who, like me, was observing the enemy through a telescope, whispered. Indeed, behind the heavy infantry formation, archers were lined up, likely intending to provide shooting support for the vanguard. Given the narrowness of the path, it seems they can only follow closely behind. It is a fundamental principle that the shooting troops should be flanked on both sides by melee combatants. But in this narrow passage, such a formation would be impractical. One misstep could result in our own men being struck by friendly fire. To mitigate this risk, arrows would have to be shot at a steep angle. Aimed for a high arc, this presents a golden opportunity for us, I mused, for it effectively blocked the heavy infantry's retreat. That if all went smoothly, we could ensnare this troublesome foe in one fell swoop. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, the distance between us and the enemy diminished to less than a kilometer. Drawing a deep breath, I bellowed, "Fire the blue signal flare." Boom! A feeble cannon shot echoed from the command trench. Almost simultaneously, I could distinctly hear the crackling of burning magnesium powder as the makeshift gate protecting the front of the cannon swung open. Then came a deafening roar that dwarfed the earlier sound of the cannon. What was launched was an iron ball, which bounced across the ground, hurtling toward the heavy cavalry and sending several soldiers flying. Had it been a shell, it might have caused more widespread devastation. But as of yet, the world had not conceived of such ordnance. Indeed, this level of attack does not deter them, I observed with satisfaction. Despite the explosion that sent their comrades soaring, the heavy infantry remained resolute. They let out a battle cry and charged forward. Their commander likely understood that our cannon could not fire rapidly in succession. Therefore, rather than retreating and allowing us time to reload, he opted to close the distance and engage in close-quarter combat. With only one cannon at our disposal, this decision was undoubtedly sound. Yet, because it was a sound judgment, it was also easily predictable. "Look, those fellows are bound for the moon," I remarked just as several explosions erupted at the feet of the galloping heavy infantry. The thunderous blasts made me frown, yet my eyes caught sight of several soldiers being flung into the air. That area was laden with numerous buried explosives, the primitive equivalents of landmines. Charging into such a minefield would naturally incur severe casualties. "Fire!" At my command, Sonia Sulahati, the artillery roared. Here, at the forefront of the defensive line, I was responsible for commanding the artillery unit. Hurry and reload. The makeshift gate clanged shut. The enemy was now in a state incapable of mounting a counterattack. Yet with archers still present, we could not afford to be careless. If we were struck by an arrow during the reloading process, it could spell disaster. A large-handled rod was inserted into the cannon's gleaming muzzle, moving back and forth to clear the internal soot. However, the motion appeared clumsy, causing me to break into a cold sweat. Ugh, the task of operating the cannon fell to our cavalry unit, since they were accustomed to training in horseback combat and marksmanship. Their unfamiliarity with artillery duties was understandable. Nevertheless, with the buried explosives continuing to detonate nearby, I felt an urge to shout, "Faster!" Yet, the cavalrymen diligently retrieved the powder and iron balls from their sacks. Loading them into the cannon with precision, two of them worked in unison to push the cannon's carriage forward, counteracting the recoil that had pushed it back. Ready to fire. "Open the gate." The beast man named Valverd pulled on the rope attached to the pulley with brute strength. The wooden gate swung open with remarkable force on the other side. The heavily armored infantrymen were scattering in all directions. While some sought to retreat, they were blocked by the archers behind them. Even if they wished to advance, the threat of the buried explosives and cannon fire left them in a precarious position, a veritable maelstrom of chaos. In their frantic attempts to escape, some stumbled upon the buried explosives, resulting in devastating explosions that claimed lives. It was a sight most gratifying. However, regrettably, due to resource constraints, we could not lay down a greater number of explosives. Thus, we needed to expand our gains while the enemy was in disarray. "Fire!" I commanded once more. Of course, we did not aim accurately. Given that we were hastily assembled artillerymen using makeshift cannons, it mattered little whether we fired indiscriminately. This was what Lord Al had instructed. With a resounding boom, the iron ball was discharged from the cannon, bouncing across the ground toward the heavy infantry. Although we had not aimed, the enemy was densely packed in the narrow street. Unless we were exceptionally unlucky, it was improbable that we would miss. Even those clad in enchanted armor that could withstand rifle bullets would succumb to the sheer force of the iron ball, resulting in immediate fatalities. Excellent. Next shot. The beast man hurriedly shut the gate. I peered out from the trench, continuing to monitor the enemy's movements. They had drawn alarmingly close, and the riflemen would soon commence firing. As I pondered this, I heard the familiar sound of synchronized gunfire. White smoke billowed from the trenches flanking the artillery position. However, only one enemy fell to the volley. The bullets had not missed their mark. The rifles boasted a high accuracy rate, appearing to hit nearly half the time. Nevertheless, most bullets were likely deflected by the enchanted armor. Even the most powerful rifle bullets could only bring down heavy infantry if they struck unarmored areas with precision. A bunch of amateurs. Too close. Aim for the back. Aim for the back. I could not help but curse. It is well known that firearms struggle to penetrate armored foes, and any sharpshooter should recognize this. They ought to have aimed for the archers, who wore only chain mail. The failure to do so likely stemmed from the belief that the archers were too far away to be worth targeting. The mercenary riflemen had been trained to compensate for the low accuracy of their matchlocks by pulling the enemy in closer before firing. This was the unfortunate consequence of that training. Although I had attempted to instruct them on the use of rifles, it was merely a last-minute adjustment. However, as someone accustomed to using rifles, I knew that at this range, they were still within effective shooting distance. With careful aim, the chances of hitting were more than sufficient. Should we send a message? The rifleman's trench was nearby. A message could be relayed immediately to order them to change their target. Hey, tell the rifleman to aim for the archers. It was likely that Lord L shared my thoughts and would instruct them to alter their shooting targets. However, being at the front lines, I could issue commands more swiftly than Lord L could from the command trench. To address this situation, Lord L had entrusted frontline command to me. I could not disappoint his expectations that I instructed my aide to rush to the rifleman's trench. Reloading complete. Open the gate. I mechanically issued the orders. As the gate swung open, I commanded them to fire. The iron ball was launched with a deafening roar, yet this time it struck nothing, crashing against the mountainside and shattering the rocks. The onlookers could not help but gasp. That hardly constitutes a threat. Few could maintain their composure when targeted by cannon fire. The role of our artillery unit was not merely to kill the enemy, but to instill a sense of threat, undermining their will to advance. Nonetheless, a missed shot could hardly be deemed threatening. That if possible, I yearned for more formidable cannons and artillerymen. However, it was futile to demand what we did not possess. I pondered these matters. The riflemen fired once more. This time, they aimed at the archers as instructed. Shadows of bowmen in the distance fell one by one, and cheers erupted from our ranks that I instinctively clenched my fists. Shall we concede to those riflemen? Keep your spirits high and reload. I felt the thrill of battle coursing through me, shouting, "Report on the damage." The voice of my mother, slightly hoarse, inquired about the status of her subordinates. Illuminated by the flickering campfire, her face bore a seriousness I had never witnessed before. Half a day had passed since the commencement of hostilities. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The dragon folk are more adept at nocturnal vision than the bull beast men. Due to the unfavorable circumstances of night combat, the attack has been temporarily halted. 30 lives lost, 70 grievously injured. What does that imply? A whole squadron has been utterly annihilated in merely half a day. Indeed, how can such an absurdity occur? Lady Mother furiously kicked a small stone from the ground. The sound of the stone skimming across the rocky surface echoed in the silence that enveloped the position, so profound that even the faintest noise could be distinctly heard. Each individual bore a solemn expression, rendered mute by the overwhelming impact of our losses, even when engaging a force twice our number of elite troops. It should not have culminated in this. Who on earth are those adversaries? The enemy possesses firearms of inexplicably long range. Our proud bowmen, the pride of the Diesel family, were unilaterally vanquished without a chance to retaliate. It is utterly peculiar. Longbows are reputed to excel in both range and rapid fire, deemed the finest weapon among all long-range offensive methods, including magic. Our exclusive bowmen, cultivated over an extended period, are the Armée de l'Armée. To think they could be so easily subdued by mere firearms suggests that the enemy has forged a pact with some malevolent demon. And then there's the issue of the underground bombs. Advancing normally while being buried beneath such contraptions is utterly impossible, one knight exclaimed. The rugged terrain of the mountains in this area allows for alternative routes only if the numbers are few. However, for military units, movement is restricted to the roads that if crucial paths are laden with explosives, we find ourselves utterly helpless. In a more expansive battlefield, we could easily circumvent such obstacles. Speaking of underground bombs, what exactly are they? It seems they explode upon being stepped on, but we managed to recover one after having the soldiers dig it out. Its construction appears to involve a wooden box filled with gunpowder and iron nails, with a burning fuse attached to a thin board acting as a lid. Once the thin board is breached, the fuse ignites the gunpowder. That seems to be the mechanism, an engineer accompanying the troops explained. The design is so simplistic that even I, merely hearing the description, feel capable of replicating it with ease. Yet, I have never heard of such a weapon before. Could it be the brainchild of that lecherous knight? Unthinkable. It simply cannot be. Is there perhaps a genius alchemist among them? I comprehend the mechanism. But how do we counter it? As long as we wait for the fuse to burn out, stepping on it will not cause an explosion. How long does that fuse take to burn out? It appears to be a specially crafted long-lasting fuse. It could take 2 or 3 days before it is safe. What did you say? Lady Mother's forehead bulged with veins, yet she refrained from lashing out. The fault lies not with the engineer's explanation, but with the enemy who set such traps. Despite her rough demeanor, Lady Mother understands this principle. If we delay too long, the enemy's reinforcements will arrive. That would be dire. Initially, we had anticipated resolving the situation with the Lisbon guards within a day or two, but the unexpected prolongation has rendered matters quite troublesome. Observing Lady Mother furrow her brow, I pondered quietly. Is there a clever solution? That said, we cannot continue to force an advance. To be frank, the losses sustained in this expedition have surpassed acceptable limits. In my humble opinion, we should consider a retreat. An aged minister, who has long served the Diesel family, stated. Lady Mother crossed her arms, lost in thought. I understand your perspective. However, the enemy is not of the same caliber. They are merely low-tier officials, and moreover, they are men. If we concede to such opponents, we will be looked down upon by the surrounding lords. The lords of the Holy Empire, ours, are even less united than those of the neighboring Gallia kingdom. Embroiled in civil war throughout the year, the nearby lords are unlikely to support us if we are perceived as the weak Diesel count. It would only invite foolish challengers seeking to provoke us into conflict. I recognize that retreat is not an option, but what then shall we do? If we continue to press forward with an assault tomorrow, we might manage to breach the bomb-laden area. After all, during today's battle, a few managed to reach the enemy's trenches. I recall that they were halted by barbed wire and subsequently fell to long pikes. Is it not possible to force a passage through such an obstruction? Some attempted to clear it with battle axes or employed offensive magic, but it seems none could prevail. We can only rely on the engineers to dismantle it and expose them to the enemy's gunfire. The enemy's firearms are exceptionally formidable. Aside from the knights clad in magical armor, anyone else stepping forward would surely be annihilated. Even those knights suffered casualties as bullets found their way through the gaps in their armor. Understanding this, the surrounding knights remained silent. In that case, the initial battle's losses, which depleted our elite forces, have been catastrophic, a knight muttered. The heavy infantry that served as our vanguard in the first engagement are dismounted knights. Within our ranks, they undoubtedly represent the elite of the elite, though not as severely impacted as the archers who bore the brunt of focused fire. They too have sustained significant injuries. It seems they will be unable to return to the front lines for the time being. For now, we must rely on our available combat strength to devise a plan. I'll give you a moment. Each of you propose an idea. With that, Lady Mother dismissed her gathered subordinates temporarily. She then beckoned me closer, whispering in my ear, "This battle seems increasingly suspicious. It appears I have fallen into the enemy's trap." I was taken aback that it was the first time I had heard Lady Mother express such a sentiment. Moreover, the enemy's actions are all rather peculiar. Their tactics and weaponry are unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is as if we are engaged in battle with a foreign army of which I have no prior knowledge. Indeed, I mused, infantry form a solid line, while knights charge forth in proper formation. This is the expected tableau of the battlefield. In stark contrast, what of the Lisbon forces? Throughout today's combat, not a single proper melee occurred, which is exceedingly strange. The enemy is a foe against whom all previous theories are rendered ineffective. While I do not wish to succumb to defeat, you must also exercise caution. Do not become too eager in pursuing the men. I understand, I replied, recalling the infuriating visage of that male knight. He appeared so earnest, yet his tactics were utterly unscrupulous. If only I could make him aware of his own limitations. As the sun set, the battle naturally drew to a close, yet the commander cannot afford to rest immediately. Assessing the damage, accounting for supplies, and compiling battle reports, all these tasks loom like a mountain of responsibilities. After all, among my troops, there are scarcely a handful of individuals, including Sonia, who can assist with such tasks, making the process quite time-consuming. I stretched before the disheveled documents scattered across the command table. The surroundings had plunged into darkness. Illuminated only by a small oil lamp, the tent obscured the starlight, rendering even the area around the command table devoid of celestial light. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Al," Sonia, whose face bore the weariness of fatigue, acknowledged. She had been responsible for command at the front lines and must have been more exhausted than I, who remained further back. I felt a twinge of guilt for having her assist with the chores. "You two have worked hard. I apologize for the burden. We are utterly short-staffed. It's nothing. Assisting Lord Al is merely my duty as an aide," Sonia replied with a calm expression. exemplifying the ideal soldier. She is indeed a talent underutilized in my service. Do not indulge me too much. Without you all, I would struggle to function properly. So, does this mean we can continue to serve under Lord Al as your subordinates indefinitely? That would be splendid. Let us pamper you to our heart's content. Right, Deputy Commander? Huh, that sounds delightful. Lord Al, prepare yourself that I truly cannot deal with you all. The banter of the subordinate knights elicited a wry smile from me. I have shared a lengthy camaraderie with these individuals, akin to family. Without their prompting, unless I personally wished it, I had no intention of relinquishing them. Dinner has arrived. Just as we exchanged these pleasantries, a soldier entered the command post, bearing a cylindrical pot and a basket of bread. The aroma wafting from these items teased my nostrils, and it was only now that I realized how hungry I had become. When one becomes engrossed in work, meals can easily be forgotten. You've been a tremendous help. Now, clear the table. We set about tidying the scattered documents and inkpots from the command table, striving to create space for our meal. I had opted not to prepare a separate dining table to minimize baggage, as even a modular one would occupy significant space. With everyone's hunger mounting, it wasn't long before we had finished organizing. And dinner was served. Though referred to as dinner, the meal is rather meager, comprising only of hard, round bread, equally tough cheese, and a dry vegetable soup enriched with a hint of bacon. After all, in this world, there are neither canned goods nor ready-to-eat meals. The table is perpetually adorned with such unvaried fare. Thank you, Polaris, for bestowing upon us today's sustenance. I swiftly utter a pre-meal prayer, for, in this religious society, failing to pray would render one as irreverent. The others commence their meal. Even the most insipid preserved food is rendered delectable by an empty stomach, dipping the bread into the broth before taking a bite. I find the flavor faint, yet surprisingly pleasant. Have you finished your meal? I inquire of the soldier who brought the food, who has been staring intently in our direction. His gaze fixated on the bread suggests he is the new recruit. He appears uninjured, and it seems he has made it through his first day unscathed, even without receiving a maiden kiss. How fortunate. However, the term maiden kiss evokes a peculiar sense of, is this truly acceptable? I find it perplexing that some would express gratitude for such things. Yes, I just finished, he replies, though. Yet, he looks as though he is starving. Surely, the rations alone would not suffice. Still, to display such a demeanor so soon after entering the battlefield is quite remarkable. Many soldiers struggle to eat anything on their first day. Well then, have a seat. Huh? Yes, I produce a small piece of bread, and the new recruit's eyes light up as he eagerly takes a seat at the command table. As soon as I present the bread. Despite being a dragon, he devours it with the fervor of a hungry pup. It's astonishing how he manages to consume this rock-like bread so readily. Lord Alda's bad habit has resurfaced. Sonia remarks with narrowed eyes upon witnessing this scene that I simply enjoy treating others to a meal and often indulge in such acts, while treating others at a restaurant may be acceptable. Sharing my food with soldiers on the battlefield does indeed complicate management, that I can understand why she appears taken aback. You must keep this a secret if everyone comes to me asking for food. I shall surely starve. Of course. The new recruit finishes the bread in an instant, nodding vigorously. I smile, while Sonia lets out a sigh and shrugs. Hey, even if you look at me with those eyes, it won't work. I'm quite hungry myself. His longing gaze upon the remaining bread is unbearable. I cannot give him any more. My empty stomach will hinder my ability to command effectively. I cannot afford to trouble my subordinates for my own whims. After we win this battle, I promise you a hearty meal. Until then, bear with it. Really? I am not deceiving you. Look forward to it. That's wonderful. The new recruit is elated. At such a tender age, it is only natural to feel hunger. I find it quite disheartening to have such a child thrust into the battlefield. After all, everyone is starved, and the meal is quickly consumed. Naturally, there are no desserts, and I can't help but let out a soft sigh. I yearn for a donut drenched in sugar. Even the vile chocolate provided with military rations would suffice. But by the way, I engage the new recruit who is clearing the used utensils. What is your name? Colette. I have no surname, as I am a child abandoned by my parents. Is that so? Though taken aback by such a heavy revelation, she must have her reasons for becoming a mercenary at such a young age. I pursed my lips and crossed my arms. After a moment of contemplation, I instructed her to cease her tidying and take a seat. Colette glanced at Sonia. Her stern reputation within the mercenary group seems well known. and she likely did not wish to be mistaken for slacking off. However, Sonia is not the type to seize every opportunity to nitpick, and she nodded calmly. Colette exhaled in relief and returned to her previous seat. How old are you? 15.0. That doesn't sit well with me. I genuinely dislike child soldiers, though in this world, they ought to be referred to as girl soldiers. In my past life, I witnessed many occasions where youngsters rushed towards me carrying bombs. It felt as though I had become the one compelling them to do so, that if possible, I would seek any excuse to send them to the rear. Yet, given our current lack of combat strength, such actions are exceedingly difficult. Did the commanders of the anti-government guerrillas or terrorists in my past life ponder such matters as well? It is quite disheartening. However, in this life, I too was thrust into battle at 15. Though my exterior resembles that of a child, my essence is that of an elder. It is a different matter altogether, a clear case of double standards. What was it like to take the field for the first time? This is the outcome I am most curious about. After all, this recruit was so fearful before the battle, yet now appears unfazed. Has the sound of cannon fire dulled his senses? I'm not quite sure. The enemy was almost entirely struck down by gunfire or bombs, making it impossible to advance properly. As long as I stayed in the trenches, there was no issue that I didn't even see the faces of the Count's soldiers. Well, that was because I made an effort to create such a battlefield that my ideal combat strategy is to defeat the enemy from as far away as possible. First, using bombers to eliminate the majority of the enemy troops. Then deploying infantry to suppress them. This method preserves the lives and morale of the soldiers. This world lacks ground attack aircraft or combat helicopters, nor does it possess long-range field artillery, after all. The range of cannons here is not much different from the infantry rifles provided to mercenaries. While I cannot fully realize my envisioned combat style, I strive to do my utmost. That said, the enemy will likely adopt countermeasures. Things cannot continue smoothly forever. Do not let your guard down. I see. Colette seems to recall the horrors of the battlefield, shuddering slightly. If possible, I hope you can inform me of the enemy's tactics. I need to prepare myself mentally. That I would like to know as well. To know would mean we are already victorious. The opposing forces are also formidable feudal lords, and I do not believe they are incompetent enough to divulge their strategies so easily. Many possibilities come to mind. For instance, they may launch relentless assaults without regard for casualties, or deploy giant soldiers clad in magical armor to forcefully create breaches in our defenses. Though termed giants, they are merely around 2.5 meters tall. Even so, their strength and endurance could easily overpower those who consider themselves to be strong among the demi-human races. If they were to charge in heavy armor, it would be nearly impossible to fend them off. While I rely on landmines and cannons, there are not many mines laid, and a considerable number have already been expended on the first day. The remaining landmines are few, given that the detonation devices are fuse-based. The unexploded ordnance rate will increase from the second day onward. As for the cannons, due to the inability to aim properly, any expectations are futile. Alternatively, they might send a small elite force to scale the mountains and launch disruptive attacks from our flanks or rear. Sonia added. Indeed, while the mountainous terrain is treacherous, a small group should still be able to breach it. One cannot assume that attacks will only come from the front. In that case, would it not be an option for us to take the initiative? I heard that the beastmen have poor night vision. We could circumvent them and launch a night raid. That is a good idea. Upon hearing this, Colette proudly scratched her nose. However, given our current combat strength, executing this plan would be quite challenging. The Valerie mercenary group has not undergone training for mountain warfare, have they? Yes, indeed. Our battles are primarily fought on flat ground. Combat in mountainous terrain is exceedingly difficult. In my past life, I faced numerous hardships in Afghanistan that I do not believe these desperate mercenaries would be capable of handling mountain warfare. Frankly, I have doubts about their capabilities in night combat as well. Even though dragonkin possess relatively good night vision, it is not akin to having night vision equipment. If we truly find ourselves in a situation where a night raid is unavoidable, I would likely select only my direct knights to execute the combat plan. Fighting in the mountainous terrain at night is incredibly challenging. Unless there is a significant advantage to be gained, I would prefer to avoid such actions. Moreover, we must continue fighting tomorrow. Considering fatigue, the number of participants in a night raid would be limited to around 30. In contrast, the enemy likely numbers in the hundreds. Even a timid assault intended merely to harass could potentially lead to a devastating counterattack. resulting in the annihilation of our forces given the disparity in combat strength. Indeed, Colette replied, her expression marred by distaste as she pondered the situation. However, the opposing side must also recognize the Dragonkins' proficiency in nocturnal warfare. They would likely bolster their sentinels and devise countermeasures. The advantages of recklessly challenging the night are scant in any case. That is the situation that I do not intend to allow you to engage in foolish bravado. My plan is to secure a steady victory in daylight battles. Here is a piece of advice. Do not act rashly, understood? It is rare for me to adopt such a cautious strategy, so let us strive for safety in our combat. Yes, understood. Colette shyly scratched her cheek. However, it is quite peculiar. Sir, I expected you to say something like, fight with unwavering resolve. Even if the new recruits fight to the death, it would only serve to increase the number of corpses. However, if they abandon their tasks and flee, that would also pose a problem for me as long as they strive within a margin of safety. Gaining experience as seasoned veterans, it would be beneficial for me. Still, these individuals are mercenaries, so it is likely they will only serve under me this once. Yet, I genuinely hope they do not perish. That I despise the thought of my own death, and I wish for none of my subordinates to meet the same fate. I have experienced both in my past life. That would be splendid. Should they become seasoned veterans and achieve remarkable feats, perhaps they might even earn a kiss from you, sir. Fool, do not get ahead of yourself. I could not suppress a laugh as I ruffled Colette's hair. She shyly rubbed her nose, but upon catching sight of the somewhat intimidating Sonia, she squeaked, "Eep, I apologize. I shall take my leave to avoid a beating." Colette hastily grabbed the basket containing the utensils and the empty pot, fleeing from the scene. What a remarkably audacious recruit. Perhaps she will become a significant figure in the future. Indeed, Sonia and I exchanged glances, bursting into laughter once more. The following day, as the sun rose, the Count's army launched another assault. Heavily armored infantrymen, clad in full armor, marched along the street littered with the remains of fallen soldiers. It seems the enemy does not intend to engage in a protracted battle, I murmured, observing through my telescope. I had initially anticipated that the enemy would hesitate to attack after the losses of the first day. But it appeared the situation was more complicated. I had already requested reinforcements from Chancellor Adelaide to return to the royal capital. If we could maintain our stance against the enemy until the reinforcements arrived, we might achieve victory with minimal damage. However, Count Diesel must also be aware that the longer the conflict drags on, the more unfavorable the conditions will become. Ultimately, we can only continue to pile up the corpses until the enemy surrenders or our reinforcements arrive. That said, the enemy seems less reckless in their attacks than on the first day. The Count's army had positioned heavily armored infantrymen, likely dismounted knights, at the forefront, allowing the unprotected archers and lightly armored infantry to retreat to the rear. This was probably due to the substantial casualties suffered by the archers on the first day. A deafening roar erupted. It was the artillery brigade commanded by Sonia that had commenced firing. The iron balls launched with ferocity did not strike any enemies but veered off in entirely different directions. The enemy's formation had transformed from a dense array on the first day to a considerably sparse line. Consequently, our artillery, which boasted limited accuracy and range, found it challenging to deliver effective fire. They have devised a counter-strategy. Rather than waste ammunition, it is wiser to reduce the frequency of their shots. After all, our ammunition was limited, and we must avoid waste as much as possible. Setting aside the lead and iron used in the projectiles, the supply of gunpowder was finite, that we could not prepare an excessive amount. If we had an abundance of firearm ammunition, I would have confidence in enduring for much longer. The beastmen should charge in like true beastmen. One of my knights grumbled that I understood his sentiment. If they were merely charging forward without any strategy, that would be one thing. However, as long as they wave a red cloth, they would charge forth, right? Do not speak such nonsense. They are not real bulls. Rather than waving something like that, it would be more likely to wave Lady Ayre's undergarments. Absolutely not. Not only would the enemy come charging in, but even our own would. Let Sonia take the lead. While others were seriously considering strategies, it was inappropriate to speak carelessly. The knights were mostly young members of the order, having known each other since their training began, and spoke without reservations. They were truly a bothersome bunch. How could the earnest Sonia possibly do such a thing? Just as I was pondering these matters, activity stirred upon the battlefield. The heavily armored infantry began to dig. Upon closer inspection, They were not wielding pikes or battle axes, but rather tools for excavation. Are they planning to dismantle the landmines? Since the buried fire in the ground, requires a fuse to ignite, they must be buried underground before use. Naturally, the ground would bear the marks of their burial. With careful observation and excavation, even an outsider could potentially remove them. It is remarkable that they can accomplish this amidst the hail of gunfire. Of course, the minefield was set in an area overlapping with the killing zone of the rifles. The riflemen had already begun firing, with gunfire erupting continuously. The enemy's heavily armored infantry continued their operations amidst the storm of rifle bullets, while the magically enhanced armor could deflect some bullets. It was not an easy task. That I truly wish for snipers that this distance. They should be able to penetrate the gaps in the armor. I could not help but grumble. However, expecting a band of inexperienced mercenaries to possess such skill was overly demanding. None of the knights under my command had received specialized training in marksmanship. It was futile to demand what was unattainable. We can only compensate for the lack of precision with sheer numbers. Notify the right flank to concentrate their fire. This was akin to shooting randomly into a flock of birds. Rather than dispersing our fire across the entire enemy line, focused fire would be more effective. Even with magical armor, it would be impossible to remain unscathed when bombarded by numerous bullets. After issuing the command, the battlefield temporarily fell into a stalemate. Even under concentrated fire, the Count's heavily armored infantry continued their efforts to dismantle the landmines. Although some were struck and killed while digging, none abandoned their positions. The enemy's morale was remarkably impressive. The enemy is quite capable. That I do not wish to engage in close combat with such an opponent. If I were to fight against mercenaries with inferior training and equipment, it would likely result in a one-sided defeat. Currently, we were maintaining an external range of attack, thus incurring minimal damage. But if our defensive line were to be breached, the tide of battle would completely reverse. Those with free time should go support the riflemen. Even short-range cavalry rifles are better than nothing. The knights in the command trench were responsible for coordinating personnel and assisting with command. However, we needed to divert as many resources as possible to suppress the enemy's firepower. Aside from those who absolutely had to remain, everyone else was dispatched to the front lines. But what does the enemy intend to do after removing the mines? If it is merely to launch a close-range attack, I believe barbed wire and trenches will suffice. Just being pierced by pikes through the gaps in the barbed wire would present a considerable challenge for the enemy. As long as they do not breach this line of defense, they will be unable to engage in the close combat they excel at. Conversely, the enemy will undoubtedly attempt to breach the trench lines. The knights serving as my advisor mused. Would those boisterous beastmen resort to such subtle actions as clinging to the barbed wire and slowly removing it? I felt they would employ more outrageous tactics. Lord Al, there are new enemies on the left flank. What? Upon hearing the sentinel's report, I hurriedly peered through my telescope. Emerging into view were large supply carts laden with iron plates. Are they mock siege engines? A cold sweat broke upon my brow. The enemy's heavily armored infantry solemnly continued their efforts to dismantle the mines, bullets, artillery, and landmines. Despite numerous soldiers falling to various assaults, their operations never ceased, while the enemy's fierce display was commendable. We had no time to concern ourselves with such matters. Have the reserves bring all the grenades to the front lines. The path of blood has already been opened. It is merely a matter of time before the mock siege engines charge through. The wheels of the carts should not be able to cross the trenches, but the barbed wire would likely be breached at this stage. Allowing the enemy to infiltrate the first trench line would be disastrous. I never imagined that just a day later, they would prepare such contraptions. Correct is indeed correct. If we launch a night assault, the enemy will likely attempt to disrupt the modifications to the wagon. Won't they? While I ponder this, it becomes clear that conducting a night raid with our current forces is undeniably reckless. Given that this is a defensive battle, we must absolutely avoid any waste of our combat strength. If the cannon can hit, that wagon should be obliterated, the knight mused. However, despite being reinforced with iron plates, it is ultimately a wooden cart. Even if it can withstand bullets, it would surely falter against cannon fire. But that requires a direct hit. Such artillery is not feasible, I reflected. After all, this is a hastily constructed cannon without a proper sight. Even with careful aim, hitting a moving target seems impossible. An alternative idea flickered in my mind. The pterodactyl, if we were to utilize it for close-range bombardment. It might just succeed in breaching the wagon. No, that won't do. I concluded. The pterodactyl cannot carry a 500-pound bomb or air-to-ground missile, MAVL, but it can at most drop grenades or firebombs from the air, possessing scant ground attack capability. While it might be effective for retreating strikes, it is ill-suited for direct assaults. Yet, employing the pterodactyl in an offensive capacity is not without merit, although currently designated for reconnaissance. We should prepare it to switch to an attack role at a moment's notice. Nevertheless, our immediate focus must remain on the iron wagon. Shall we approach and blow them up? Since neither the artillery nor the aircraft are reliable, we must rely on infantry to counter them. I checked the cavalry rifle slung across my back. Depending on the circumstances, the barbed wire could very well be breached, allowing the enemy to infiltrate our trenches. We must be ready for close combat. They're coming. Just as I was lost in thought, the iron wagon began to move. Iron plates lined the rear of the cart, and two heavily armored bullmen grasped the yoke tethering the beasts. Charging forward, the wagon swayed precariously. Prepare to engage. I seized the nearby brass megaphone and shouted. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts, whether my voice would reach the front lines was uncertain. Yet the orderly immediately dashed from the command trench upon grasping my intent. The front lines were aware that allowing the iron wagon to charge would spell disaster. The riflemen swiftly aimed and fired at the wagon. It seems the rifles are rather ineffective, I noted. Indeed, the bullets were deflected off the wagon's armored plating, yielding minimal results. However, the iron plates capable of repelling bullets must be quite heavy. It is astonishing that merely two individuals can maneuver it. Their musculature must be exceptionally developed. How vexing, I thought. Filled with envy, as I contemplated these matters, the iron wagon continued to close the distance between us. It appeared they had chosen the route where our frontline troops had already cleared the mines. The wheels became lodged in the uneven terrain, causing the cart to lurch. Let it tumble and fall, someone from our ranks shouted. Though I shared the sentiment, alas, such fortune did not grace us. The iron wagon accelerated towards the barbed wire laid at the forefront. Die. With that battle cry, grenades were hurled from the trenches. Though they were grenades, they were rudimentary weapons consisting of iron balls filled with powder and fitted with fuses. The grenades, spewing flames as they rolled, detonated in succession before the wagon. Whoa! The wagon could not withstand the onslaught. Shattering into pieces, perhaps due to the magical armor, enchanted armor, the soldiers pushing the cart emerged unscathed, albeit staggering as they hastily attempted to flee. However, they were met with gunfire, and within moments, two heavily armored infantrymen lay bloodied and motionless. Even the sturdiest armor cannot withstand attacks aimed at its joints. Did you see that? The savages of the Empire. Get lost, our soldiers shouted in exultation. Yet, the enemy was not finished. A second iron wagon began its charge. I peered through my binoculars, confirming that they seemed to have prepared a third and fourth wagon as well. I recall we had prepared a total of 50 grenades, correct? Indeed, any more, and we would run out of gunpowder. I see. Understood. I furrowed my brow internally. We must have thrown more than 10 grenades in the recent engagement to counter all the iron wagons. Our supply of grenades may be insufficient. It is highly likely that this will devolve into close combat. We cannot allow the mercenary group to take the vanguard. Depending on the situation, we must step forward ourselves. If we were to rely on the lightly equipped Valerie mercenaries against the heavily armored infantry, the outcome would be predictable. The vanguard must be comprised of our knightly order. Although I yearned to command from a distance, remaining calm, the lack of combat strength left us with little choice. Prepare yourselves. We may need to retreat to the second defensive line at any moment. The rearguard's fight is ours to bear. Command the retreat to Captain Valerie. Understood. No one objected to my orders. While the timing may be premature, the possibility of retreat had already been accounted for in our operational plans. Though I wished to hold out for another day or two, we could not remain entrenched and incur unnecessary losses. The objective of the first defensive line was merely to wear down the enemy's vanguard. Since our archers have inflicted considerable damage, we must be content with that for now. However, if we could hold off all the iron wagons, that would indeed be ideal, I murmured softly. As long as the barbed wire remains intact, we can continue to conduct one-sided assaults from outside their range. Besides the armored troops, the enemy would struggle to approach. If we could maintain this mode of combat, it would surely be fortuitous, yet I harbored a premonition that matters would not unfold so smoothly. Following that, Count Dieselber's forces continued their assault with the iron wagons. Although we managed to stave off the first 4, our stock of grenades depleted, the 5th wagon finally breached the barbed wire. Now's our chance, charge. Soldiers from the Count's army surged into the area where the barbed wire had been crushed by the iron wagon. Believing victory was within their grasp, reinforcements began to appear from the rear. The archers re-emerged, raining arrows upon us. Yet, thanks to the trench and earthen walls, their arrows were mostly ineffective, and they gradually retreated under our riflemen's counterfire. Artillery. Continue to fire cautiously. If the situation becomes dire, do not wait for my orders to retreat. Cannons are ill-suited for small-scale operations. They still hold value and must not be discarded, I commanded loudly while sprinting through the trench. The mercenary group cannot withstand the enemy's elite. It is up to my direct knightly order to confront them. Mercenaries, provide support from the rear. Knights, diminish the enemy's morale. The defensive line was narrow, and we soon reached the area where the barbed wire had been compromised. The enemy had infiltrated the trench, and the mercenaries fought back with their spears and swords, yet they were clearly at a disadvantage, with some already lying bloodied on the ground. Mercenaries, fall back. Do not enter the line of fire. As I issued the command, I leveled my cavalry rifle at the enemy. For a moment, I hesitated to use body enhancement magic. However, that spell's duration is merely 30 seconds, and using it would result in physical pain, so it should be conserved for a critical moment. Even against minor soldiers, a mortal's frail physical capabilities can still engage in battle. Fire, and then shout, go. Yura, fire, I shouted, pulling the trigger, and my subordinates did the same. The distinctive white smoke of black powder enveloped the air, obscuring our vision as if shrouded in a fog, rendering it impossible to discern whether our bullets struck their mark. Charge. Following the command, I lifted my helmet's visor and dashed forth. The cavalry rifle was affixed with a bayonet, and I aimed the blade straight ahead, charging towards the enemy forces. Gaia! Drawing on my swordsmanship, I shouted as I surged through the curtain of smoke, only to find a heavily armored infantryman staring back in panic. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed for the gap in his helmet's visor with my bayonet. The opponent was clad in thick armor, leaving few areas where the bayonet could be effective. Whoa! The enemy soldier frantically twisted his body to evade the thrust, but I immediately released the rifle and lunged at him. I grasped the armor at his chest, tripping his legs and bringing him crashing to the ground, employing the principles of judo. Gah! Stab! I seized the cavalry rifle, which hung from his straps, plunging the bayonet into the gap of the neck armor of the fallen heavy infantryman. Blood gushed forth accompanied by indistinct screams of anguish. You fiend! Another enemy soldier raised his battle axe high above his head, bellowing as he charged forward. She was a formidable woman, resembling an oxen orc, rivaling even Sonya in stature. With a savage roar, she sprinted with tremendous ferocity. Jairia, however, a battle won solely on the basis of intimidation is no true battle at all. I must not succumb to her. I lifted my cavalry rifle, echoing my battle cry. With a hair's breadth to spare, I evaded the low growl of her axe as it crashed into the ground, countering with a thrust that pierced the gap in the enemy's visor, eliciting a shriek as they collapsed. Leave it to us, Lord Daikan, the mercenaries shouted, swiftly dispatching the fallen enemy with their long spears. Excellent. Just like that. If we were to deliver fatal strikes one by one, the enemy might seize the opportunity to retaliate. For now, we should unite against our foes. I contemplated this. I surveyed my surroundings. Reinforcements from the enemy continued to pour in, primarily consisting of light infantry. The riflemen stationed on either side of our defensive position unleashed their firepower, systematically gunning down the advancing foes, while cannons continued their relentless bombardment. Given the overwhelming number of enemy soldiers, many of our troops were caught in the crossfire of iron balls. The heavily armored infantry that had breached the trenches were also being suppressed by my knights. The enemy was indeed elite, yet our side was equally formidable. The outcome should be evenly matched, if not in our favor. Reload your ammunition and cover me, I commanded, temporarily retreating to the rear to retrieve a white paper cartridge from my ammunition pouch. Some enemy soldiers attempted to take advantage of the moment to attack, but our mercenaries brandished their long spears to intimidate them, and I seized the opportunity to slightly open my visor, biting through the paper cartridge. I poured the gunpowder into the muzzle, sealing it with the paper-wrapped lead bullet. Next, I tore away the paper, leaving only the tip of the bullet exposed, before withdrawing the rod stored beneath the rifle and pushing the lead bullet deep into the chamber. Finally, I inserted the primer into the primer hole, completing the reloading process. This task, due to my practice skill, took less than 30 seconds. Even so, time felt agonizingly prolonged on the battlefield, almost eternal. As expected, I desire a manual bolt-action rifle at the very least. With that thought, I lowered my visor once more. Die. At that moment, yet another enemy soldier wielding an axe charged at me. These brutes truly resembled raging bulls. As I pondered this, I immediately raised my cavalry rifle and pulled the trigger. With a dull thud, the enemy's axe was sent flying from their grasp. The heavy axe sailed off in a completely different direction. Although the enemy flailed in panic, it was already too late. Mercenaries wielding swords or handguns swiftly descended upon them. In the blink of an eye, their blades pierced through the gaps in the armor, and the enemy let out a brief scream before meeting their demise. With a sidelong glance, I confirmed their identity. Inwardly lamenting, I just finished reloading. Now I have to start over. The thrill of combat enveloped me, rendering the gruesome scene before me as if veiled in a mist, devoid of any sensation. However, in retrospect, it would evoke a sense of nausea. Truly, it is precisely because of this that I detest real combat. Karina von Diesel was panting heavily as I sprinted. The positions in Lisbon resembled a volcanic eruption, continuously belching smoke from cannon and rifle fire. Several soldiers from the Count's army lay sprawled across the narrow streets. Some had already succumbed, while others writhed in agony, bleeding profusely. Honestly, the sight was reminiscent of hell. Eek! Bullets whizzed past me. Thanks to my enchanted armor, even a direct hit posed no threat. Although my mind acknowledged this, my back still prickled with uneased "Ha! You little brat, if you're scared, go back and let Daddy give you a hug." The voice belonged to the knight ahead of me, clad in ominous, enchanted armor, her physique rivaling that of my mother, my cousin, Michaela. To be frank, our relationship was far from cordial. She likely resented the affection I received from my mother, who was the head of the Diesel family. In light of my condescending attitude toward her, she frequently berated me as a shorty or a coward, which was utterly intolerable. You're so annoying. I'm not scared at all. Nonetheless, this woman was undeniably strong for a knight. To survive in this hellish battlefield, staying behind her was undoubtedly the safest course. I certainly wasn't frightened. I was merely executing necessary actions calmly to avoid death. Strange, whom am I explaining this to? In any case, despite her constant chiding along the way, I finally reached the barbed wire-laden area unscathed. On the other side of the wrecked barbed wire, a dilapidated iron cart lay stranded in the trench. "You little soldiers, get out of the way!" Michaela shoved aside the soldiers and knights swarming into the enemy ranks, striding forward with confidence. Truly, one could see her battle-hardened prowess in her fluid movements. The trench was a chaotic scene of melee. Soldiers from both sides were intertwined, engaged in brutal close combat. The cacophony of gunfire, clashing swords, roars, and screams assaulted my ears, just as I contemplated retreating a step. Michaela raised her axe and shouted, "I am Michaela von Diesel, the vanguard of the Diesel family. Any lizards from Galia who wishes to make a name for themselves, I shall be your opponent." This girl was beyond audacious. "However, your weapon is an axe, not a spear. Those from the Diesel family, how bold of you to show yourselves." The enemy's response was a familiar, clear male voice that seemed out of place on the battlefield. "A man? So, you must be the Daikan of Lisbon? A man daring to be a knight? How utterly foolish. Ha! This just got interesting. I asked this for real." I couldn't help but exclaim. Why is a man present on the front lines? Is he an idiot? Michaela would surely notice him now. This fellow was quite the notorious womanizer, a complete lecher who, upon spotting an appealing man within the territory, would undoubtedly attempt to violate him. If she discovered a man on the battlefield, she would definitely want to prey upon him. That man was my quarry. "Hey, knight, step forward. I will show you the horrors of the battlefield." "Stop, stop. He is mine." "Mother also, huh? This toy is too childish. You little shorty, get out of my way. I am not short. I am still growing." Just as we were bickering, an individual from the opposing side crossed the trench. Though obscured by a helm with a visor, the old-fashioned design of the armor was unmistakable. It was Albert Blondin. He handed his rifle to a nearby soldier and drew his saber from his waist. "You wish to educate me? Very well. I shall use your chest for that purpose." "Humph. Want a duel? How amusing." "Hey, you lot. Don't interfere. This one is my prey." I had declared him my quarry, just as Michaela finished speaking. She stepped forward, gripping her axe. Even if you lose, don't whine about, oh, kill me. I may not know what you look like beneath that helmet, but as long as you have a manhood beneath, it matters not. I will play with you until I am bored. Suit yourself, Albert replied, gripping his saber with both hands, adopting a high guard stance. Upon closer inspection, the saber was an unusual weapon, with a removed handguard and an elongated grip. Resembling an Eastern katana in atmosphere alone, don't you dare forget those words, Michaela shouted, charging forward with her axe raised. Idiot, 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 run away. I couldn't help but shout. I refused to lose my virginity because of my obnoxious cousin's leftovers. After all, I had finally found such a splendid prey. Jaya, just as I lamented inwardly, I heard a monkey-like scream. Simultaneously, Albert lunged at Michaela. Huh, was that Albert's voice? Before I could process the situation, Albert had already reached Michaela. Before the axe could descend, Albert's saber had already cleaved down toward Michaela from above. She was cleaved in two. Huh? For a moment, I could not comprehend what had transpired. That woman was clad in enchanted armor capable of deflecting bullets. Moreover, it was the highest grade, which even magic swords struggled to harm. Why, that little one over there. Is that Karina von Diesel? Eek. Albert turned to look at me, the blood splattering onto his armor, painting it a vivid crimson. I couldn't help but emit a small scream. Due to the visor of his armor, his expression remained concealed, which only served to heighten the sense of dread. The two kin of Diesel are truly formidable. I shall send your heads back to the master, Albert proclaimed, raising his saber once more. That very moment, a warm sensation coursed through my undergarments. A yellow liquid trickled down from my greaves to the ground. Gaia! Aya! As I heard the blood-curdling scream, I turned and fled. Mother! Mother! Help me! Aya! I watched the diminutive figure escape in panic and let out a quiet sigh of relief, though the assailant was a knight. The notion of slaying a mere child weighed heavily on my conscience, especially as the effects of the body-enhancing magic had begun to wane. If I were to invoke that magic again within a short span, my body would be rendered immobile due to the backlash. I had no desire to lose my ability to act on the battlefield, yet to challenge him with a declaration of I seek vengeance would compel me to fight as a knight. Thus, instilling fear in him and allowing him to escape was the optimal solution. Did you see that, you barbarians of the Empire? Long live the local magistrate. Long live Gallia. On the other hand, my mercenaries erupted in cheers. After all, for the Drago, lizards were the most forbidden of taboos. The knight, cleaved in two, had stepped upon a trap laid by the Gallians, though the Valerie mercenary corps boasted a relatively high proportion of orcs. Incidentally, while they are referred to as a mercenary group, they operate within Gallia, formed from its ranks. Naturally, many harbor a deep-seated disdain for the Holy Empire, with which Gallia has historically had a tumultuous relationship. Don't fall behind. Local magistrate, push them back, shouted Captain Valerie, standing at the forefront of the mercenaries, directing them with her longsword. Her command was executed with commendable poise. In contrast, the soldiers of the Count's army visibly began to waver. Given that the knight, who claimed to be of the Diesel lineage, had been so easily defeated, their reaction was hardly surprising. However, I could not afford to be complacent. That a distinct high-pitched sound pierced the air, and a wind blade hurtled toward me. I swiftly swung my saber to deflect it. It was an attack spell from the enemy's magic troops. We were outside the trench. A moment's negligence would leave us vulnerable to concentrated magical assaults. I quickly turned and ducked into the trench, wiping the blood from my saber and inspecting it. Although I had severed the enchanted armor known as enchanted plate, the blade itself remained unscathed. Despite being a dubious weapon seized from a noble of the Holy Empire by my mother on the battlefield, its sharpness was indeed genuine. It must have been enhanced with considerable magical fortification. While it sufficed for ordinary armor, it would require a weapon of exceptional sharpness to contend with enchanted plate. With a sigh, I sheathed my saber, feeling the familiar ache coursing through my body. This was a side effect of the body-enhancing magic. For mortals to surpass the capabilities of demi-humans, they must undergo rigorous enhancements. How I longed to return to drink and sleep, I muttered under my breath, audible only to myself, as I infused strength into my body. Although I was weary as the commander, I could not allow such sentiments to surface. If I exerted myself a bit more, it seemed feasible to push the enemy back from our defensive line. Lord Al, we have received word from the Wyvern Cavalry. A knight approached, clutching a small communications tube. This was a device used by the Wyvern Cavalry to dispatch messages, which would be delivered from the air. We have confirmed a suspected enemy detachment on the western slope, approximately half a company in strength. Over.ic. I replied nonchalantly, though internally, my anxiety grew that I craved drink more than ever. The enemy commander seemed quite capable, employing every available tactic. Currently, the enemy forces directly facing us numbered about 2 companies. However, given the narrow width of the battlefield and the advantages of the trenches, we were positioned favorably. Nevertheless, while we had shifted from a defensive to an offensive stance, being attacked from the side due to damaged barbed wire would be detrimental. Even if we managed to cope, it would likely result in significant casualties. Engagement with the enemy should not take too long. What should we do? What indeed should we do? If I were to reallocate the gunmen, we could likely handle an enemy force of half a company. Yet this would drastically reduce the pressure on the front line, allowing even more enemies to flood in. Should we hastily drive the first wave of the enemy from the trenches and let the mercenaries bombard them with slings? That was a viable idea. I had prepared slings and appropriately sized stones for such a contingency. With a bit of effort, we might hold out for the entire day. Prepare to retreat. According to the prearranged plan, fall back to the second defensive line. Notify all personnel. Ultimately, I decided to reorganize our line first. The enemy had suffered an unexpected blow, and the pressure on our front had diminished. Deliberately abandoning the front line would also allow us to manage the detachment with a calm demeanor. By doing so, the enemy commander would likely become excessively aggressive due to our previous manipulation of the situation. Now was the perfect moment to ensnare him in a far greater trap. This first defensive line was merely established to gradually deplete the enemy's numbers in the opening skirmishes. After all, the streets were too narrow for even us to maneuver effectively. Thus, it was intended to relinquish this position to the enemy at the opportune moment. The second defensive line behind it would serve as the site of the decisive battle. Shall we entrust the retreat command to Captain Valerie? Indeed, we are the only ones responsible for the rear guard. It was when one's back was turned to the enemy that one was most vulnerable. We could not allow those lacking even proper armor to take on that responsibility. It seems we can repel the first wave of the enemy's assault. I peered cautiously over the trench. The gunmen led by Captain Valerie were indeed suppressing the Count's forces. Sending out a skirmish unit had proven to be the right decision. The morale of the enemy's vanguard was evidently shaken. Commence the retreat once we push them beyond the barbed wire. Go and fetch Sonia. Understood. I shall summon the vice captain. After repeating my orders, the soldier hastened toward the artillery trench, according to our prearranged plan. The artillery was to be the first to withdraw, that we could not allow Sonia to remain there indefinitely. The rearguard's task was not only perilous, but also fraught with difficulty. Should I perish in battle, Sonia would need to take command. Yet, having the Supreme Commander stationed in the most dangerous location to direct operations was undeniably inefficient. It was merely due to my familiarity with the use of firearms and similar weaponry that I had been left with no choice. Among the officers, only Sonia, Captain Valerie, and I remained, and our numbers were painfully insufficient. With just 2 additional personnel, we could maneuver our forces far more flexibly. Well, there's no point in lamenting what is lacking. After uttering this phrase, which I had repeated countless times since being reborn in this world, I dashed out of the trench that I still needed to inform Captain Valerie to commence the retreat. To my surprise, the mercenaries complied with the retreat orders without hesitation. Currently, we held the advantage, and I had expected them to advocate for maintaining the status quo. It seemed the recent skirmish had been effective. Had it not been for that encounter, they might have assumed we were merely frightened and seeking to flee. The outcome was fortunate indeed. Hurry, hurry. Don't forget the supplies. After pushing the Count's forces back beyond the barbed wire, we seized the brief window before the second wave of attacks to begin our withdrawal that we needed to retrieve not only weapons and supplies, but also the bodies of the fallen. In this world, the remains of the enemy could easily be treated as refuse if one wished to pay their respects. It was imperative to recover them with one's own hands. New enemies are approaching. The sentry from the lookout tower sounded the alarm. As expected, they were quick to follow. That we could not allow the enemy to strike while we were in retreat, that I concealed myself in the trench, raising the hammer of my cavalry gun. Above all, we must buy time for the mercenaries to reposition. Though it may turn into a chaotic battle, do your best. I addressed the knights around me. The personnel designated for the rear guard had all assembled. The main force was composed of knights. The only ones equipped and trained well enough to contend with the elite forces of the Count were my own knights. Not a problem. Until now, we haven't engaged in close combat. This time, let me wreak havoc. Sonia asserted with a cold expression, though her cheeks bore a rosy hue, as if touched by blush. Perhaps it was the fervor of battle that invigorated her. If possible, I implore you to retreat alongside the mercenaries. Should both of you fall in combat, the only one left to command would be Captain Valerie. In such a scenario, our chances of victory would be utterly obliterated. From the perspective of leadership, Captain Valerie was undoubtedly a remarkably skilled officer. Yet, she was ultimately just a hired hand. Once her employer perished, she would likely surrender without hesitation. You jest, my lord, setting aside my own fate. There is no conceivable way that Lord Al would meet his demise. Hence, I assert that your trust is excessively burdensome. I have already faced death once in my past life. I cannot naively presume that I alone will remain unscathed. However, those who possess such naive thoughts are hardly fit to serve as commanders. Moreover, I am merely an aide. Is it not natural for me to remain by your side? Yet, Lord Al, Sonia is an absolute oddity. Attempting to reason with her is an exercise in futility. Let us commence the battle swiftly. Another knight interjected, seemingly impatient. As long as I issue the order, most matters can be made comprehensible to Sonia. Nevertheless, her obstinacy is remarkable, and persuading her to acquiesce is laborious. This time, I must yield. Fundamentally, it is a grave error for a commander to stand on the front lines. If possible, I too would prefer to remain in a place of safety. I share the same fear of pain and danger. Unless it is a decisive battle where defeat means total loss, I could certainly adopt a more stable approach to warfare. Indeed, this is hardly a topic to be discussed in the presence of the enemy. I sighed softly and began observing the movements of the opposing forces. Their numbers remained substantial. However, it appeared that the Count's army had exhausted its supply of armored troops, as I could see light infantrymen without helmets or protective gear. This should allow us to hold our ground for a while. Very well, prepare a barrage with alternating fire. Ready to shoot. Huzzah! I propped my cavalry rifle on a mound of earth, aiming as I commanded. The enemy appeared as mere specks in the distance, yet with the precision of a rifle, striking them was well within our means. Commence firing. The sound of gunfire reverberated in my ears. The billowing white smoke obscured our vision, veiling the enemy from sight. Black powder is indeed a troublesome resource. We must expedite the practical use of smokeless powder. Next wave, fire. Although I thought this to myself, my mouth mechanically issued the next command. I too squeezed the trigger. The sharp recoil from the stock jarred my shoulder. The smoke thickened, rendering the enemy invisible. Wind magic. However, this is a fantastical world, and there are means to counter such challenges. The sorcerers of the mercenary group chanted incantations in melodious tones, summoning a mighty wind that dispersed the smoke. Our shots seemed to have had a significant effect, as several soldiers fell to the ground. Yet, even so, our firepower was insufficient to forcefully halt the advance of the enemy. The sound of military boots trampling the ground could be heard even from our position, in such a confined space. It is unlikely that they can evade our fire even if they spread out. They are indeed pitiable, despite being our foes in the narrow road. The ground was littered with the corpses of enemies and the wreckage of iron carts. Coupled with the remnants of landmines, the enemy was compelled to cluster together in order to navigate the constricted path. For us, this presented an ideal target. I shoved ammunition deep into the chamber of my rifle with a stick. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Second row, loaded. Good. Fire. Once more, we unleashed a volley. The enemy's vanguard fell one after another. The knight whistled in approval. Hey, these scarecrows are truly a delight to dispatch. The laughter of the other knights echoed. Yet their motions in loading ammunition remained unhurried. Their level of training was evidently high, proving to be quite reliable. Report. At that moment, a messenger rushed in. I continued to observe the enemy, responding with a query. What is it? The skirmishers encountered the retreating forces. Inform them that we shall handle the front, and they should focus on their own adversaries. Being flanked is painful, but the opposing force comprises only about half a company. Moreover, they are attacking from uneven terrain outside the streets. As long as we do not find ourselves in a situation of being partially surrounded alongside the frontline enemies, it is not particularly daunting. Understood. I did not follow the messenger with my gaze as he departed. Instead, I continued firing at the enemy. For the time being, we must rely on the troops at hand to suppress this area. We must reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible before they draw near enough for close combat. The next 3 hours were truly reminiscent of hell, due to the withdrawal of forces. Our detachment successfully repelled the enemy. However, the pressure from the front line pressed directly upon our rearguard. In less than an hour, the first trench line in front of the barbed wire was seized, forcing us to retreat step by step. Now, we were barely managing to conduct a delaying action in the extremely narrow streets. The confined space prevented us from forming a line, rendering the enemy incapable of deploying their full strength. This was an excellent terrain for a small force to impede the enemy. The nearby mountain roads had many points where the width was particularly constricted due to the terrain. "Yeah," I shouted as I plunged my bayonet into an enemy soldier's abdomen. I kicked the bloodied figure away, utilizing the momentum to retreat. "You insignificant man!" Other enemies wielding axes charged at me. I hastily dropped my cavalry rifle and drew my revolver to fire. 2 bullets discharged almost simultaneously, striking the soldier in the abdomen and chest. This was the technique of pulling the trigger in rapid succession, a skill I had honed. I quickly shifted my gaze away from the enemy soldier who had collapsed, pierced by my bullets, and holstered my revolver. Simultaneously, I stepped forward to evade the thrust of a spear aimed at me, seized my cavalry rifle once more, and retaliated with the bayonet. Damn it, the enemy barely managed to deflect my strike with their gauntlet. Yet at that moment, Sonia charged in. The soldier could not fully evade her overhead swing of the great sword, sustaining a wound on his shoulder as he cried out in agony and fell. Without hesitation, Sonia drove the tip of her sword into his neck, delivering a fatal blow. "I am saved." I struggled to catch my breath, offering my gratitude. My stamina was nearly depleted. Most of the enemy soldiers possessed superior physical capabilities, making direct confrontations utterly exhausting. Had it not been for the endurance I had built in my past life, I would surely have perished by now. It is the duty of an aide. Sonia replied coolly. A physical marvel, truly enviable. Advance, advance. The enemy is cornered. There lies Galia's warlock. Bring him down. Assault him. The Count's forces shouted dangerously. What on earth is a warlock? Is it akin to a witch? It sounds rather foolish. Yet, they have uttered the phrase "I shall charge" numerous times today. As a virgin, I cannot help but feel a bit uneasy about that. How dare you threaten our Lord Al? Come forth. I shall slay you. Even the slovenly orifice of the cowwoman is not something Lord Al would desire. Upon hearing the enemy's insults, our knights rallied their spirits to counter. Indeed, high morale is a splendid thing. They are incensed on my behalf, which brings me joy. However, I find cow beastmen to be quite appealing. They possess ample bosoms, and their small horns are adorable. Were they to approach me amicably, I have confidence I would fall for them in an instant. Do not underestimate the simplicity of a virgin. Alas, it is regrettable that we are now bound to mutual slaughter. It seems these cows are eager to become steaks. Most terrifying was Sonia, who emitted a low growl rife with hatred, systematically dispatching the enemy soldiers. Her heroic combat demeanor rendered the enemy unable to advance. Do not act recklessly. For now, we merely need to buy time. Defeating the enemy is secondary. As I caution my subordinates. I glanced at my pocket watch. If all went according to plan, the redeployment in the rear should be nearing completion. Green signal flare confirmed. At that moment, the sentry's voice reached my ears that I could not help but exclaim. Excellent. The green signal flare indicated readiness. All that remained was for us to retreat, leading the enemy into the valley. After all, this street offers only a single route. Prepare to retreat. That said, under the continuous assault from the front, retreating was no simple feat, and no matter how elite a force may be, they cannot endure for long when attacked from behind. Thus, we must temporarily halt the enemy's assault. Certainly, we are fully prepared. I exclaimed. Ignite the smoke screen. In response, the mercenaries at the rear began to arrange several large wooden barrels along the street. After lighting the fuses affixed to the barrels' lids, they shouted, "Ready. All right, advance. Everyone, commence the retreat," simultaneously with the signal. The barrels rolled towards us with remarkable speed. Propelled by the downhill slope, they spewed forth thick white smoke, enveloping the street in an obscuring fog that rendered visibility to barely a meter ahead. These barrels contained slow-burning gunpowder mixed with various spices, and the smoke that billowed from them was laden with irritants that assaulted the eyes and nasal membranes, akin to a primitive tear gas. What is this? What is this? Ugh, cough cough. The enemy soldiers, caught directly in the smoke's embrace, began to cough violently. In this world, it seemed unlikely that anyone would resort to tear gas as a weapon. Overwhelmed by this unfamiliar sensation, they found themselves incapacitated for combat. Naturally, we too were not spared from the effects of this gas. My face was drenched in tears and mucus, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, I maintained my composure and retreated at full speed, my comrades trailing closely behind me. After all, our nightly order had undergone regular training in environments filled with such tear gas, while tears and runny noses were physiological responses that could not be suppressed. We were still able to act with clarity. Truly, the power of habit is remarkable that I owe a debt of gratitude to my instructor from a past life for imparting knowledge that proved invaluable in critical moments. Yea, despite the persistent coughing, we managed to squeeze through the narrow street. Through the distorted vision wrought by tears, a vast plateau came into view ahead. The establishment of a secondary defensive line here to annihilate the enemy's main force was the second phase of my operational plan. I, Roswith von Diesel, found myself engulfed in confusion that I was uncertain of how to address the retreat of the Risbon army, which had been decisively defeated by my niece, Michaela. At this moment, their morale should have been soaring. The timing of their retreat felt rather unnatural. Report: the vanguard troops are under heavy fire from the enemy, and the incursion onto the plateau has failed as expected, although reconnaissance had confirmed the existence of a vast plateau ahead. Advantageous for our larger forces, the enemy would also be aware of this. The Risbon army regrouped near the entrance of the plateau, preparing to thwart our intrusion. It was truly regrettable that we had been misled by that inexplicable smoke and failed to charge into the plateau alongside the enemy's rear guard. If only we could have used the enemy's back as a shield, we could have evaded the gunfire. Though I did not voice it, the situation was exceedingly precarious. Our morale had plummeted to a nadir. This was partly due to the extraordinarily severe damage we had sustained and partly because of the death of Mikhail, a renowned young knight of the Diesel family. Adding to the misfortune, my own daughter, Karina, had fled the battlefield. Yet, Mikhail has been slain. Despite her notorious behavior, her prowess as a knight was beyond reproach. This day, I find it difficult to accept her demise. She was not the type of woman to be defeated by a man. According to the information I received, it appeared that Mikhail had been cleaved in two while still clad in her armor. Even a beast man, renowned for their strength, could not possibly sever a human in half with a single blow from an unreasonably massive battle axe. The defensive capabilities of the enchanted armor known as enchanted plate were simply too formidable. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that my beloved daughter Karina did not have to face such a monstrous opponent. Though I lament Mikhail's fate, I could not help but harbor this thought. Karina. Yes, Karina, what am I to do now? I never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent, while it is true that as the head of the family, I should not be lenient if she flees the battlefield. She is merely a squire and should be spared from the death penalty. Ultimately, I was unable to make an immediate judgment that I ordered Karina to serve as my attendant. Effectively placing her under house arrest, she sat beside me on horseback, her head bowed and her demeanor despondent, appearing quite haggard. Though I wished to console her, the events had transpired, and I felt compelled to adopt a stern stance. My lord Roswith, shall we deploy the cavalry? Upon hearing the words of my subordinate knight, I pondered softly. There was no time to dwell on my daughter's predicament. If we did not swiftly break through the Risbon army, the reinforcements from the Gallia kingdom would soon arrive. My initial operational plan was to subdue the Risbon territory before their reinforcements could traverse the mountainous path leading to the Gallia kingdom. Time was our adversary. Our forces could not afford a protracted engagement. The reason I resolved to press the attack despite the anticipated losses was precisely this, while I understood that abandoning Risbon might be the more prudent choice. Retreating now would render the deaths of my soldiers utterly meaningless. Moreover, it would be a matter of pride. There were no options left but to continue the fight. It difficult for the infantry to break through. Indeed, our forces have been cornered into a narrow path, with only the options to advance or retreat. Conversely, the enemy, stationed on the plateau, can deploy their formations freely. Our disadvantage is difficult to overturn. In the narrow confines of the battlefield, my forces, as well as the enemy's scant numbers, struggled to concentrate their full might at the front lines. The battlefield was simply too constricted. Once the entrance to the plateau was sealed, only the Risbon army would be liberated from these constraints. While it may be a different case on a road littered with anti-cavalry structures, a plateau should allow for cavalry charges. I believe it is best to have the knights exert themselves here. UGH.my knights had expended considerable energy over the past 2 days. After all, half of the heavy infantry consisted of dismounted knights. They had sustained extraordinary losses due to landmines and peculiar firearms, and it would be unkind to impose additional burdens upon them. The mobility of the cavalry is superior, and their exposure to gunfire will be minimized. Since firearms require time to reload, I suspect their losses will be less than in previous engagements. Indeed, however, the previous losses were exceptionally high due to the infantry's slow advance. It took time to close the distance to our weapon range, thereby increasing the enemy's opportunities to fire upon us. In this regard, a cavalry charge should reach the range of the pikes by the time the first and second shots are fired. Furthermore, bullets can be deflected by armor. Truly, a cavalry charge remains our best option. Prepare the steeds. Though I issued the command, my spirits were heavy. Setting aside the peculiar weapons and tactics employed by the enemy, their commander was no ordinary strategist. He must have anticipated my deployment of cavalry at this moment. Given my temporary withdrawal, it was certain that some trap awaited me. Even so, with no other viable alternatives, I could only trust my subordinates and give the order. I silently prayed to the North Star, hoping that no further calamities would befall us. Enemy cavalry spotted. Excellent. They are approaching. Upon hearing the report from the messenger, I allowed a triumphant smile to break upon my lips, since the enemy possessed the determination to win this battle. They could only dispatch their cavalry here, even if they were aware of the trap. This is our final grand endeavor for today. Let us all rally our spirits. Ura, hearing the spirited response from my knightly subordinates, filled me with joy. Tasked with the arduous rearguard duty, and having endured the effects of the tear gas, they should have longed to complain. Isn't it about time we took a break? Yet, they exhibited no such attitudes, truly exemplifying the elite. Nevertheless, my own stamina was nearing its limit. The tear gas had rendered my eyes and nose in excruciating pain. My body was utterly fatigued, and my mind was clouded, while I longed to return home and sleep for an entire day. As the commander, I could not be the first to falter. I had to persevere. Big brother, thank you for your patience. The squirrel beast man, Lodi, approached with the war horses, accompanied by attendants responsible for managing the mounts, who had gathered all the steeds. Cavalry would combat cavalry. This was my operational plan. One could surmise that the enemy's cavalry was substantial in size, and relying solely on a handful of infantry would not suffice against a multitude of cavalry. Engaging the infantry directly would only lead to their dispersion. Constructing formidable trenches and barbed wire defenses on all sides, akin to the first defensive line, would prevent any cavalry charge. However, to establish such a large-scale fortification would require vast amounts of time, resources, and personnel, all of which were in short supply. Only the frontal side boasted defensive structures. Otherwise, the enemy would circumvent our defenses. Very well. I shall take my leave now. I affectionately ruffled Greedy's head before mounting my steed. The sounds of gunfire echoed from our position, yet the cavalry displayed no signs of fear. Horses are typically averse to loud noises. If every gunshot instilled terror in them, my troops would be rendered ineffective. This particular cavalry steed was selected from the ranks in Rima City for its dull reaction to gunfire, and during the intervals while we constructed our fortifications, it received specialized training, ensuring a foolproof strategy. Although this would inflate procurement costs, the funding source was not myself but rather His Excellency, Prime Minister Adelaide, so there were no concerns on that front. After all, I had endured numerous instances of harassment. Surely, a little financial gain in this context would not invoke divine retribution. Nevertheless, it would ultimately become my debt. Wishing you a prosperous victory, under the watchful eyes of Latte and others waving us off. We advanced on horseback. The plateau was characterized by a flat terrain covered in low grass, making our equestrian movement rather comfortable. While it was indeed a plateau, it was not particularly vast, and soon we could see the passage carved through the rocky mountain. Without traversing this passage, an invasion of the plateau would be impossible. That must be the enemy, Sonia remarked as we rode closer. In the middle of the passage, silhouettes of knights on horseback emerged. Having engaged in suppressive fire near the passage's exit since earlier, they must have been waiting for the opportune moment to charge. Our trench line was approximately 500 meters from the exit. If the cavalry galloped at full speed, they could reach us in less than 30 seconds. Considering the loading speed of muzzle-loading rifles, we would have but one opportunity to fire, given the numerical disadvantage of our infantry. Relying solely on rifles would be insufficient to halt the cavalry's charge. Conversely, our cavalry would need to exert even greater effort. This operation demands impeccable timing. Cold sweat trickled down my back as I consciously adjusted my breathing. The success or failure of this assault would dictate the very course of the war. It was unreasonable to expect me to remain calm. They're coming. With Sonia's sharp cry, the enemy cavalry charged forth. A cloud of dust billowed as a multitude of knights surged from the passage. Approximately 50 riders, more than double the number of our cavalry. Charge! I shouted, urging my steed to accelerate. 17 of our cavalrymen hurled themselves toward the enemy's flank. Almost simultaneously, white smoke erupted from our trench line. I had instructed the soldiers to use old-fashioned matchlocks during the suppressive fire, switching to rifles only once the enemy commenced their charge, under the precise and dense barrage. Over 5 enemy cavalrymen fell from their mounts. Those who evaded the bullets struggled to maintain their horses' composure, their formation thrown into disarray. Annihilate them. Go, you wretched beasts. Ura. As I bellowed, I fired my pistol at the enemy cavalrymen, who, having lost their nerve, appeared timid. While the effectiveness of the shots against the armored knights was diminished, striking the horses was another matter altogether. Though horse armor existed, it could not cover the entirety of their bodies. Yua? The cavalry steed writhed in agony after being struck, causing its rider to tumble. Ignoring this, I continued firing at other horses. Although my ammunition soon ran dry, there was no time for leisurely reloading. I drew my second pistol and pressed on with the assault. My fellow cavalrymen employed the same tactics. Numerous enemy riders had already fallen, and my approach echoed the adage, shoot the horse before the rider. Equipped with revolvers, our cavalry possessed sufficient anti-cavalry capabilities to drive back the previously dominant lancers. Despite the numerical disparity, our advantage was unmistakable. Knights should wield lances. Raise your lances, you despicable cowards, an enemy knight shouted, brandishing his lance high. Shut up, I retorted, throwing a lasso, an implement often utilized by cowboys, toward him. Goa! The ensnared knight let out a pained cry as he was dragged from his mount, crashing to the ground. Don't think you can continue. At that moment, another knight wielding a lance charged toward me. He approached at a swift pace, leaving me with no time to evade. TSK, my second revolver was also out of ammunition. My only remaining weapon was my saber, but engaging a lance with a saber was quite the challenge. Just as I sensed impending doom and a chill ran down my spine, a knight surged forth to confront my assailant. Sonia, she swung her great sword as she passed, cleaving the enemy knight's head from his shoulders. The decapitated knight's blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground. And I'm saved, as expected of you. There's truly no one more reliable than you as my aide. Of course, no one else is fit to serve as your adjutant, she replied nonchalantly, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Indeed, she was a subordinate I could hardly match. By the way, isn't it time to deploy the infantry? Sonia remarked, glancing around. Caught off guard by our unexpected assault, the enemy cavalry's formation had completely disintegrated. Those knights who had evaded falling were already overwhelmed by our cavalry, rendering them incapable of launching an offensive against our infantry position. Indeed, the timing is perfect. I retrieved a large signal pistol from my holster. Aiming it skyward, I fired a round containing a signal flare the size of a baseball. Under the explosive pressure of the blank round, the signal flare opened its parachute in midair, emitting a red flash. All right, it's time to bring this to a close. As the red light of the signal flared in the sky, our infantry surged forth from the trenches en masse, their valiant battle cries resonating powerfully. To think they would not form a tight formation against cavalry. They underestimate us. A knight of the Count's army raised his lance in indignation, only to be met with the concentrated fire of our reloaded infantry, falling dead on the spot. Bolstered by this display, our infantry charged towards the fallen enemy knights, beginning to stab with their lances. Even knights clad in enchanted armor could find themselves at the mercy of our troops if they were rendered immobile by the impact of their falls. Meeting a grim fate, rather than a battle, it resembled a scene of slaughter unfolding across the battlefield. Gia. That said, the enemy cavalry were not entirely obliterated. The surviving knights wielded sabers to fend off the infantry attempting to engage them, creating a diversion. The disparity in combat effectiveness between infantry and cavalry was evident. If left unchecked, we could face a counterattack that might lead to our undoing. Typically, infantry would form tight formations to counter cavalry charges. But such formations lack mobility. This time, we needed to swiftly eradicate the enemy, warranting a deliberate avoidance of tight formations. Our forces needed to compensate for the lack of defensive strength. TSK. A blow from a saber was deflected by my gauntlet. Currently, lacking the use of body-enhancing magic, I found it impossible to cleave through armored TO inflict a fatal wound. I had to aim for the gaps in their armor. That voice? Could it be that male knight? While it's not praiseworthy to slay a man, you are different. I shall end you here. The one who will die is you, scoundrel. The enemy knight discarded his lance, unfitting for close combat, and drew a longsword. I barely managed to parry his incoming blade with my saber, shouting back defiantly. However, the physical prowess of demi-humans was indeed remarkable. Engaging him head-on without enhanced strength proved exceedingly difficult if he were an ordinary soldier. I might have managed, but against a battle-hardened knight, victory would not come easily. Lord Daisuke. Yet, this was war. There were no rules dictating that combat must be one-on-one. Nearby infantrymen swiftly gathered, armed with their lances. A pack of lowly foot soldiers. The enemy knight hastily attempted to flee, but it was no easy task that I pressed forward, blocking his escape route, and swung my saber at him. Don't obstruct my path. The lance of an infantryman aimed at the enemy knight, who tried to fend off my saber. Struck by the lance, he was swiftly brought down by the infantry. Well done. Remember this. I praised the mercenaries as I advanced. Considering our future endeavors, we needed to swiftly deal with the remaining enemy cavalry. Lord Alda. New enemies incoming. A soldier rushed toward me in a flurry. Reinforcements? Infantry or cavalry? Cavalry. 20 riders. Are there still cavalry unaccounted for? The initial 50 riders had been considerable. Now we faced an additional 20. Fortunately, we were fighting on favorable terrain. If we engaged under conditions where the enemy seized the initiative, we would surely falter within a day. All right, I'll leave this to the infantry. Bugler, sound the call. Cavalry, assemble. Before long, the resonant sound of a horn echoed across the battlefield, drawing the previously entangled knights towards me. That I swiftly called to roll and reorganized the troops. Contact the gunner squad and instruct them to launch a volley attack. The infantry should follow closely behind the cavalry. We must absolutely prevent their advance. Understood. However, reinforcements had arrived. Including myself, the knights were already battered and bruised. After all, we had been engaged in combat all day. Even the elite have their limits, and we were nearing our breaking point. Additionally, our pistols must have been depleted during the earlier skirmishes. The overwhelming victory we had just achieved was ultimately the result of our firearm usage. In this state, a direct confrontation with an equally matched enemy could very well lead to our defeat. If only we had time to reload our ammunition. If it were metallic casings, we could quickly reload on the spot. But the muzzle-loading type was quite a hassle. Just as I pondered these matters, the enemy reinforcements were upon us. I caught sight of the banner of the Count of Diesel, emblazoned with a bull skull. Although we were struggling, it was likely that they were equally fatigued. Thus, the commander had chosen to position herself at the forefront. Albert? Blondin, step forward. A particularly tall woman among the knights raised a massive battle axe and shouted, I am Rosewit von Diesel. It seems my niece and daughter have received considerable care from you as the head of my clan. I shall personally cleanse our family's disgrace. How admirable for the general to personally present her foe's head. I urged my weary body to respond, deliberately retorting in a disdainful tone. Considering morale, the war of words between commanders must not be lost. Yet, for someone accustomed to modern warfare, this manner of engagement still felt peculiar to me. But long before you arrived on the scene, I had already slain the knights of the Count's army on the front lines. What have you been doing all this time? Does your fighting spirit pale in comparison to that of a man? Lacking in shame? Coward. How could a commander carelessly advance to the front lines? I only did so due to our insufficient combat strength. I silently berated myself, but as long as it could serve as provocation. I was willing to say anything. What did you just say? Though you may feign bravado, it is merely because you are on the brink of losing, like an ant on a hot stove. You may not excel in battle, but you certainly know how to put on a show, don't you? What nonsense! You foul man! I will make you aware of your own limitations. The Count of Diesel swung her battle axe in a fit of rage. Excellent, excellent. This felt promising. My battle strategy was to halt the enemy's advance through a duel, while simultaneously buying time for our forces to reload. Of course, during this interval, the infantry would be engaged in dispatching the fallen knights of the Count's army. I needed to conclude this skirmish swiftly to transition to the next phase of our operation. If you are not a coward, you would not refuse a duel, would you? You claim to wish to cleanse the names of your niece and daughter. That cannot be a lie, can it? Speaking of which, where had that daughter gone? Upon searching, I found her at the rear of the formation stood a particularly petite knight, having just wet her pants in fright. It was surprising to see her exhibit such spirit. Very well, I shall entertain you. The Count of Diesel, furious, leaped down from her mount. This individual might unexpectedly retain her composure if it were a one-on-one mounted duel. I could employ my tactic of forcing her off her horse with my gun again. Reluctantly, I too dismounted. Lord Albert, please take this dada. Thank you to my attendant handed me a pistol, which I gratefully accepted in exchange for my own. Now devoid of ammunition, though it was not the revolver I typically used, but rather an older single-shot model. Having something was far superior to having nothing. Well then, I leave the rest to you. After saying this to Sonia, she lifted her helmet's visor, revealing a gentle smile. She then patted the holster at her waist and nodded firmly. Wishing you glorious fortune in battle, if I were merely to engage the enemy cavalry in combat. A one-on-one duel would yield less damage than if I emerged victorious. The enemy commander would be felled, equating to our side's victory. Even in defeat, I could buy time for the gunners and knights to reload. Once they concentrated their fire, dealing with 20 knights would be a trivial matter. However, I currently found myself in a state of utter exhaustion, and it was almost certain I would fall to the count. Was this acceptable? Even if I were to lose the duel, the fear of being directly slain by her was daunting, since earlier, I had been compelled to engage in what felt like a gamble in combat, and my mood had soured considerably. All of this was due to my insufficient combat strength. So imposing. Faced with the Count of Diesel, this phrase echoed in my mind. First and foremost, his physique was colossal, clearly towering over Sonia, likely exceeding 2 meters. Moreover, the breastplate of his armor was remarkably pronounced that, oh dear, it was truly astonishing that it is too late to be afraid now to do you understand? Is this what a woman, who has been too frightened to show herself until now, should say? It seems you possess a tall stature, yet your intellect and courage are rather diminutive, and you as well, though your body is large. Your mouth is quite loud. The Count of Diesel spoke in a deep voice. Truly, the nobility was not just for show. The aura he exuded would send even common ruffians scurrying for cover. Were it not for the current state of war, I might have even thought to apologize for my arrogance and flee. He was that terrifying. However, regrettably, I could not do so. This was a time of war. I was a soldier and must act in a manner that would be celebrated as throughout our careers. We have never lost our courage. My intellect, courage, and skill with the sword surpass yours. The only thing I concede is my height. Stop your nonsense, you little brat, the Count of Diesel shouted, raising her massive battle axe. Such a weapon, wielded by such an immense figure. Even though I too donned enchanted armor, I felt I would be cleaved in two. This was genuinely frightening. The correct strategy would have been to encircle and bombard with firearms. Oh, how vexing. If only she had emerged sooner, I would not have to duel her. Enough complaining. It was futile. I clenched my jaw, gripping the hilt of my sword, raising it beside my face, the blade pointing straight upward. Then let us settle this honorably. Gaia. At the moment the Count of Diesel finished her declaration, I let out a bizarre cry and lunged forward. The first strike is paramount. This is the only tactic I know in a sword duel. Utilizing body-enhancing magic, I propelled myself towards the Count of Diesel. Your tactics mirror my thoughts, brave knight. Ignoring her words, I poured all my strength into my strike with the sword. The Count of Diesel neither countered nor defended. Instead, she evaded with all her might. With agility that belied her rock-like physique, she leaped aside. Ugh! My all-out strike successfully severed the Count's left arm. Encased in protective gear, from the elbow down, the severed limb seemed to fly away in jest. However, that was where my success ended. The resilient life force of a demi-human meant that losing an arm would not incapacitate her from battle. You truly are remarkable, brave knight. The Count of Diesel's eyes gleamed sharply from beneath her visor. Gripping her battle axe with her right hand, she swung it towards me like a guillotine. Ugh! As the heavy blade approached, the words of my former swordmaster flashed in my mind. As long as you survive the first strike. To be struck by a second is a shame upon your lineage. As long as you draw breath, continue to swing your sword. You must slay your enemy. Gaia. Defense, evasion, there was no time for that. I could only attack with all my might. I immediately reversed my sword's position and stepped forward once more. Before the battle axe could make contact with my body, my sword was already aimed at the Count of Diesel. What? Even the Count of Diesel was taken aback by my strike, reflexively twisting away to evade. However, she was too late. As her axe swung away, crashing into the ground, my sword sliced through the abdominal armor of her armor from below. TSK, but it was too shallow. From the sensation, I had only struck muscle and armor, without reaching the vital organs. This would not suffice to end her life. If the second strike fails, then I would have to resort to my next move. I had already closed the distance to what could be considered the range for a sword attack. With unwavering resolve, I relinquished my sword, drawing my pistol from my waist instead, and with a motion akin to that of a dagger. I pressed the muzzle against the seam of Count Diesel's visor. Stab. I decisively pulled the trigger. The reliable crack of the gunshot and the recoil reverberated, but simultaneously, the firearm shattered like a flower in bloom. It seemed the bullet had failed to penetrate the gap, causing the gun to rupture under abnormal chamber pressure. Cursed be the sturdy helmet he wore, I mentally cursed, yet did not cease my movements. The Count's arms and abdomen were lacerated, and combined with the shock of blood loss and the impact of the bullet to his head, it appeared he lost consciousness in that fleeting moment. I would not let this opportunity slip away. Yuh! Grasping Count Diesel's belt, I hurled him aside. Though the weight nearly broke my back, the assistance of body-enhancing magic allowed me to barely endure that I tracked the massive figure that crashed to the ground with a shrill metallic sound, while simultaneously drawing my short sword from my waist. This shall be the end, I shouted, mounting the Count. Just as I prepared to plunge the short sword into the seam of his neck armor while he was defenseless, Mother, a petite figure clad in armor, surged forward like a cannonball. My attention had been entirely focused on the Count, and I could not evade entirely. I was sent flying, crashing to the ground with the girl who had collided with me. The short sword was also propelled from my grasp by the force. Now's our chance. Everyone, commence the attack. I heard Sonia's voice from afar, followed by a cascade of gunfire. However, I lacked the strength to pay attention to that. The girl, Karina, leapt onto me with eyes alight if this continued. She would surely slay me. Gaiawa, the effects of the magic began to wane, and I spurred my weakening body to turn with agility. While Karina possessed remarkable strength, her grappling skills seemed inadequate. She emitted a startled eep as she clumsily fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I discarded her helmet and wrapped my arm around her neck. The enhancement magic would fully dissipate in mere seconds that I had overexerted myself today. If this continued, I would likely be rendered immobile. Before that could happen, I had to neutralize this girl at the very least. Eep. As I tightened my grip on her carotid artery, Karina's eyes rolled back, and she promptly lost consciousness. Whether in this life or the last, I had undergone such training countless times and had become quite adept. Ugh. Although I had subdued Karina, I too was nearing my limit. My vision flickered in and out, and my entire body was gradually succumbing to fatigue that I had hoped to maintain consciousness through sheer will, but it proved futile that I had assumed that as long as I did not engage in continuous exertion, I would not lose consciousness. How naive of me did it seem that the prolonged battle had rendered my body too fatigued to withstand the backlash of the enhancement magic. Well, I would leave the rest to Sonia. Following my expectations, Sonia displayed her prowess. Seizing the moment while Count Diesel lay incapacitated, she launched a full-scale offensive, the Count's forces, having been shaken by the annihilation of their cavalry and the defeat of their commander, found themselves unable to withstand her assault, plunging into a state of complete rout. However, an issue arose at that moment. Due to the narrow streets, their retreat was cumbersome, and with no radio communication in this world, the rear guard struggled to receive withdrawal orders. Consequently, a hellish bottleneck ensued between them and the vanguard, which was retreating at full speed. It was said that many soldiers of the Count's army were crushed to death as a result. I had already succumbed to unconsciousness by then, and only learned of these events after everything had concluded. However, it was precisely this scenario that I had anticipated, prompting me to lure the enemy into such a predicament. After all, the enemy's numbers were so great that even exhausting our ammunition would not lead to their annihilation if we did not find a way to weaken their combat capability through firepower or close combat. We would inevitably be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. My operational plan was to have the enemy's fighting strength within the initial 5 days, and then engage in a protracted battle with steady footing. Thus, the following day, Under a most irksome sunny sky, I dragged my heavy body to work. The after-effects of the body-enhancing magic still lingered, leaving me in considerable discomfort. Theo described how unpleasant it was. It felt akin to the morning after indulging in a bottle of whiskey, almost to the point of wishing for death. That said, I had fainted just before the critical battle, stepping away from the front lines. Therefore, I could not afford to rest. After all, there were countless duties that a commander must attend to. What of our casualties? 14 dead from the Valerie Mercenary Corps, 30 injured AS for our knights. Daniela is deceased, while Makalita, Monica, and Pierrette are severely wounded that I see. So Daniela has perished. The members of the knightly order were childhood companions from my days in the Youth Knight Brigade, and I knew her well. Daniela hailed from a modest knightly family, but had a penchant for frivolity, often exhausting her purse at brothels before coming to me for loans. She was a thoroughly irresponsible individual. Yet, the wine shared with her was always delightful. I felt a disorienting sensation, as if the ground beneath me were crumbling. This was truly dismal, though it was not my first experience with losing subordinates that I in both this life and the last. I had encountered it a number of times. While it was disheartening, I had grown accustomed to it. I temporarily closed my eyes and offered a silent prayer before attempting to shift my mood. The war was far from over. If the commander wavered, a war that could be won could just as easily be lost. What of the injured? Yes, they are out of immediate danger. However, it may be quite difficult for them to return to the front lines in this battle. As long as they are alive, that is sufficient. I exhaled in relief. And what of the enemy's casualties? While accurate figures have yet to be compiled, there are over 200 corpses. A bountiful harvest indeed. With the Count's forces unable to re-establish their front lines, we were able to advance once more to the first defensive line. However, within the trenches we reclaimed lay a multitude of bodies, those crushed during the retreat, and those burned by firebombs dropped by draconic cavalry. As this presented a prime opportunity to expand the flames of war, I had prepared in advance to redirect the draconic cavalry, initially focused on reconnaissance, into an offensive role. It seemed Sonia had effectively utilized this strategy. The first defensive line, with its numerous trenches and barbed wire obstacles, had likely experienced severe traffic congestion during the retreat, although they were the enemy. It was indeed tragic. In other words, we lost 1 to take down 10. Even when surveying the annals of military history, such an overwhelming victory is rare. Rather than a war, it feels more akin to a massacre. Captain Valerie, who had been listening nearby, puffed on a paper cigarette, murmuring that I wished to smoke as well, hoping she would step outside to do so. I had successfully abstained from smoking since my reincarnation. Moreover, the enemy's commander and her third daughter have been captured, correct? We have effectively won this war. The Count's forces failed to extract Count Diesel. Having been bested in a duel against me, she now stood as a prisoner in our ranks. The medics reported that although she was severely injured, her life was not in danger. Truly, the endurance of such creatures as orcs is remarkable. Who can say, from a military standpoint, the Count's forces have virtually no chance of recovery. That said, I did not believe they would immediately raise the white flag and surrender. Such a devastating defeat would likely prolong the war if we did not first devise a way to secure a victory. Who could predict what conditions they might propose? War is akin to gambling. The more disastrous the loss, the deeper one sinks into the quagmire. If we were to propose the safety of Count Diesel as a condition, would they truly accept? Even if it ended the war, the Count's house would not find peace. As nobles, being defeated by a mere male knight, and unable even to exact a measure of revenge, would be a fatal blow to their reputation. They would surely desire to achieve a victory of their own. I cannot shake the feeling that this is not yet concluded. Remain vigilant. Understood. Captain Valerie nodded solemnly before breaking into a smile. However, I always thought you to be quite capable, but I must admit I was taken aback. You aren't perhaps a reincarnation of a war god, are you, Lord Al? In my previous life, I was merely a captain, though I did earn a fair number of medals. All I have done is command and prepare. The true effort lies with the soldiers on the front lines. Are you implying that my soldiers have unwittingly been replaced by legendary heroes? What a masterpiece indeed. Captain Valerie spoke with an expression that was difficult to articulate, then, with a bitter smile, extinguished his cigarette under his shoe. However, let us cease the jesting here. We have grim realities to confront. Most notably the mountain of corpses before us. How do you intend to deal with these remains? Even if we opt to incinerate them, it would be an extravagant waste of fuel. Such matters can only be passed on to the opposing side for resolution. I suppose that it was early summer now, and if corpses were carelessly discarded, they would soon begin to decompose to avert them becoming breeding grounds for infectious diseases. Prompt action was imperative. Yet, the enemy's dead far outnumbered our own combatants. To bury or burn them all would require more time, resources, and manpower than we possessed. When you approach the enemy to propose surrender, perhaps you could also request they retrieve their fallen. Simply state, how can the House of Diesel disregard those who died loyal to their lord? Does honor hold no meaning for you? They are unlikely to refuse that I did not believe the enemy would yield so easily, but since we had captured the commander, there was still some merit in attempting to persuade them. I intended to ask her to manage the bodies of the fallen as well. My Lord Owl, you truly are ruthless. Although I suspect the enemy is not in a position to consider such matters right now. After all, the Earl's forces were in disarray. Coupled with the casualties from the first day, their numbers must have exceeded their original strength. From a military standpoint, this level of damage could only be described as annihilation. With their commander captured, the Earl's staff must surely be pale with fear. Thus, it is best to undertake actions the enemy would find distasteful first. You are absolutely correct. I shall proceed as you command. I leave it in your capable hands. I waved my hand dismissively, and Captain Valerie nodded with a pained smile before hurrying off to another location. Managing the remains of both our fallen and the enemies was of utmost urgency and needed to be completed swiftly. Captain Valerie appeared to understand this well. My Lord Owl, there are currently no signs of the enemy departing their camp. We have ample time. Would you care to take a brief rest? Sonia gazed at me with concern. I indeed longed for a moment of respite, but Sonia and Captain Valerie must have been equally fatigued. It would not do for me to be the only one slacking off. It's nothing. I am accustomed to this level of exertion. My body is still capable of functioning. After all, pushing myself to the brink of exhaustion was a regular occurrence. I did not endure rigorous training for nothing. Even in poor physical condition, I could still perform my duties, though I recognized I had mismanaged my stamina during this battle and needed to reflect upon it. On another note, let us set aside thoughts of Earl Diesel for the moment. What shall we do with that girl? Perhaps out of concern, Sonia asked me with a sudden look of realization. That girl, Karina von Diesel, I pondered. Her actions during the battle were unbecoming of a knight. As she had fled the scene and disrupted the duel, she would likely be better off not returning to the Earl's forces, for regardless of the circumstances, she would be seen as a target for their frustrations. Even someone like her might still hold some value. After all, we have captured her with great difficulty. That is a valid point. By the way, should we not pay a visit to that woman now? Perhaps meeting her will yield some useful ideas. She could not genuinely be worried about the prisoner. This was undoubtedly a roundabout way of suggesting I take a break. It seemed she planned to delegate the less significant tasks to me so that I might rest. Such thoughtful gestures were characteristic of her. Given this rare opportunity, I supposed it would be best to comply. Hey, is this everything? It's suspicious. Perhaps she has hidden something valuable? I, Karina von Diesel, found myself stripped bare by the soldiers of the Lisbon army. I asked if you had hidden away any other valuables. A wolf beastman jabbed me with the butt of his firearm. Given that I had been stripped of even my undergarments, this minor assault caused me considerable pain, and tears welled at the corners of my eyes. I haven't. You've taken everything from me. I have nothing left. Stop lying. I was kicked and tumbled to the ground. The heavy shackles on my feet rendered me unable to resist. As the mud coated my body, memories from the past flooded back. It was the first time I had been brought to the battlefield by my mother as a squire, thanks to her remarkable performance. We emerged victorious, capturing many knights. The captured knights had their armor and undergarments seized as spoils of war. Furthermore, those who could not pay their ransom faced merciless execution. That time, I merely thought, how pitiful, feeling detached from the situation. However, having become a participant myself, I now understood the sheer terror of it all. I gritted my teeth, yet I could not help but let the tears flow. I have nothing left. Please spare me. This girl is actually crying. She dared to boast before the battle. I recall this one claiming she would violate the local lord. What a despicable wretch unworthy of the title of knight. The soldiers jeered at me, prodding me with their weapons. The pain, coupled with the humiliation of being toyed with by commoners despite being the third daughter of Earl Diesel, caused my tears to flow uncontrollably. I felt both regret and shame, clenching my fists tightly, yet it was of no use. I'm sorry. Ah, what a fool. This garbage dares to put on airs. She deserves no mercy. Breaking a bone or two should be acceptable. Hearing the soldier's words, I began to shiver despite the warm weather. However, seeing my state, the Lisbon soldiers seemed to find it amusing enough, but someone intervened. It was a male voice that seemed out of place on the battlefield. I hurriedly turned to face the source of the voice, and indeed, it was Albert, dressed in civilian attire. He stood there. Something more terrifying than the soldiers had arrived. My mind went blank, and I nearly fainted. I heard a dripping sound beneath me, and the ground around my rear became sticky. It seemed I had unconsciously lost control of my bladder, but I had no time to worry about that. For the being who could cleave someone in two while clad in enchanted armor was no longer human. Moreover, I was obstructing this monster-esque duel. This time, I would surely be killed. No, please don't kill me. I apologize, spare me. How could I senselessly kill a prisoner? However, Albert spoke with an expression that was entirely different from what I had expected. He showed no indication of drawing his sword, which left me wondering if I was truly saved. Ah, Lord Administrator, the spoils from the stripped prisoner are all in that basket over there. After all, it was Lord Administrator who took her down. Thus, all rights to the spoils belong to you. We haven't pocketed any brooches. So rest assured, I see. Thank you for your hard work. Albert, wearing a rather troubled expression, approached the soldiers. He then glanced at me before continuing. Let this matter go. However, while under my command, could you show a little more courtesy to the prisoners? Such behavior is quite uncomfortable. I understand that you wish to vent your feelings. Next supply run, I will have more alcohol and cigarettes brought along that I hope you can endure until then. I'm truly sorry. Thinking back, how could we let a gentleman see the naked form of a stinking brat who wet herself? My apologies. Living on the battlefield for so long has dulled my senses. That's not what I meant. Albert displayed an expression that was difficult to describe to the raucous soldiers. It was a demeanor so utterly unlike the fearsome figure who had wreaked havoc on the battlefield, now resembling an ordinary man. Well, I suppose so. That it is indeed inappropriate to leave you exposed. After Albert responded, he glanced back at me. His face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. What is happening? Do not make such lewd gestures. Even in a moment like this, I found myself unable to suppress inappropriate thoughts. How dreadful, how dreadful. Although my life was still in danger, I felt an alarming thrill, now that I think about it. That wretched Mikhail once said, "It's most pleasurable to violate a man when on the brink of death." Could this be what he meant? Your original clothing is in tatters. Albert turned back, oblivious to my reactions, merely gazing at the spoils stripped from me, murmuring to himself. During the phase when the armor was removed, I had already endured enough bullying from the soldiers, and my attire had naturally become a sight most distressing. Moreover, it was already dampened by sweat. There can't possibly be any spare clothes. Just wear this for now and endure it. No, perhaps you should take a shower first. After Albert spoke, he removed his shirt and handed it to me. With only his undergarments remaining, the scent of male sweat wafting from the garment he offered only served to heighten my desires. Was this man attempting to seduce me? Perhaps I should simply push him down. Just as such thoughts crossed my mind, nearby soldiers shouted, "Ah, Lord Dykan, you absolutely must not. A gentleman cannot expose his skin in such a place." Hey, you little rascal, what are you getting excited about? If you dare touch even a single hair on Lord Dykan, be careful of losing your head. I'm sorry, how tantalizing. Eventually, I was granted permission to bathe and cleanse myself. They asked for clothing. Regrettably, I could only don the loose-fitting attire procured by an attendant from who knows where. Honestly, I felt quite lamentable. No, wait, how could I entertain such thoughts in a situation where my life could be lost at any moment? Even I found it rather strange. Yes, I pondered this. I slapped my cheeks. Have you eaten? Albert's tone was remarkably calm, completely oblivious to my feelings. What on earth is wrong with this guy? I simply could not believe that he was the same person who had caused such a ruckus on the battlefield. More importantly, what about my mother? What has happened to her? This was my foremost concern. Since I had interfered with the duel, my career as a knight had effectively come to an end. Moreover, I had a history of cowardice. Having forsaken my honor, I would undoubtedly be ostracized by noble society. Everything was over. Even so, I did not regret it. No, honestly, I regretted it immensely. Yet, this was certainly better than having my mother killed. I simply could not muster the courage to say. I died like a knight, bravely. She is still alive, having become our captive. Just like you that I've heard she has been clamoring for food and drink, causing quite a ruckus. Truly, despite her grievous injuries, she still possesses such spirit. That's wonderful. Tears welled in my eyes, and I clenched my teeth, wiping them away with my sleeve. I did not wish for this man to witness my tears that I in any case. This is how things stand. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Rest assured. Yes, what is going on? What is this man's true nature? He neither scorns me nor looks down upon me. Why is his attitude like this? I simply could not comprehend. He had been so cold-hearted on the battlefield that I in any case, knowing that my mother was safe, put my mind at ease. However, the fact that this guy was an enemy of me had not changed. To be honest, perhaps it was because I had always despised him that my hatred was not particularly deep. Even I found myself feeling quite heartless. By the way, have you eaten? You haven't had anything to eat. Have you? No. Do you have an appetite? How should I respond? I wanted to say no, but this guy had seen me soil myself twice. Ugh, just recalling it made me feel mortified to the point of death. At this stage, it would be futile to put on a brave front that I'm hungry, that I want to eat something. All right. While I can't serve you anything too extravagant, I will make sure you are well fed. After Albert finished speaking, he smiled. A point 30 minutes later, I found myself eating porridge in a tent at the corner of the camp, although it was merely hard bread tossed into a pot of dried vegetable soup. It was exceedingly simple, yet due to my hunger, it tasted delightful. Speaking of which, big brother, what's the deal with this cowgirl? A squirrel beast man in a serving uniform looked at me with a puzzled expression. Though this squirrel beast man had brought me the porridge, after serving it, he did not leave, but instead sat beside Albert, beginning to chat with him in a friendly manner, which startled me. She has shackles on her feet. Is she a slave? Naturally, I still bore shackles on my own feet. The shackles were constructed with short chains connecting the rings around my ankles, allowing for a slow walk, but making it quite difficult to run. To be honest, it vexed me greatly. Indeed, she is the third daughter of Count Dassel. Is she the envoy who suddenly came to provoke us? Big brother, why on earth did you bring her along? Didn't your sister also suddenly come to stir trouble? No, that was due to your employer. Albert seemed to have said something, but I was not in the mood to heed it, although it had only been a few days. I did not wish to recall it any further. Having boasted so much, what was this situation I found myself in? Ugh, I shed tears and mucus once more that I tightly clasped the bowl of porridge, which still had more than half left, and fought back my tears. Seeing me like this, Albert showed a bitter smile. Hey, stop bullying her. No, since Big Brother has said so, I have no grounds to complain. After saying this, the beastman clapped his hands. Speaking of which, I heard, there's a fool who fled before the enemy and disrupted their duel. They probably wouldn't pay the ransom, so they let you enjoy yourself before the execution. How kind, yeah? What? Is that how it is? Upon reflection, my family would absolutely not pay the ransom. No, even if they were willing, I would have no face to return. However, if they did not pay the ransom, I would be executed. I certainly want to be executed. Didn't I tell you to stop bullying her? That hurts. Albert's hand strike landed directly on the squirrel beastman's head. That said, his action was remarkably gentle. Although the squirrel beastman cried out in pain, a smile graced his face, rendering his claim utterly unconvincing that I would never commit such a wasteful act as killing a valuable knight with a promising future. Since they want to pay the ransom, it works out perfectly. You can work here and use the money you earn as your ransom. That way, you will be free. Is that possible? Indeed. Thanks to your arrival. I want to have to kill your mother. There should still be room for us to improve our relationship, don't you think? Thank you. Why is this guy being so kind to me? To be honest, I feel like I've only done things that would invite disdain or contempt. Could it be that he has actually developed feelings for me? Is this what they call love at first sight? Beyond that, I cannot think of any reason for his kindness. No, that can't be right. It must not be possible. However, if that were the case, I might feel a bit pleased. She has fallen, just as I anticipated. I, Sonia Sulahati, gazed from a distance at Lord Albert and his companions, murmuring to myself. In my line of sight stood a young knight with a smug expression. Currently, I was feigning to read a report within the commander's tent while observing Lord Albert and the young knight. That fellow was still a captive and could go wild at any moment. I had prepared my sword to protect Lord Albert at any time. Well, she is still at that age. being treated gently by an older brother like Lord Albert, who seems quite pleasant. She would easily fall for him. The contrast with her battlefield image is all the more striking. My comrade, Knight Regina, responded while holding a cup of herbal tea. She appeared rather weary, likely still feeling the fatigue from yesterday's battle. But what benefit is there in winning over such a little one? Lord Albert was kind-hearted and would never treat a captive roughly. Moreover, the young knight seemed to harbor no resentment towards us. If that were the case, I thought that simply allowing them to meet would naturally lead her to be won over to that end. I had also prepared a strategy that I had given the soldiers money, instructing them to be gentle when mistreating the captives, not to excessively incite their hatred towards us, allowing them to experience being saved by Lord Albert. Next, it would depend on whether the captives would fall for Lord Albert on their own. While the approach was rather crude, the risk of failure was minimal. The benefits of success were substantial. There was no reason not to proceed. Personally, I detested that little girl, but if it could bring benefits to Lord Albert, I could endure the unpleasantness to some extent. Having someone familiar with the internal affairs of the Dassel family at hand is a significant advantage, as long as Lord Albert operates in Lisbon. We will continue to maintain relations with them. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome, especially since we have exerted so much effort to bring them to this point. Indeed, after all, we have also lost Daniela. War is merely an extension of diplomacy, as taught by Lord Alda. Having inflicted such considerable damage upon them, the Diesel family will no longer underestimate Lord Alda and us. Future diplomatic endeavors should become significantly easier. However, if the Diesel family were to collapse and another family were to assume the role of neighboring lords, we would have to re-establish diplomatic relations, which would be troublesome. After all, there are plenty of individuals, be they men or women, who look down upon Lord Alda simply because of his gender to make them understand their position. We may need to engage in yet another battle. Indeed, if this battle were to be fought in vain, I would feel I have failed her. Although Daniela is a rather ineffectual individual, she remains our comrade that I cannot allow her sacrifice to be in vain. Yet, I must commend your restraint. Hasn't your pool of rivals merely expanded? Regina grinned widely, seemingly attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. What? Rivals? What are you talking about? Even if that little brat harbors feelings for Lord Alda, what of it? What I seek is not transient intelligence that can only be utilized during this war, but rather a long-term source of information necessary for establishing enduring diplomatic relations with the Diesel family. Therefore, I have adopted this roundabout strategy. Binding them with goodwill is far less susceptible to betrayal than binding them with fear. That little fool, whose mind is preoccupied solely with carnal desires, poses no threat to me, no matter how infatuated he may be with Lord Alda. After all, I am Lord Alda's childhood friend, his singular companion, the finest aid, and his strongest protector. That wretched brat is no match for me, though there exists a risk of him making advances towards Lord Alda. As long as I remain vigilant, there should be no trouble. He is but an immature knight, lacking both physical and technical prowess. Were I to confront him, I could subdue him in less than a second. Your fixation on carnal desires is hardly better. That is erroneous. My mind is filled with respect and affection for Lord Alda. When was the last time you took a photograph of Lord Alda? This morning. Even his twisted face in the throes of a nightmare is beautiful. I could not bear to leave him alone, so I secretly kept him company as he slept. It must be noted that while I did keep him company, it was not an act of nocturnal assault. I did not do so out of a prolonged battle-induced lust, nor due to the inexplicable loneliness brought on by my foolish sister's death. It was purely to comfort Lord Alda, who was plagued by nightmares. I held him tightly and stroked his head, allowing his sleeping visage to become much more serene. Thus, I have done nothing wrong, and no wonder you went to great lengths to send everyone away this morning. Regina appeared flabbergasted, but what harm is there in keeping him company without taking advantage? Moreover, I retreated before he could awaken, though I did steal a kiss, but that was truly delightful, for the time being. I am not concerned about lacking companionship that in truth. Returning to my own room provides me with an abundance of potential companions that could last a lifetime, that a little extra will not hurt. But recently, I have scarcely had time to relieve my own desires, which is quite vexing. When will those fools surrender? It is utterly intolerable that I must say, you are bound to be discovered eventually, and the consequences will be dire. Perhaps you will be forced to carry 100 kilograms over 100 kilometers or some such punishment. If it is Lord Alda's command, I would gladly undertake such a trivial task. Fools are beyond remedy. This woman dares to speak such outrageous words to her childhood friend. Had we not been friends, I would have surely beaten you to the point of tears by now. 3 days passed as anticipated. The Count's army did not accept the surrender. Though we used Count Diesel as a bargaining chip, the response we received was the cold, heartless declaration of the Count perished gloriously in battle. As expected, the war seems destined to continue. Continuing the fight is undoubtedly disadvantageous for us, yet the opposition must also be acutely aware of the importance of their pride. What a nuisance. That said, we lack the resources to mount further offensives. After 2 days of fierce combat, our ammunition has been considerably depleted. Until the arrival of reinforcements from Chancellor Adelaide, we can only fortify our defenses and adopt a strategy of attrition. Is it true? Am I dead? Count Diesel, clutching a wine glass, laughed heartily. His body was wrapped in bandages, an eye patch covering one eye. It seems a bullet fragment has lodged itself in his eyeball. And he was left with only one arm. Yet his demeanor remained remarkably jovial in any case. As the situation on the battlefield stabilized, I approached the captive Count Diesel to inform him of the outcome of our negotiations with his army. After all, both our forces and the enemies were preoccupied with reorganizing and tending to the fallen, leaving no time for further combat. In these past few days, the battlefield has been filled not with war cries and gunfire, but rather with the solemn tolling of bells and the prayers of the accompanying priests. After all, our men are not fools. Indeed, at this juncture, my demise would be more convenient. If I were in the position of my staff, I would likely reach the same conclusion. Upon finishing his words, Count Diesel drained his glass of whiskey and handed it to me, requesting a refill. Both the Count and I are aficionados of fine spirits. What began as a serious conversation had devolved into this. Such is the nature of this rather disorganized world. However, that whiskey was not meant to be consumed in such a manner that it was my treasured high-end whiskey. If we are to indulge in such reckless drinking, I would prefer to switch to vodka or some other spirit. No, I have never encountered such spirits in this world. Please, indulge. I presented him with a bottle of inexpensive wine that I had prepared in advance. Wine is not truly alcohol. It is merely grape water, Count Diesel declared. Yet he accepted the bottle and swiftly drained it. Such brazen exuberance. I often wish to drink so liberally, but I have restrained myself to maintain the image of a respectable knight. However, in the heat of battle, when one shouts "Gaia" and charges at the enemy, perhaps that image has already been obliterated. Pray tell, who is the one taking command now? It appears to be someone named Luna von Diesel, acting as a temporary count and assuming command. She is my sister. Count Diesel groaned as he passed the empty glass back to me. You are a captive, and under duress, I must pour you another glass of whiskey. It seems the Count prefers to drink it neat, not even touching the water jug on the table. To seek out a fight and end up utterly defeated, to lose even in a duel, and not even achieve a grand death, only to end up as a captive. My authority has been utterly shattered. My subordinates must be thinking it preferable to die than to endure the embarrassment of living. Indeed, this is the truth, and I will not deny that I sipped my whiskey nonchalantly, the strong aroma of smoke offering me great comfort. The whiskey I brought today is among my top 3 favorite brands that I have encountered in this world. At a time like this, perhaps I should say, well then, kill me. Cough, cough. How harsh. I could not contain my laughter, the whiskey entering my nose to bring tears to my eyes. Count Diesel laughed so hard he wept at my expense. This scoundrel. No, I would never utter such words. Well then, kill me is a privilege reserved for male knights. How could I steal that from you? What a vexing privilege, if I were to express my true feelings. I would prefer well then, kill me, over well then, kill. Enough of this jesting. Given that my forces are completely disregarding me, I suspect my value has diminished considerably. What do you intend to do? If possible, I hope you will spare my life, that I shall not kill you. Karina is in a precarious situation in every sense, yet Count Diesel holds significant potential for utility. I would not slay the former. I certainly shall not do so to the latter. How about this? The noble knight uses nocturnal means to leave me enchanted, and then liberates me directly. In such a case, the Count's house would become your puppet. The Count gazed at me with sultry eyes as she proposed this. Her seductive mannerisms were a stark contrast to the bold and unrestrained demeanor she had previously displayed. I nearly allowed my gaze to drift to her rather ample bosom. After all, I have accumulated quite a bit of desire, but I managed to avert my eyes. After all, she is a married woman, and in terms of my preferences, both infidelity and intar are out of the question. Could you refrain from requesting a virgin to employ such tactics? A virgin, you say? How delightful. Ha! I feel even more unwilling to accept defeat. Had I won, I could have savored the flavor. That would be rather inconsiderate to your husband. True enough, this is hardly a matter that can be resolved with a mere beating. Oh, how frightening. How frightening. Gaha! She is thoroughly intoxicated. Is it truly acceptable for her to consume such copious amounts of alcohol despite her grievous injuries? Were she an ordinary mortal, Hume, it would be considered a fatal wound. After all, demi-humans, particularly certain orcs and dragoons, possess extraordinary vitality. To be frank, I find myself envious. Had I been endowed with such remarkable endurance, perhaps I would not have perished in my previous life. No, that is unlikely, given that half of my body has been reduced to a mere pulp. However, dear Virgin, I have a once-in-a-lifetime request. Might you deliver that fellow to Karina? He has become a captive, has he not? I cannot allow it. It is not merely a refusal. It is simply impossible that I in this world. The prevailing notion of chastity dictates that women may frequent brothels while men are sternly admonished against engaging in relations with anyone other than their wives. To engage in intimacy within the confines of a military camp, where one is perpetually under scrutiny, would inevitably lead to discovery. Regardless of the partner, once such an act is committed, it becomes irretrievable. I would be branded as debauched, and only a select few lecherous souls would deign to associate with me. Thus, any hope of marriage would be extinguished. Asa noble, this is a future I must strenuously avoid. That is only to be expected. That child has engaged in such activities, and I find myself in this predicament that I can no longer shield her. Thus, her prospects as a noble are effectively severed. Even if our military were to miraculously turn the tide of battle thereafter, I suppose that is true. Merely fleeing in the face of danger is already dire enough, and she has further interfered with one-on-one duels. We are utterly at a loss. It would be a small mercy to be cut off, but typically that equates to a death sentence. It feels akin to that. Given these circumstances, it has become apparent that I must take her under my wing. In the face of a mother's crisis, the willingness to sacrifice one's life and experience to save her is indeed admirable. Perhaps such valor is ill-suited for a knight, yet it is quite fitting for a soldier. I aspire to surround myself with capable individuals. Moreover, that girl possesses the ability to maintain her appearance. That said, I hold great affection for that child. After all, she risked her life to save me. Though as the head of a noble house, I must adopt a stern demeanor. As a mother, I am profoundly moved. I wish to find a way to ensure her happiness. I understand your sentiments. Thus, it falls upon you. From our previous skirmish, I have discerned that you are an extraordinary talent. Furthermore, based on your conduct during your captivity, your character is commendable. No sarcasm intended. I mean it in the most literal sense. Count Diesel smiled faintly, raising his goblet to his lips. In any case, I also recognize that you are not a cruel individual. Karina can no longer maintain her position as a noblewoman and is left with no choice but to marry. Regardless of whether this war ends in victory or defeat, I hope you will take Karina as your wife. Perhaps it is the pride of a commander that prevents Count Diesel from explicitly stating that we may lose. Nevertheless, we indeed hold a significant advantage, though the outcome remains undecided. I must admit, I feel deeply unsettled. Based on past experiences, once one becomes overly confident in victory, it often leads to disaster. In my previous life, I perished in a battle that had seemed assured. The situation swiftly devolved from victory is certain. I shall take a bath to the most disastrous outcome. Moreover, we find ourselves in a fantastical world where the enemy may unexpectedly deploy formidable trump cards. I presume I have slain quite a few of your people. You do not harbor resentment towards me, do you? Of course, for you have taken the lives of my esteemed soldiers and kin. How could I not resent you? However, we are in a similar position. Do you have any idea how many enemies I have killed to date? At this juncture, I cannot adopt the role of the victim. Furthermore, it is we who instigated this war. That is a fair point. In terms of the numbers of enemies I have slain versus my own losses, I am indeed more inclined towards the former. Regardless of what they have done to me, I cannot assume the guise of the victim. Of course, necessary retribution must be enacted. Yet, so, what say you? Are you willing to marry my daughter? If it is possible, I would certainly like to marry her. After all, finding a suitable spouse as a knight is quite the challenge. However, given that I am a mortal, noble, my wife must also be a mortal, What about my illegitimate daughter? You digress, Lord Al. Sonia, who had been silently standing behind me, suddenly interjected, her expression displeased as she took a seat beside me. I have many questions for Count Diesel regarding the origins of this war. There is no time for idle chatter now. I see. That is indeed the case. Duke Allian must have leaked certain information to Count Diesel, which likely served as the catalyst for this conflict. It is imperative to investigate thoroughly what information was shared and through what channels it reached Count Diesel. Following that, we continued to endure days of standoff against the Count's forces, although there were occasional small units conducting reconnaissance. There were no significant movements otherwise. It must be the impact of a change in command. The enemy lacks motivation. A knight complained in the command center, his face betraying his boredom. Recently, our days had been consumed with merely observing the enemy's movements, leading to a sense of tedium. Advancing would invite fierce resistance, while retreating would earn scorn for being unable to best even a single man. Caught in this predicament, we can only remain stagnant. I should clarify that Sonia spoke before I could. My views align closely with hers. The Count's forces appear indecisive about their future course of action, exhibiting a lack of consistency in their movements. Once reinforcements from the center arrive, we can launch an aggressive offensive. Until then, we must endure. Ugh, the knight nodded, his expression reflecting an indescribable feeling. So, when will those reinforcements arrive? Perhaps in 2 weeks. I see. The knight's face contorted in distaste. But such is the nature of the situation. How far does he believe it is from the capital to Lisbon? I maintain regular correspondence with Chancellor Adelaide via Wyvern, ensuring the central intelligence reaches me. Reinforcements should have arrived sooner. It seems Duke Allian intends to dispatch aid at the moment of our defeat, seeking to claim the rescue of Lisbon as his own triumph. He has instructed his faction lords, who hold territories near Lisbon, to prepare rapid response units if the unreliable allies are involved. They seem to arrive immediately. No, it is nothing. Forget I said that I could never summon Duke Allian's reinforcements, no matter how one considers it. They would undoubtedly engage in some unamusing prank, and I do not wish for Duke Allian to be aware of my capabilities. An enemy disguised as a friend is far more troublesome than one who is clearly an adversary. Chancellor Adelaide is aware of this. Thus he will do everything possible to impede that lord's deployment. I await the royal army commanded by a general from the Chancellor's faction. If it is them, I can entrust my back to them without concern. I shall check on the mercenaries. They seem to have grown somewhat complacent lately. I will provide them with a bit of motivation. Yes, I entrust this to you. The knight seemed to sense something amiss, his expression grave as he exited the command trench. Although we currently hold the upper hand, we must remain vigilant. Duke Allian's schemes are likely far from over, and the Count's forces may yet unleash unpredictable maneuvers. An army driven to desperation is a terrifying force. By the way, I have reviewed Count Diesel's investigative report. It appears that the source of the leaked information was indeed a former official. Sonia leaned closer, whispering in my ear. Her slightly hoarse voice was quite pleasant to hear. It seems so. In an attempt to probe the secret silver mines, the former official, Aristine, had collected equipment for excavation. It appears she intentionally leaked this equipment to spies of Count Diesel. Upon learning that a certain mineral resource had been discovered in Lisbon, Count Diesel resolved to seize it before its existence became public and the garrison was reinforced, thus launching his campaign. This is how the war seems to have commenced. Whether it pertains to obstructing my endeavors or leaking information, it was Miss Aristine who took action. This is likely to ensure that, should the conspiracy fail, she bears the brunt of the blame. By portraying Aristine as a spy for the Holy Empire, Duke Allian can minimize the responsibility that falls upon him. It is akin to the notion of survival by severing a tail, as a lizard might do. The term lizard is sensitive in Garia, hence this metaphor. Even so, I still believe he bears some responsibility. Yet the opponent is a cunning and sophisticated noble, adept at evading accountability and unlikely to easily lose power. However, since this is a power struggle among politicians, we grassroots individuals are unable to intervene. Though I felt a deep sense of reluctance, I had no choice but to fully entrust matters to Chancellor Adelaide. Of course, all the valuable intelligence I extracted from Count Diesel and the other captives was duly forwarded to Chancellor Adelaide. I hoped he could utilize that information to devise a strategy to deflect the impending threat looming over us. "My lord, we have a report from the pterosaur cavalry." At this moment, a knight burst in, clutching a communication tube, his expression fraught with anxiety. That I nodded to Sonia, took the paper he offered, and skimmed through it. The contents bore grave significance. New forces have appeared within enemy territory, numbering 2 squadrons. It is presumed to be reinforcements for the Count's army. Reinforcements, indeed. It seems the enemy is not idly wasting time after all. Sonia murmured, her gaze stern. 2 squadrons. While it is not an unmanageable number, still, logically, such an increase in force should not pose a significant threat. The Count's army had sustained considerable casualties, and even with the addition of 2 squadrons, their combat effectiveness could not be restored to pre-war levels. Although ammunition had been notably depleted, we could still endure another defensive battle, repelling the enemy with a barrage as we had done in the preceding days. Yet, an inexplicable unease stirred within me, a foreboding sensation that often proved accurate. Summoned Captain Valerie. That I need to reassess our defensive strategy. I cursed my ill fortune inwardly. That I, Loon von Diesel, lamented silently, under the assault of the Lisbon army. Nearly half of Count Diesel's soldiers had perished or been wounded. The remaining troops had lost both morale and discipline, with reports of desertion, brawling, and theft flooding in such a state. The fighting force was effectively doomed. Doomed, utterly doomed. This dismal state renders us incapable of overcoming the Lisbon army. If we were to abandon everything and return to our territory, it would surely erupt into a quarrel over who would take responsibility for the defeat. Amidst such turmoil, neighboring lords would find reasons to invade our Guffenberg lands. Though it may appear as a holy empire, it is merely a collection of independent lords. The moment we show weakness, the spearheads of invasion will undoubtedly turn towards us. This is the most terrifying prospect. Count's representative, another soldier from Hilda's squadron, has deserted. Not again. I felt the urge to bury my head in my hands. Without combat, our fighting strength waned steadily. At this rate, it would not be long before we could no longer maintain the structure of our army. What Count's representative? My duty should have been to assist my sister Roswitha. I lacked the capacity to lead a family, though I fervently wished for my sister, who I hoped was still alive, to return swiftly. I had no choice but to publicly declare her dead to prevent the army's discipline from crumbling. Ugh! I clenched my teeth. Like the soldiers, I too longed to simply flee. Yet, I could not afford to do so. Upon returning to our territory, my husband and children awaited. If the Diesel family were to descend from being the oppressed to the oppressors, what fate would befall my family? The mere thought compelled me to persevere, no matter how dire the situation. Representative, what is it? Are we to flee, engage in combat, or has a rebellion already occurred? I managed a half-hearted smile at the soldiers. Though I was nearing my limits. No, it is the Crow Mercenary Corps that has arrived. They seek to pay their respects. I believe we did send for such individuals. Initially, the plan was to subdue the Lisbon forces and then confront the Galeria's kingdom army on the mountain roads along the border. To bolster our strength, we decided to hire a mercenary corps. Yet now, we found ourselves ambushed on the mountain roads, suffering devastating losses. A bitter irony. The mercenary force we had recruited comprised 2 squadrons. To be frank, given our current circumstances, even this level of reinforcement would be but a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, they remained a valuable asset. Whether in offense or retreat, every bit of combat power was advantageous. Very well, let them in. Yes, the soldier nodded and exited the command tent. After a brief moment, he returned with 2 mercenaries. One was a burly man, rivaling my sister in stature, clad in pitch-black armor. His helmet's visor was lowered, obscuring his face. What manner of beast-man was he? No, he could be of another race altogether. It is exceedingly disrespectful for a contractor to obscure their face before their employer, yet I could scarcely concern myself with such etiquette at present. The real issue was the individual beside him. The man, garbed in a robe and resembling a magician, was indeed human. Furthermore, he was a slender, strikingly handsome youth, captivating enough to draw one's gaze. I apologize for greeting you in this manner. Due to past battle wounds, my face has become quite unsightly. I am Crowan, captain of the mercenaries. Crowan addressed me without lifting his visor. This was no mere suspicion. I genuinely wondered about his condition. Moreover, it was uncertain whether his claim of battle wounds bore any truth. However, given the current situation, I had to tread carefully. I could not afford to utter anything that might offend him. Reluctantly, I nodded. I am Loon von Diesel, representing Count Stenberg. You are aware of the situation, I trust? I deliberately ignored the man's presence and directed my inquiry towards Crown. After all, he was likely just the lover of this woman. And bringing such matters to the battlefield was exceedingly vexatious that I made every effort to avoid looking at the man. Indeed, the Lisbon army appears quite formidable. I have heard that our dispatched vanguard has been completely annihilated. The Crow Mercenary Corps had previously lent us half a squadron's worth of combat power. In a recent offensive, my sister had employed them as a flanking force against the enemy, but the outcome was utterly disastrous. With only a handful returning, the enemy is entrenched behind trenches and formidable barbed wire defenses, employing artillery and exceptionally long-range rifles. It is a stronghold of terrifying solidity, exceedingly difficult to breach. I have heard reports from the survivors of the vanguard. They are indeed an intriguing foe. Intriguing? What nonsense! Had it not been for our current predicament, I would have struck him with a punch. They are adversaries that cannot be overcome with half-hearted measures. Correct? Excellent. They are worthy opponents. Leave it to us, my lord. You need only stand aside and witness as we elegantly breach that position. What? Are you jesting? A defensive position that even the Count's army could not penetrate with all their might. Relying solely on 2 squadrons? Of course we can, for we have him, the Black Knight stated, patting the shoulder of the man beside him. On the very day the mercenary corps arrived at the Count's camp, the front lines shifted dramatically. 2 griffin beasts have appeared. They are pursuing our pterosaurs. A messenger rushed into the command center, his face pale, and my heart raced in response. The griffin beasts, a hybrid creature with the upper body of a vulture and the lower body of a lion, were the most frequently employed aerial forces by the Holy Empire. Though slower than the pterosaurs of the Galeria's kingdom, griffin beasts possessed remarkable strength and low-altitude combat ability, making them a perilous adversary. Why have the griffin beasts appeared only now? At this stage, one knight murmured. Since the war began, today marked the first confirmation of griffin beasts. If the enemy had such creatures, they should have deployed them on the first day. Eliminating the pterosaurs, perhaps they belong to the newly arrived mercenary corps. That is quite a wealthy mercenary corps. Both pterosaurs and griffin beasts require substantial resources for their upkeep, making it unlikely for a mere mercenary corps to possess them easily. That said, there was no time to ponder such matters now. The enemy had 2 beasts while we had only 1. That if we were to remain idle, our pterosaurs would swiftly be brought down. Regardless, we must take action before our pterosaurs are shot down. Launch the blue signal flare. I aim to inform everyone of our operational plan during this critical juncture. I issued the command. I seized a cavalry rifle from beside me. Second standby knights. Proceed to the preparatory command trench. Move quickly. Having given the order, I hastily made my way to the preparatory command trench. Knights gathered from various trenches. Converging in the area, the preparatory command trench was surrounded by earthen walls and was fairly spacious. With the main command trench currently in use, no tents were present, lending the place a somewhat desolate atmosphere. I positioned myself at the center of the trench, instructing the knights to form a square formation. Prepare for aerial combat, I shouted, drawing from my pouch 2 small metallic objects resembling miniature rulers. I secured these 2 components onto the sight and the front sight of the cavalry firearm. The surrounding knights were engaged in a similar task. This truly the first instance of anti-air fire in actual combat. Will it proceed smoothly? You will surely manage. These components are sighting devices intended for anti-aircraft shooting. According to the records from my previous life, rifles were extensively employed for anti-aircraft fire during World War II and the Vietnam War, resulting in the downing of numerous aircraft. Nevertheless, we were merely utilizing single-shot rifled guns, whose capacity for rapid fire was nearly non-existent. Even if we attempted anti-aircraft shooting with them, the effectiveness would likely be minimal. However, given the lack of alternative aerial assault methods, we had to make do. After all, although we resided in a world of swords and sorcery, there were no conveniently automatic tracking magical missiles available. They are coming, the sentinel shouted in the northern sky. 2 griffins were seen pursuing a pterosaur at a 1-to-2 engagement. Indeed seemed excessively challenging, as the pterosaur's fleeing speed could only be described as frantic. If not addressed promptly, the situation could become dire. After mounting the anti-air sight, I loaded the detonator into the firing pin and fully cocked the hammer from its half-cocked position, completing the preparations for firing. Confirming that the surrounding knights were also ready, I shouted, "Fire another blue signal flare." The signal flare,
launched from a lightweight mortar reminiscent of fireworks, illuminated the sky with a brilliant blue light. Upon witnessing this radiance, the pterosaur accelerated rapidly, descending swiftly toward us. I had previously informed the pterosaur riders to respond with firearms upon the appearance of the griffins. The recent signal flare served to notify them that we were prepared for anti-air fire. We are about to lure them in. Do not rush. Even from a distance, hitting the target was virtually impossible. While reminding my subordinates, I attentively observed the movements of the pterosaur and the griffins. The two griffins relentlessly pursued the fleeing pterosaur, as if engaged in a fierce competition. In an instant, the distance between them closed to the point where the sound of their flapping wings could be distinctly heard. Peering through the anti-air sight, I exhaled softly. Not yet. It was still too early. The target is the lead griffin. Ugh! The pterosaur streaked past us, leaving a rushing sound in its wake. The strong winds buffeted my entire body, causing my aim to waver. Just as I found this moment irritating, the massive form of a griffin came into view. Fire! I instinctively shouted. The symphony of gunfire erupted. One griffin was struck by several bullets. Losing its balance in midair, it failed to regain its footing and plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The opponent is a griffin. It won't perish from just 1 or 2 bullets. Infantry squad, deliver the final blow. As I issued the command, I turned my gaze toward the remaining griffin. The sudden loss of its companion visibly rattled the griffin and its rider, causing their movements to become erratic. The pterosaur riders seized this opportunity, retracting their wings and executing a rapid turn in midair. They brushed past the griffin. They thrust their slender lances toward the griffin's snout. That a horrific roar reverberated across the battlefield. Even a griffin could not withstand such an assault. It rolled through the air before crashing to the ground. The infantry surged forward, delivering a final strike to the writhing griffin. If the rider is still alive, retrieve them. I wish to ascertain their affiliation. I commanded, as a parachute-equipped message tube floated down from above. It had been tossed by the pterosaur riders. I hurriedly retrieved it and extracted the note inside. Signs of an impending offensive from the enemy. Indeed, it is as I suspected. The adversary aimed to target the pterosaurs to eliminate our reconnaissance capabilities before launching an offensive. After all, the pterosaur scouting was a significant factor in our gaining the upper hand. We had managed to swiftly neutralize the enemy's aerial combat capability this time. But if the griffins were to reappear, would we be adequately prepared to respond? It was no easy feat to adopt an anti-air firing formation amidst battle. While I harbored concerns, overthinking would yield no results. I could only make the best judgment based on the circumstances. Leave this to the infantry. All knights return to your posts. However, having reached this point, would the enemy truly initiate an offensive? They should be well aware that a reckless charge would be futile. What method did they intend to employ for their assault? I hastily returned to the command trench. Deep in thought, upon my return to the command post, I observed the enemy formation through my binoculars. Just beyond the effective range of rifles, barely visible through the lenses, was a group of heavily armored infantry. The banners they raised bore the emblem of swords and shields. They appeared to belong to a force distinct from that of the Count. That a mercenary group arriving for reinforcement? They seemed significantly stronger than the Valerie mercenary group. A nearby young mercenary murmured. She was the new recruit, named Khalid. She was correct. The equipment of the enemy mercenary group appeared superior to that of regular troops. Their polished armor gleamed in the sunlight, shining brightly. This was in stark contrast to the Valerie mercenary group, most of whom lacked even leather armor, but I haven't heard the sound of trumpets or drums for their advance. I noted, yet I felt hesitant to agree with Khalid outright, so I feigned ignorance and changed the subject. They seemed poised to charge at any moment. From this vantage point, the enemy had assumed an assault formation. With a mere command, they could surge forward at once. However, the mercenary group had yet to make a single move. Although they are new, they should have heard about our tactics from the Count's forces. A knight murmured. Currently, the first line of defense had been restored, with the breached barbed wire mended to a certain extent of initial defensive capability. Additionally, we had improved the small trenches dug in front of the barbed wire to prevent the breach of the iron carts. Due to a shortage of gunpowder, we could not lay landmines, but if they charged recklessly, we still had ways to cope. If it comes down to merely glaring at each other, I could endure that for days. Yet, the enemy had formed an assault formation. What were they planning? Without firing support, a charge would only result in unnecessary casualties to IT that moment. I suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the appearance of the enemy troops. They maintained their assault formation, seemingly waiting for something. I had witnessed such a state of an army before, not in this life, but in my previous one. Prepare to fire. According to military doctrine from my past life, infantry should first bombard the enemy formation with artillery before sending soldiers to charge in. Their demeanor resembled that of forces anticipating such preliminary bombardment. This was quite troubling. I sensed a growing unease. Alert, everyone! An attack of siege magic level may be imminent. Assume a defensive posture. Almost simultaneously with the flustered messenger rushing over, a figure emerged from the enemy ranks, a seemingly magician clad in simple robes. Only one magician? Generally speaking, to shatter walls with siege magic, multiple magicians must collaboratively organize the spell, employing what is known as ensemble techniques. Without such cooperation, the magical energy would be insufficient. The use of siege magic by multiple magicians was inherently a challenging maneuver. Regardless, I harbored a very ominous premonition. Though immediate countermeasures were necessary, our current forces were ill-equipped to neutralize that magician. The distance was too great to expect accurate hits from the rifles, and the artillery shells were unpredictable in their trajectory. Rather than recklessly attempting to thwart the attack and risking inadequate defense, it would be wiser to prepare for the possibility of enduring a single barrage that's coming. Everyone braced for impact, while I pondered these matters. The magician raised his staff. In the next instant, a blinding flash erupted. Wah! Simultaneously, I felt a force akin to being struck by a heavy artillery shell at close range. A deafening roar, blinding light, shockwaves, and hot winds surged toward me, nearly sweeping me off my feet. At that moment, something leaped upon me, attempting to pin me down, but the force of the impact was overwhelming, and my mind became hazy, rendering me incapable of processing much else. Report the damage status. As the shock subsided, I shouted, yet I could scarcely hear my own voice. It felt as though someone had stuffed powerful earplugs into my ears, leaving me in discomfort. My hearing had been dulled by the tremendous blast. No, it was also possible that my eardrum had been damaged. Ugh! I moved my heavy body, spitting out the dirt from my mouth, and struggled to rise. The weight pressing down upon me rolled away. Colette? Did you save me? It was the new recruit, Colette. It appeared that she had thrown herself onto me, shielding me from the enemy's assault during my moment of peril. She was covered in blood, her expression weary, her lips moving as if she were speaking, yet my hearing had dulled, rendering her words incomprehensible. The sensation akin to having my heart gripped tightly enveloped me, and I felt that no amount of apology would suffice. This was the second time in my life. How could I presume to live on in place of a mere child who had barely seen a decade and a half of life? Hey, are you all right? She must have been struck by the flying debris, her body marred as though it had been hit by a shotgun. Perhaps a large stone had struck her, twisting her right foot at an odd angle. I don't know what you're saying, but it's just a minor injury. Come on, don't look so dejected. This, of course, was a lie. Aside from her broken foot, she was bleeding profusely all over it, no matter how one looked at it. She was gravely injured. However, from experience, telling someone severely wounded that you are gravely injured tends to demoralize them, causing their condition to worsen. So, it was better to lie if she was not on the brink of death. Though my concern for Colette was immense, I could not afford to focus solely on her. As the commander, I had a responsibility to all members of our forces. I took a deep breath and murmured, ever loyal to myself. It was a calming mantra, a spell to steady my nerves. Damage report. How's the situation? I shouted as I surveyed the chaos around me. My hearing gradually returned, allowing me to discern the groans and cries of anguish that filled the air. The command post was in disarray, resembling a grave sight. One knight shouted, "Our right flank has been obliterated." What? I quickly leaned out to confirm. Indeed, the trench line on the right had been directly struck by a meteor. Transformed into a crater. 10 riflemen and several infantrymen had been stationed there, and it was evident that they had been utterly annihilated, given the severe damage even to the command post, which was positioned some distance from the right flank. I wondered if Sonia, stationed at the front-line artillery trench, was safe. A wave of panic washed over me, and I clenched my teeth, forcing a smile. Things are getting quite interesting. This was a dire situation. I turned my gaze toward the enemy lines, and as expected, they were issuing war cries and launching an assault in our direction. In our current state, engaging them would surely result in our swift defeat. That sorceress, with a single act, had turned the tide of battle, The destructive force she wielded must have surpassed that of a 1,000-pound bomb. Such tactical-grade magic could only be summoned by a group of 10 elite sorcerers. To see it unleashed by a solitary individual was nothing short of a scandalous cheat. Though my anger threatened to boil over, I tightened my fists and held back. Soldiers invariably looked to their commander. If I displayed weakness, morale would crumble in an instant. Those who can move, assist those who cannot. Regroup and execute Plan C. The shock from the bombardment had visibly dampened the soldiers' spirits. The poorly trained mercenaries could not possibly recover swiftly from such a traumatic event. Coupled with the significant reduction in firepower from our key rifle teams, we were unable to mount the same defensive actions as before. Fortunately, perhaps in an attempt to evade rifle fire, the enemy's point of assault was considerably distant from our position. We still had a brief reprieve before they reached our lines. Launch the green signal flare at once. Understood. I had prepared a plan in advance for such circumstances, glancing at the knights as they began to dig up the light howitzers buried in the earth. I turned my attention back to Colette. Hey, I'm sorry, but I'll tend to your injuries later. My team might sting a bit, but please bear with it. Just as I was about to take her hand, Colette, in a fit of tears, exclaimed, Please just go. What? My foot. I can't move it. Right now, I'd just be a hindrance. I can see that. So what? If we didn't get her evacuated quickly for proper treatment, her bones might heal in an unnatural shape. There was no time to dawdle here. Externally, it appeared she only had a broken foot, with the rest being mere abrasions, far from life-threatening. However, if left unattended, she would certainly perish. In general, civilian recruits who cannot be ransomed are not taken prisoner. My foot is like this, and I can no longer assist you, Lord Commander. Abandoned by my parents. If I could die for someone like you, it would be a wish fulfilled. I instinctively wanted to shout at her, but restrained myself. Instead, I silently pressed my lips to hers. I heard that if a virgin kisses you, you'll survive on the battlefield. Right? While what? Colette's previously pallid cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Although I had initiated the kiss, would she accuse me of harassment later? No, surely not. Regardless, I needed to bolster this recruit's spirits. Otherwise, it would become a real headache. The battlefield is not forgiving to those who have lost the will to survive. Listen well, you will absolutely not die. With that, I lifted Colette into my arms, the so-called princess carry, for a 15-year-old girl. She felt remarkably light, perhaps due to malnutrition. The thought of this made me feel quite displeased. Once the war concludes, I shall ensure she eats her fill until she is satisfied, because Marlin will never abandon a comrade. My former army prided itself on never leaving a comrade behind. Even in this new life, I had no intention of forsaking that pride. That I will not allow you to die, if you understand. Then be obedient. Resistance is futile. Why yes. Good. As I nodded, the green signal flare ascended into the sky. This was the signal for retreat. Although this marked my second time withdrawing from the first defense line. The first retreat had been a prelude to an offensive. However, this time, the retreat was for defensive purposes. The enemy clearly held the upper hand in the battle, and it was a most unpleasant realization. In any case, facing the enemy head-on in our current state would result in our annihilation. We must buy time with our elite forces, allowing our team to retreat to the plateau and reorganize. There was no other path to survival. The key lay in calming the soldiers temporarily. Mark my words, you scoundrels of the Holy Empire, I said in a barely audible whisper, my voice low enough that those around me could not hear. Since this was my second time withdrawing from the first defense line, the process went relatively smoothly. I held Colette tightly and managed to navigate through the breach, successfully retreating to the plateau. Sonia, upon spotting my reliable aid, I called out loudly. Her once gleaming armor was now caked in dirt, appearing quite disheveled. Yet her movements suggested she had not sustained serious injuries. I was on the verge of collapse from sheer relief, but managed to hold myself together. She was truly unharmed, which was a great relief. Are you all right? It seemed she, like me, had transformed from her usual calm demeanor to one filled with joy upon seeing me. She then glanced at Colette. What about her? She became like this to protect me. A smile spread across her face, filled with admiration. Despite being a new recruit, she shows remarkable tenacity. Indeed, she is a talent that should not be lost here. Thank you, Colette replied. Her face flushed. She had been carried here in a manner that drew the attention of those around us. By the moral standards of this world, she should be utterly mortified. But I hoped she could forgive me. as this was a matter of urgent necessity. Although it was too late to say it now, carrying her was certainly better than dragging her along. I sincerely apologized. Lord Commander, leave her to me. One of the mercenaries stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, it was the wolf beast man who had brought Colette to meet me earlier. He should be capable of taking care of her. I leave her in your hands. You can retreat to the rear and tend to her injuries. Sure, leave it to me. Once I hand her over to the medics, I will return immediately. I entrusted Colette to the nodding mercenary and turned my attention back to Sonia. Though I was concerned for her, our immediate priority was to suppress the enemy. In any case, if the situation continues as it is, we will be rendered powerless. The enemy clearly holds the reins of battle. I was preoccupied with directing the artillery's retreat and did not grasp the current situation. Could you provide an explanation? Sonia spoke with a tone of self-reproach. That said, it would undoubtedly be quite a formidable challenge to successfully withdraw personnel and artillery from the frontline artillery trenches. Especially the cannons, as they are undeniably one of the essential elements in the current military engagement I am contemplating. I truly cannot blame her. With a gentle smile, I nodded and remarked, at present, the defense is entrusted to a mixed force of knights and mercenaries. If reinforcements are not dispatched promptly, the likelihood of our defenses being breached is exceedingly high. The Knight Battalion can only fully commit to the conflict over there. The enemy's level of training appears to surpass that of the Count's heavy infantry units, plunging the situation into a bitter struggle. Although, for the time being, thanks to our advantageous terrain and the remaining support from our marksmen, we are managing to hold our ground. Neglecting the situation could lead to our collapse within the hour. When facing elite forces, we can only send our elite troops to counter them. However, who exactly are those mercenaries? Their utilization of griffin beasts and the remarkably high training levels of their soldiers are distinctly unusual. This is troubling. If we allow the knights to concentrate solely on defensive combat, our options will be severely limited. Indeed, it is quite disheartening. Frankly speaking, it is not merely disheartening. It is utterly tedious. If I could, I would loudly express my frustration with an exclamation of "damn it." Our initial victories were achieved through the implementation of new tactics and weaponry, forcing the Count's forces into a passive stance and depriving them of the resources necessary for proactive maneuvers. Conversely, we find ourselves compelled into a position where we can only react passively, which is exceedingly dire. That being said, we must endure for now. The strategy to lure the enemy to the plateau and counterattack is no longer viable, given the enemy mercenaries' awareness of the rifle's range. They must have shared the lessons learned from the battle with the Countess forces. They cannot simply replicate our previous defeat without any modifications. Moreover, with the dwindling firepower of our rifles, we lack the capacity to enact the exact same strategy we employed back then. Thus, we require Plan C. I have not yet relinquished hope for victory, although this will be a rather unfavorable wager. I hope you will accompany me in this gamble. Plan C is a combat strategy devised for when we find ourselves in dire straits, aiming for a decisive turnaround. Of course, the chances of success are not high. It is merely a slight improvement over the prospect of surrendering unconditionally. Of course, I have no objections. As Lord Aldazade, I shall follow you through triumph or tribulation. Humph, your words are quite uplifting. Oh, please, I was nearly moved to tears. This aid of mine is truly something. Well then, I must apologize, as I am entrusting the overall command to you. I genuinely feel rather guilty about this. However, there is one enemy that must be eliminated at all costs. You understand, right? Are you referring to that sorcerer? Precisely. I pursed my lips and crossed my arms. The tide of battle was turned by that individual. I cannot allow them to unleash that absurd siege magic once more. It is my responsibility to eliminate them. If that type of magic were to strike again, my forces would truly find themselves left with no option but to retreat. While I suspect that such powerful magic cannot be cast consecutively with ease, after 2 or 3 days of combat, the enemy should return to the front lines. Moreover, one can never be too certain about unforeseen circumstances. Eliminating that individual is imperative. Understood. Leave it to me to 8 times like this. Sonia immediately perceives my intentions, which is one of her remarkable traits. She nodded with a gaze full of determination. By the way, what means do you intend to employ to defeat the sorcerer? They are likely the enemy's rear guard, making it exceedingly difficult to approach them. I certainly do not plan to approach them. Rather, I intend to launch a direct assault using a sniper. Although I do not wield strategic level magic, I possess confidence in my marksmanship surpassing that of anyone else in this world. To take a life, one does not require powerful magic. A single bullet is sufficient, since the siege magic was unleashed. It has been half a day since the first line of defense fell. During this time, our forces, under Sonia's command, have exhibited an extraordinary fighting spirit, managing to stave off the enemy's attempts to invade the plateau. A tug-of-war ensued on the narrow mountain paths. However, the enemy's fighting capability is truly exceptional in terms of both equipment and training. They are on par with the elite forces of great nations. Should we engage in a head-on confrontation, our troops would undoubtedly be routed. Even so, the reason we have managed to sustain a prolonged battle is entirely due to Sonia's brilliant command. Listening to the uproar of the battlefield, I clenched my teeth. While my subordinates are fighting valiantly, I can only wait idly by. The sorcerer has yet to make an appearance. They are likely waiting for their magical energy to replenish. Accompanied by a subordinate, I concealed myself in the mountains at a distance from the battlefield. That I was not clad in my usual armor, but rather in a robe that blended seamlessly with the surrounding rocks. My face smeared with dirt for complete camouflage. After all, I am operating alone, far from my forces. Should I be discovered by the enemy, I would surely be surrounded and killed in the blink of an eye. The wind has shifted. Let us move to my subordinate knight, Josette, who is responsible for reconnaissance, suggested. Given that the enemy hails from an orc nation, it is highly likely they have wolfmen among their ranks, possessing keen senses. If we do not remain downwind, we risk being exposed due to our scent. Understood. This area is comprised of rocky mountains devoid of even the slightest vegetation, making movement a challenge. If we were to walk carelessly, we would undoubtedly be spotted by the enemy. We could only crawl forward, hidden behind the rocks. After crawling for an extended period over the hard rock and sand, my entire body was sore from the friction. As I dragged my body forward, I reflected on how unusual it is to be a sniper. It is not only arduous and uncomfortable, but, most importantly, isolating. Being separated from my forces and approaching the enemy with a mere handful of individuals weighs heavily on me. In truth, I have never undergone formal training as a sniper. However, having commanded snipers in the past, I should be able to somewhat mimic their actions based on my observations and experiences. Honestly, I feel quite anxious. But with no other options, I must press on. Just as I was lost in thought, we reached our next waiting point. We wedged ourselves into the crevices of the massive rocks, hidden from the enemy's sight. Josette silently peered through her binoculars, and I followed suit. It appears quite challenging. This location allows us to overlook the battlefield from the side, providing a clear view of the situation, facing the enemy mercenaries, who advance with a commanding presence. Our soldiers are barely managing to hold their ground through a combination of polearm and rifle fire. Nonetheless, the situation remains unfavorable for us. The fallen bodies strewn across the ground clearly indicate a higher proportion of our soldiers among the casualties. I long to abandon my post and rejoin my forces. Those brave souls are fighting for their lives. And yet, what am I doing? The harsh judgment of my responsibilities as an officer echoes in my mind. Is my judgment sound? Even if I alone can imitate a sniper, is it not utterly absurd for the commanding officer to abandon the battlefield and act independently? How am I to deal with that damned cheating sorcerer? As I mentally cursed, the image of my previous life as swordsmanship master, with a face reminiscent of a roof tile, suddenly flashed in my mind. Instead of pondering endlessly, it is better to strike decisively. The master was right. I must concentrate on dealing with that insufferable sorcerer. Look, behind the enemy's ranks, it is that sorcerer. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, Josette suddenly exclaimed in a state of alarm. I quickly raised my binoculars to the direction she indicated. The plain-colored robe was unmistakably that of the target sorcerer. Beside him stood a tall knight, clad in jet-black armor. The two moved forward with an air of composure. How could he have returned to the front line so swiftly? I had assumed he would need a few days to recuperate. While his prompt reappearance is fortuitous, has he already regained the ability to utilize that tactical level magic? If that is the case, it would be utterly terrifying that I cannot allow him to act unchecked. Excellent. We can resolve this today. Had the sorcerer not appeared at the front lines today, we had planned to approach the enemy's encampment under the cover of night. Although this would have significantly increased our chances of capturing the enemy sorcerer, the danger would have been incomparable to the current situation, despite the potential for the cooldown time of tactical level magic to be unusually brief. The difficulty of sniping has decreased, and I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief that we are getting closer. Firing from here would be futile. For safety's sake, we remained approximately a kilometer from the enemy as we stood by. Sniping from this distance would require specialized rifles, even for the best snipers. Moreover, with my skill level, firing would simply waste ammunition. Cautiously, the two of us began to advance. Certainly, we crawled forward, inching closer to the enemy with movements reminiscent of a caterpillar. Objectively speaking, our appearance must have seemed rather pitiful. We were unable to exude the coolness characteristic of the special forces depicted in films. This distance, which could be traversed in mere minutes on foot, took me an agonizingly long time to cover my arms, abdomen, and legs scraped against the ground, inflicting excruciating pain that I was likely bleeding. The metallic scent of blood was overwhelming. Would the enemy, with their keen sense of smell, detect me? No, the battlefield was saturated with the stench of corpses, rendering such detection improbable that I reassured myself of this. After a while, I finally ceased my crawling. The gap between myself and the enemy had significantly diminished. The sounds of clashing swords, anguished screams, and furious roars reverberated through the air. Although I was camouflaged, the proximity was such that a discerning eye would easily spot me. It's time to advance. The enemy's magician had reached the front lines. I could faintly hear the melodic incantation of spells. The voice, somewhat low for a woman, might even belong to a man. Besides myself, there were other males on the battlefield. This was a novel experience for me. However, I had no time to ponder these thoughts and chose to disregard them entirely. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. The infantry squad aimed at the magician, yet the bullets failed to find their mark. A towering black knight, brandishing a massive tower shield, stood resolutely before the magician, deflecting all attacks as if he were a living rampart. Even as bullets struck, the magician continued to chant unabated. Wind from the northwest. Wind speed, gentle breeze, distance to target, 500 meters. Josette licked her fingers and reported softly. After all, this world lacked anemometers or laser rangefinders. The intelligence required for sniping could only be gathered through traditional means. Wind direction and speed were gauged by feel, while distance was estimated by sight. That I drew the weapon from my back, unwrapping the camouflage cloth that bound it. What emerged was not the usual rifle, but a long-barreled hunting gun. Hunting was a leisure activity for the nobility, which I often participated in. This was the very weapon I had used then. That I was well acquainted with the characteristics of the bullet's flight and other related traits. I deliberately regulated my breathing, attached the percussion cap to the hunting gun, and slowly raised it. Regrettably, the gun was fitted not with an optical sight, but with a rear sight resembling a ruler. While telescopes existed in this world, inscribing a correct crosshair onto the lens proved exceedingly difficult. Rather than relying on an inaccurate sight, I preferred the familiar rear sight. That I cocked the hammer and aimed at the magician. Fortunately, the Black Knight was preoccupied with defending against the onslaught, leaving the magician completely exposed from my vantage point. There was no need for the precision of threading a needle, as long as the bullet struck any part of his body. He would likely be unable to continue his incantation. However, this gun was, of course, single shot. With no time to reload, the first bullet had to hit its target. Moreover, I was using a rear sight, at 500 meters. Aiming with a rear sight was exceedingly challenging. Come on, divine beings, bear witness. No, I would surely hit my mark, and no matter what, I had to succeed. Should I miss, despite assuring Sonia that I wouldn't rush into the enemy's midst, it would be a lie. I had to charge forward with all my might and pierce his chest with my bayonet, although this would be the worst conduct for a commanding officer. If that kind of magic could indeed be reused after merely half a day's cooldown, I must resolve to take him down even at the cost of my own life. That I had to pierce his chest, I thought, holding my breath as I aimed and pulled the trigger. Nicholas, I apologize for troubling you again. Are you able to take the field? As I lay in the corner of the tent, Nicholas Barza furrowed his brow at my words. It had only been half a day since launching the siege magic, and my body felt as heavy as lead, accompanied by a severe headache. These were classic symptoms of magical depletion. That I could barely muster the energy to move, let alone face the battlefield. Not a problem, Lord Crowan. Even so, I pushed myself up, offering a gentle smile in response. I did not wish to disappoint Crowan, who had a knack for commanding others, but never imposed unreasonable demands on my physical state. That I in that regard, she was far superior to past sponsors who had forced me into horrifying actions at the slightest whim. I was a magician, not a male escort. I had no idea how many times I had asserted this, nor how many times it had been trampled upon, that I would never forgive those ravenous beasts. Though a sticky whirlpool of emotions churned within me, I made sure not to let it show. This is my subordinate. The guards of Lisbon are quite formidable that I initially thought that a single powerful spell would leave them trembling in fear. The enemy commander is an exceptional individual. Though Crowan wore a full-faced helmet, concealing her expression, her excitement was palpable in her voice. She was an extreme talent enthusiast, eager to surround herself with capable individuals. She must be contemplating how to entice the enemy commander. Lady Crowan, I regret to inform you that I am currently unable to use solar flare. Based on my magical capacity, the limit is to human-targeted magic. However, such matters were of little consequence. After all, Crowan was merely a convenient stepping stone. I held no interest in her preferences by remaining in her company. I could avoid selling my body and fight under the guise of an ordinary magician. Most importantly, I could leverage her connections to further my own reputation. While she was a rather convenient employer, I still found her insufferable. That I completely understand. Just fire off some flashy magic from the rear. The recent siege spell should have instilled a profound fear of Nicholas in the enemy. Just your presence on the front lines should demoralize them. That I, in simpler terms, was I to be a mere scarecrow? How humiliating. Yet, this was the demand of a sponsor, and I had no choice but to comply. I nodded and followed Crowan out of the tent. Nearby, women clad in full armor silently surrounded us. They were Crowan's guards. Due to the battlefield's rugged terrain, riddled with deep pits, we could not ride horses. Thus, we had to proceed on foot toward the front lines. That I nearly faltered, but persevered through sheer willpower. I could not allow myself to appear weak, lest I be mocked with this is how men are. My pride would not permit such a scenario. By the way, have you heard? The enemy commander is said to be a male knight. Is that so? I replied in a deliberately disinterested tone. That I, in truth, I was quite surprised. That I had not anticipated that besides myself, there would be other peculiar men eager to join the fray. That I was keenly aware of the hardships men faced in a society dominated by women. That knight must be struggling as well. Perhaps it was time to alter my approach. If I articulated my intentions clearly, he might become my ally. That I had to be careful not to inadvertently kill him. If we must capture him, please do not be rough with him. How could my glorious personal guard possibly do such a thing? We are ladies, after all. Although Crowan laughed as she spoke, her tone remained suspicious. No, given that she had not ordered me to serve her in bed, she indeed seemed to be a lady. However, her demeanor was irksome, perhaps due to the faint air of arrogance that often accompanies those who have never experienced lack in their lives. As we conversed, we had already arrived at the front lines. The Lisbon soldiers, lacking even leather armor, formed a line to barely withstand our assault. Though they were the enemy, I couldn't help but admire their resolve to fight in such inadequate gear. No, we too were devoid of decent armor. Metal would impede magical flow, rendering it nearly impossible for magicians to wear metal armor. Only practitioners of internal magic, which affected their own physical bodies, were exceptions. I was an external magician adept at offensive spells, so my only defense was a robe of magic, reinforced with hardened leather. Such attire could hardly withstand bullets or arrows, with the strongest knights of the Holy Empire by your side. You should emerge unscathed. Then I can rest easy. Although I replied with a smile, I was far from reassured. Nonetheless, I pressed on, determined to prove that I, too, could fight as a man. That I would show those who belittled men as mere beasts a different perspective. This should suffice. That I halted, prompting Crowan to nod. That he stood tall before me, driving his massive shield into the ground. That I began to chant my spell in a resounding voice. At that moment, a series of cracking sounds and the noise of something striking the shield's armor echoed around us. Though my shoulder trembled slightly, I mustered all my mental fortitude to continue chanting the incantation. This is incredible. Hitting from that distance is almost guaranteed. I must acquire that new weapon. I heard the dazed voice of Clown. What a repugnant individual. Nevertheless, the gun, although a weapon I encountered for the first time, was undeniably fearsome. If such devices were to become widespread, would offensive magicians be driven from the battlefield? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly found myself unable to support my weight on one leg, and I fell to in that fleeting moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out as I rolled on the ground in a panic. I frantically scanned my surroundings. Then, I spotted what appeared to be a human foot lying nearby. The moment I saw that foot, A sharp pain shot through my lower body. Could that foot belong to me? Target down. When Josette shouted this, I was so elated that I almost struck a victorious pose. Yet the ensuing situation was dire. The characteristic thick white smoke of gunpowder immediately revealed our position to the enemy. What followed was even more brutal. We were relentlessly pursued by a throng of assailants, enduring 5 harrowing moments where we had to confront the specter of death. Even so, we survived and returned to our allies. Thanks to Sonia's precise command, which allowed us to counterattack at the right moment when the enemy magician fell. Lord Dykan, I was just wondering why I hadn't seen you, and it turns out you were the one who took down that magician. A mercenary came forth to greet our battered group, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Daiti would be quite troublesome if such a character were to roam about the battlefield unchecked, I replied with a grin. Though internally, I felt a twinge of unease. After all, the bullet had struck his foot. I hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to pursue, but ultimately chose to retreat. Having already taken his foot, even a resilient demi-human would be unable to return to the battlefield for the time being. Since we had achieved our minimal objective, that was sufficient. Moreover, if that magician was indeed a man, his race should be the same as mine. Mortal, human. If he were a demi-human, that would be one thing. But for a mortal, human, losing a leg would likely be a fatal blow. With large blood vessels running through hands and feet, injury could easily lead to hemorrhagic shock. Surely, he wouldn't return to the front lines. Would he? Please, don't let him show up again. It would be better if he simply perished. However, there should be a limit to how much the commander leads from the front. I was worried when I hadn't seen you for a while, fearing you might have gotten hurt. The mercenary gazed at us with a complex expression that was hard to discern as either awe or disbelief. My specially prepared camouflage cloak was stained bright red with the enemy's blood, and the shotgun slung over my shoulder was half twisted, having been used as a club to bludgeon foes. Josette looked much the same, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. However, he seemed to think my absence from the front lines was due to injury rather than flight, which pleased me. He likely believed I was not the type to abandon my subordinates and flee. I could not betray that trust. This fellow is always so reckless, a knight remarked as he pushed a cart toward us, on which lay a complete set of armor for both me and Josette. Although it was after a fierce battle, fighting still raged on at the front lines. I was utterly exhausted and longed to collapse onto a bed, but regrettably, there was no time to rest. I had to return to the fray immediately. We couldn't even conduct a proper personnel handover. The shortage of manpower was indeed severe. After this battle concludes, I must find a way to bolster our ranks. No, relying solely on a reinforced squad to navigate such a harsh battlefield seems rather absurd. Well then, my apologies. The attendants emerged and swiftly helped me don my armor. If I were to do it myself, it would take quite some time. They even erected a makeshift changing room using tent fabric to shield me from prying eyes while I dressed, demonstrating an extraordinary level of consideration. This was beyond mere kindness. Although, for me, such measures were unnecessary. Amid their bustling efforts, I quickly donned my armor. However, one attendant revealed a sly grin and produced an item. Additionally, we have prepared this for your consideration. It was a coat to be worn over the armor, known as a jinyawaki, adorned with the blue rose embroidery of the Blundang family on a white background. It appeared rather ordinary at first glance, but upon inspecting the interior, I couldn't help but chuckle. This design is quite intriguing. Did you conceive it? Yes. Given that Lord Al often finds himself besieged, I thought such an item might prove useful in critical moments. Indeed, I replied with a wry smile that I was not particularly fond of engaging in close combat. How does one use this? There should be a short cord running through the left sleeve. Please, my lord. Pull that cord. I see. Let me try. Nodding, I donned the jinyawaki. The attendants, shielding me from view, quickly dispersed. I thanked them and shouted to rally my spirits. All right, let us go. I invigorated my weary limbs and advanced toward the front lines. The enemy faltered slightly due to the magician being hit and momentarily withdrew. Our infantry formed a defensive line on the narrow mountain path, creating a phalanx to pin down the enemy. From the lookout post behind us, the riflemen opened fire with fervor upon the enemy. Lord Al, thank goodness you are safe. The one who approached was Sonia. When we parted ways, she had been a muddy mess. And now, covered in the blood of our foes and other unsavory substances, she appeared even more disheveled. It seemed she too had endured a fierce battle. You too, we exchanged shoulder pats and smiles. But there was no time to leisurely savor our reunion that I immediately lowered my visor and inquired, "So, what is the situation? Though we have suffered continuous losses, we have managed to hold on today. But by tomorrow or the day after, we may lose our combat effectiveness." The latter part of her statement fell to a whisper, audible only to me. Almost all the enemy mercenaries were clad in enchanted armor. Due to the ineffectiveness of our shots, we were forced to engage in close combat, targeting the gaps in their armor. However, the training level of our mercenaries was not high, and thus we had also sustained significant damage. If we had deployed these fellows during the initial battle, we might have fought more safely. Our grenades and mines had long since been expended, which was truly infuriating. That said, thanks to Lord Al's defeat of that magician, our morale has not only held steady but has actually risen. Our combat effectiveness remains sufficient. Though she spoke such words, it was clear that we had endured considerable damage yet still brimmed with vitality. All thanks to her efforts. After all, during the siege magic attacks that left us in disarray, it was she who swiftly reorganized our forces, not I. However, the situation was indeed perilous. If this continued, we would surely lose. We needed to find a way to sap the enemy's will to advance. It was time to settle this. Though it was a gamble with everything on the line, it was better than doing nothing. I retrieved my pocket watch. There were still about 2 hours until sunset. Would the enemy retreat by nightfall? That was hard to say. If possible, I wished to turn the tide to night combat. But the enemy commander might also adopt a safer strategy to prevent matters from evolving into that. I would intentionally expose a weakness. All right, let us advance Plan C to the next phase. Are the cannons ready? Yes, of course. Very well. Then, let us determine the outcome by the end of today. Following that, I joined the fray, engaging in a continued struggle against the enemy soldiers. The enemy mercenaries proved to be formidable opponents, their training levels seemingly surpassing even that of the elite forces of the Count's army. They were likely private soldiers of some great noble. Why would such individuals involve themselves in a regional conflict in this backwater area? Was Duke Orida orchestrating this behind the scenes? Though these thoughts flitted through my mind, there was no time for reflection. After all, the enemy outmatched us in both numbers and quality. Unlike our battles with the Count's forces, our casualties were steadily rising. The battlefield was extremely confined, allowing us to barely hold our ground. If we were to find ourselves in a more spacious area, we would likely be overwhelmed in an instant. There is no retreat left. That I used my bullets to ward off the attacking spearmen, and Sonia whispered beside me. Under the pressure from the front, our forces were gradually being pushed back, ultimately cornered into a narrow passage. At the other end of this passage lay the plateau where we would confront the Count's army the following day. If we were forced into that position, it would spell our doom. Due to the siege magic, half of the pikemen have already perished. If we are to replicate the tactics of that time, our firepower would be insufficient. However, even if we were to directly employ the previously successful strategies, the enemy would undoubtedly devise some countermeasure. How long can we hold them off? 15 minutes. Very well. It is indeed a grueling situation. Thus far, our battles have been fought while retreating, which has helped mitigate our losses. Yet, if we are to remain steadfast in our positions, I can scarcely fathom how many comrades would fall. Our forces are already battered, and it is highly likely that we would sustain fatal losses within that span of time. What should we do? We must maintain a combat capability sufficient to transition from defense to offense while enduring for another 15 minutes. This is exceedingly challenging. I cannot conceive of a viable strategy. If I were to provoke the enemy, would they even agree to a duel? Although it seems there is a chance, we have already employed the delaying tactic of dueling once before. There is no other choice. However, the worst-case scenario would be for the enemy to concentrate their attacks on me, creating an opening. After all, I am a male knight of an exceedingly rare class, and many foes would likely attempt to capture me alive rather than kill me. This presents a potential opportunity. While I pondered these matters, the clamorous sounds of the battlefield gradually faded away, and I turned my gaze towards the enemy lines and saw the soldiers retreating like the receding tide. Before I could even register my confusion, a burly man stepped forward, clad in distinctive pitch-black armor. He was none other than the Black Knight. Is Alba, Blondin present? If so, come forth. Oh, a summons. That I exchanged a glance with Sonia, who nodded silently. If the enemy is willing to squander time, that would be most advantageous. That I pushed aside the infantrymen wielding pikes in vigilance and stepped forward. I am Alba, Blondin. What is it you seek? Naturally, I am here to urge your surrender. Your ranks have crumbled. Surely, you do not intend to fight to the last man. The Black Knight proclaimed in a booming voice, "Is this fellow the leader of this mercenary band?" Even if he is not, his demeanor clearly suggests a high-ranking official. If I can toy with this man, I should be able to buy us some time that I refused. We are but a ragtag band of impoverished knights and mercenaries. The number of those who can afford a ransom can be counted on one hand. Even if we were to surrender, most would likely be executed. I would never do such a thing. I assure you of your safety in my name. Who would trust the reputation of a man who does not even reveal his name? Who exactly are you? With such well-equipped mercenaries, they cannot be mere commoners. Nevertheless, I beg your pardon. I am Crowan, the leader of this mercenary band. A jester. This pseudonym is far too obvious. You are not wrong that I shall not casually reveal my true name. But since you do not believe me, there is little I can do. It seems you are a man worth preserving. The Black Knight signaled to the rear, and a soldier bearing a great banner soon emerged. The soldier unfurled the flag that had been wrapped around the pole and raised it high. The emblem depicted a golden lion. I recognized this crest. No, to be precise, in the western regions of this continent, there is no noble who is unaware of this emblem, the insignia of the Lichtofen family. The Lichtofen family, having monopolized the imperial throne of the Holy Empire for 2 centuries, is undoubtedly a prestigious lineage. For us Knights of Galia, they are akin to arch-rivals. Upon witnessing this family crest, which one would never expect to see in our borderlands, I could not help but break out in goosebumps. My true name is Alexia von Lichtofen. I am the former empress of the Holy Alt Empire. I glanced at Sonia with a look of disbelief, as if to say, "Is this for real?" She merely shook her head in silence. If this were a lie, she would surely face severe repercussions. A brazen individual claiming to be a former empress, leading a band of mercenaries in chaos. Should the royal family of the Holy Empire become aware of this, they would undoubtedly wager their honor to crush us. Bearing such a risk, what benefit could there be in falsely claiming to be the former empress? Coupled with her extraordinary combat skills, advanced equipment, and the ability to independently wield tactical-level magic, it is far too earnest for mere deception. Regrettably, the assertions made by this woman claiming to be Alexia are likely true. Idio not jest that I could not help but groan. The complications with the Earl of Diesel have already been enough. Why has it come to this? I acknowledge that you are indeed Her Majesty the former Empress. However, why would someone of your esteemed stature find themselves in such a desolate place, given the hypothetical enemy state? I also possess a certain degree of insight into the movements of the Holy Empire. The name Alexia is etched in my memory. She ascended to the throne at a young age and implemented stringent reforms within the military. After relinquishing the throne to her sister several years ago, her whereabouts became unknown. For a con artist, this is an ideal identity to impersonate, were it not for the sudden emergence of griffins or tactical-level sorcerers. I would likely have scoffed at this. "Do you wish to inquire?" Alexia lifted the visor of her helmet, revealing a smile that it was a face that bore both nobility and beauty. This distance, I should have the means to land a headshot. Perhaps I should simply it would be best not to do so. I have heard that Alexia is the foremost swordswoman of the Holy Empire. She may possess the confidence to deflect a bullet. For now, we should focus on conversing with her to buy time. That is true. When that sorceress was targeted by a sniper, she must have been observing nearby. Nevertheless, she deliberately reveals her face, perhaps due to her confidence in being able to deflect bullets. I have a dream of unifying this Holy Empire, despite knowing that we are whispering amongst ourselves. Alexia continues unabashedly. What a stubborn individual. I believe you are well aware that the current empire is merely a conglomeration of numerous regional lords. They shamelessly disregard the emperor's commands, backed by their independent rights, even allowing our orc brethren to slaughter one another. I am convinced that unless we eliminate the barriers between neighboring states and reconstitute a truly unified nation, the empire has no future. I see that in simple terms, this individual seeks to establish a modern centralized nation. That I can understand that sentiment. However, why would you be idling in such a godforsaken countryside? It is rather peculiar that I see. It appears you have quite an ambitious plan. However, this does not answer my question, does it? Of course, this is also preparatory work for the unification of the empire. I intend to survey each region personally to ascertain the current situation, should any disputes arise. I will intervene to demonstrate the authority of the royal family through my strength. I see. It resembles the actions of Mito Komoen. In other words, we are mere rogues hired by a corrupt official. So, your involvement in this battle is merely coincidental? Upon hearing that a man is leading the troops, my interest was piqued. That is the sole reason. How absurd. I nearly shouted in protest. This is akin to encountering a dragon while hunting goblins. It is utterly unreasonable that a former leader of a great nation should not so casually intervene in regional conflicts. I feel an intense anger rising from within. Should my ire be directed at my own misfortune or at this woman's unreasonable behavior? No, I must not take the enemy's words at face value. A former empress would not simply come running for such trivial reasons. The situation in Lisbon already bore the explosive potential of a mithril mine. However, whether there are hidden motives behind it is of no consequence at this moment. As long as the status quo remains intact, there is no room to contemplate political matters. My subordinates are all elite warriors selected from the royal guard. Even if you were to surrender, there would be no dishonor attached. Instead, you would be praised for your martial prowess. I see, the royal guard. Then, naturally, they would be formidable. I was beginning to feel inclined to raise my middle finger. This insufferable woman. Wait, hold on a moment. The most elite forces of a great nation are participating in such a petty conflict in the countryside. I find myself seeing a glimmer of hope. The enemy, complacent due to their equipment and training, is attacking head-on without strategy. Conversely, we have been thoroughly prepared to counter the enemy from the outset. This may very well present an excellent opportunity to annihilate their elite forces in one fell swoop. The purpose of this journey is also to identify and recruit capable individuals from various regions that I hold you in high regard. Surrender and become one of my own. Alba? Blondin. In any case, I shall arrange for you a position as a baron within the palace. What say you? Although I received an exceedingly high evaluation from the former empress, I currently have no time to entertain such notions. I am exerting every ounce of mental effort. The enemy should be acutely aware that this battle holds little significance. Unlike the forces of the Count, they are not directly involved in the conflict. Nevertheless, as long as victory is achieved, all is well. However, what if they begin to fear defeat? Their morale would undoubtedly plummet. This is the enemy's Achilles heel. In truth, we do not need to gain a tactical advantage. We merely need to dominate them psychologically. To that end, I have made thorough preparations. Instilling fear and despondency in them has been a fundamental element of our battle strategy from the outset. The crux lies in the disparity. First, we lead them to believe that victory is assured, only to make them confront the terror of death. Even the most elite forces, when confronted with an unexpected turn of events, will struggle to maintain their composure. I intend to strike during this window of vulnerability. I refuse. The operational directive has been established. From here, it is merely a matter of laying the tracks toward victory. I mentally formulate a plan while responding. Oh, why is that? Alexia inquires with a look of genuine confusion. Because I have no desire to serve an incompetent leader. Incompetent? Are you referring to me? Indeed, utterly incompetent. I see. So I am the incompetent one. Ha! My initial intention was to provoke her, yet Alexia responded with genuine amusement. Although her reaction was unexpected, it hardly matters. Regardless of how she reacts, it is of no concern to me. What is crucial is the group of individuals behind her, the elite guards of the Holy Empire. For future reference, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you hold this belief? Quite simply, you mentioned that your subordinates are selected from the ranks of the guards, correct? Indeed. What of it? I lifted my visor, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor as I glared at Alexia, feeling the unease of potential arrows or crossbow bolts aimed at me. I genuinely did not want to expose myself on the front lines. However, since the enemy has revealed themselves, it would be disadvantageous for us to continue concealing our identities. We also have our pride to uphold. You dare to lead such elite troops into a battlefield devoid of honor and dignity. The knights who perish in this conflict will have their gravestones inscribed with, slain by a band of desperate mercenaries led by an incompetent knight. Resting here, do you not find this tragically sad? Such actions are unbecoming of a capable officer. The knights behind Alexia shifted slightly. Although we have suffered significant casualties, the enemy is not unscathed either. There must have been considerable loss on their side as well. After all, in this world, male knights are often associated with the risque imagery found in scandalous literature. To be slain by such a figure would surely bring eternal disgrace. Though I am a man, I too am a knight. That I would gladly embrace a glorious death in battle. Yet, Is there any glory to be found on this battlefield? All that exists here is humiliation and regret. I refuse to die in such a wretched state. The Knights of the Empire surely share this sentiment. I am acutely aware of the disgrace of being slain by an opponent deemed inferior. In my previous life, I was killed by what could only be described as an untrained insurgent. That it was a humiliation that nearly brought me to tears. Even now, in my reincarnated existence, I frequently dream of that moment. The esteemed magician, felled by a vile bullet, surely should not meet his end in such a place. He is still alive, having received timely treatment. Curse it. Is one leg truly insufficient? By the way, were you referring to him? Is he truly a man? I was taken aback, surprised to learn that I am not the only male to grace the battlefield. What a flamboyant character I am in any case. You have driven a significant number of your subordinates to an ignoble death. If that is not incompetence, then what is? No, I understand what you are implying. However, the dead do not number enough to be considered significant. That will change. Many will die. I intend to slay at least half. At the moment Alexia tilted her head in confusion, a deafening explosion erupted. A colossal fireball shot up from the rear of the enemy forces, and small stones, propelled into the air, rained down around us. The violent tremors felt akin to an earthquake, rendering everyone speechless. Though the timing was impeccable, could it be too soon? According to the planned schedule, the explosion was not supposed to occur for another 5 minutes. Sonia responded with a guilty expression after checking her pocket watch. It seems the fuse was set too loosely. Given the circumstances, this timing is quite appropriate. I offered a wry smile before lowering my visor. The enemy before us was clearly shaken. They had witnessed the sorcerer's siege magic up close. Hearing the tremendous explosion from their own ranks would surely conjure ominous thoughts in their minds. If we are to launch an attack, now is the moment. Execute Plan C, final phase. Charge the cart bomb. The source of the explosion was an improvised bomb fashioned from a cannon, although it was merely a simple weapon filled to the brim with gunpowder and sealed at the muzzle. Its size rendered it immensely powerful that I had pretended to stall the cart, positioning it along the first line of defense. This was, in essence, a roadside bomb that in my previous life, I had been plagued by such devices. Yet now that I wield them myself, I find them remarkably effective. Including Alexia, the enemy soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by the explosions and shockwaves, just as we were when struck by the siege magic. The cart is coming through. Accompanied by this shout, several soldiers pushed the unhitched cart forward. With the road sloping downhill, even if the soldiers let go, the laden cart would continue to gain speed. Our soldiers in the cart's path quickly cleared a route. Whoa! The speeding cart crashed into the enemy ranks. Although a few unfortunate foes were sent flying, the tragedy did not end there. The barrels of gunpowder stacked on the cart simultaneously exploded. Unleashing a tremendous force, I had invested all our stored gunpowder into this endeavor that I witnessed several enemy soldiers being engulfed in the explosion, their bodies flung through the air. It was utterly exhilarating. I hope Alexia was not caught in the chaos. That I cannot allow the guards to take her life in the name of vengeance. That is my greatest concern. However, there is no time for deep contemplation now. Plan C is a high-stakes gambit, forsaking a prolonged battle in favor of a swift resolution. Since we will be deploying all available resources, once this plan concludes, we will be utterly bereft of any means to continue fighting. We must not allow the enemy a chance to regroup. We shall now initiate a counteroffensive. Everyone, advance with me, I shouted, raising my bayonet cavalry rifle as I charged forward. The call to arms sounded, and the surrounding soldiers echoed with battle cries. Do not fall behind the esteemed commander. How dare you underestimate us, scoundrels of the Empire, slay them. Meanwhile, the enemy ranks found themselves enveloped in white smoke. The cart had not only been loaded with explosives, but also smoke grenades. Visibility was entirely obscured. Prepare to engage. Just before plunging into the enemy formation, several soldiers retrieved items from their waist pouches and hurled them forward. A series of thunderous explosions ensued. The projectiles turned out to be firecrackers. While they lacked lethal power, their psychological impact was extraordinary, especially given the enemy's current obscured vision. As anticipated, the air was filled with uncomfortable screams. For the enemy, the sound of firecrackers must have been indistinguishable from gunfire. If they could mistakenly believe they were under fire from a machine gun, it would be all the more advantageous. Yeehaw! I found an enemy soldier stunned in the smoke and plunged my bayonet into her throat. The woman let out a brief cry before collapsing to the ground. the cacophony of firecracker explosions. Genuine gunfire, the call to charge, and the clash of swords and curses enveloped the battlefield in utter chaos. Ugh! A burly heavy infantryman charged through the smoke. Sword raised, and I swiftly aimed my cavalry rifle at him and pulled the trigger. Though the bullet struck his shoulder, it was deflected by his enchanted armor. Nonetheless, it succeeded in disrupting his balance. Not succeed. Seizing the opportunity, Sonia darted forward like a bullet, her dual-bladed sword flashing as she severed the enemy soldier's head from his shoulders. Well done. As I offered my praise, my gaze swept the surroundings. Though obscured by smoke, the number of enemies willing to engage as fiercely as those earlier appeared to be rather scarce. In fact, most seemed inclined to flee. The psychological assault had evidently borne fruit. That it was indeed a tale of incompetent knights, slain by impoverished mercenaries led by a male knight. Resting here for eternity, the royal guard was undoubtedly composed of the finest elite. Yet the more distinguished the knights, the more they cherished their honor. To perish in such a manner would forever brand them with an indelible stain. To be killed by an insignificant male knight was precisely the issue. No matter how fearless a valiant knight may be, they would certainly wish to avoid such a fate. Even if it was but a blemish, it was far preferable to flee and survive than to succumb. My strategy was to compel them into making such a judgment. Let there be no shortage of heads. Charge, charge. I bellowed to bolster the morale of my comrades, while simultaneously seeking out new foes. The declaration of intent to slay half was no idle threat to prevent them from striking back. They must be made an example, a warning for the others. Albert, are you over there? Ugh. The voice, tinged with delight, sent a chill racing down my spine. Turning towards the sound, I found, as expected, Alexia standing there. Even amidst the haze, her dark armor remained strikingly conspicuous, radiating an intense aura of pressure. While I had never believed she would flee at the slightest threat, the outcome was as anticipated. What should I do? I pondered how to assess the situation. Should I slay this individual, the royal guard would undoubtedly find themselves in a predicament that would greatly trouble me. To surpass this elite force with the troops at hand, I had no choice but to ambush them as they fled. It is you, Alexia. I shall claim your head. Surely, if I severed one of her arms, she would retreat. Even if she wished to continue the fight, those around her would not permit it. With this judgment in mind, I discarded my lance and drew my saber. Yeah! I immediately invoked enhancement magic and charged at her. Alexia awaited me with an air of calm composure. I raised my saber high above my head and swung it down upon her. She parried the strike with a sword drawn from her waist. Ugh! Ugh! In that moment, we both cried out in pain. The blade Alexia raised in defense collided violently with my shoulder, sending me flying. Yet, I did not endure this blow unscathed. Her sword suddenly crackled with electricity, shocking me through my saber. It appeared to be a magical sword. Is this the swordsmanship of a man? I find myself increasingly drawn to it. Alexia executed a graceful somersault, landing elegantly. My breastplate was dented, and my sword had snapped in two. However, that was all that had transpired. I remained very much alive. The recent jolt had sapped my strength mid-swing, rendering my attacks ineffective. In contrast, I found myself in a most undignified state. My body was numb, and I could scarcely lift my sword again. Naturally, Alexia would not let such an opportunity pass. Ugh! She lunged at me with a fierce embrace. In terms of physical prowess, Alexia already held a decisive advantage. I was unable to resist, as she sent me sprawling to the ground, causing my saber to slip from my grasp unnoticed. Ugh! This was dire. Even before I could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, Alexia had mounted me to some point. Her visor had been lifted, revealing her face beneath, which bore an expression of considerable excitement. Who would have thought you possessed such a skill? It seems I underestimated you. Merely being a baron in the palace is insufficient to showcase your true capabilities. She lifted my chin, leaning in closer. The feral aura brushed against my cheek. Then, would you consider becoming my husband? You possess that worth. Let us together become the cornerstone of a unified holy empire. With that declaration, Alexia's eyes sparkled with brilliance. While this marked the first, no, the second time in my life that I had been proposed to. Yet, I had no time to revel in such a moment. Regardless of her looks, status, or the insanity of her disposition, I would certainly not acquiesce. Do not kill me. Huh, that line seems familiar. However, to slay a man like you, did you think I would utter such words? Who wishes to die? You fool. I, of course, had no intention of perishing to die when victory was within reach would be the height of folly, I shouted while tugging at the short cord on the left sleeve of my robe. In the next instant, the surface of my robe erupted in sparks, followed by a series of explosions. It turned out that the inner lining of my robe was sewn with an abundance of firecrackers. Even Alexia was momentarily taken aback by the blasts. Seizing the opportunity, as she stood momentarily stunned, I twisted my body and forcibly extricated myself from her grasp. The numbness that had plagued me during her hold had begun to dissipate. You dare to treat Lord Albert in such a manner. Unforgivable. Alexia hastily attempted to seize my arm, only to be struck by a kick from Sonia, who had flown in. The former emperor was sent bouncing 10 meters away. Ugh, damn it. You dare to lay hands on our lord? Kill her. No, I shall capture her alive and make her regret ever being born. Alexia, swaying unsteadily, attempted to rise, but the infantry armed with pikes surged toward her. No matter how skilled a swordsman she might be, it was impossible to triumph over polearm-wielding foes unarmed. Struck and prodded by multiple pike tips, she could not help but cry out in anguish. It hurts. It hurts. You fools, stop. Do you know who I am? Of course, you are the finest prize. Hand over her head. I picked up the saber a soldier had retrieved for me, raising it as I shouted loudly. Your Majesty, please retreat. This battle is beyond salvation. An imperial knight, with considerable urgency in his expression, grasped Alexia's shoulder as she dodged the pike soldiers. Soon, the knights who seemed to be her attendants gathered, positioning themselves between Alexia and the pike soldiers. Fighting against such headhunters is utterly futile. We must retreat now. To think they would label me a headhunter. However, as long as it instilled fear, I cared little for how they described me. I raised my saber in an attempt to intimidate them. The Imperial Knights displayed clear signs of caution, pulling Alexia back once more. Yet, the enemy appeared equally anxious. Their mindset had clearly shifted towards withdrawal. Even elite troops, who would never win in a head-on confrontation, found it far easier to manage once in such a state that in battle, what mattered most was not equipment or training but morale. I am also concerned about the recent explosion. There may very well be a magician among the enemy ranks of the same caliber as Lord Nicholas. Alexia pondered deeply. Indeed, from the enemy's perspective, this was likely their greatest concern. The concept of bombs was not widely known in this world. That a small explosion akin to a grenade would be one thing, but a large-scale explosion would be more swiftly initiated through magic. Thus, the Imperial soldiers seemed to have mistakenly believed that the roadside bomb was also a result of magic. There was but a single bomb, yet as long as the magician retained their mana, they could employ it again. Should we suffer another such attack, having just experienced a similar terror, the Imperial soldiers must have been utterly frightened. If we are sandwiched in a pincer attack, even you cannot afford to die in a place like this. Please, make a decision. The Imperial Knight, sword drawn to hold back the advancing pike soldiers, earnestly implored. Behind the pike soldiers were riflemen and knights, from the perspective of those sworn to protect their lord. Witnessing this scene must have been a source of deep anguish that it cannot be helped. As for the Mithril, we can discuss Lord Albert another time. Did she just mention Mithril? So it had been discovered. Which of those scoundrels leaked that information? Once the war concludes, I must conduct a thorough investigation. It seems likely that a spy has infiltrated the ranks of Duke Orleans. Truly, this has begun to give me a headache. Very well, all forces, retreat for the time being. Regroup. Upon hearing this command, I could not help but smile. Alexia had misjudged the situation. In circumstances such as these, the correct course of action would be to withstand our assault from the front and then launch a counterattack. While they may temporarily be suppressed, our numbers were limited. Resources would inevitably dwindle, and the tide of battle would soon turn. The Imperial Guard merely creates chaos temporarily. Alexia is certainly aware of this fact. However, she is unable to make such a judgment. Due to the explosions occurring in the rear, she remains oblivious to the truth. With the Empire's forces vigilantly guarding against non-existent tactical-level magicians on our side, it is challenging to adopt an aggressive strategy. Fire! I shouted, for if we missed this opportunity, our chances of victory would dwindle. Gunfire erupted simultaneously, bullets striking the armor of the guardsmen. Yet, none fell. Their armor is indeed quite formidable. However, those struck could not maintain their composure. Although they did not scream, they began to panic and urged Alexia to retreat. At this juncture, All that remained was to advance relentlessly. I would not grant them the chance to regroup. I shall send the Empire's vile demons to their demise. Everyone, charge. In the previous defensive battle, our soldiers had accumulated a wealth of frustration, now releasing a primal roar as they surged toward the enemy ranks. Naturally, the enemy was elite, and their counterattacks were fierce, resulting in our soldiers being cut down in succession. Yet the mercenaries did not falter. They trampled over the bodies of their comrades, brandishing their long spears and swords. After all, their opponents were the Empire's finest knights, and defeating them could even lead to their own elevation to knighthood. In contrast, the movements of the Imperial soldiers lacked vigor. After all, the enemy consisted of male knights who, even if they fought to the death, would gain neither glory nor honor, only ridicule. They could not muster the resolve to stand firm at all costs, and some sought to retreat at the first opportunity. The disparity in morale between the two sides was glaringly evident. The spoils of slain enemies belong entirely to you. It is time for rewards, so lift your spirits. I rallied the mercenary squad from my position behind the front lines. Inspired by my words, their onslaught became even more ferocious as a result. Within 30 minutes, the retreat of the Imperial Guard turned into a rout that we pursued the fleeing guardsmen, continuing our offensive. Although Alexia attempted to counterattack along the way, she had already missed the opportunity. We pressed on relentlessly, treating the lives of soldiers on both sides as mere grain in a mortar, grinding and crushing them. After such a brutal battle, we finally approached the stronghold of the Earl's army. It was only then that I realized the sun had set, and it was now deep into the night. How will the enemy respond? I murmured as I gazed upon the enemy formation. Devoid of even a single campfire, tonight was a full moon. Even without illumination, the silhouettes of the enemy were clearly visible. The soldiers huddled together, wielding battle axes or long spears, glaring at us. The simultaneous volley from our rifles could easily wipe them out. However, our ammunition was nearly depleted. Moreover, the number of soldiers capable of fighting was fewer than 50. This was the consequence of sustaining a perilous offensive. The moment I resolved to execute Plan C. I understood that it would lead to this predicament. Though it was to be expected, the damage incurred during an offensive was far greater than that of a defense. For this reason, I had devised a strategy of defense as offense. However, Alexia's intervention had completely derailed my plans to surrender or to fight to the bitter end. That is the question, Captain Valerie stated. She was covered in dirt and blood, her body marred with fresh wounds. And her uniform was tattered, making her appear almost like a remnant of a defeated army. Yet, everyone, including myself, bore a similar appearance. Nevertheless, the eyes of all were alight with determination, with supplies exhausted and our numbers drastically reduced. If we missed this opportunity, defeat would be inevitable. If we wished to achieve victory, we could only charge forward with the resolve to perish together. The opposing force consists of night-blind bull beastmen. If we launch an assault, there is a chance we could eliminate their commander. However, we cannot predict how many of our own will perish in the counterattack. One soldier remarked at this point, "We shall not flee from the battlefield." "My lord," another soldier chimed in with a flippant tone, "that we are no cowardly deserters who would abandon the fight at the last moment. If we do not show those lofty Imperial knights a thing or two, we would die unsatisfied. Haven't they already shown us a multitude of colors?" "Haha, quite true." That a murmur of laughter spread through the ranks. Despite being in such dire circumstances, morale remained undiminished, which was truly commendable. However, I was reluctant to initiate an assault. Once this attack commenced, our forces would be rendered incapable of further combat. It would indeed result in mutual destruction. The most pressing concern lay with Alexia's troops. They had experienced a complete rout, with dozens of their members slain. Nonetheless, they should still possess combat capability. While they appeared to be lurking somewhere, it was also possible that they would emerge again during the battle to reap the spoils. Should this situation arise, we would be doomed. Nonetheless, let us extend a gesture of courtesy and urge them to surrender. After all, they did, in their ladylike manner, implore us to surrender before the battle commenced. Indeed, that was quite a masterpiece. Ha ha ha! As the soldiers laughed and waved their hands, I lowered the visor of my helmet. Bathed in the moonlight, I slowly walked along the mountain path, approaching the enemy lines. Continuing this fight is utterly meaningless. Lay down your weapons and raise the white flag in surrender. We shall not mistreat those who surrendered. Don't be ridiculous, you magical male of the kingdom. with so few in number. What can you achieve? You should be the ones to surrender. A cacophony of jeers erupted from the enemy ranks. However, their voices trembled, suggesting that they too understood they had been driven into a corner. Yet this was merely a facade of bravado. To be fair, we were also putting on a brave face. Reinforcements from our nation will arrive within a week. First, an entire company, followed by 3 more platoons. Even if by some miracle you were to defeat us, how much fighting capability do you think you would have left to contend with such forces? I retorted. However, half of my statement was a lie. Reinforcements would not arrive for nearly 2 weeks. Yet, those on the battlefield could not ascertain this fact. Sure enough, unrest began to stir within their ranks. They likely had not considered our reinforcements. Those who find themselves in a crisis often fixate solely on immediate problems, evading reality. The next battlefield will not be at Lisbon, but rather at Stenberg. Picture your homeland and fields being trampled by the boots of the kingdom's soldiers. Continuing to fight at this juncture is not only futile but detrimental. For a considerable time, there was no response from the enemy lines, only the sounds of increasing commotion. However, a corner of their formation ignited with torches. Before long, several women stepped forward. The dim light of the torches illuminated makeshift white flags. Crafted from torn cloth, perhaps from bed sheets, they seem unarmed. Sonia, who stood by my side, reported quietly. Indeed, none of them bore swords or axes, appearing to be genuine envoys. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Please exercise caution. Of course. After all, there is a saying, a cornered mouse bites the cat. The enemy could very well attempt to exploit our complacency and launch a surprise attack with daggers. I am Lune von Diesel, representing Count Zenberg, and I wish to discuss the terms of surrender with you. Understood. Please approach slowly, I replied, ensuring my tone remained courteous. After all, I too was quite fatigued, and if I let my guard down, I risked revealing a weakness. However, the representative was of a higher status than I, being the Count's sister. Even as the vanquished, we must treat her with the utmost respect. The representatives of the Count approached, white flags in hand, moving slowly as instructed. I recalled that she was the sister of Count Roswith von Diesel. True to their lineage, she possessed a similarly robust physique. Yet, as she lifted her visor, her face bore an unmistakable expression of fatigue and anxiety. I am Albert Blonton, the Baron of Lisbon. Although I had already introduced myself, the title Baron was rather perplexing. Baroness, perhaps. Nevertheless, such titles existed in the world of my past life. In any case, setting that aside, I shook hands with the Count's representative. Her palm was large, much like her stature, yet it trembled slightly. I will be frank. What are the conditions for surrender? I shall not demand unconditional surrender. However, I hope you can repatriate all soldiers to their territories. After all, our numbers are scant, and if the armies continue to stand off, I will not be able to sleep soundly. I appreciate that you do not demand our disarmament. Are there any other conditions? After all, my remaining forces numbered around 50, overseeing the disarmament of the Count's army, which likely numbered in the hundreds, would not be an easy task. Given the circumstances, it would be better to allow them to return directly. However, the case of Alexei and her group is a different matter altogether. How should we deal with them? Their nominal employer has already surrendered, and it would be untenable for them to continue fighting. Nevertheless, witnessing the former emperor's reckless behavior instills a sense of unease. Regarding that mercenary group, apart from the higher-ups, I would prefer them to be temporarily stationed in this Drubelg territory, should they make any moves. I will consider it a violation of the surrender terms, so please exercise caution. You are indeed vigilant. They are not your ordinary mercenaries, the Count's agent remarked, tilting her head in confusion. Is she unaware of the true nature of that mercenary band? It might also be a pretense, but that is a matter for another time. Let's return to the main topic. They have certainly caused us considerable hardship, but for the sake of peaceful negotiations, I hope Count Lunier's representative can come to the Lisbon territory. Of course, accompanying guards will be permitted. I understand. The Count's agent nodded regretfully. Well, this can be considered a compromise if we demand too much. We could end up with the other party declaring, we will not surrender after all, which would be quite troublesome. The actual peace negotiations are scheduled to be conducted by the representative from Gallia itself, not by me. Currently, all I can provide is this information. What are your thoughts? There's no other choice at this point. We have no options left. I asked for your leniency, the Count's agent said, pressing his lips together tightly and bowing deeply. Seeing him in this state brought me a wave of relief, almost causing me to lose consciousness. Finally, this battle can come to an end. The fighting has concluded, yet I find myself with no time to rest. I must monitor the surrendered Count's forces, calculate casualties, compile detailed battle reports, and tend to the aftermath of the battlefield, tasks piling up like a mountain. Among these, the most crucial task is the peace negotiations. Then, let us agree on this amount for the reparations, Chancellor Adelaide said with a cheerful smile that he shamelessly declared. I may be of no use on the battlefield, but I will not lose at the negotiation table. Leave it to me. He then displayed his exquisite negotiation skills, leaving the representative from Count Diesel's side with a pallid complexion. The reparations we secured would be sufficient to exempt the Lisbon territory from taxes for an entire year. I understand, the Count's representative replied, dejected and in a voice barely above a whisper. She had indeed put forth considerable effort, but facing Galia's foremost politician, she ultimately fell short. It seems that the negotiations can be entrusted entirely to Chancellor Adelaide. With nothing to do, I sipped herbal tea and surveyed my surroundings. However, it is truly remarkable that so many people can fit into this cramped conference room. The venue for these peace negotiations is the official residence of the acting governor of Calira City. The only city in Lisbon. In other words, it is my home. The conference room in this developing city is, of course, narrow and rudimentary, possessing only the bare minimum of functionality. Nevertheless, the individuals crammed into the conference room are all significant figures. Firstly, there is Chancellor Adelaide, the representative from the kingdom. Her position seems to be that of a plenipotentiary ambassador for the kingdom. Alongside her are generals from the royal army, noble representatives appointed by the chancellor and commanders of the Lisbon rescue forces, bishops, and so forth. As for the representatives from Count Diesel's side, there is the Count's agent. Additionally, there are knights and accountants from the Diesel family. Truth be told, most of them hold little status compared to their kingdom counterparts. However, among them is one VIP of utmost importance. Alexei. I turned my gaze toward Alexei, who returned my look with a provocative glare. However, as she wore the full black helmet she had donned on the battlefield, I could discern none of her expressions aside from her eyes peeking through the slit. It is worth mentioning that she was dressed in a plain gown, coupled with that full-face helmet. She resembled a suspicious individual. It appears she is not here in the capacity of the former Emperor Alexei, but rather as the leader of the mercenary band. I couldn't help but ponder. Is this truly acceptable? That said, if a member of the royal family from the Holy Empire were to appear here by mistake, it would indeed be problematic. Moreover, the fact that they chose to conceal their identities and affiliations from the outset suggests they have their reasons, what one might call an irregular force. They seem to have no desire to appear in public. In that case, they should refrain from revealing their affiliations so readily. Next are the other demands. Chancellor Adelaide continued to speak enthusiastically, seemingly oblivious to the subtle atmosphere between Alexei and me. This negotiation can be entirely entrusted to her. Not only is she reliable, but her body language is quite assertive. She is truly the ideal superior, and I felt an urge to cry out of admiration. For a time, the meeting proceeded under a serious atmosphere. Chancellor Adelaide, with the tenacity of plucking hairs from one's rear, presented various demands to the Diesel family. Even when the other party's representative refused, he would employ his silver tongue to force through his points, which was rather intimidating. However, with the main force of the Count's army already routed, they could not afford to adopt a too confrontational stance. In contrast, our side, which had come to rescue Lisbon, remained largely intact. Although the reinforcements ultimately did not arrive in time for the battle, they proved invaluable during the negotiations. Had the surviving forces been limited to my unit alone, the discussions would not have proceeded so smoothly. Very well, very well. This is a meaningful transaction, Chancellor Adelaide said, nodding in satisfaction after presenting a series of demands. However, he immediately shifted to a serious expression, glaring at the representative from the Count's side. However, if you present us with empty promises, we would find ourselves in quite a predicament. To ensure the fulfillment of the contract, we require guarantees. Do you understand? Hostages? The Count's agent pondered, looking troubled. In this world, it is common for the defeated to surrender hostages to the victors, but selecting the right individuals is quite challenging. An unsuitable person cannot serve as a hostage. Yet surrendering someone of significance would adversely affect the family's operations. If there were underage legitimate heirs, the situation would be simpler. But apart from Karina, all of Count Diesel's daughters are already of age. Why not use Karina then? That would seem to be the natural course of events. Karina has been disowned, so she cannot serve as a hostage. Regrettably, it seems she has indeed been cast out. After all, she had fled the battlefield and obstructed a one-on-one duel. Allowing someone who has committed such acts to be presented as a hostage would undoubtedly be seen as a sign of contempt. However, this truly is a stroke of luck. Since she has been disowned, it means Karina is now free, allowing us to openly recruit her to our side. Therefore, I have a proposal: to use her elder sister, Roswith, as a hostage. What do you think? Using Count Diesel. I couldn't help but retort. She had technically returned to the Count's family through a prisoner exchange, although the Count's family had announced the news of Count Diesel's death. They ultimately faced defeat at this point. Attempting to save face would be futile, so they rescinded the announcement. Currently, she bears the burden of their defeat, reflecting in seclusion. Given how events have unfolded, my sister must relinquish her position as head of the family. In the near future, her eldest daughter is set to inherit the Count's house that I imagine my sister feels quite uncomfortable remaining in the territory. It would be better for you all to take her in. I see. That makes sense. This is essentially a form of effective exile. That said, she remains a complete hostage. After all, she was once the head of the family and should be well aware of her family's internal affairs. When the Count's family betrays her, she may divulge detrimental information to us. The risk is not insignificant. Very well. Chancellor Adelaide glanced at me. I nodded, and she shifted her gaze back to the Count's agent. Excellent. I accept this proposal. Thus, the peace negotiations concluded. What we gained was a decade of non-aggression, a substantial amount in reparations, the abolition of tariffs and tolls between Lisbon and the Count's territory, and a favorable outcome for the father-daughter duo. While we did not acquire territory, even if we were to carve out a piece from the Count's land, it would effectively become an enclave due to the mountain range, making it difficult to govern. Such land would be better left untouched from the beginning. With that, the negotiations with the Count's side were settled. However, the issue lies with Alexei. She wreaked havoc on the battlefield, yet faced no repercussions, which is utterly unacceptable. While it is impossible to demand her life as retribution, at the very least, we should extract some form of compensation from her. Once the negotiations concluded, the members of the Diesel family departed the conference room. However, Alexei, also known as Kronberg, along with the members of the Kronberg mercenary group, remained in the room. It appears that they are not inclined to leave Lisbon without a care. If possible, I wish for everyone except Albert and Adelaide to depart. However, that seems unlikely. She mused. Of course, it is impossible, the general replied sternly, his expression unyielding. The Chancellor Adelaide and her associates were undoubtedly aware of Klinberg's true identity at this juncture. Any attempt to conceal it would be futile. I suppose so. Then there is nothing to be done, Alexia sighed, removing her helmet. Beneath it emerged a face that was both dignified and noble, adorned with what appeared to be lion-like ears. She was a lion beastkin. And from the waist of her gown, a long tail with a forked end protruded. Her beautiful golden hair was soft and fluffy, reminiscent of a lion's mane from certain angles. Speaking of manes, one typically associates them with male lions. But do female lions in this world possess manes as well? If it were a remarkably skilled double, perhaps it could deceive our eyes. But you must be the true Her Majesty Alexia. He remarked. Ha! It has been 2 years since we last met, Adelaide. You remain as capable as ever, which is truly admirable. That's so. What do you say? Care to join the Holy Empire? I have reserved a position for you as the Imperial Chancellor. She offered. It seems you are not a mere double. That I must, of course, decline, Adelaide replied, her expression reminiscent of one who has bitten into a bitter melon. Shaking her head, it appeared they were acquainted, as both were significant figures from neighboring nations. Having ample opportunity to meet in diplomatic settings. What a peculiar individual, the general whispered in my ear, his expression one of distaste, for initiating recruitment in such circumstances was indeed an unusual act. She also inquired if I wished to ally with the Empire. Naturally, I declined at a wise judgment. Serving under such a superior would lead to ruin long before any betrayal could occur. This assertion was quite subtle. And I wholeheartedly agreed that at this point, there is no need for pleasantries. Let us get straight to the matter. What is your rationale for intervening in this war? As I mentioned to Albert, I chanced upon rumors of the Gallian Knights during my travels and wished to ascertain their true prowess. Your reason for joining the conflict is quite troublesome for us. The damage you have inflicted upon us is nearly threefold what we anticipated. Though I felt a surge of anger, I managed to suppress it and refrain from displaying my emotions. I heard you mention Mithril on the battlefield. My future husband. Your hearing is remarkably keen that we are not married. The Chancellor narrowed her eyes, exuding a somewhat intimidating aura. Since you have overheard, there is no point in concealing it. My spies sent to your territory have uncovered mithril veins within Lisbon. Allowing the border lord to monopolize such strategic resources contradicts my plans, hence my decision to intervene and stake my claim. As expected, there is an underlying motive. However, this is only natural. The former emperor's position was not attained by mere chance. Regarding the source of this intelligence, the general inquired with a skeptical gaze. After all, we only recently learned of mithril ourselves, yet this information had already reached the enemy nation, which is quite alarming that I shall, of course, maintain silence that I would expect nothing less. The general nodded, yet his face bore no trace of disappointment. The mere fact that Alexia possessed this information was sufficient to narrow down the list of suspects. It would serve as a substantial leverage against Duke Olai. Nevertheless, we have lost, and we must accept the corresponding responsibilities. Alexia cast a glance in my direction and crossed her arms. Her ample bosom, rivaling her impressive figure, rested just above my arms that I nearly murmured, so grand. That said, I can only accept responsibility as crone, the captain of the mercenary group, rather than as the former Emperor Alexia. If we were to engage in conflict with officials directly under the King of Galia, and the defeat were to be made public, it would yield detrimental consequences for both parties, would it not? After all, this was an incident instigated by royalty that a single misstep could ignite a full-scale war between the kingdom and the Holy Empire. While a regional dispute might be manageable, a full-blown conflict would result in far greater losses than gains. Both nations would likely wish to avoid such a scenario, but I suppose so, Chancellor Adelaide replied, crossing her arms as if preparing to confront me. Though Alexia's bosom was too prominent to ignore, Adelaide was also quite well endowed, causing my thoughts to drift into less virtuous territory. After all, it is rather challenging to address physical needs on the battlefield. The best I can offer is a consolation payment, and a non-official one at that. Such a course of action seems reasonable, I nodded. While money cannot restore lost lives, I still wish to secure what I can. These funds could serve as compensation for the families of the fallen or as pensions for the wounded soldiers that, if possible, I would prefer their heads, especially that of the magician, though I believe he would be unable to fight normally without his legs. One can never be too cautious. Should he unleash a desperate attack fueled by resentment, the ensuing damage would be no trifling matter. I had previously suggested this delicately, but Alexia naturally rejected the notion with an emphatic shake of her head. Though it was regrettable, it was also unavoidable that I apologize, Alexia said, bowing her head before continuing. No, I truly feel remorse. Both you and I have lost many excellent subordinates due to this incident. That it is an unbearable loss. As you mentioned, I seem to be one who is deemed incompetent and left with no recourse. Though, witnessing Alexia bow deeply once more, I couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect that I hadn't anticipated she would possess such admirable qualities. Well, it is done now, and there is nothing to be done about it. I shall apply this experience to future endeavors. No, this simply will not do. Her ability to shift emotions so swiftly is admirable. But setting that aside, I find it quite distasteful. However, this alone is still too troubling. After all, sincerity cannot be purchased with money. You must demonstrate an attitude befitting of such sincerity, Chancellor Adelaide asserted, her words echoing the sentiments of the underworld. Indeed, you make a valid point. No, you are entirely correct. Henceforth, I too wish to maintain a cordial relationship with you. It seems this woman has not given up on attempting to win us over. You ought to resign yourself to the futility of that endeavor. Then, how about this? As an individual, I shall grant you one wish. If you desire me to endure a beating, I will submit without resistance. If you wish for me to bow my head, I shall do so willingly. Alexia clapped her hands, rising with an expression that conveyed, what a splendid idea as a public figure, that is to say, as the former emperor of the Holy Empire, I cannot comply with requests detrimental to the nation. However, if it is within the realm of what I can agree to as a private individual, I shall acquiesce to any request. What say you? What say you? Please refrain from presenting conditions that leave one at a loss for how to respond. Adelaide, what do you intend to do? Suddenly being told that anything goes puts me in a difficult position. If I were to ask her to perform a striptease, would she comply? It seems plausible, given that women in this world seem rather casual about disrobing, while a man in merely a pair of underpants would be subject to scrutiny. If asked whether I have an interest in the former emperor's striptease, I would certainly be intrigued, but formally requesting such an act would mark me as a pervert. Moreover, feeling excitement towards this individual would evoke a peculiar sense of defeat. Despite his handsome appearance, his personality leaves much to be desired. Chancellor Adelaide wore a rather troubled expression as she pondered, then leaned in closer to my ear, speaking in a tone inaudible to the former emperor. To be honest, I harbor a strong dislike for this person that I wish to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson that I share your sentiments. This individual appears utterly unfazed even during retreat. I would relish witnessing the distortion of that smug expression on his face. It seems you have accumulated quite a bit of frustration, Chancellor Adelaide remarked, her gaze resembling that of one observing a pitiable creature. This is understandable, for this wretch has caused the deaths of several of my subordinates. Moreover, this individual, even in defeat, exhibits no semblance of resentment. Despite having triumphed, there is not a shred of victory felt. This deeply unsettles me. I can empathize with your sentiments. However, this could serve as an excellent opportunity. Perhaps consider delivering a swift blow to him. I believe that even if I were to strike him, it would yield little effect. After all, he is the very one who withstood Sonia's flying kick and remained sprightly. Even if I were to employ enhancement magic and land a solid punch, I am uncertain of the impact. Perhaps it would be more prudent to attempt something that would genuinely terrify him. As long as it falls within my personal capabilities, you shall acquiesce to my request, correct? Of course, I am a man of my word. Then, I implore you to sever a finger. The ring finger of your non-dominant hand will suffice. This is typical of the underworld's approach to compel him to acknowledge his transgressions. This should prove to be the most effective method. The Chancellor, Adelaide, emits a faint whimper of dismay. This reaction is rather commendable. Even Alexia, in the face of such a demand, would likely struggle to maintain her composure. If it were the thumb, one would be unable to grasp a sword. The pinky would render sword handling difficult. In this regard, the impact of severing a ring finger is comparatively limited. Under the guise of duty, it would be challenging to refuse. Your considerations are quite thorough. I initially thought thus, but for some inexplicable reason. His Majesty the former emperor responded with an exuberant tone. The voluntary severance of a finger and its irreversible nature, approached with a sense of responsibility, is rather ideal if a single ring finger can mend relations between you and me. The cost is quite reasonable. Very well, prepare a short sword for me. This fellow invincible. Observing Alexia's beaming expression, I pondered. The kingdom's officials and the mercenary corps, the royal guard, were abuzz with discussion. From her demeanor, there was no indication of feigned bravado or pretense. This must be a heartfelt declaration that my calculations have gone awry. This ignites a profound irritation within me. I truly despise this individual. No, your willingness to articulate such sentiments is more than sufficient for me. I comprehend the former emperor's sincerity. I sincerely apologize for the provocative nature of my actions. In an attempt to gain a psychological advantage, I launched such an extreme statement. Yet if she remains unmoved, I will be the loser. Conversely, Alexia would garner higher esteem for her composed demeanor. This simply cannot stand. I promptly retracted my proposal. Both sides exhaled in relief. However, Alexia herself wore an expression of discontent. However, it is I who must bear the responsibility. Without punishment, I cannot accept this. Bring forth the short sword. I am willing to sever a finger immediately. Why? Even if I were to lose, I would care not. I implore you to spare me. The higher-ups among her cadre glared at me with expressions that seemed to convey, it's all your fault for speaking out. You are in a position of protection, enabling you to lose merely a finger. Frankly speaking, I would even contemplate demanding the heads of all of you. In simpler terms, you wish to make a request that would elicit a scream from that woman. Correct? Observing my utmost distress, Chancellor Adelaide spoke softly. I have an idea. After stating this, the Chancellor shared his notion with me. Will this truly be effective? I am uncertain. However, it has proven effective for my cat. That creature is a lion beast man, so I suppose it counts as a feline relative. Chancellor Adelaide, it seems you have a cat. Upon returning to the capital, I wonder if I might have the chance to pet it. My current mental state is somewhat askew, and I yearn for the comfort of animal therapy. Aside from the ears, tail, and stamina, Beastmen and humans are not so different, are they? I pouted as I spoke, yet had no other viable suggestions. With no other recourse, I rose and cleared my throat. Let us proceed with the original proposal. I shall strike you. This should mitigate any lingering resentment upon hearing the rumors of you severing someone's finger. I find this manner of taking responsibility rather dismissive. However, if you are indifferent, I have no further objections. Alexia expressed her discomfort, then approached me, extending her arms wide. Come now, you may strike at any time. Then I shall not hold back. That I flashed a mischievous grin and maneuvered behind her. Beneath Alexia's skirt, a tail resembling that of a lion protruded. I delivered a slap to the area above the tail, precisely between her back and posterior. Alexia emitted a curious sound that I should not have struck with sufficient force to inflict pain. It worked. Strike again, the Chancellor exclaimed with delight. Since it was effective, I shall continue. I rhythmically struck Alexia's waist, and her body responded by lifting in a manner that seemed to beckon me to continue. Chancellor Adelaide mentioned that lightly tapping a cat's tail would elicit such a reaction. I found it amusing and continued to pat the former emperor's waist, but she could no longer bear it and turned to grasp my shoulders. The force of her grip caused a twinge of discomfort. And no, I apologize. Could you please cease? If this continues, I will be unable to restrain myself. Her face was flushed, saliva lingering at the corners of her mouth, and her breathing had quickened. The composed expression she once wore had vanished entirely. Though my objective was achieved, the atmosphere had taken a turn for the worse. Her gaze had become utterly unfocused. Though it may be too late to mention now, is it truly possible for such actions to provoke this response? I apologize. I became overly carried away. No, it is of no consequence. However, this was your request. I shall not cease. The manner in which she addressed me shifted from you to you, this fellow, leading me to believe she was genuinely angered. I thought this, yet the former emperor said nothing and simply returned to her seat, while the surrounding royal guard officials regarded me with expressions that seemed to question, is she serious? And their gazes contained a hint of desire. What on earth have I done? Subsequently, the meeting concluded amidst a peculiar atmosphere. Feeling exhausted, I lingered in the backyard of the governor's residence, lost in thought. The yard, surrounded by a moat and walls, was devoid of human presence, offering an environment conducive to relaxation. However, as the former governor, Irons, departed with the original officials, the residence itself was typically empty, rendering it rather desolate. Speaking of Irons, it seems he has been arrested. It is said he was brought before the court and executed on the same day. Even though our nation is governed by law, immediate execution is uncommon, no matter how one looks at it. This is clearly Duke Orion's attempt to silence him. How vexing. He is particularly swift in matters such as these. The direct superior of Irons sent a substantial compensation, which is quite infuriating. Had the amount been paltry, I might have pursued the matter further. Sigh. Though the war has ended, there seems to be no reduction in troubling matters. I must return to the capital in the coming days to report on this incident, and my mood is undeniably heavy, while I am pleased to have the opportunity to rest at my hometown. I found it. Just as I contemplated this, someone suddenly pounced from behind, using her exaggeratedly large bosom to press against my back. The individual who pressed upon me was so tall that I felt as though I might be crushed under her weight. Alexia, I turned to the side, and there before me was the woman with a strikingly beautiful face, akin to a work of art. However, her cheeks were flushed, and her breathing was notably rapid, clearly in a state of excitement. I immediately attempted to escape, but my body was firmly restrained by her, rendering me immobile. That reaction is rather excessive, don't you think? You were the one who teased me first. Teased? What on earth is she talking about? I can at least ascertain that she is not referring to an invitation for dinner or AJOG. It stands to reason that she is alluding to a nighttime rendezvous. Even as a virgin, I can discern the atmosphere and expression she exudes. What exactly does she intend to do with me? It is painfully obvious. Indeed, in front of so many people, I was indeed startled. However, it felt rather pleasant. In fact, it aligns with my preferences. That I shall accept your challenge. In front of so many people. Are you referring to that action of slapping my waist? I see now. Her reaction to that action is thus. It appears the perilous atmosphere I sensed at that moment was not merely my imagination. I have inadvertently stepped on the tail of a lion. However, this individual is not merely a lion. She is a lion beast man. What did you not know? For beastmen of both tigers and lions, a slap to the base of their tails induces arousal. In other words, it signifies a desire to engage in that sort of activity with someone. I sincerely wish she would refrain from uttering such words with that alluring voice of hers. Although this fellow possesses an utterly despicable personality, his visage and physique are undeniably captivating. Having just emerged from battle, I am already aflame with desire. If this continues, matters will spiral completely out of control. Indeed, I am unaware. So please spare me. I hail from the Drago nation, the kingdom of Galia. Naturally, there are numerous beast folk residing in Galia, but they predominantly belong to the lower class. I can barely consider myself a member of the noble class, leaving me with little opportunity to acquire knowledge in such matters. To be honest, this sort of thing is no longer of consequence to me. That I believe I have mentioned that I shall show you no mercy henceforth. Ugh! Suddenly, Alexia pressed her nose against my neck and inhaled deeply. She lingered in that position for quite some time before finally withdrawing, exhaling contentedly. How strange. There is a scent of arousal. You too must be excited, you lecherous knight. Ugh! From her, there emanated an intoxicating aroma of pheromones. No, expecting me to remain unperturbed is quite unreasonable. Her voluptuous and tantalizing form pressed against my back, her sultry whispers brushing against my ear. This is unacceptable. This is dire. If we proceed now, I sense an interruption may occur. So I shall hold back for the moment. But do anticipate the arrival of night. I shall drive you to madness until dawn. This one do. Your Majesty, are you not married? Engaging in such acts with a married woman is inappropriate. After all, producing an heir is one of the key responsibilities of nobility. As a former emperor of a great nation, she is unlikely to lack a spouse. That is difficult for me to imagine. Do not refer to me as your Majesty. Call me Alexia. She denied my assertion with a petulant tone, shaking her head. That I believe I mentioned that I intend for you to be my husband. I have no husband because I refuse to bear a child with a weak man. Hence I have consistently rejected matchmaking, resulting in my sister banishing me from the kingdom. She stated that since I am so particular, I should find a husband myself. She also mentioned that she would temporarily keep my crown, forbidding my return until I have birthed an heir. To be frank, I initially thought that seeking a husband would be a mere side task. Yet it appears that fate does indeed exist. That I never anticipated finding such a perfect male. As she spoke, Alexia's hand slipped into my collar. Nicholas lacks the musculature to inspire my interest. But you are different. Your physique seems crafted to incite my carnal desires. Chest. Oh wow. Having already been stirred, the thought of that bothersome woman ignited my fury. That I seized her, who had completely relaxed, and hurled her away. She crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I immediately lunged at her, locking her joints. You self-proclaimed predator, how dare you take liberties with me unilaterally? This is precisely why you leave yourself open to such vulnerabilities. You fool! Alexia attempted to break free from my grip. Yet even though she is a beast folk with formidable strength, once I have her joints locked, she is utterly helpless. The more she struggles, the more painful it becomes. Submit! I shouted, restraining her as she continued to writhe. To what extent must you excite me before you are satisfied? I find myself wanting you more and more. However, rather than ceasing her resistance, Alexia intensified her struggles. Despite my efforts to suppress her, the piercing sound of her right shoulder dislocating rang out in the air. I violate you. I shall not mind losing an arm or two. I truly did not anticipate her going to such lengths. As her shoulder dislocated, I inadvertently loosened my grip on her. At this juncture, there was no turning back. With a disparity in weight and strength, I was swiftly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Though I had intended to wait until nightfall, there is no longer any choice. Fear not. An initial experience in the wild can indeed be quite thrilling. No, I do not despise being dominated in such matters. But the other party is simply insufferable. If she had only cleansed herself properly, I might have considered her as a rival or even a friend, but she is not that kind of person. After all, the day after she claimed responsibility for needless deaths, she devolved into this state that I cannot possibly forgive her. The only thought in my mind to reverse this situation is to sink my teeth into her throat. Even a robust lion beast folk should be mortally wounded by such a bite. What if a scenario akin to the Sarajevo incident were to unfold? Yet, I do not wish to be slaughtered without resistance. As I grappled with these thoughts, two faces emerged in my mind. One was my former swordsmanship master from my past life, and the other was my mother. The master once said, when in doubt, test with your chest. My mother also advised, no matter the opponent, if underestimated, eliminate them. The course of action is clear. Ugh. That said, the disparity in physical capabilities between a mere mortal and a lion beast folk is vast. My only opportunity lies in the brief enhancement afforded by body-enhancing magic. Furthermore, even achieving such a state, in a direct confrontation, a mortal cannot prevail against such an opponent. This is the lament of humanity. I attempted to create an opening through my struggle, yet Alexia subdued me with a single hand. Her perfectly chiseled face drew near, blocking my lips with hers. Hee. Ha. What a sweet taste. Simply marvelous. What are you doing, Prince Aquin? Alexia released my lips, bursting into laughter, but at that moment, a voice chastising her rang out that I quickly turned towards the source of the voice, discovering a man seated in a wooden wheelchair. His face, resembling that of a doll, bore a distinct expression of anger. I believed you would refrain from employing such tactics. It seems I have overestimated your virtues. The male mage emanated an aura of fury that even one accustomed to the battlefield, like myself, found startling. He glared at Alexia, who was straddling me. Should you intend to continue with your reckless behavior, I shall show no mercy, whether you are a monarch or a commander, without the protection of magical armor. Being struck by a wind blade or fireball would likely leave you in dire straits, would it not? Cease. Even I could be caught up in this. Are you attempting to save her or to slay her? Choose one. That young lady should also believe that it is preferable to be killed than to be sullied by an enemy, that I have heard that male knights live by such a principle. The male mage spoke with a seriousness that left even Alexia momentarily frozen in fear. The attendant pushing the mage's wheelchair exchanged uneasy glances with us, and the mage that I recall that there are no male attendants in my family's estate. Is this fellow also one of Alexia's subordinates? No. I apologize. After a tense standoff, Alexia was the first to relent. She hurriedly rose, extending her hand towards me that I did not take her hand but stood up on my own. I meticulously wiped my lips while distancing myself from Alexia. She displayed an expression of clear disappointment. Despite having been thoroughly bested by me on the battlefield, she could still wear a grin. Now, she is disheartened by such an incident. However, to be honest, I did feel as though I had gained something from that kiss. That said, it is true that I was nearly violated, thus as a pure-hearted knight. I cannot abandon the appearance of disdain. After all, I am a man living in a noble society and cannot be perceived as a lecher. Thank you for saving me that I merely acted according to my conscience. After casting a glance at me, the male mage spoke in a frigid tone. After all, I was the one who had shot through this fellow's legs, even if he is unaware of this fact. Knowing that I am the leader of those who deprived him of his legs would undoubtedly evoke strong feelings of animosity. How shall I put it? Well, Alexia seemed to have regained her composure. She displayed an unusually awkward expression, as if she wished to say something. However, the male mage interrupted her with a sharp, "No excuses. In any case, I am certain that Lord Albrecht does not wish to see your face right now. To be frank, neither do I. If you are to make excuses, it would be better to wait until we have both calmed down. No. I personally believe that Alexia's current state of turmoil presents a golden opportunity. I yearn to force her to acquiesce to my various demands. However, the one holding the reins now is this man. After all, he saved my life, so I should not act rashly. You are right. It was indeed excessive to push you down. My apologies." After bowing her head in apology, Alexia shook her dislocated right arm and turned to leave the backyard. She appeared somewhat dejected, even more so than I had anticipated. It seems she is more docile than I imagined. That I too have had experiences driven by desire, only to feel profound regret afterward, like impulsively purchasing an expensive adult game that does not align with my preferences. Is her current state of mind similar to what I once experienced? I never expected her to be this kind of person. I had initially praised her ladylike demeanor. The male magician, watching Alexia depart, sighed deeply. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Nicholas Barza. I serve as a magician in Lord Crowan's mercenary group. I am Albert Blondin. I shifted my gaze back to the male magician and corrected myself. Shaking hands with Mr. Nicholas, his palm was remarkably soft, a stark contrast to mine, which had become calloused from gripping a sword for too long. Moreover, he was quite handsome, likely popular among women. Soldiers returning from the battlefield tend to become rough. Their rationality may dull, leading to excessive violence as a defense mechanism of the psyche. Thus, some aspects are beyond their control. Noticing his unabashed disdain for Alexia, I spoke up, although she had indeed acted excessively toward me. She had just returned from the battlefield to some extent. There are factors beyond her control. Besides, it seems I inadvertently triggered her desires. I cannot simply assume the role of the victim that I too find it challenging to adapt to the peaceful environment after returning from war. Thus, the likelihood of problematic behavior increases to prevent such situations. Comprehensive support from the military and government, as well as the understanding of those around, is essential. Without these elements, one may end up in the dire situations depicted in renowned films about Vietnam War veterans. Of course, this does not mean we can forgive all actions. If a crime is committed, one must face the consequences. You are remarkably composed. Considering how you have been treated, I have grown accustomed to such encounters. Upon hearing this, Nicholas's gaze softened slightly. Actually, I did not come here by chance. I was looking for you, Bedeau. The turn of events felt quite peculiar. This man and I should have been meeting for the first time. Was he seeking revenge for his foot? How troublesome. Due to the customary prohibition of weapons during peace talks, I currently bore no sword. Given the incident with Alexia, I should have been armed, at least during the break. It is rare to find a man in a combat profession. Thus, I thought you might share a similar experience with me. Experience? It appeared she did not intend to discuss anything dangerous, which made me secretly relieved. Aren't there many, like offering one's body for a promotion that indeed, to be honest, there are indeed such instances. The Chancellor of Adelaide, who is satisfied merely by a light touch, is even considered somewhat refined. There have been more than a few occasions when someone directly suggested, "Hey, let us go to bed." Nevertheless, my virtue has remained intact, thanks to the support of both the Chancellor of Adelaide and the Count of Sulahat. Sonia's family. Connections are indeed powerful that I refuse to accept this current state of affairs, which is why we are advocating for the liberation of men from the status of female appendages. Joining your mercenary group is part of this movement. Wow, the atmosphere seems to have turned rather tense. The person behind me is also a comrade in this movement. Although we belong to different countries, I believe you share the same sentiments that we hope for your assistance. I can somewhat understand what he is trying to convey. However, my thoughts have stemmed from a democratic military mindset from the very beginning. The ingrained belief that soldiers should not interfere in politics is deeply rooted. Yet, in a feudal society where territories are managed by soldiers, knights and nobles, such statements seem like mere folly. Regardless, I am reluctant to associate with ideologues, no matter how noble their thoughts may be. As a soldier, my duty is to safeguard the safety and property of citizens, while as a leader, my responsibility is to ensure my subordinates are fed if I become too engrossed in reform and neglect my original duties. That would be a grave mistake. Moreover, these individuals hail from another nation. While I am grateful for their assistance in times of crisis, I would prefer if they sought help elsewhere. That said, outright refusal is somewhat intimidating. The other party is a powerful magician, while I am unarmed. For now, I should change the subject to buy some time, but to be honest, I am quite surprised we did something that could have warranted your resentment. Yet you are willing to express such sentiments that I inquired. Glancing at Nicholas's feet, below his right knee, there was nothing, as I had shot it off with my firearm. After all, that was a hunting gun designed for large beasts. A well-placed shot can fell even a bear. Its power is so overwhelming that it can be considered excessive even for human targets. Had it struck any part of his body, it would have undoubtedly resolved the situation. Indeed, I did lose a foot because of you. That does not mean I lack resentment. However, Nicholas turned his gaze away, wearing a melancholic expression. Even such a gesture was executed with a certain grace. This beautiful youth truly is remarkable. He resembled a work of art. I too have a dream. To pursue that dream, I shall cast aside the resentment of losing a mere foot. A dream. That is not something one can easily dismiss. After all, I have died once yet continue to chase my aspirations as a soldier. That I understand his feelings. Alas, I do not know what this man's dream entails if he merely seeks silent support. That would be acceptable, but should he require funds or troops from me, I would refuse without hesitation. Such a level of empathy is too cheap for me. No, do they truly lack the value of support? Upon further reflection, they represent typical dangerous elements that I in the military political landscape of the Holy Empire. Women are likely in charge. In this context, pursuing radical reform would inevitably encounter backlash. With some careful prodding, it might create quite an interesting situation. This idea is promising. For now, I must tread carefully to avoid being led into a conversation, respond appropriately, and later discuss it with the Chancellor of Adelaide. I have no need to personally intervene. Such significant matters are best left to my superiors that I see. You possess such lofty aspirations that I, Albert, am truly impressed, if convenient. May I inquire further? After dealing with various tasks, I returned to my room and lay on my bed. Letting out a deep sigh that it was already late at night. Dinner had been served in the form of a peace treaty commemoration party. However, despite being labeled a party, the atmosphere was far from pleasant. As victors and vanquished sat at the same table, to be honest, my mood was quite heavy. But this was customary, so there was little to be done. That I had also reported the matters concerning Alexia and Nicholas to the Chancellor of Adelaide. Realizing that my suggestion had put me in a precarious situation, the Chancellor appeared quite flustered that I merely intended to play a harmless prank. I never expected the lion beast man to have such tendencies. I am truly sorry, as he repeatedly bowed in apology. I felt obliged to forgive him. In truth, I had also discovered the enemy's weaknesses, so whether this incident is good or bad, I deem it a positive outcome. Moreover, I learned of Nicholas's intentions. He seems to believe that men are belittled because they cannot fight. His perspective holds some merit. The notion that those who cannot fight lack a voice has persisted in the previous world for quite some time. His current goal appears to be establishing a male-centric power organization within the empire. Through this organization, he aims to support Alexia's plan for national unification and, in turn, gain a voice. There is nothing inherently wrong with such an idea. However, whether it can proceed smoothly remains uncertain. Regardless, if Alexia is serious about executing her unification plans, the nation will surely descend into chaos. Consequently, this will undoubtedly impact the neighboring nation of Gilead. Gather intelligence. Having someone within the enemy camp who can converse is not a bad strategy. Let us set aside the question of whether actual support is to be provided. It is imperative that both parties maintain ongoing communication. A conclusion I reached alongside Chancellor Adelaide. That said, today has unfolded with such overwhelming events that I find myself utterly exhausted, though I am tempted by the lascivious orc, igniting a fiery desire within me. My mind insists that I should hasten to be as I grapple with this dilemma while selecting a bottle of wine for a nightcap. A series of knocks interrupts my thoughts, without uttering a word. I swiftly don the sword belt that hangs by the wall. The knocks do not emanate from the door, but rather from the window. The sound is somewhat hesitant and intermittent, given that this room is situated on the second floor. A visitor at such an hour outside my window is surely no respectable individual. The windows of this official residence are not adorned with expensive glass, but instead fitted with sturdy shutters, preventing me from peering outside. Considering the possibility of the shutters being forced open, I take care to avoid standing directly in front of the window, my hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of my dagger. Who goes there? It is I. That manner of self-reference is unfamiliar to me. State your name. To my knowledge, the only individual who would refer to themselves in such a manner is Her Majesty the late Emperor Alexia. Yet, I deliberately press on with my inquiry, partly to provoke her eye. By the way, the officers of the Clem Mercenary Corps, led by Her Majesty Alexia, are currently residing in the grand estates of the town's elite. I have no desire to share the same roof with that foolish late emperor, so I concocted a flimsy excuse to send them all away. Is Alexia. I see. Have you come to ambush me under the cover of night? Now that I think about it, she did mention that the formal engagement would take place in the evening. Is her intent to drive me to madness until dawn? How intriguing if we had no concerns regarding our standings. I would even consider begging her to allow me to kneel before her. However, reality is often harsh. Not at all that I have come to apologize. There is no need for you to open this window. If you would merely lend an ear to my words, I would be most grateful. Her sincerity is rather commendable. I find myself pondering this with a degree of admiration. Alexia did not attend tonight's banquet, claiming to be unwell, though I suspect it was merely to avoid revealing her injuries. For an orc, a dislocated joint should be considered a minor injury. However, even if the joint were to be promptly relocated, her movements would still appear somewhat unnatural. An inexperienced knight would undoubtedly notice. She is injured. Listening to you should not pose a problem. I suppose that I had no intention of taking it that far. Alexia speaks with a rather bitter tone, seemingly regretting her actions. Yet, it appears I possess a nature that becomes all the more exhilarated the more I resist, my reason cast aside. I am truly sorry. Is this the inherent nature of carnivorous orcs, or perhaps a peculiar affliction of returning soldiers? It is possible that both contribute to her behavior. While this may serve as an excuse, it is indeed the first time I have lost myself to such an extent. Many may label me as free-spirited or capricious, yet I believe I grasp the barest essentials of decorum. Is that so? No, it serves no purpose to speak of it now. Moreover, with regard to the war, it seems I am constantly engaging in actions that provoke your disdain. However, I genuinely hold affection for you. Only you are worthy of me that I can now affirm this, though. To treat someone rudely and then apologize with a gentle demeanor is a tactic often employed by abusive husbands. While it is difficult to discern whether her behavior is intentional or innate, it is undeniably clever. Were I a naive female knight from a game, I might have immediately opened the window and played out a reconciliation scene with her. In truth, I too am rather gullible in this regard. The thought of conceding to her feels almost permissible, which is quite alarming. Am I truly so easily swayed? How to put this? I truly apologize. No, should I say I am sorry for causing you fear? May I pose a question? What question? You mentioned that I frightened you. Yet during your assault, I did not feel any fear. After all, if faced with an opponent of such caliber, I am confident in my ability to turn the tide. This is my sincere sentiment. While there is indeed a disparity in physical prowess, Alexia, driven by desire, has rendered herself irrational, leaving her vulnerable in every regard. I possess a 70% confidence in my ability to slay her. You turn the tables from that state? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Alexia bursts into hearty laughter, a sound devoid of mockery, but rather one of genuine admiration. Really, indeed, you are rife with vulnerabilities. I mentioned earlier. You consider yourself the predator, which has led to your hubris. It is quite simple to strike when one is unprepared. I see. Since you say so, I must truly be filled with vulnerabilities. Ha ha ha. Yes, precisely. Whether a lion orc or a master swordsman, once one exhibits such arrogance as you have, they become akin to an infant. Seizing victory from your grasp would be a trivial endeavor. Although comparing Alexia to an infant may be an exaggeration, a slight act of retribution seems permissible given her previous affront. Yet, despite her retorts, the late emperor remains undeterred, laughing even more joyfully. Ha ha ha. Ah, my apologies. I underestimated you. A man of your caliber could not possibly be easily frightened. I have indeed been overly arrogant. It seems I must learn a touch of humility. You speak true. Though I concur, Alexia recognizes her miscalculation. She is, after all, an adversary. If she remains arrogant, it would be far easier for me to manage her. I understand that in any case, the fault lies with me this time. I sincerely apologize to you. Should I attempt to attack you again, I assure you I shall behave more like a lady. I promise to no. Please refrain from attacking me again. I cannot concede to that. After all, you are my husband. I shall have you. Come what may. It seems prudent to eliminate her entirely. She shows no signs of reflection. However, I concede this time that I shall withdraw gracefully. But do not expect me to be so accommodating next time. Do you understand? Please do not return. Next time, I shall surely slay you. Your words bring me joy. I eagerly anticipate it. I see. Given Alexia's penchant for becoming more invigorated the more one resists. My declaration of I shall kill you only serves to have the opposite effect. Surely, there must be limits to her invincibility. I beg for mercy. Let us conclude for tonight. May I bid you good night? If you do not mind a kiss from a cannonball, I would gladly kiss you now. I draw my pistol from its holster and cock the hammered the sound of this action. Alexia bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha. Merely jesting. Until next time, my groom. With that, Alexia leaps from the window frame. I hear the sound of her landing, followed by, who goes there? Do not think you can depart unscathed. Guh! A scream pierces the air, accompanied by Sonia's shout. Sonia? Sulahati, am pressed against the wall of my room, my entire focus directed towards the sounds emanating from Lord Al's chamber. Of course, I still clutch my beloved camera. Lord Al is, after all, human and possesses desires, especially on a night such as this. Following a battle, he is likely to become more uninhibited, presenting an excellent opportunity for capturing exquisite photographs, should any suspicious sounds arise. I must swiftly rush to the peephole I have previously carved into the wall. That said, there are currently no such indications. Like a bug, I cling to the wall, closing my eyes to concentrate on my hearing. Although I yearned to observe the happenings in the neighboring room, I restrained myself. After all, Lord Al is a master swordsman with keen senses. If I were to brazenly continue peeping, he would undoubtedly catch sight of me. With my eyes closed, I reflect on the events following today's meeting, recalling Lord Al's appearance after his return. His formal attire is soiled with mud, and his demeanor seems rather peculiar. Something must have transpired. I can surmise the reasons behind this incident that I fear it is likely that the former emperor, Cass, was beset by a lustful she-cat. After the conclusion of the meeting, Alexia abruptly vanished and has since not reappeared. The probability that she was accosted by the feline and subsequently repelled by Lord Al is exceedingly high. Had I been present at that moment, I could have spared Lord Al the trouble of intervening. This thought fills me with remorse that time I was scurrying about the mansion, preoccupied with a mountain of trivial tasks. It is precisely such occurrences that make me yearn to remain by Lord Al's side throughout the day. Yet the current shortage of personnel forbids me from doing so. Sigh. Although this situation has been somewhat resolved, I still wish for Lord Al to have guards in constant attendance. Ideally, I would prefer a trusted and seasoned knight. In any case, the issue of insufficient manpower is indeed dire. If only there were at least one more commander-level individual who possessed the acumen to read the room, my opportunities to accompany Lord Al would increase. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a series of chirp 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 sounds emanated from outside that resembled the noise of someone scaling the wall. That I quickly distanced myself from the wall, placed the camera beside my pillow, and unsheathed the dagger strapped to my waist. Silently, I approached the window. If the intruder were an assassin, the target was most likely Lord Al. I intended to launch a surprise attack as the intruder entered through the window. The chirping sounds, as anticipated, ceased near Lord Al's chamber. Just as the intruder began to pry open the shutters, I heard a knock on the adjacent door. My actions halted. No assassin would enter a room after knocking. Could it be? Who is it? It is I. The voice that reached my ears was familiar as expected. It was the lustful she-cat, Alexia. I instinctively sensed her intention to stage a night raid, and prepared to rush to Lord Al's room to hurl her out the window. However, after overhearing their conversation, I realized the situation was not as I had presumed. Eavesdropping on the dialogue between Lord Al and the she-cat, I grasped the unfolding events, just as I had surmised. The despicable former emperor had seemingly assaulted Lord Al during the day. This evening, he appeared to be coming to apologize for the matter. If he wishes to express remorse, then he should do so openly. Truly, what a ridiculous woman. Nevertheless, since her purpose was merely to apologize, I felt it prudent not to interfere. After all, she might produce some form of compensation, given that he was a former emperor of a great nation. He should not suffer any loss. That I returned the dagger to its sheath at my waist. Tonight, I shall take my leave. But allow me to ask one final question. May I give you a good-night kiss? Yet, Alexia disregarded my goodwill. She proceeded to voice her desires, delivering a lengthy monologue to Lord Al, and ultimately intended to depart without presenting anything. Did she think I would be unable to firmly prevent her due to my position? Such behavior is utterly unforgivable. The moment I heard the she-cat's feet touch the ground, I flung open the window. Confirming Alexia had landed in the backyard, I sprang from the window frame, leaping into the air. Who goes there? Do not think you can leave unscathed. Gah! I descended from the second floor, delivering a powerful kick as I fell, striking Alexia squarely. Caught unprepared, she was sent sprawling like a ball. Naturally, I did not intend to let the matter end with a mere kick. I landed in a roll and sprang back to my feet, straddling the fallen Alexia. Ugh, ugh. Are you Sonia of Sulahati? This is a misunderstanding. I merely came to explain that I shall not accept any excuses. I remained astride her, delivering a fierce punch to her face with no hesitation. That I poured all my strength into it. For one who would dare lay a hand on Lord Al, I had no obligation to show mercy. Even if it was merely an attempt, rumors could spread about Lord Al's violation. Of course, Lord Al would ultimately marry me. So even if such rumors circulated, I would not feel troubled. In fact, with fewer nuisances around, I would welcome the relief. Still, none of that mattered. The most crucial aspect was Lord Al's reputation. Protecting his honor was my duty as his aide. That I could not permit this woman to return unscathed. Ugh, ugh, what a powerful punch. You are indeed no ordinary knight. How about becoming my personal guard? Silence. My master is none other than Lord Al. I had no desire to hear the filthy king speak. My only wish was to teach him a proper lesson, However, to kill him would complicate matters. Yet, Lord Al had mentioned that a human possesses 215 bones. Even if I were to break one or two, it should still be considered a minor injury. Yes, that level of harm should be manageable. What good night kiss? You lecher. I have never even received such a thing. To be honest, I had no experience in kissing Lord Al, even while he was awake. How vexing. That new recruit who was kissed in the name of protecting Lord Al was truly enviable. Nevertheless, I could not chastise the soldier who was willing to sacrifice their life for Lord Al. I could only use this filthy cat before me to dispel the jealousy that welled within me. Do you not think you can return to your territory unscathed, you wretched woman? I struck Alexia's face with another punch. After being thoroughly pummeled by Sonia, Alexia was ultimately apprehended by the guards. Although she claimed, I did not enter the room. We merely chatted for a moment, and he voluntarily said he would leave. The guards deemed that merely visiting a man's chamber in the dead of night constituted a criminal as a result. Alexia spent an entire day in detention and was eventually compelled to pay a hefty fine. At that time, the accountant of the Crow Mercenary Corps clutched their head and exclaimed, "At this rate, our operational funds will." This incident left a profound impression on me that it is truly burdensome to have such a foolish superior. In the days following that incident, there were no significant troubles. The details of the agreements were amicably concluded, and the peace treaty was formally established. Tomorrow, the head of the Earl's household and the Crow Mercenary Corps would embark on their journey home. The aftermath of the war had finally reached a conclusion. To celebrate our victory. Cheers. The ever-joyful Chancellor Adelaide led the toast, taking a swig from her wooden cup filled with beer and wine. She downed the cheap, sour beer in one gulp, slamming the cup onto the table. That was delicious. Even cheap wine is delightful in the wake of victory. The mood was splendid. We had rented an izakaya in the heart of Carrera City to hold a gathering. The narrow establishment was packed with my knights, the officers of the Valerie Mercenary Corps, and the dignitaries of the Gallia Kingdom who attended the peace conference, all enjoying food and drink. While this establishment may be somewhat humble for a great nation, there was no better venue in Lisbon, so we had no choice but to settle for it. Chancellor Adelaide herself remarked, "The essence of drinking lies not in where you drink, but in who you drink with." Expressing no complaints regarding the venue's caliber in this respect, she truly exemplifies a model superior. Incidentally, not only the attendees present, but also the lower-ranking soldiers of the Valerie Mercenary Corps were generously provided with barrels of alcohol and temporary bonuses. So they were likely holding their own celebration somewhere in town. Oh dear, you've worked hard, Captain Valerie said with a smile. The captain of the mercenary group. She naturally did not participate in the peace conference. Perhaps due to having rested well, she appeared quite lively. Thank you. It has truly been a long day. In contrast, I was utterly exhausted. After all, I had been directing operations on the front lines from start to finish, only to enter the peace conference directly thereafter. There had been no time to rest, either physically or mentally. That you've really put in a tremendous effort, Al. The results are outstanding. I am honored to have a subordinate like you. No, this is all thanks to Adelaide's assistance. I spoke. I poured more wine into Adelaide's cup. She nodded with a beaming smile and took a sip. I watched her drink while pouring the remaining beer from the ceramic jug into my own cup. We engaged in casual conversation for a while. I sliced into the roasted goose placed at the center of the table and indulged in hearty gulps of drink, though my manner of eating was quite bold. The taste was remarkably good. By the way, just as the roasted goose was nearing half consumed, Captain Valerie turned to me and inquired, "What will you do next, Your Excellency Al? Given your significant achievements, you should be in line for some rewards. Will you continue to serve as the Deputy Governor of Lisbon?" "Well, I suppose they want to allow me to continue as Deputy Governor." The Chancellor of Adelaide lifted his head from his stir-fried beans and nodded. He mused, "Is it truly so that I am to be dismissed merely a month after my official appointment as deputy? This seems rather precipitous. Leading a handful of subordinates to vanquish an enemy force 5 times stronger while ensuring the safety of the populace is an achievement worthy of elevation to nobility." He continued, "I suspect a portion of the territory of Lisbon will be granted to you. But Lisbon is your domain to defend. It is only fitting that you govern it. I intend to advise His Majesty the King to bestow the fief of Lisbon upon you." The Chancellor of Adelaide smirked, "For Lisbon possesses veins of mithril. Should I become the lord of this land, my superior, the Chancellor, would naturally reap considerable benefits as well. The original plan of Duke Orleans was to lure the enemy into the territory of Lisbon and claim it by defeating them. But I have effectively stolen his strategy. Needless to say, if all I receive is a paltry reward, I might just resort to treason, Sonia exclaimed. Her face flushed. I quickly covered her mouth. Such reckless words were far too dangerous. Both Chancellor Adelaide and Captain Valerie wore wry smiles. Clearly, Sonia was thoroughly intoxicated. Her resistance to alcohol is quite feeble. Just one beer sends her into a daze. It is not uncommon for her to doze off during banquets. Although I had cautioned her against overindulging, she seems to revel in the feeling of inebriation. However, this state only manifests during gatherings with friends, and her drunkenness poses no real danger, so I decided to let it slide. So my work remains unchanged then? I cleared my throat and regained my composure to inquire. Being dispatched to various locations within a short span is no trivial matter. I had only just begun to acclimate to life in Lisbon. Indeed. However, you must return to the royal capital first. I have arranged for you to report to His Majesty about the battle's outcome and receive your fief on the spot. Fear not. We have a wyvern. We should be back in Lisbon shortly. I see. Thank you. How delightful. I am now the lord of a city and a nation. My mother will surely be pleased. I eagerly anticipate returning to the royal capital. That is indeed a cause for celebration. Speaking of which, I have a proposal. May I share it with you, Lord Al? Captain Valerie inquired, as if gauging my reaction. Given his expression, he likely introduced this topic to entice me to discuss it. I moistened my lips with beer and nodded. Only if it is merely for discussion. Have you considered recruiting us as regular soldiers? Alas, due to this war, our numbers have dwindled significantly. It is unlikely we will find new work before the recruitment ends. If this continues, we shall struggle to survive this winter. My subordinates are pressing me that I have already compensated Valerie's mercenary group well above the market rate. Moreover, we seize spoils from the Crowan mercenary group. In terms of finances, even if I were to upgrade all the mercenaries' equipment, there should still be a surplus. Honestly, some of my subordinates have become quite enamored with you, Lord Al. They say they would follow you even if it meant leaving the mercenary group. If we continue to lose personnel, the mercenary group will genuinely face dissolution. Really? Are you serious? I consider my command quite lacking. I am surprised you would wish to follow such a commander. Nonetheless, this was likely Captain Valerie's flattery. Mercenaries earn no income without conflict, while regular soldiers receive a fixed salary each month. Naturally, mercenaries would seek to transition into regular soldiers. Captain Valerie is undoubtedly keen to market himself during this opportunity. However, from an employer's perspective, mercenaries, who can be dismissed at will when not needed, are far more convenient. The maintenance costs of regular soldiers are exceedingly high. Thus, nearly all lords prefer to maintain only the minimum number necessary. Ultimately, hiring mercenaries only when needed proves to be the most economical approach. Poor command. You jest. You are the one who carries injured recruits to safety. Even knowing it was flattery, being complimented to my face still left me feeling embarrassed. I silently sipped my drink. Observing my reaction, Chancellor Adelaide chuckled merrily. Nonetheless, I believe this proposal holds merit. Although we have repelled Count Diesel, the land of Lisbon remains perilous. Relying solely on your knights for defense poses challenges. We will ultimately require additional forces. Indeed, threats from barbarians and the lords loyal to Duke Orleans remain abundant. Even if the war concludes, maintaining and expanding our military strength is of utmost priority. Fortunately, we have acquired a considerable sum of money. The weakest equipment of Valerie's mercenary group can be improved immediately. Moreover, they have fought alongside me on the battlefield. In such dire circumstances, they persevered until the end, making them undeniably trustworthy. If they are willing to join my side, it would be most fortuitous. That is true. Therefore, Captain Valerie, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. I extended my hand, and Captain Valerie grinned widely as he clasped it in return. 2 hours into the banquet, everyone was thoroughly inebriated. Sonia lay sprawled across the table, fast asleep, while Captain Valerie sang an off-key tune amid the surrounding cheers. And what of our other companion? Chancellor Adelaide, reeking of alcohol, was pressed closely against me. She groped at my body with indecent gestures, her ample bosom pressed against my back. Your physique remains as splendid as ever. Resist no longer. What does it matter? What does it matter? He, Chancellor Adelaide, a mere mortal, is unlike the towering, muscular Drago or the large beast men. Her form is slender and supple, with her body pressed against mine. I found myself rather fortunate. I was also nearing a state of inebriation. Thus, while I uttered, "Please, don't do this," I had no intention of pushing her away. She was a beauty, with a penchant for physical contact. And a reliable business partner. Truly, she embodied the ideal superior in my eyes. Though she may be an ideal candidate for marriage, she likely views me merely as a source of amusement. How lamentable. If my status were higher, I might have dared to propose to her. Yet, even if I did, I would probably meet a tragic end in the process. Lord Al. However, the blissful moment was fleeting. Suddenly, Sonia leaped towards Chancellor Adelaide, instantly casting me aside as she embraced the Chancellor and toppled them both to the ground. "Let me go. Stop it." Ugh. Chancellor Adelaide struggled within Sonia's grasp, yet her grip remained steadfast despite her unconsciousness, with the Chancellor unwittingly becoming her pillow. After all, Sonia stands over 190 centimeters tall, while Chancellor Adelaide is of average height for a mortal woman. Even a slight resistance would not suffice to free her from Sonia's hold. "Well then, it seems you must hold her until she awakens, Adelaide." Drunken Sonia has a habit of holding on to people, and I have experienced similar situations with the Chancellor in the past. That exquisite embrace is, in fact, rather pleasant. "Chancellor Adelaide, would you care to exchange positions?" "No, I must resist. My self-control is waning due to the alcohol, that I must remain vigilant." What? "Hurry and wake this foolish girl. I shall give it a try." I grasped Sonia's shoulders and shook her, yet she merely emitted a peculiar sound, showing no signs of waking. That it seems she cannot be roused before her intoxication subsides. Indeed, it appears futile. Damn it. Odd. I watched the flustered Chancellor of Adelaide as I finished the remaining wine in my glass. The stark contrast in physique between the two, entwined as they were, created an endearing sight, and I found it amusing. Brother Shung, is this all right? The question came from Valvag, a bear beast man. She had lost to me in a duel and became my subordinate, reportedly contributing significantly during this war. Thus, she had joined my knights for this banquet. Until recently, she had been in the corner of the tavern drinking with the knights, but it seems she has run out of alcohol and is now carrying a barrel on her back. Fear not, for Sonia is gentle. She will not suffocate you. Gentle? Gentle? Both Chancellor Adelaide and Valvag echoed in unison. No, while she may be somewhat tempestuous, she is still quite gentle, I believe. Moreover, she is quite thoughtful, making it a pity that such an aid is wasted on me. Brother, you've had too much to drink and are starting to babble, she remarks. This mad dog. No, mad dragon. How could she possibly be gentle? Al seems to have lost his mind. The Chancellor, cradled in Sonia's arms, whispers conspiratorially with Valvarg. Though she is asleep, her presence is right beside them. It's quite audacious of them to speak so freely. Is it because I tend to resort to violence that they dare to say such things? Al, perhaps you should sober up. How about a breath of fresh evening air? I consider myself not inebriated to the point of concern, as I have been relatively restrained in my drinking. However, given the seriousness in their gazes, maybe a moment of fresh air wouldn't be a bad idea. I nod with a wry smile. All right. I understand. I weave my way through the crowd towards the exit. I feel steady on my feet. So I believe I am not intoxicated to that extent. Once outside, I exhale softly. The cool evening breeze caresses my cheeks. Though it is indeed the height of summer, the temperature does drop at night. This breeze certainly brings comfort to my slightly overheated body. This tavern is nestled in the bustling district of Carrera, yet it remains a rural area on the streets illuminated by moonlight and starlight. No figures can be seen, and few shops are lit in this somewhat desolate scene. A suspicious figure approaches the tall woman, her hood pulled low, strides towards me upon spotting my presence. Instinctively, I grasp the hilt of my sword, adopting a stance ready to draw it, glaring at her. Wait, hold on. I am not a suspicious character, it's me. You again. That voice is unmistakable. It is Alexia. Under the moonlight, her appearance seems rather tragic. Her face is marred with bruises, and her right hand is bound in a sling. These injuries must have been inflicted by Sonia, as it appears she had been thoroughly dealt with not long ago. What brings you here? Are you seeking revenge for the injuries I inflicted on Sonia? No, that is not the case. That incident was my fault. That I do not harbor any hatred towards her. Alexia shakes her head vigorously. To put it another way, although it was a surprise attack, that woman managed to overpower me single-handedly. I even considered bringing her and you under my banner. You haven't changed one bit. This aspect of her character makes it difficult to discern whether it is a strength or a flaw. While it is certainly preferable to being relentlessly pursued by her, it still feels like there should be a limit. So, what brings you here? She cannot be here to request that I allow her to attend the banquet. After all, she has come without any attendance, suggesting she has a reason for her visit. Well, Alexia averts her gaze, her expression somewhat bashful. We plan to leave the city tomorrow morning. Tonight is the last opportunity for us to face each other properly. Therefore, before I depart, I absolutely must have your kiss. What? Even if she suddenly demands a kiss from me, it is quite a perplexing situation. Just the other night, she stormed into my room and left me battered. Does she not have the phrase learned from experience in her vocabulary? Or perhaps she has been hit so many times that her head is now muddled? No, she has always been an oddity. Please don't make that expression. Seeing the extremely subtle look on my face, Alexia shakes her head sadly. No, I understand that I realize you despise me. If you understand, then why act like this? Alexia's dominant right hand is incapacitated. Moreover, I am armed with a blade. Even if she were to force herself upon me, I would have a 90% chance of prevailing. Nevertheless, I maintain my guard, ready to draw my sword, while retorting. A few days ago, I kissed you, did I not? Yes. Afterward, your gesture of wiping your lips struck me harder than I anticipated. For some reason, I keep recalling that moment, leading me into a foul mood. Is that so? I never would have guessed that a former emperor would be so affected by something so trivial. I hope he can discern whether his spirit is made of steel or tofu. Although I too have been mentally shaken by the slightest actions of the opposite sex, every night, as I lie in bed, I think about that incident and feel like shouting ah. If this continues, I will lose sleep and must find a way to erase that memory. While I can somewhat empathize with her feelings, it is baffling that she would demand a second kiss from the one she wishes to take her first from. If I possessed the typical mindset of a man in this world, I would either be furious or in tears by now. Are you suggesting that the theme of that night was not an apology, but rather a kiss? Reflecting on it, she did mention something about kissing that I initially thought she was joking, but perhaps she was serious. No. If I claim I had no such intention, that would be a lie. Yet, I returned out of pride. As she admits this, a hint of regret crosses her face, making her seem somewhat pitiable. Upon further thought, this is undoubtedly her own doing. That I have one more question. However, something else is weighing on my mind. After a moment of contemplation, I decide to voice it directly. What is it, former emperor? Didn't I ask you to call me Alexia? Former emperor. You can also call me little Alexia. This person is truly difficult to deal with. Very well, I shall refer to her as little Alexia. If the title Alexia becomes fixed, the Chancellor Adelaide might inadvertently mispronounce it, which would be quite alarming. After all, the first character and the number of syllables are the same. One slip up, and he might let it slip. He is known for his tongue-tiedness. Little Alexia, do you plan to defeat me on the battlefield? Though it was my suggestion, little Alexia clearly exhibits confusion. After all, this was your proposal. Even if you say, perhaps we should not do this, I will not listen to no matter how serious the situation becomes. I will call you little Alexia, so remember that. Well, that is indeed the case. Ideally, I would like to defeat you on the battlefield and make you my own. For a true king should conquer strong foes head-on. If little Alexia's preference is to resist fiercely, then it is understandable for her to think this way. What a peculiar notion. Honestly, I feel compelled to suggest she learn from Sonia's earnest attitude. However, if that is AL's expectation, I could also compromise and marry you in a conventional manner, once war breaks out. Lives will inevitably be lost. I would lose competent subordinates. Let us not discuss that for now. If I were to listen attentively to little Alexia, we might talk until dawn. I interrupt her without hesitation. Supposing I were to lose to you on the battlefield and become your possession, in such a scenario, I would of course resist with all my might, filled with rage that I could not possibly expect to establish a typical loving relationship with you. A person who is emotionally scarred merely from an unwanted kiss cannot tolerate such a connection, can they? No, that is a different matter. I intended to point out the contradictions, but little Alexia shakes her head firmly. Simply being disliked is acceptable. To love and melt such a person is also quite intriguing, don't you think? However, being repulsive or physically unacceptable is a different story. Do you understand? I believe I somewhat grasp her sentiment. During my school days in my previous life, I was often regarded as disgusting by girls, which was indeed quite distressing. Yes, Being deemed repulsive by the opposite sex is tremendously unpleasant, and I begin to feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, wiping one's lips is merely a gesture. Deep down, I feel fortunate to have been kissed by a beautiful woman. It seems I may have done something to offend you. No, it's not that. It was my fault, but thank you. Little Alexia visibly relaxes, touching her ample bosom. However, even so, asking me to kiss you is rather selfish, don't you think? I can somewhat understand her feelings, but this time, she has truly brought it upon herself, especially since I was the one nearly overpowered and deprived of my virtue. The reason I have not been struck or left with emotional scars is that I still hold the values of my past life. Generally speaking, it would not be this way. You are correct, Xiaya said, her spirit deflated, resembling a wilted vegetable sprinkled with salt. This reaction was somewhat unexpected. It seems that the impact of the kiss on her was greater than I had imagined. Where has the iron will she displayed on the battlefield vanished to? Far from being strong as iron, she seemed as fragile as tofu. I am aware of such matters. It is precisely because I know that I chose to forsake my dignity as a woman, Xiaoya said with reluctance, pulling something from her bosom. For a fleeting moment, I thought she was about to produce a dangerous object, and my right hand instinctively moved toward the hilt of my sword. However, do not be so cautious. This is a family heirloom of the Richthofen lineage, and it is also the sister's sword to my beloved blade, which you broke. What she revealed to me was a short sword sheathed in an ornate scabbard. This sword was lavishly adorned, clearly not an ordinary item. This sword, like my cherished blade, is imbued with lightning attributes. I believe it will be of great assistance to you that I wish to bestow it upon you. Please kiss me, I implore you. Xiaoya maintained the posture of offering the short sword while bowing deeply, her demeanor strikingly devoid of self-respect. This was not an attitude befitting a former empress of a nation. To be honest, I was somewhat taken aback, but looking at Xiaoya's dejected form, I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. After all, I too had once been deeply affected by a single remark from a woman, leaving me unable to recover for quite some time. I am, after all, a genuine and repulsive otaku, one who collects military data and then chuckles foolishly to himself. Surely, I appear quite grotesque in the eyes of others. No, I could feel the shadows of my past resurfacing. So, the late emperor believes I am a man who would easily offer my lips for a price? Upon hearing my words, Xiaoya seemed genuinely flustered, her shoulders trembling. Despite being a woman taller than Sonia, she appeared unexpectedly diminutive. I never anticipated that I would find myself in a situation where I felt a kinship with this strikingly beautiful woman. No, that is not it. Absolutely not. I apologize. That was not my intention. With a pale face and a flustered demeanor, Xiaoya had surpassed mere pity, bordering on endearing. How fortunate she was to possess such beauty. If my former self had exhibited such a demeanor, it would have been painfully embarrassing. That I wondered how I would fare in this world. While I believed I was not unappealing, everyone here was extraordinarily attractive. Honestly, it's precisely this behavior that makes you unlikable. You know? I apologize. Let me clarify. This kiss is born not of affection, but of sympathy. Do not misconstrue it. Xiaoya retorted, and I maintained a serious expression as I responded. Please crouch down. Is that all right? Crouch down. Yes, Xiaoya obediently crouched. Given her considerable height, it would have been difficult to kiss her without her bending down, though I certainly did not consider myself short. Xiaoya revealed an expression akin to that of a youth anticipating their first kiss, pressing her lips against those of Alexia. Despite her face being marred by bruises from Sonia's blows, upon closer inspection, she was still breathtaking enough to stop one's heart. It was truly perplexing. Her face could earn a perfect score, yet her personality was so lacking. All right, it's over. Xiaoya's lips were soft and sweet to the touch. Though I longed to linger against her lips, I quickly pulled away. Fully aware of how easily I could be deceived if I continued to press against her lips, I feared I would reveal a pitiful state of being utterly smitten to avoid her seeing my flushed face. I promptly turned my back to her. That should suffice. Now hurry back and rest. Thank you. I disregarded Xiaoya's deeply bowed expression of gratitude as I opened the door to the tavern and returned inside. To mask my reddened cheeks, I would likely need to consume a considerable amount of alcohol. 3 days had passed since Count Diesel and the Crown Mercenary Corps departed from Carlara City. The Lisbon territory had returned to peace, and I was leading a mundane life attending to the routine affairs of local governance, though I would soon be summoned back to the court. My priority was to stabilize the territory first. This was the sentiment expressed by Chancellor Adelaide before returning to the capital. With the war concluded, I finally had the time to resume my training to its usual intensity. From dawn, I had been striking a log buried in the ground with a wooden sword. This exercise was a marvelous means to relieve stress while honing my swordsmanship. Without it, my day felt incomplete. After completing my designated repetitions, I wiped the sweat from my face with a towel. Shouting as I swung the wooden sword was essential to this training method, and my throat was feeling the strain. It was likely due to my lack of recent training. In about a week, I would adapt once more. Nonetheless, the sensation of striking the log in the morning was indeed invigorating. Shouting while swinging the sword was the best way to alleviate stress. "Good morning. You seem quite spirited this early." "Good morning." Just then, someone spoke to me that I turned to find the former Count Roswitha, accompanied by her daughter Karina, both dressed in casual attire. While Roswitha could be considered a hostage, I had afforded her a certain degree of freedom as long as she moved about with her assigned attendant. She was permitted to go outside. Neither I nor the Diesel family had any reason to continue hostilities. In such circumstances, deliberately restricting her movements would only sow distrust. "Hello. Good morning," that I nearly responded with formalities, but quickly corrected myself. Although she was a former countess and a hostage, it would be inappropriate for me, as the victor, to address her with such deference. The noble society was exceedingly complicated in this regard. Adopting a humble demeanor could diminish the standing of my subordinates. "You are not merely swinging in the air. You are striking a log. What an interesting approach that in actual combat. A sword only acts as if it is swinging in the air when it is truly empty. It is far more satisfying to feel the impact of striking something." I tucked the wooden sword, more accurately, a suitably thick branch, into my belt as I approached the two. Karina quickly leaned closer, suddenly taking deep breaths. What is happening? Stop this instant, you fool." "Yeah?" Roswitha's iron fist landed atop Karina's head. The young heifer's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to utter a word due to the pain. "You, after all, are someone we retrieved. You are such a lecher. While I can understand your feelings, please exercise some self-restraint." "Wah, I'm sorry. Honestly, you little leck, where do you get that from? Is it from me? Ha ha ha. What on earth are they talking about?" I found myself utterly perplexed by the exchange between the mother and daughter that only they seemed to understand. Well, as long as they were getting along, that was what mattered. Although Karina had been severed from her family, Roswitha was also a hostage, effectively in a state of semi-exile. There was no discernible tension between them. Speaking of which, I plan to go for a jog next. Would you care to join me? You, after swinging a sword like that so early, still wish to jog? Karina's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, nearly 2 hours had passed since I began swinging the sword. Following the customary practices of my style, I had been shouting with each swing, so Karina, who had spent the night in the mansion, likely heard it all too clearly. Upon reflection, this training method was indeed disturbingly disruptive. Because the war and meetings have left my body sluggish, I must train diligently to regain my condition. Setting aside the meetings, it seems rather odd that the war made your body sluggish. Roswitha squinted, critiquing me. However, while it was indeed a war, much of the time had been spent waiting or moving, resulting in less opportunity for training compared to usual. Thus, my proficiency had naturally declined in any case. I have yet to sufficiently move my body, so I intend to jog a bit, but merely a short run. If I ran too long, it would disturb others. Moreover, I had yet to eat breakfast. And as an officer and local administrator, my position required more than just training. There was ample work to be done. "You truly are dedicated." I had let my guard down because you are a mere human and a man. No wonder I cannot win against you. Roswitha displayed a wry smile, then waved her left arm, which was missing below the elbow. Regardless, I wish to focus on rehabilitation and adjust to life with one arm. I will go jogging on my own afterward. You may take this girl with you. She spoke thus, gently patting Karina's back. As a knight, Karina must start anew, since this fellow is to be entrusted to Lord Albert for the care of the Blondin family. She will need to undergo rigorous training, correct? Do not hold back. Train her with strictness. No, please be gentle. Karina momentarily displayed a look of great reluctance, but immediately steeled herself and nodded as if resolved. She must have realized that if she wishes to become a knight again, this is her final opportunity. Personally, I believe it would be acceptable for her not to aim for knighthood, but since it is her fervent desire, I shall support her. Very well, I shall train you to become an exceptional Marine Knight. Marine Knight? What is that? A legendary magician. It's called the Marine Corps, the bravest and strongest army in the world. Now, no time for dilly-dallying. Let us warm up, then run. I gave Karina a pat on the back, and she hurriedly began her stretches. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Miss Roswitha burst into laughter. As long as you don't die. You can train as strictly as you wish. As a mother, I permit it. How can you say that? Well, since mother has allowed it, let us train her thoroughly. Karina, lay exhausted on the ground, after a mere 10 kilometers. I was utterly spent. To be so fatigued after only 10 kilometers is truly embarrassing that I couldn't help but think so. Yet, there were reasons for this. First, the equipment, the weight of the armor, and the full set of gear, coupled with a backpack stuffed with supplies, exceeded 60 kilograms. Then there was the climate. Despite being only a mountain away from my hometown of Zeidenbeck, this Lisbon territory was uncommonly hot. Lastly, the singing. Albert insisted that I sing loudly while running, which placed an unexpected strain on my lungs. 10 kilometers. I must admit, I vastly underestimated it. I wished I could punch myself for thinking. This is hardly even a warm-up. Gah! Beside me, the Lisborian beastman Lodi lay half dead. We were of similar age, and through our captivity, we gradually became friends. Not wanting to endure the training alone, I decided to drag Lodi, who happened to be passing by, into the fray. Reflecting on it now, I feel somewhat sorry for her. To be this exhausted after such a distance, you soft-legged shrimp and bean sprouts. Albert shouted with a booming voice. He had performed the same training as us, but wore a completely unfazed expression. Is he truly immortal? To compete in stamina with a beast man is utterly abnormal. Instead of flopping around like a fish washed ashore, you might as well go drink some water before you dehydrate and die. Albert incessantly hurled insulting remarks at us during the training. I felt tears welling up, but gradually understood he was not being serious. Even now, despite his foul mouth, he handed me and Lodi a cup filled with water. Indeed, Albert's nature is kind-hearted that I took the cup and gulped down the water. Thinking to myself, the water seemed to contain sugar and salt, giving it a slightly sweet and salty flavor, much more palatable than ordinary water. Pua! I drained the cup and collapsed back onto the ground. The weight of the armor felt like shackles torturing me. This armor was likely spoils of war that had been taken from me, but she returned it quite casually. What a soft-hearted person she is. Should I call her a do-gooder? Gah, it hurts. My foot. My foot. Just then, Lodi, who had been cramping, began to writhe in pain. You fool. It's because of your lack of exercise that you've become like this. Come train with me for a while. Doing this with you every day will truly be the death of me. Are you an idiot? Lodi screamed with tearful eyes, but unlike me, she had no armor, no sword, and no luggage. To be this exhausted is quite embarrassing. Even if she is a frail squirrel beast man, without a bit of exercise, she would become a useless woman who cannot even protect herself. You are my little sister. You have no right to refuse. Who is your little sister? It hurts. It hurts. If we're being honest, you're the little sister. Lodi retorted while stretching her cramped foot. Huh. If you dare belittle me, I will flatten you. Looks like you still have some energy left. Well then, let us move on to push-ups. Sorry. Albert looked at us with a disdainful gaze as he collected the empty beer cups. The scent of sweat wafting from him made me involuntarily take a deep breath. Albert, clad in armor with no skin exposed, only fueled my imagination. What lay beneath that armor? Ah, how I longed to indulge in such thoughts. Upon reflection, being able to closely admire a sweaty Albert had its benefits. For now, I need not worry about lacking side dishes. For now, let us proceed with basic training. Lodi is free to join. But with you here, Karina will likely be more motivated if possible. I hope you can participate together. Wah. Since Big Brother has said so, Lodi nodded, her face half crying. Upon seeing this, Albert smiled wryly. However, you two can eat as much as you want, until your bellies are full. Really? That's wonderful. As I heard Lodi's joyous exclamation, my stomach let out a loud growl. Speaking of which, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Albert stared seriously at me and Lodi, and my face flushed with embarrassment. After removing your armor, go take a bath first before you can eat. Yes. Could it be that Albert would also take a bath? How I wished to sneak a peek. Frankly, I desperately wanted to see Albert's naked form. This man has a rather lenient attitude towards sexual harassment. Surely, a little sneak peek would not be a problem, right? I thought to myself while discreetly glancing at Lodi. During our captivity, I had spent nearly all my time with her, so now I could communicate a bit through glances. However, Lodi frantically shook her head and made gestures as if to wield a sword. It is Sonia, after all. Indeed, even if Albert might allow it, should I peek, he would likely not let me off lightly. I prayed for mercy. Although it was a bath, it was merely a simple act of rinsing off the sweat with well water from a basin. Nevertheless, pouring the cool well water over my head felt quite refreshing. After washing away the sweat, at least the exterior of my body felt much clearer, though the interior remained unchanged. It was all Albert's fault for being so lecherous. Wow. Such a lavish breakfast this early, Lodi exclaimed at the table. The spread included freshly baked bread, 2 fried eggs, and a summer vegetable salad. While modest for a noble's breakfast, it was still delightful for commoner Lodi. Albert remarked, only by eating well oneself will one avoid the resentment of the soldiers. The bitterness of food is quite fearsome. Now, let us offer a prayer before breakfast. Albert led the way in the mealtime prayer. As I recited the prayer, I secretly observed my surroundings, sitting at the large table were Albert, Mother, and the knights led by Sonia. Considering my ambiguous position, is it truly appropriate for me, along with commoner Lodi, to dine together? I felt a bit anxious, yet no one voiced any objections. After all, it was Albert who brought us to this dining hall, so worrying about this seemed unnecessary. Nom, nom, nom. Once the prayer concluded, I immediately took a bite of bread. My stomach was already in a state of hunger, and I could hardly bear it. The bread from Lisbon, compared to that of my hometown Edinburgh, was a darker hue, hard and dry. Initially, I was taken aback, yet I became accustomed to it after a while. Being careful not to eat too rudely, I devoured the food voraciously. After all, I had exerted myself thoroughly since morning, and my appetite was insatiable. I quickly cleared my plate and signaled for more from the server. First, more bread, then eggs. Since I had confirmed I could freely request more, I did not hold back. Albert appeared pleased to see me like this. By the way, Lord Albert, I heard you are heading to the royal capital. When do you depart? However, upon hearing Mother's words, my hand froze. The royal capital. For someone residing in the Holy Empire like me, it was an unfamiliar term. Nevertheless, I knew it referred to the capital of the Gallia Kingdom, Perea City. Departing from this Lisbon territory, even by horseback, would take over half a month to be dispatched to such a distant place. Considering the time for round trips, it would mean being away for over a month. The substantial protector, Albert, would be gone for this long, causing me a sense of unease. Although I had not been bullied, my position remained precarious. After all, this month, I will find a way to address the issue if the public perceives that I am overly focused on central matters, thereby neglecting the duties of local officials. It will become quite a headache. For now, I intend to prioritize matters over there. Is that wise? Making the king wait for you? No. As a former adversary, it is indeed strange for me to be concerned about such things. My mother inquired, her brow furrowing. Well, I shall ride a wyvern to the royal capital, so arriving a bit late is not a problem. I replied, that one that has been circling above us throughout the war. I deeply regret not having introduced griffins to save costs back then. I never expected it would be so troublesome to have our skies occupied. My mother sighed, visibly distressed, though she tried to appear indifferent. It was evident she felt guilty for our defeat. I wished to encourage her, yet I felt unqualified to speak, having also fled from the situation myself. Greta clasped my back in silence. I turned to her. She smiled brightly and gave me a thumbs up. How endearing! I was nearly brought to tears. Anyway, we surprisingly have ample time. Though it is plentiful, we should begin preparations soon. Specifically, we need to select candidates, since I only need to report this matter to His Majesty the King. It suffices to take 2 or 3 people along. What candidates? It is enough for just myself and Lord Al. Sonia remarked nonchalantly. I'm afraid not. I must have Sonia remain. If both you and I are absent from Lisbon. Who will take responsibility? What? I almost laughed at the sight of Sonia's expression, freezing and shocked. It was my first time witnessing such a panicked look on her face. That was a close call. If she had caught me laughing, it would not end with just a beating. After all, there is that matter that if possible, I would like Sonia to accompany me. However, aside from you, no one else can remain in Lisbon. Sonia fell silent, her face reflecting agreement. Albert rubbed his chin apologetically. I truly apologize for the lack of personnel. I will endeavor to resolve this issue while returning to the capital. Until then, I asked for your patience. Very well. Though she appeared reluctant, she nodded in acquiescence. Albert seemed to be wary of something, which left me, as an outsider, perplexed. Thus, you shall stay behind at AS for who to take. Karina is nearly decided. What? Me? Just as I thought this. The focus suddenly shifted onto me. I jumped in surprise, reflexively standing up. No, I am indeed interested in the royal capital, and traveling with Albert seems quite enjoyable. I had always wondered if he would take me along. However, that was merely a fantasy. To have it suddenly become a reality was beyond mere astonishment. Well, in any case, I must first introduce you to my parents. What? Introduced to the parents? Is he proposing marriage? Have I inadvertently achieved a great victory? Did this fellow misunderstand something? Observing Karina's flushed face, frozen in place, I thought about it. The reason for introducing her to his parents was to adopt her as a foster daughter. This process was necessary for Karina to once again aim to become a knight. Karina, you should understand that you currently have no standing to bear the surname Diesel, correct? Before I could speak, Miss Rosvid extended her assistance. Since I have been disowned, it is only natural, she replied. Precisely. At present, you are merely Karina. For someone in your position to become a knight is more challenging than for a commoner to aspire to knighthood. Given your past, in succinct terms, Miss Rosvid's explanation was clear. After all, this situation was her request. She had bowed her head and expressed, I hope you give my daughter another chance, along with a generous sum of gratitude. In truth, this proposal also benefited me. As long as I treated Karina well, Rosvid would not betray me. She was akin to a hostage. After all, I wished to maintain a friendly relationship with the Diesel family. And having someone aware of my weaknesses as an ally was indeed advantageous. So that means, in simple terms, your name will change to Karina Blondin. I intended for Karina to become my parents' foster daughter, thereby making her my adoptive sister. Although there were other knightly families I could ask to adopt her, this method was the most straightforward. I assure you, my motivation was not merely to have an adoptive sister. This was purely for convenience. I mean it. Essentially, it is akin to marriage. Did you say something, young lady? Sonia growled ominously, causing Karina to display a look of near panic as she quickly replied, I said nothing. My reliable aide huffed in dissatisfaction, crossing her arms. This is Lord Ael's benevolence. Should you fail to meet his expectations, you are aware of the consequences, correct? Karina's complexion turned ashen. This was likely not solely due to fear of Sonia. To interfere in a one-on-one duel might be somewhat acceptable, as it was an act done for the sake of family. However, to flee from the situation was another matter entirely, for an ordinary soldier. This could indeed lead to a death sentence if she were to falter again. Even Miss Rosvid, and I could not shield her. In the event of such a scenario, I would have no choice but to personally take your head. Although we share no blood ties, you are nonetheless my family. I wish to avoid such a fate. Karina's lips pressed into a thin line as she nodded vigorously. Observing her reaction, I couldn't help but smile faintly. However, you also have the option of not aspiring to knighthood. The battlefield is a dreadful place. Leaving it to pursue a more conventional profession is also a valid choice. To be honest, I personally hope that Karina would aim for a path outside of the military. I understood all too well how brutal the battlefield could be. Gallia was not peaceful enough to allow anyone to retire without combat experience. Entering the battlefield always entailed the risk of death. Even if one survived, many would emerge mentally scarred. I believed it far better to pursue a respectable career as a merchant or teacher than to face such a dire fate, though our time together may be brief. We are comrades who share the same pot of rice. We shall become sisters in the future. Even if you choose a path outside of knighthood, I will not abandon you. What do you intend to do? Karina remained silent for a moment. Miss Rosvid and Sonia said nothing. Even the other knights, who were chatting and enjoying their meals, fell silent, directing their attention toward Karina. I want to become a knight. If I flee with this stigma, I will descend into depravity. Please give me the opportunity to clear my name. Karina managed to force the words out, then stood up and bowed deeply. I smiled gently and exchanged glances with Sonia. After all, Karina seemed quite intimidated by her. While it was unnecessary to force a good relationship, I hoped she would understand that Sonia was not someone who treated others solely with severity. Excellent. Then I shall accept you as our companion. However, you will start as an apprentice. If that is agreeable, Lord Aeld. Such a moment, Sonia's keen perception of my intentions was remarkable. She spoke in a gentle tone and shrugged at me. Karina responded with a choked voice, yes. Then, Dear sister. Yes, what is it, Brother Al? Brother Al. I nearly leapt for J.O.Y. in my previous life. I had only brothers, and now I was an only child. Merely having a sister felt like a fantasy. Especially one as charming as her. Is this paradise? My excitement was overwhelming, yet I could not allow such feelings to manifest on my face. I adopted a serious demeanor and said, in the morning, we will have indoor classes, and in the afternoon, we will begin training for basic physical fitness. I will train you rigorously until you find it unbearable, so prepare yourself. Yikes. Karina's expression turned pale again, while Lottie giggled. However, since she was Karina, as her friend, you likely could not remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, adding 1 or 2 more people to the training process would not make much difference. In fact, having 2 might even make it easier. I shall diligently train them, regardless of whether they are my younger sisters or not. I must not show favoritism, for such partiality would serve no beneficial purpose. I must resolutely commit to providing rigorous instruction. That said, I still have numerous obligations to attend to. Thus, I can only entrust their training to the knights who are available to serve as instructors. It is precisely for this reason that I harbor a disdain for positions of responsibility. After finishing breakfast, I handed Karina, along with the accompanying greedy, over to an available knight and made my way to the stables alone. Today, I anticipate spending the entire day surveying and traversing the rural areas surrounding Carrera City. After all, preparations for war commenced immediately upon my appointment. I have yet to meet the village heads, and there are countless matters to discuss, including taxes and strategies against marauders and thieves. Such pragmatic undertakings are indeed among the vital duties of local officials. As I pondered, I wished to depart quickly and return before sunset. I observed the bustling grooms at work. Due to some oversight, the preparations for the horses seemed to be delayed, although I felt a twinge of impatience. It would not be prudent to exert undue pressure on those present. I deliberately maintained a relaxed demeanor, my thoughts drifting into contemplation. Lord Al, a familiar hoarse voice called out from behind me. I turned to find Sonia standing there, her expression fraught with concern. It was likely not regarding Karina, as we had previously discussed that matter. What troubles you? Is it concerning our journey to the capital? Indeed, Sonia affirmed with a deep nod. Judging by her expression, I could surmise the nature of her worries. I do not believe Duke Orlan will remain idle, knowing that your life is in peril. I find myself unable to accompany you. She spoke in a hushed tone, mindful of eavesdroppers. Her somewhat raspy voice carried an inexplicable allure, especially as she whispered so close to my ear, making it rather tantalizing. Indeed, I do not think that Fellow's schemes conclude with this instance alone. He will undoubtedly employ further machinations. As one of the Empire's most esteemed nobles, he possesses the means to execute various strategies, both legal and illicit. No amount of vigilance could be deemed excessive. Indeed, I would prefer to keep Sonia by my side. However, I cannot neglect the situation in Lisbon. There are also lords aligned with Duke Orlan in the vicinity of Lisbon, and the tribes lurking in the forests seem unnaturally quiet of late. Typically, these tribes frequently raid caravans and villages in their quest for food and men, yet their sudden tranquility sends a shiver down my spine. To adequately prepare for any eventuality, I wish to leave a trustworthy commander in Lisbon. Moreover, vigilance is not solely required for Duke Orlan. What do you imply? My mother, Countess Sulahati of the Borderlands. She is likely to be in the capital at this time. Is she not our ally? The Countess of Sulahati is one of my supporters, governing the Noru border territory, which borders both the Northern Ocean Negotiation Alliance and the Holy Orlt Empire. She oversees a crucial region that serves to counterbalance these two adversarial nations, making her a key figure in national defense. Furthermore, the Countess of Sulahati is, in fact, my most significant patron. My position as a subordinate to Chancellor Adelaide was facilitated by her mediation, as she aligns with the Chancellor's faction. This is his scheme, to masquerade as an ally, disarming our suspicions, only to strike with venomous intent. Such a ploy necessitates that we remain ever vigilant. Despite Sonia's fervent assertions, I must admit that I do not harbor such a negative impression of the border countess. I became acquainted with her through Sonia during my youth, and I recall her attentively listening to my words, despite my lack of accomplishments as a child. After I reached adulthood, she afforded me considerable assistance, making her a figure I dare not defy. Of course, she is not merely a benevolent person. Her kindness stems from the benefits she perceives in our relationship, and I have indeed imparted to her the techniques of rifle and signal flare usage. However, Given our cooperative relationship, such exchanges of benefit are only natural. Moreover, regardless of the underlying motives, the Countess has shown great care for me and my family. Whenever she resides in the capital, she invariably invites my family and me to her residence, extending to us lavish hospitality. Although the Blondin family is merely a minor court knight household, the Countess engages with us without any pretense, demonstrating an exceptional generosity of spirit. She is your biological mother, and yet you speak of her so harshly. Nevertheless, Sonia's relationship with the Countess of Sulahati is far from amicable. Since it is a matter of family, I did not inquire deeply, but I have heard that they are in a state of near estrangement. However, were it not for this circumstance, Sonia, as the eldest daughter of a great noble, would not be serving as my mere aid. Indeed, she is the eldest daughter. Sonia, she should have been the next Countess of Sulahati. And with her status, she ought to be able to exert authority over me that I truly cannot fathom why she would choose to accompany me. That it is precisely because she is my biological mother that I express these sentiments. Being the one who bore me for 10 months, I am acutely aware of the darkness in her heart. Even at her age, her infatuation is insufferable. She is truly a wicked woman. I cannot forgive her. From her tone, it is evident that she harbors a deeply negative sentiment towards her father. You are indeed blood relatives. Why cannot you simply get along? Such irresponsible words escape my lips as I recognize the complexities that can arise in familial relationships. After all, not all parent-child bonds are harmonious. I understand. In any case, I will remain vigilant. Indeed, a glance at history reveals countless instances of those deemed allies striking from behind. No precaution is too great. However, there are also numerous examples of excessive vigilance leading to betrayal, resulting in the purging of subordinates and ultimately leading to one's own downfall. The key lies in maintaining a delicate balance. Yes, precisely. After all, there are many nefarious individuals coveting your position, Lord Al. Being a person of significance is indeed a matter worth contemplating. Is this what they refer to as striking the bird that stands out? Perhaps it is more accurate to term it the prominent figure or the lecherous one. As her final remark was delivered in a whisper, I could not quite discern her words, however, before I could inquire further. I noticed Martin rushing towards us. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Everything is ready. Thank you. I shall be on my way. Today, I am scheduled to survey several rural areas. If I do not set off soon, I shall be unable to return to Carrera City before nightfall. I bowed to Sonia and prepared to mount my steed. Lord Al, what of that short sword? At that moment, Sonia called out to me. Her gaze fixated on the short sword sheathed at my side, Little Ya's Thunderblade. Although I initially declined to accept it, she insisted upon bestowing it upon me on the day of our farewell. Given its rarity, I gratefully decided to make use of it. That is a trophy of war, seized from the late Emperor. I see. Sonia squinted her eyes. There was a palpable aura of menace surrounding her. After offering a vague smile, I hastily distanced myself from her. The subsequent days passed in a flurry of confusion. Karina von Diesel, Karina Blondin, was subjected to an almost overwhelming regimen of rigorous training that left me utterly exhausted. In the training grounds of the local official residence, I collapsed onto the ground. My training attire was drenched with sweat, as merely tugging at it would yield a deluge. Albert, no, my brother, was not merely jesting when he spoke of making you laugh and cry. The intensity of the training was indeed formidable. Awakening before dawn to the sound of the reveille, along with my brother's peculiar noises as he practiced swordsmanship, I was compelled to engage in running, push-ups, swimming, a skill I had never before attempted, nearly leading to my drowning, and various other forms of training. Furthermore, during the intervals of training, I was required to solve arithmetic problems, which terrified me. I was informed that this was to ensure that my mind would continue to function despite fatigue. The training was exceedingly rigorous, with even the slightest crease in linens and the dirt on military boots met with reprimand. While this living environment would likely drive most noble offspring to madness, I found it to be immensely fulfilling. I could not help but smile as my brother's visage surfaced in my mind. After all, we are siblings, and our bond is one that can be forgiven. In truth, during our brief respite, I clung to him, and he did not exhibit any signs of disdain. Although the notion of marriage is but a misunderstanding, it is rather delightful, for I have indeed emerged victorious. My charming brother resembles a tale from a fantasy. I had thought such figures existed solely in romantic novels. I boasted to Greedy, who lay beside me, originally just a mere errand girl, She has unwittingly been treated as a trainee. Much like myself, upon hearing that her salary would increase, she readily agreed without a second thought. Karina often speaks in such a manner. Greedy addressed me directly. She is a commoner, while I am the daughter of an earl. In times past, I would never have allowed her to speak to me in such a tone, yet now I find it entirely acceptable. Perhaps it is due to my awareness of the necessity to start anew. However, I no longer hold a position of superiority. Do you not feel envious? To be honest, I am quite envious. Indeed, I could embrace him openly without fear of reprimand. I wish you could take my place for a day. That is certainly out of the question. My brother is a lecher. Of course, he is not inherently so. It is merely the aura he exudes. He possesses an inexplicable allure and often dresses in a manner that reveals much skin, seemingly indifferent to the degree of exposure. Perhaps his prolonged stay in a female-dominated military has dulled his senses. Yet, I am in the throes of adolescence, with such a lascivious man before me. It is only natural to feel a burgeoning curiosity. I too, and Latte as well. The subject of our risque conversations invariably revolves around Albert, my brother Doe, but truth be told, I was never particularly interested in rugged men. Yet I have found myself unexpectedly receptive. It might even be preferable this way. My brother's physique, honed through rigorous training, is undeniably muscular. He likely belongs to the category of those who appear slimmer in clothing. It is difficult to discern his build, but come summer, when the attire becomes more revealing, it is impossible to hide that in both the Holy Empire and the Kingdom of Gallia, there exists a trend favoring petite, youthful-looking men. In this regard, my brother's appearance, while not conventionally admired, possesses an inexplicable sensuality. Despite his pure and beautiful visage, there lingers an aura that suggests even the most indecent acts would be forgiven. I believe it is this peculiarity that renders us rather odd. Really, when I first laid eyes on him, I wondered what this great gorilla was about. Why is it that women's muscles appear unattractive, yet men's muscles are deemed alluring? If Mr. Valvides were to hear you, you might find yourself in quite the predicament. I recalled Greedy's guardian, the bear beast man, and whispered, "That man possesses muscles that rival even my mother's." I left the estate this morning, so it is of no concern. However, Greedy giggled foolishly. This child possesses an unusual boldness in strange matters. Yet, even if it is our break time, I should not be discussing such topics so openly in the training grounds. Returning to our previous topic, the ability to touch and feel is truly enviable. I long to gently caress his neck with my fingertips, and in return, elicit a somewhat sultry sound from him. Ah, that does sound delightful. Bring a man taller than oneself to the brink of ecstasy with mere technique strikes me as rather romantic. It is as if one could leave him spellbound with just a fingertip. I too wish to tease him, to have him beg for my attention. I understand. As we indulged in such conversations, footsteps approached. We quickly rose, only to find it was Miss Joyce, a knight serving as our instructor and one of my brother's subordinates. "You two have been quite foolish." Eavesdropping on my conversation, she remarked, "We apologize. We were momentarily lost in our thoughts. Please forgive us. How could we entertain such lewd imaginings regarding our superior, though my brother's unit forbids harsh punishment? We could very well be made to run laps." Our faces paled. Is this truly the extent of your thoughts upon witnessing Lord Albert's impressive demeanor? "We are sorry. Is it not rather exhilarating to imagine serving Lord Albert in such a way? What? To invert the master-servant dynamic between work and the bedroom. I cannot think of a more thrilling scenario, but I understand. Yet, I did not anticipate that one of my brother's trusted aides would engage in such foolish discourse, leaving my mind in a state of bewilderment. Are you not angry about our remarks?" "Truth be told, I ought to be angry," Miss Joyce replied with a frown. "The members of the knightly order, myself included, have trained alongside Lord Albert since childhood. Having an opposite sex in such close proximity, one inevitably develops a rather peculiar inclination. If Lord Albert were to be the object of desire, it would be entirely his own doing. Even if I were to reprimand you, myself included, we have all, at one point, fantasized about Lord Albert. At this juncture, we have no right to preach. To indulge in fantasies regarding Lord Albert has become something of a rite of passage. A most detestable rite of passage, indeed. The newly acquired rifles and ammunition have all been sent back home. After departing from the Lafayette workshop, I continued to accompany Prime Minister Adelaide for several inspections and informal discussions. With the support of one of the most powerful nobles in the Kingdom of Gallia, albeit still overshadowed by the likes of Duke Orleans and Count Sulahati, who control vast territories. Matters proceeded rather smoothly, for which I am truly grateful. By noon, Prime Minister Adelaide invited me to lunch, suggesting that dinner would be at the Border Earl's residence, thus lunch would be at my home. Naturally, I had no objections that I was treated to a luxurious meal prepared by top chefs in the prime location of the capital. By the way, what are your plans for the afternoon? Prime Minister Adelaide inquired suddenly, as we enjoyed herbal tea after our meal. I had intended to bid her farewell in the morning. I planned to visit the Peria Cathedral. The Peria Cathedral, located in the heart of the capital city of Peria, is the largest church in the nation. It is said that this grand edifice, constructed over several decades, is one of the pilgrimage sites for many from across Gallia. During the nobility's discussions, it was the bishop who suggested I be appointed as the governor of Lisbon, which piqued my curiosity that I asked a priest I know to look into the matter. Indeed, such a claim exists. Prime Minister Adelaide toyed with her teacup, lost in thought. The priest you know must be Bishop Fiorenza, who ascended to the bishopric at a remarkably young age, a living saint. Yes, that I believe she may possess some insights. After all, the religious authority in this world is quite formidable. Cultivating a good relationship with the clergy can yield numerous benefits. Through offerings, one can obtain tangible rewards in this world. Though I find such practices corrupt, I have no desire to feign moral superiority and create unnecessary enemies, so I often contribute substantial sums to the church under the guise of offerings. However, the Bishop Fiorenza mentioned by the Prime Minister is not the sort of person who engages in corrupt dealings. She is dedicated to aiding the impoverished and managing orphanages, and as bishop, she personally listens to the confessions and concerns of each believer. She is truly a paragon of virtue. That woman raises my suspicions. I do not trust her. The wealthy and powerful noble, Prime Minister Adelaide murmured with a skeptical expression. That being said, she has no negative rumors surrounding her, and the believers hold her in high regard. Typically, common monks would shamelessly demand physical relations or large sums of money. Yet Bishop Fiorenza would never stoop to such behavior. Unlike certain ministers, she would not casually touch my person, and if I were to make excessive offerings, she would likely refuse to accept them. That only adds to the suspicion. How could someone so pure and virtuous attain the bishopric at such a young age? She must have engaged in some unsavory dealings behind the scenes. I cannot cast stones, as I too am a man who secretly sells himself to the Prime Minister and the Border Earl for profit. Based on circumstantial evidence alone, I am indeed guilty, and there is nothing to be done. After all, whispers about my clandestine activities as a male courtesan have circulated, alleging that I offer my services to the Prime Minister and the Border Earl for personal gain. Based solely on circumstantial evidence, I am indeed culpable, and there is no denying it. Indeed. How about it? Would you like to sleep with me once? Who knows, you might elevate yourself to the rank of Earl in one fell swoop. Please spare me. I have resolved to dedicate my chastity to my future wife. Internally, I yearn to experience such intimacy. Oh, what a pity. That said, a promiscuous man who flirts with anyone would never be able to marry a proper wife. Considering the future of the Blondin family, I cannot be led astray by frivolous means that I must not engage in actions that would tarnish the reputation of my beloved mother and father, who have nurtured their unusually gifted child with profound care. Indeed, that is most wise. Above all, do not demean yourself. The Chancellor seemed to utter a remark of conscience. However, if that is your sentiment, cease your unwelcome advances upon me. The reason for my poor reputation is largely attributable to the Chancellor Adelaide's incessant harassment, which has deterred any woman from desiring to wed me. Indeed, that has always been the case in my previous life. I had not even a girlfriend, let alone a wife. That said, I find myself utterly perplexed by the Chancellor's true intentions. He has a penchant for groping my posterior, and today was no exception during our transit and visit to the estate. Yet insists that I cherish my chastity. Is it merely a form of greeting for him to touch my behind? Even if he were to express, there's nothing quite like conquering such a stolid man. It would not surprise me if he were to force himself upon me. My position is indeed perilous. Therefore, you must remain vigilant around Bishop Fiorenza. The more she feigns saintliness, the more likely she harbors unspeakable perversions. Even if she extends her malevolent grasp towards the children of the orphanage, I would not be astonished. Perhaps it is due to the prohibition of marriage within church doctrine that the sexual inclinations of clergy become so distorted. Excessive repression of desire may lead one away from mental soundness. I see that I recalled the visage of Bishop Fiorenza and nodded in agreement. However, I found it utterly impossible to accept this notion. After all, I have known her for quite some time, and she has always embodied compassion in my eyes. Yet, arguing against Chancellor Adelaide would prove futile, so I refrained from voicing my dissent. First impressions are not easily overturned. In any case, exercise caution. If need be, take a few of my knights with you. Joist is also an excellent knight, but even one cannot manage alone amidst demanding circumstances. The Chancellor cast a glance at Joist, who stood ready behind me, and remarked thus, setting aside the matter of Bishop Fiorenza, Duke Orlon remains a concern. The more protectors, the better. I shall graciously accept my superior's offer. That is indeed wise. I shall trouble you with this. In the blink of an eye, the day to embark towards the capital arrived. We set forth aboard 3 wyverns, 1 belonging to Lisbon and 2 dispatched by Chancellor Adelaide, commencing our aerial journey. Consequently, the members destined for the capital were confirmed as myself, Karina, Greedy, and my subordinate knight, Joist.